Chapter 1 Brother, are you cross-dressing? LV13. Unreliable blank. What do you think the stockings of the streamer smell like when soaked? No, please don't. Gu Xian's ears flushed a delicate shade of red. LV16. Insightful. Shallow. Learn from me. Streamer Oh, you know the population of Huaxia? 1.4 billion, Gu Xian replied candidly. LV16. Insightful. No. Ren is a noun. Ko is a verb. Gu Xian collapsed in disbelief. LV50. The gentle sky is no match for you. Streamer, I think I've fallen for you. What should I do? I'm sorry. I'm a boy. Meow, you can't fall in love with me. Nor can you fall since fall is a verb too, Gu Xian murmured, his cheeks aflame. Time rewinds to half a day earlier. Brother, wake up. Gu Su burst into the room with unrestrained energy, her entrance so thunderous that it dislodged dust from the fan. Ah, keep it down, little sister. Gu Xian lay sprawled on the bed, his pristine, slender legs entwined in the covers. As he turned over, he inadvertently revealed a generous expanse of fair skin. Gu Su paused momentarily, but upon hearing Gu Xian's snores, her irritation flared. Aiming for the arch of Gu Xian's back, she struck him with a resounding slap. Smack! Ah, Gu Su, are you trying to kill me? A sharp cry escaped from her rosy lips as Gu Xian shot upright, his teeth clenched, glaring fiercely at Gu Su. A hint of amusement danced in Gu Su's eyes as she grasped Gu Xian's chin, forcing him to meet her gaze. She could clearly see the fire of indignation burning in her brother's eyes. Brother, it's nearly noon. Why are you still in bed? Mind your own business. I'm your brother, I can wake up whenever I please. Gu Xian swatted Gu Su's hand away, his expression one of discontent. What am I supposed to eat? Brother, it's just the two of us left at home, and there's nothing left in the fridge. Gu Su spoke softly, a trace of sorrow evident in her bright eyes. Oh dear, you are so annoying. Despite his words, Gu Xian reluctantly rose, raking his fingers through his deep blue hair before shoving Gu Su out of the room. Knock next time, and don't just barge into my room. What? Are you planning to sneakily become a captain? Gu Su teased. Get lost. Gu Xian scowled, slamming the door shut. Gu Su pressed her ear against the door, attentively listening to the sounds from within. What a neurotic little sister. Does she even know to spare her brother? Ouch. That was quite a hit. I'm all bruised now. Gu Su stifled a laugh as she settled back onto the sofa, her thoughts drifting to Gu Xian, petite 20 years old. He was undeniably a boy, yet he possessed a beauty that surpassed many girls, with long hair, a petite frame, and even a voice reminiscent of girls. It was baffling how her brother had come to look this way. Nonetheless, he was remarkable. A flicker of nostalgia crossed Gu Su's eyes. She had lost her parents at a young age and had lived in an orphanage before being adopted by Gu Xian's parents. Her adoptive parents drove a large vehicle, and when she was 5, they had heroically rescued a mother and her daughter during an emergency, only to tragically lose their lives to a steel pipe. Even the compensation money was taken by so-called relatives, leaving them to be taken in by kind-hearted strangers. Every family bears its own burdens, and managing the tuition and living expenses for 2 is no easy feat for anyone. Consequently, relatives sent them to an orphanage unable to endure the separation. The older brother erupted in frustration and fled with her. At that time, he was merely 7 years old. Fortunately, their parents had left behind this modest home. Gu Su surveyed the surroundings. The house was quite small, approximately 70 square meters. Most of the valuables had been stripped away, leaving behind only their parents' cherished photographs and a few large, worn-out pieces of furniture. It wasn't that the relatives were unwilling to move, rather. The place was too dilapidated to make the effort worthwhile. In those days, she was still just a child, spending her time lounging at home, while her brother took on the role of the family's pillar of support. It is hard to fathom how her elder brother managed to carry such a load. Later, all the expenses for her schooling fell squarely on his shoulders. He would save the best food for her and reserve beautiful clothes for her as well. Even on her birthdays, he would scrounge up peculiar little toys to present as gifts. Now, at 18, she had been accepted into Yangqing University, having matured enough to care for herself, allowing her brother to finally relax and sleep soundly during the summer break. This brings us to the recent moment when she had just called out to her brother. Be careful on the road, Gus has said, adjusting Gujuan's collar and placing a hat atop his head. Gujuan glanced at himself in the mirror. The hat snugly contained his waist-length hair, while a loose-fitting short-sleeve shirt covered his upper body and long trousers concealed his fair legs. Satisfied, he nodded and reminded Gusu to keep an eye on the door before stepping outside. Gusu stood at the entrance, lost in thought for a long while, murmuring to herself, "Brother, perhaps you shouldn't have to be a boy. You would be better suited as a girl." However, she shook her head, dismissing such impractical ideas, and plunged into Gujuin's room to tidy up. Upon entering, she was greeted by a distinctly blended aroma-rich fragrance of milk intermingled with the scent of laundry detergent. Gusu's nostrils flared as she inhaled. She could not deny that her brother's room smelled delightful. Yet, she soon cleared her throat and opened the curtains and windows, allowing sunlight and a gentle breeze to flood in, transforming the room with vibrant hues. Truth be told, there was not much to organize in Gujuin's room. Although it was chaotic, there existed a peculiar order within the disorder. Oddly enough, whenever Gusu touched his belongings, Gujuin would promptly lose track of where they were, necessitating him to call out for her assistance in finding them. Consequently, Gusu learned to refrain from meddling with his possessions. Now, she merely folded his blankets and tidied up the room a bit. After a taxing trip, Gujuin returned home, struggling under the weight of 2 bags of vegetables and a sack of rice. Once he shoved the items into the kitchen, he collapsed onto the sofa, weakly lamenting, "Little sister, I can't go on, you need to cook." "All right, just wait a moment," she replied. Gusu rolled up her sleeves and took over Guxian's tasks. Meanwhile, Guxian lay on the sofa and, before long, dozed off. It was not until the kitchen was filled with the flickering flames and the enticing aroma of oil, vegetables, and rice wafted into his nostrils that Guxian stirred from his slumber that he stretched lazily, washed his hands, and set the table with bowls and chopsticks, while Gusu brought a platter of dishes and a pressure cooker to the dining table. The two sat in silence, but Gusu kept stealing glances at Guxian, not oblivious to her unusual gaze. Guxian set his utensils down and spoke softly, "Little sister, what is it?" Gusu hesitated for a moment, then shyly replied, "Brother, school is about to start." "And then?" "Tuition and living expenses." Gusu hinted, struggling to articulate her request. "How much do you need?" Guxian sat up straight, attentively listening to Gusu. "I can apply for a student loan for the tuition, but for living expenses." Gusu raised 3 fingers. 300? "Sure, he'll get that for you. Just be frugal." Guxian nodded, indicating his understanding, and immediately stood to fetch the money, only to be halted by Gusu's hand on his arm. "Wait, brother, it's not 300, it's 3,000. 3,000? Guxian's pupils dilated in shock. 3,000? Gusu affirmed earnestly. "Little sister, I only made 3,000 in a month before." Guxian abruptly stood, slamming his chopsticks down with a sharp clatter, his astonishment palpable. "Don't panic. I have a solution." Gusu also stood, her voice rising above his. "Let's hear it." Guxian took a deep breath, attempting to calm himself, hoping that perhaps his sister was jesting. But soon, Guxian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, you should dress as a girl." Chapter 2. A quirky sister home? Actually, an adorable one, brother. You should dress as a girl. Gusu slammed her hand on the table, the loud sound causing Guxian to flinch, though it paled in comparison to the shock he felt inside. He stared blankly at Gusu, his lips parted, yet unable to form words. "Brother, to put it plainly, you shouldn't act like a boy." Gusu expressed her thoughts with fervor. "If I don't act like a boy, does that mean I should become a girl?" "Little sister, you're confused." Guxian finally regained his composure, hastily defending himself. His little sister was truly mistaken. Although he bore some resemblance to a girl, he was ultimately a boy. How could he possibly become a girl? Moreover, could one earn a living as a girl? What a ridiculous notion. "Brother, just hear me out." Gusu circled the table and approached Guxian, examining him closely. "Look at your physique, you're short and petite. Tell me, how tall and heavy are you now?" 158 cm and 89 pounds. "What of it?" Guxian replied nonchalantly, glancing down at himself. Gusu fell silent for a moment, a flicker of concern crossing her features. She herself stood at 162 centimeters and weighed 95 pounds. How was her brother managing with such a slight frame? Gusu took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and then began to speak. "Brother, just look at your skin, so fair and delicate, even superior to mine. That's because I stayed indoors during the summer, nurturing my complexion. Brother, look at your legs, so slender and proportionate. What a lovely shape. That's a result of my hard work. Brother, observe your hair, a stunning sky blue, and so long, nearly reaching your waist, with a texture as smooth as silk. As her fingers glided through his hair, the strands cascaded down from her fingertips, smoother than the finest silk. Ji-Su withdrew her hand, inhaling the fresh floral fragrance that wafted up, refreshing and delightful. Little sister, please be serious. Gu Xian recoiled slightly. His lips twitching, he found his sister's demeanor rather unsettling, as if she were preparing to sell him out. No way. Was she suggesting he dress as a woman? Surely, she couldn't want him to become a street worker. No, he couldn't entertain such thoughts. He simply could not afford his sister's living expenses and tuition. In truth, upon further reflection, it wasn't entirely impossible if he were to compromise a bit of his charm. He could earn a considerable sum, allowing his sister to indulge in delightful meals and fashionable attire. It would be fine after all. He was a boy surely. No one would target A.B.O.Y. Gu Xian's gaze grew complicated as he looked into Gu Su's eyes. His lips parted slightly, but Gu Su swiftly covered his mouth. Gu Xian's eyes widened, fixed intently on Gu Su. With a playful smile and an air of admiration, she slowly spoke, "Brother, look at your facito. You not gaze into the mirror daily and fall in love with your own visage? With your bright brows and starry eyes, your delicate nose, and soft pink lips, not a single pore to be seen, brother. I truly question whether you are indeed a boy." Doubt glimmered in Gu Su's eyes after all. Gu Xian was astonishingly handsome. Furthermore, he exhibited none of the pronounced male secondary characteristics, seemingly retaining a pure, soft voice with scarcely any body hair at all. And Gu Su stood before Gu Xian, targeting his charming face, and suddenly pinched it, kneading it twice. "Ah, little sister, what are you doing?" Gu Xian winced as his cheeks were squeezed, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. Quickly, Gu Xian turned away, covering his flushed face, and scolded Gu Su, "Little sister, that hurts. How dare you lay hands on your brother? Do you not care about my feelings?" Meanwhile, Gu Su remained rooted in place, a subtle smile playing on her lips. "Brother, I am your sister. What harm is there in pinching your face? Besides, if I don't pinch you more now, once you marry, I shall never have the chance again." "Gu Su, you outrageous rogue. How could you harbor such thoughts about your brother?" After hearing Gu Su's outrageous declarations, Gu Xian could no longer bear it. He stepped forward, determined to subdue Gu Su and assert his masculine dominance. But alas, Gu Su was no longer the little girl he remembered. With a single hand, Gu Su subdued Gu Xian, swiftly locking both of his arms. With a firm press, Gu Xian bent over, his face pressed against the table, his rear end elevated high. Confusion and shock flickered in Gu Xian's eyes. When did Gu Su become so strong? Then Gu Su leaned in close to Gu Xian's ear and softly whispered, "Brother, don't move, or I can't promise I won't strike you where it hurts." Recalling the recent pain and humiliation, Gu Xian shuddered, frightened into stillness that a glimmer of amusement danced in Gu Su's eyes. This was what she desired he should listen to her. "Brother, how about dressing as a girl and entering the live streaming world?" Gu Su proposed, yet Gu Xian remained silent. Furrowing her brow, Gu Su understood that mere words would not sway him. So she continued, "Brother, you are so handsome. If you are willing to don women's attire and stream live, just sitting in front of a computer screen, countless viewers would flock to see you. The money would come pouring in." Gu Su enticed, and this time she could distinctly sense Gu Xian's breath quickening effective. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, "Brother, you must realize that merely toiling away will not yield wealth. Brother, understand this. Aside from the mundane, there are only Icon and Duck left in this world. If you do not wish to be mundane and lack qualifications or skills, then your only option is to become Icon or Duck." Gu Su earnestly advised. She had witnessed Gu Xian's laborious efforts before. He had worked as a kitchen assistant in sweltering heat, nearly succumbing to the oppressive temperature. Collapsing at home in exhaustion, Gu Xian had also toiled on construction sites, only to be dismissed by the foreman after a mere glance. That day, he had drunkenly wept, lamenting his discontent with his current life. Thus, Gu Su felt compelled to strategize for Gu Xian, determined to steer him away from such laborious tasks. He was not suited for them. He deserved a brighter future. Gu Xian remained silent, aware that Gu Su spoke the truth, yet he hesitated to take that step. The notion of a boy masquerading as a girl to earn money was unbearable to him. But Gu Su delivered her final, most crucial persuasion. Brother, if you cannot take that step, then I shall quit school to work alongside you, no? Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with intensity as he struggled to break free, locking his gaze with Gu Su's and shouting, No, you must continue your studies. I promise you. After his outburst, tears welled in Gu Xian's eyes as he softly murmured, I'm sorry, little sister, before hurriedly retreating into his room and locking the door. Gu Su pressed against the door, left only to hear Gu Xian's muffled sobs. She sighed softly, in truth, live streaming while dressed as a girl would suit her brother perfectly. He was inherently destined for such a path. Additionally, there was an unspoken reason behind her insistence that if a kind, affluent individual were to notice her brother and take him away, it would liberate him from his suffering. Chapter 3. The absurdity of lamentation in the southern Liang. Gu Xian, secluded within the confines of his dwelling, wept quietly, yet before long his sobs gradually subsided. He repeatedly reassured himself, It is nothing to worry about. It is merely a live stream in women's attire, not as if I am transforming into a girl. His younger sister was right. If he could earn some money, then her living expenses and tuition would no longer be a source of concern. He envisioned gifting her several beautiful outfits and some exquisite skincare products in due course. With a soft sigh, Gu Xian felt a profound sense of guilt towards Gu Su. The reason was simple. Gu Su was undeniably pitiable. Only 2 years into her awakening, she had yet to experience the warmth of parental love, as their parents had passed away, forcing her to endure the harshness of the world alongside him. In her childhood, Gu Su often went hungry and shivered in the cold, her eyes reflecting deep envy whenever she witnessed other girls adorned in lovely clothes, frolicking with their parents. Yet, Gu Su was remarkably understanding. She never cried nor complained, always maintaining a stoic demeanor. Gu Su was also endearing. She often massaged Gu Xian's shoulders and washed his feet after he finished his chores, her face radiant with a bright smile as she recounted amusing anecdotes from her day. Gu Su was the sole tender spot in Gu Xian's heart. Thus, he resolved to heed her wishes. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door swung open. Gu Su, engaged in tidying the table, looked up to see Gu Xian's expression returning to normal, albeit with a hint of lingering redness in his eyes, which tugged at her heartstrings. Little sister, surely I must possess a few pieces of women's clothing, Gu Xian said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Fear not, dear brother. I have already prepared everything for you. Gu Su exclaimed joyfully, understanding that her brother had come to terms with the situation and agreed to it. A large question mark appeared above Gu Xian's head, followed by a darkening of his expression. What do you mean by prepared? Have you already been plotting to sell me? Where did you acquire the funds to purchase women's clothing? He inquired. I did not spend any money. Besides, brother, after I bought you that computer, I had not a single cent left. Gu Su replied, pausing her actions to turn towards him. She then retreated into her room, emerging shortly after with a stunning maid outfit in hand. Upon seeing the exquisite dress, Gu Xian's heart skipped a beat, yet he could not help but exclaim, Huh, little sister, if you didn't spend any money, how did you acquire such a beautiful dress? No, wait. Gu Xian's pupils dilated as he hurried to Gu Su's side, his delicate nostrils flaring as they detected the absence of any masculine scent. Wait, this can't be little sister. Am I to believe you are as unsavory as you appear? And how would you know about the scent of a man? A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Gu Su's lips as she leaned closer to Gu Xian, whispering, Brother, have you secretly been seeking out men behind my back? What are you implying? Gu Xian exclaimed, his body jolting with shock. Brother. A playful smack landed on Gu Su's forehead, clearing her mind in an instant. Silly little sister, do you not know the meaning of respecting your elder brother? I am well aware of the virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. However, my dear brother, you are neither an elder nor a child. Gu Xian cast a glance of exasperation at Gu Su, who was nursing her forehead and murmuring discontentedly. He took the maid outfit from her hands and examined it closely, only to be momentarily captivated by its craftsmanship. The quality was commendable, and the embellishments were rather elaborate. Wait a minute. As Gu Xian inspected the garment, he suddenly noticed a loose thread hidden beneath one of the accessories. He pointed out to Gu Su, inquiring, "What is this?" "Well, to be honest, this dress is made from various pieces of fabric I stitched together from clothes that my friends and I no longer wear," Gu Su confessed. Taken aback, Gu Xian accepted the costume and promptly tidied up the loose thread. After a brief silence, he declared, "Then I shall attempt to broadcast tonight." "Yes, indeed. I have great faith in you," Gu Su replied, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Upon returning to his room, Gu Xian glanced at the maid outfit and then at the computer on his desk. This computer was a gift from Gu Su, acquired with the money she had saved for a long time, along with a financial aid grant from the school, presented to him on his 20th birthday. Although it was a relic from the 2010s, valued at about 1,000, Gu Xian felt immensely grateful. Now, he was uncertain if it could serve him well for the live stream. Nevertheless, one must engage in practice to gain true understanding. Without hesitation, he selected the music platform for his live stream, recognizing it as the one with the largest audience, which consequently offered the most lucrative opportunities. As he activated the camera, the screen revealed a charming young girl with a look of surprise. Indeed, it was Gu Xian. The image was somewhat blurry, yet still viewable. He tested the microphone, which functioned properly and produced a pleasant sound. Sighing in relief, Gu Xian soon turned off the live stream, realizing he was not yet prepared and needed to make further arrangements. Noticing an unpleasing scent on himself, he frowned slightly and promptly immersed himself in the bathroom. 2 hours later, Gu Xian emerged, his face flushed, wrapped in a towel. In the small bathroom mirror, he scrutinized his physique, taking stock of his appearance. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged that his sister was correct. He did indeed possess an appealing look. His body was well-proportioned, with alluring curves. His slender calves were captivating. He chided himself for overthinking it. In a rare moment, he applied some of Gu Su's skincare products to his face and dried his hair until it was about 70% dry. His hair fluffed up, cascading smoothly down his back. After inspecting himself once more, he nodded in satisfaction. Returning to his room, he gauged that the time was right and effortlessly donned the maid outfit. But isn't Gu Xian a boy? How could he possibly wear women's clothing? In truth, Gu Xian had occasionally taken the opportunity to secretly study Gu Su's garments while she was away at school. It was merely an exploration, an inquiry into how to wear them, and a curiosity about why such fabric could command such high prices. With his hair neatly arranged, flowing like a waterfall down his back, he realized he lacked a headpiece, rendering the look somewhat incomplete. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Xian decided to grasp a small cluster of hair for support, fashioning it into a black and white bow. This arrangement appeared significantly more pleasing. Following this endeavor, Gu Xian activated the live stream, and upon witnessing a delicate and charming maid appear on the screen, a satisfied smile graced her lips. "Well done, Gu Xian." However, suddenly, a surge of electricity crackled in her mind. Beep beep hello. Next, the universe's super invincible villain Nanliang system will be at your service. Wait, that's the wrong channel. Gu Xian's lips twitched at the absurdity of the system's name. It was rather abstract. As the system's voice paused, it hastily continued, Ahem, henceforth, the adorable little Nanliang live stream will serve to conquer the world as your harem system. Gu Xian fell silent. This name seemed even less favorable than the previous one. More abstract still. Chapter 4. Is this not a fool? Indeed, it is a fool. This abstract name, could it truly be the quintessential system for the protagonist in a novel? Although Gu Xian had little experience with novels, he had certainly not been oblivious to the antics of pigs. Now that he possessed a system, did it not signify a turning point in his fortunes? Thus, Gu Xian inhaled deeply, choosing to overlook the peculiar name of the system. System, do you have a novice gift package? Gu Xian inquired curiously, rubbing his hands together. Host, what if I say I do not? The system chuckled awkwardly, looking rather pitiful. I'll dispose of you, useless creature. Woo woo woo, dear host, you cannot scold me. I am merely a rudimentary novice system, lacking the authority to warrant such treatment, and I am female. How could you speak to a girl in such a manner? The system's tone transformed into a sweet, endearing girl-esque voice, her sobs evoking sympathy. Gu Xian's lips twitched, and with a reluctant wave of his hand, he attempted to console her. All right, do not cry. So, tell me, what is your purpose? Cough, cough. This system is here to assist you in live streaming, to attract a legion of adoring fans, and subsequently, to gather them into your harem, enabling you to indulge in endless revelries. Stop. Is this even permissible to broadcast? Look into my eyes. Answer me. Gu Xian's eyelids twitched, hastily interrupting the system's fanciful musings. He was certain of it. This system was undoubtedly female. Moreover, a fujoshi at that. Her mind, much like Gusu's, was cluttered with peculiar thoughts. I am a youth of the 21st century. How could I possibly have a harem? Upon uttering this, Gu Xian felt his cheeks flush, and he mumbled softly, I am not Nan Liang, nor will I engage in such antics. But suddenly, Ziz, newbie task announced. The first step to becoming a heartthrob. Task description, acquire 50 fans and earn 200 renminbi. Task reward, anti-gravity hairpin. Host, a viewer has entered the live stream. Please make an effort to retain this audience. With that, the system fell silent, observing Gu Xian's actions. Gu Xian was momentarily speechless, a flicker of panic crossing his features, yet he quickly regained his composure. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he began, Hello, welcome to the live stream. Before he could finish his greeting, the viewer vanished, and the number in the live stream plummeted from 1 to 0. Gu Xian fell into silence, feeling his confidence severely shaken. Am I not appealing? Is my voice unpleasant? Why did my mere greeting scare them away? A colossal question mark loomed over Gu Xian's head, leaving him utterly bewildered. But in the next moment, another viewer entered the live stream. Gu Xian beamed once more. Yet before he could utter a word, the screen was flooded with comments. Swallowing his words, Gu Xian scrutinized the messages. How much? How much? What did this mean? This left Gu Xian utterly perplexed. He had never been educated and had no idea what it signified. Meanwhile, the viewer on the other side of the screen was breathing heavily, their greasy fingers slowly tapping the screen. How much does it cost to gaze at the moon together? How much for the moon? The phrase echoed in Gu Xian's mind repeatedly, but soon his eyes widened, and a faint blush crept across his cheeks. He cursed the individual as a pervert and kicked him away. At that moment, he finally comprehended the meaning behind those words. How infuriating! Though he was impoverished, his aspirations remained unyielding. There was no way he would commodify himself in such a manner, especially not for a man. Disgusting, utterly repulsive. Gu Xian's chest heaved violently. His teeth clenched tightly. However, for the next half hour, only a couple of people trickled in, glancing around before swiftly departing. Initially, Gu Xian greeted them with a warm smile, welcoming them, but he could not retain their attention. They simply fled. The blows to his morale grew heavier, and his heart ached further. Gu Xian's gaze dimmed, and he no longer had the strength to extend a welcome. Perhaps his sister was mistaken. He truly was not suited for this line of work. Indeed, masquerading as a girl was futile. Yet, what about his sister's tuition and living expenses? The start of the school term loomed near. No one wanted to hire him for short-term jobs. Long-term employment would not suffice to provide his sister with the funds in time. What should he do? What should he do? Had he known better than to rest during the scorching summer? Now he found himself without work. Woe is me, who can help me? Suddenly overwhelmed, Gu Xian collapsed onto his computer desk, sobbing softly, but the frustration only intensified, and he vented his ire on the maid outfit. It was all your fault. Why couldn't you just transform into a girl upon wearing you? Yet, despite his anger, Gu Xian could not bear to ruin the garment, for it was crafted with great care by Gu Su. He painstakingly began to dismantle the accessories, muttering curses under his breath, blaming the circumstances of the heavens and the unfavorable conditions of the earth. However, his words tumbled out rapidly, rendering his complaints indecipherable to the audience, who could only observe a charming girl expressing her grievances. Quite adorable. The live stream suddenly seemed enchanted as a handful of viewers flooded in, quietly watching Gu Xian's tirade. It was quite an experience to witness the cute girl complain. Gradually, small gifts began to trickle into the live stream. Nevertheless, Gu Xian remained oblivious to this development. Once he finished removing the accessories, he set about shedding the maid outfit. This wretched garment. It was easy to put on, yet so difficult to take off. Suddenly, the livestream revealed a generous expanse of fair skin, causing the audience to widen their eyes in astonishment, with some even calling out warnings. LV6, Xian host. Wake up. Don't undress. You'll expose yourself. LV13. Send a pair of sunglasses, X1. LV13. Mind your own business. Host. Keep undressing. I'll keep sending gifts if you go all the way. There exists a notion that humans possess only two fundamental needs: what to eat today and what to do for entertainment. Dong Su, described as wealthy beyond measure, was currently aimlessly scrolling through live broadcasts, one after another. Whenever he encountered an appealing girl, he would generously reward them, offering a note for a single sound or carnival. It is merely a trifling sum, yet I find great amusement in witnessing the female streamers' vocal mishaps, observing their submissive demeanor. Wealth affords one the luxury of indulgence. As long as enjoyment is derived, all is well. However, as the hours of viewing accumulate, a hint of ennui inevitably creeps in. Is there truly no innocent maiden who remains unyielding to the allure of monetary gain? Murmured Dong Su, when suddenly he stumbled upon a live streaming room. In an instant, his gaze was captivated by the ethereal whiteness depicted on the screen. The clarity of the broadcast was somewhat lacking, yet that fleeting glimpse of alabaster was utterly enchanting. Accompanying this vision was the sharp, impassioned voice of the streamer. These cursed garments, they are easy to don, yet so exasperating to remove. The participants in the chat exhibited a delightful wit, naturally dividing into two opposing factions. One group brandished the banners of female privacy and safety, while the other reveled in the spectacle, sending gifts and urging the streamer to continue her disrobing. Yet, the streamer appeared undisturbed by the commotion, seemingly lost in her own realm. Dong Su's lips curled in a smirk. Could it be that he had encountered a fool? Chapter 5. A struggle between man and attire? Gu Xian takes the upper hand. What a fool! Ignoring the audience's anticipation for gifts, he began to strip in front of the entire live stream. Such audacity, remarkably unafraid of being banned. Non est-elle? Gu Xuan est antique successfully capturé Dong Su's attention. As Gu Xian continued to fumble, he inadvertently tightened the strap around his neck. Gasping, the pressure of the strap constricted him suddenly, causing his tongue to protrude and his face to flush crimson. The sensation of suffocation deepened, and anxiety crept into the corners of his eyes. I can't breathe. The strap is going to choke me. Yet, the more frantic he became, the tighter the strap grew, and the tighter it became, the more frantic he felt. Intermittent moans escaped his throat, yet to the audience, they resonated with an alluring charm. LV13. Unreliable blank. Thank you, streamer, you've been a great help. LV6. Xian, this is bad. The streamer can't possibly be defeated by a piece of clothing, can he? LV16. Understood. Cheer up, streamer. You must conquer this female attire. Nearly 100 viewers bore witness to this spectacle, observing history in the making. Perhaps from this day forth, the probability of feminine attire claiming a life would rise from 0 to a minuscule 0.0001. Quite remarkable indeed. This was the first time witnessing such a streamer. Dong Su couldn't help but smirk. He soon realized this was not a novel form of broadcasting. The streamer was simply a fool, yet it was rather amusing. It was his first encounter battling his own clothing for hundreds of rounds. He casually decided to tip and observe the streamer's reaction. LV50. The gentle sky is not as gentle as you. Sending a private jet one. Special effects flooded the screen, leaving the audience in awe. LV16. Understood. Bowing to the great tycoon. LV10. Autumn meets mulberry. What kind of new broadcasting method is this? Self-harm can earn gifts? Quite intriguing. LV50. The gentle sky is not as gentle as you. Don't speak. Continue watching. Dong Su stroked his chin, quietly watching Gu Xian's performance. Ultimately, Gu Xian emerged victorious in this battle. However, he lacked the strength to continue undressing, the maid outfit disheveled over him, barely concealing his modesty, with large swathes of pristine skin still exposed. Gu Xian gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. After catching his breath slightly, he tilted his head back, reaching to feel the red mark on his neck. Ouch! A sweet voice flowed through the microphone, reaching the ears of every viewer in the stream. Dongsu nodded. This voice deserved a 9 out of 10. Gu Xian, clutching his neck, turned his head, taking deep breaths until he finally felt some relief. I survived. Wait. Gu Xian's body jolted. What did I forget? Oh no. He hurriedly dragged his chair to the computer, and upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. When did the number of viewers surpass 100? I thought nobody was watching. Before he could marvel at how swiftly the number of viewers had grown, Gu Xian seemed to recall something, his expression momentarily frozen and revealing a complex mix of emotions. His lips pursed gently, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes betrayed a profound shock and embarrassment. Did you all just see that? A brief silence ensued as Gu Xian slowly began to speak, wishing fervently that the viewers in the live stream would respond. See what? We just arrived. We didn't witness anything. Alas, reality proved contrary. LV13. Unreliable blank. They say that fetal protection technology shouldn't be overly advanced. Could it be that this host has had a fetal protection injection right in the head? Gu Xian's face darkened, yet he refrained from retorting. LV6. Xian host. Please be mindful of the boundaries in your live stream. Also, wear looser clothing in the future. Seeing you like this pains my heart. Heart emoji. LV16. Understanding. After the general dog brother, Ahem, host, I just sent a gift. 1 express your gratitude? Gu Xian's expression grew increasingly grim. But upon noticing the last viewer's mention of a gift, his curiosity piqued. A gift? Money. Hastily, Gu Xian fumbled with his computer and finally located the gift record, stammering his thanks. Thank you, understanding, for the pencil bunny. Immediately regretting his words, he realized he had been rather dismissive towards a benefactor. Taking a deep breath, he continued, Thank you to understanding for the delightful pencil bunny. Love you lots, Meow. His cherry lips drew nearer to the camera, casting a shadow over the viewer's screens. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the chat as the barrage of comments halted. This was quite the adorable transgression. LV6, Xian host. I love you too. Meow. LV13. Unreliable blank sent sunglasses 1. LV13. Unreliable blank. Ahem. This is a bit hard to bear. Gu Xian couldn't help but chuckle softly upon seeing the individual who had just mocked him now gifting him something. So that was it. He had discovered the blind spot. In a world brimming with visually appealing, melodious voices and well-formed physiques, one must possess a unique skill to thrive financially. His own talent was to be endearing. Gu Xian straightened his posture, invigorated. Dongsu's frown relaxed. This host possessed the charm of a neighborly girl, exuding a refreshing aura. He scrutinized Gu Xian's username and the title of the live stream, his lips twitching. The username was a string of numbers, and the title suggested the host was too lazy to introduce himself, since Gu Xian had taken to live streaming and appeared so delighted to receive gifts. He was undoubtedly aiming to earn money. With such a lackluster name and title, how could he attract attention? Solely relying on his looks? Perhaps that could suffice. No, he should lend her a hand, considering it an act of kindness on his part. Thus, Dongsu typed, LV50. The gentle sky is no match for you. What about me? Host, I sent a private jet. A private jet? What might that entail? The foolish response elicited a twitch at the corner of Dongsu's mouth. Could it be that she is entirely oblivious to the value of a private jet? Nevertheless, observing Gu Xian's actions, it became evident. I see it now. Gu Xian has finally grasped the situation, but soon after, his brows furrowed as he mumbled quietly. Which is more valuable, this plane or the Pencore bunny? I'm not sure, but the bunny must be worth more, considering how adorable it is. Gu Xian mistakenly believed that his hushed murmurs would remain unheard by the viewers in the live stream. However, by sheer coincidence, the microphone captured his every word. Dongsu was left exasperated. This streamer is unequivocally the most colossal fool in history. It seems she knows nothing at all, yet she boldly steps into the realm of live broadcasting. A lack of understanding and respect prevails. Chapter 6, Guomanasai Wadasi is a boy. Meow, you cannot fall in love with me, nor can you love me. So, do you need to teach her about the price of gifts? How can there be such a foolish girl? In others' live streams, a casual tip can leave the host profoundly grateful. Yet now, TSK, LV50, gentle as the sky cannot compare to you. Host, his bunny heart is worth 30 yuan. My private jet costs 300 yuan. Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. 300 yuan. My goodness, is it really that valuable? How should I express my gratitude? I already offered a kiss for the 30 yuan gift. How should I thank her for this 300 yuan gift? Gu Xian was suddenly troubled. Seeing Gu Xian's distress, Dong sighed, choosing to assist him. LV50. Gentle as the sky cannot compare to you. Do you have any talents? Come and showcase one. As soon as he hit send, Dong regretted it. This foolish host knows nothing. How could she possess any talent? It seemed he had dug a big hole for the Navi host. If she said she had no talents, it would truly be a disaster. Even if she was adorable, petite, and had a lovely voice, lacking talent would render her merely a pretty vase. He would have to lament and seek another host for amusement. However, Dong's eyes brightened. Talent? Does being cute count? Gu Xian blinked, her cherry lips slightly parted. LV50. Gentle as the sky cannot compare to you. It counts. Why wouldn't he it? Come, begin your performance. After sending the message, Dong let out a sigh of relief. It would be a shame to let go of a host he found appealing so easily. Thankfully, though, what does one act cute? She had just offered a kiss. What could be more endearing than that? Dong was perplexed, but he soon realized his worries were unwarranted. Gu Xian was also quite conflicted. He understood that his looks were his greatest asset, and acting cute was the best way to leverage that advantage. But how to act cute? Surely, it was not appropriate to squeak in a high-pitched voice. Ah, gentle brother, Xian loves you to death, the benefactor would surely flee. It lacked sparkle. Suddenly, Gu Xian noticed the accessory atop his head. He had just removed the accessory, but forgotten to take off the bow. Inspiration surged forth like a fountain, and Gu Xian felt a rush of excitement. Got it. Dong watched as Gu Xian closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then grasped 2 clusters of blue hair atop his head, shaping them into a heart. His fingers danced, tying them above the bow. Then Gu Xian blinked one eye, the other glimmering with mischief, as if concealing a smile. Gu Xian unleashed a wink attack towards Dong Su. Simultaneously, his hands continued moving, bringing his delicate fingers together to form another heart. 2 hearts. A double delight. Baby, I love you. Cherry lips parted, and a soft, adorable voice spilled forth, leaving Dong Su wide-eyed. But wait, it wasn't over yet. Gu Xian turned around, allowing the audience to behold the exquisite bow atop her head from behind. To their surprise, the bow was supported by a heart-shaped braid. 3 hearts. 2 decades of charm crystallized into this one striking moment. Oh, esteemed benefactor, can you withstand this? Dong felt as though Cupid's arrow had pierced his heart, leaving him momentarily silent, his gaze clouded with reminiscence and sorrow. Gu Xian's innocent visage evoked memories of his first love. Indeed, even a super-rich heir harbors a tender spot in his heart for that ethereal moonlight. She, too, was as delightful and enchanting as Gu Xian, playfully charming and always smiling, her eyes sparkling with warmth. A truly gentle and lovable girl, Dong held her in great affection. Thus, all his online aliases were variations of the gentle light from above cannot compare to you. However, no one could have anticipated that such a perfect, sunlit girl would succumb to depression and leap from a building on a rainy night. The raindrops mingled with her blood, staining the ground and leaving behind her final trace in this world. At that moment, Dong was standing beneath that very building. In other words, he witnessed her fall to her death right before his eyes. Nothing is more difficult to reconcile than the death of that celestial light. More agonizing still is the helplessness of watching her perish while being unable to intervene. What does it matter if one possesses supreme status and eternal wealth? The emptiness within cannot be filled by such means. Thus, when Dong glimpsed the shadow of his lost love in Gu Xian, his dormant heart surged with emotion. Meanwhile, Gu Xian remained oblivious to Dong Su's feelings regarding his performance. As Dong Su remained silent, Gu Xian maintained his playful demeanor. even though his arms grew weary from the strain. In this moment, the esteemed benefactor took precedence above all else. Ensuring his comfort would surely lead to a bounty of rewards. Steeling himself, Gu Xian suppressed his trembling muscles and donned a renewed smile. However, Dong Su discerned his discomfort. LV50. The gentle light from above. Relax, your performance is splendid. I truly admire it. LV50. The gentle light from above sent a note 1 gift X1. The dazzling special effects illuminated the screen, leaving the audience in awe. LV6. Xian. Thank you, generous brother. LV13. An unreliable blank. TSK. The world of the wealthy is beyond my comprehension. LV18. Jaden. What is happening here? A brand new account? Can a live stream with just 100 viewers really receive a note 1 gift? A substantial gift attracted another wave of viewers, and the number in the live stream began to approach 200. Gu Xian blinked, uncertain of the note 1's worth, yet sensing its significance through the audience's comments. Restless, he finally mustered a soft, sweet voice. Everyone, how much is this gift? LV18. Jaden. In the realm of mingling, one might ponder the value of gifts, pondering whether they are mere facades. How intriguing indeed. LV13. The unreliable blank. Initially, I shared your sentiments, dear friend, but upon watching the live stream, I discerned that the host possesses a rather naive disposition. She genuinely seems unaware of the gift's worth. LV6. Xian, dear host, this gift is valued at 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. I am utterly astonished. LV13. The unreliable blank. What a splendid opportunity. Allow me to partake. Gu Xian gradually regained consciousness. LV50. The gentle sky cannot compare to you. Host, I believe I have fallen for you. What should I do? Dong Su smiled subtly, contemplating a playful jest with the captivating host. Yet unexpectedly, my apologies, but I am a boy. You cannot fall for me, nor can you harbor affection for me. A double entendre. Indeed, Dong Su stood momentarily dazed. Had he truly heard that? Chapter 7. The various charms of Namliang Ahem. Let me elaborate. This streamer just referred to him as a boy. How ludicrous. Gu Xian felt a flush rise to his cheeks. What ist? He is undoubtedly a bona fide young man. How could he possibly be enamored by another boy? Moreover, it is simply out of the question. Yet, Gu Xian's words detonated like a deep-sea bomb. Initially, the viewer count surged dramatically from 200 to 300, then 500. The barrage of comments momentarily halted, only to erupt in a frenzy. LV16. Understanding. Eyes, female. Voice, female. Below, male nozzle. LV13. Unreliable blank. No way. Is it really the soft and fragrant little Namliang? I'm following now. LV6. Xian. Streamer, are you pulling my leg? You must be deceiving me. Boo-hoo. LV18. Jaden. To think he is equipped with a rather intriguing. I assenti it. LV10. Qui you sont le streamer. Please share the transformation tutorial for the soft and fragrant little Namliang. Gu Xian was taken aback. Was it truly enviable to look like this little girl? I'm a robust man. A robust man who can devour an entire bun in one sitting. Do you understand? I am not Namliang. LV14. Qing Yuming. Actually, I think the streamer should tidy up his outfit. You're revealing a bit too much skin, aren't you? Revealing? Gu Xian looked down and, to his dismay, discovered just how much flesh was exposed. His accessories were in disarray as well. Yes, I apologize. Please wait a moment while I adjust my attire. Gu Xian's face was flushed as he hurriedly ducked into the blind spot of the camera to rectify his clothing. LV13. Unreliable blank. Brother, how selfish of you. Ugh. Crying. JPG. LV18. Jaden. Students with poor grades should not affect those with good grades. LV15. Gender transformation reward. Brother, my family is steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, specializing in kidney deficiencies. For inquiries, please call 166 LV20. Yue. Yue Hong has come seeking medicine. LV20. Yue. To hell with you. The guy upstairs is selling Indian miracle oil. I tried a bottle before, and it was utterly useless. LV16. Understanding. Laughter ensues. Brother, is it possible? Indian Miracle Oil is for external use, not internal. LV18, Jaden. ISNT your neck feeling stiff? LV13. Unreliable blank. 666. Brother is alive. LV14. Xin Yumeng. Don't speak. Did you hear that sound? The live stream fell silent, allowing everyone to hear Gu Xian's voice clearly. This wretched garment. Why is it so difficult to adjust? Ouch. The zipper pinched my chest. It hurts, no. I can't seem to adjust it no matter what I do. What's going on? Forget it. I'll just take it all off and change again, change again. Is this content accessible without payment? No. In the lively chat room, participants engaged in a spirited exchange, with one user enthusiastically offering a luxury sports car, inquiring if the host could record the process of its transformation. Another chimed in, proposing a private jet. A user named Jaden posed a question about the allure of a place called Nanliang, suggesting that the host's video of the auction would provide insight. The conversation took an intriguing turn as Jaden elaborated on the complexities of Nanliang, describing it as a multifaceted identity where males could be perceived as females and vice versa. He went on to extol the virtues of the host, claiming that such an extraordinary figure embodied the finest traits of both genders. When pressed for clarification, Jaden waxed poetic about the host's captivating blend of masculine spirit and feminine beauty, humorously hinting at the playful dynamic one might encounter. The chat room erupted with laughter and admiration as they discussed the unique charm of Nanliang, noting its distinct allure that, while lacking the delicate softness of femininity, possessed an enchanting essence of its own. Suddenly, the host announced an unexpected end to the stream, drawing gasps from the audience, who clamored for an explanation. With a charming smile, the host revealed that the maid outfit had become tattered and needed mending, leaving viewers momentarily stunned. Curiosity bubbled over regarding what the host was wearing underneath the ruined outfit, leading to playful speculation about the Emperor's new clothes. As the camera panned, the audience caught a glimpse of the host's casual attire, a pair of slippers and bare legs, yet still clad in shorts. A user humorously requested the host to remove the shorts, prompting a blush and a defiant shake of the head from the host, who declared, "I'm an entertainer, not a commodity." The playful banter continued, with another user jesting about the host potentially being spoiled by a benefactor, which elicited a shy agreement from the host. Their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Farewell for now, my dears. We shall meet again tomorrow evening at 8. Mu, gut be. LV16. Understanding. Particle. LV6. Xian. Farewell. Dear host, do take a good rest. Yes, indeed. Until we meet again, my darlings." Gu Xian waved goodbye with a smile, closing the live stream, but once the screen dimmed, his expression faltered, and he appeared utterly deflated. He then slumped into his computer chair, legs gently lifted, his slippers soaring freely to the floor, his delicate feet resting atop the table. Gu Xian sighed softly. It truly is a challenge to earn money and endure hardships. However, his slender fingers delicately twirled a strand of blue hair, gently caressing the silken strands. A faint smile graced Gu Xian's lips. The online friends are rather intriguing. Chapter 8. Alas, my friend has truly become an idol, even organizing fan meetups. Dong Su discreetly sent Gu Xian a WeChat contact, and then he slowly set his phone down, rubbing his eyes. Can you comprehend that feeling of having just been emotionally moved, only to be struck by a thunderbolt of shock? Indeed, you can. For you too have experienced the rejection faced by Xiao Chunin when confessing to his goddess, only to find the evening's search for peculiarities abruptly interrupted, akin to an explosion that left a little pup bewildered, giggling in the aftermath. Dong Su furrowed his brow, gazing at Gu Xian's charming and innocent visage, and he was reminded of his one true love, Yiling Xin. Memories of their shared moments trickled down like droplets, coalescing into waves of longing that incessantly battered the dam of his heart. Her gentle smiles and frowns remained vividly etched in his memory. In the past, even the slightest injury would prompt her to pull out a Band-Aid from her bag, scolding him gently while meticulously tending to his wounds. It was merely a minor scrape, especially since he had a dedicated medical team at his disposal. Her care was unnecessary. Yet, why was she so tender towards him? Unbeknownst to him, his heart had been filled with her gentleness. But why? Why would such a cheerful, vivacious girl suffer from depression? Why would she contemplate jumping from a height? Why was he powerless to intervene, forced to witness the gruesome aftermath? Those once lively bright eyes had turned so cold. He had to be the one to close her eyes in eternal slumber. A surge of hatred welled up within him. Why did she see no other way out? Why had no one else perceived her despair? Ultimately, he loathed himself for failing to penetrate the walls of her heart, for lacking the ability to be her savior. Dong-su fell into silence. At that time, he was 18. Now, at 24, the wounds of his heart had not healed with the passage of time. Rather, they ebbed and flowed like tides, eroding his spirit during the quiet hours of the night. Yet now, he found a semblance of his lost love within Xuan. Dong-su rose and approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, admiring the nocturnal panorama of the magical city. He paused for a moment, then opened a small window within the larger frame. The twilight resembled unmelting sugar at the bottom of a cup, with the thick night illuminated by the glow of neon lights, casting an amber hue. The reflections on the glass, Ade, danced across the clouds like the transparent tentacles of an unknown creature. The lights pulsed like capillaries, beating in rhythm with the passage of time. A gentle breeze, carrying a unique scent, brushed against his nostrils. Dong-su closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. This scent was familiar to him. It was the intoxicating allure of wealth. Shanghai, the most affluent city in China. And he, Dong-su, stood at the pinnacle of its pyramid. Times had changed. He now possessed the means to amend the regrets of the past. Therefore, he could not allow the opportunity for redemption to slip away. Even if Xuan were a boy, it mattered not, for this was merely a process of healing his own heartache. He did not need to take advantage of Xuan, but rather engage in a romantic relationship to fill the void left by his past. Dong-su discerned that Xuan was in dire need of money, and fortuitously, he had an abundance of it. With a generous infusion of money, one could easily win over Xuan's affection, such as the allure of wealth. Yet, one must savor their meals bite by bite and tread the path step by step. Fear not, for time is abundant. We shall take it slow. Hush, little sister. Take a guess at how much I've earned. This afternoon, Gu-su stepped out, and upon her return, she found Xuan waiting at the door. Oh, let me venture a guess. Gu-su paused, her finger tracing her chin thoughtfully, before she gestured a number. 50? Not quite. Try again. A glimmer of amusement danced in Xuan's eyes. Meanwhile, Gu-su's heart raced. Observing her elder brother's demeanor, it was evident that 50 was but a trifling sum. How long had he been streaming? An hour? 2 hours? 200? Gu-su hesitantly counted on her fingers and finally uttered a number. Once again, Xuan shook his head. Not quite, little sister. Keep guessing. Oh dear, I can't seem to guess it, brother. Just tell me. Gu-su clung to Xuan's arm, playfully pouting. Alas, little sister, must I really reveal it? Xuan, unable to resist his younger sister's charms, looked up, his bright eyes narrowing slightly, his heart sweetened as if coated in honey. Gu-su, meanwhile, wore a playful smirk. Let me be honest with you. Little sister, I earned 800 yuan. A private jet, a Note 1, a bunny pin, 2 pairs of sunglasses, and a few assorted trinkets. The gifts were divided, with 55 shared equally. Thus, he received 800 yuan from the one, 600 yuan worth of gifts. Though he felt a pang for his half, he soon realized there was truly no reason for regret. After all, without the note, he wouldn't have amassed such wealth. Xuan firmly believed that he could never be the type to complain while eating or scold in frustration. What? 800 yuan? Gu-su's eyes widened, and she promptly enveloped Xuan in a hug. Brother, I adore you. Mua. Gu-su planted a loud kiss on Xuan's cheek. Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but the approval from his younger sister filled him with immense pride, as if every pore on his body had opened up in bliss. Yet, there were pressing matters at hand. Little sister, it seems the maid outfit is damaged. Could you help me mend it? If it proves too difficult, I shall purchase a new one. Xuan retrieved the tattered maid outfit from the room, where several accessories were irreparably misplaced, and the outfit itself bore significant damage, with many seams frayed and looking quite loose. Gu-su took the outfit, examining it closely, and suddenly froze in place. Her eyes lowered, her lashes quivering. Unable to decipher her expression, Gu Xian gently inquired, "What troubles you, little sister?" "Brother, you've worked so hard." Gu Suguang to Gu Xian, resting her head against him, quietly sobbing. The delicate sound of her tears flowed like a warm current into Gu Xian's heart. He pressed his lips together, gently patting Gu Su's back, offering comfort. "It's all right, little sister. Earning money is not a burden." "No, brother." Gu Su suddenly released her embrace, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Gu Xian. "Brother, wait for me. I will go buy some pig kidneys and leeks to properly nourish your kidneys," she exclaimed. "Brother, I truly feel for you. Alone in that room, you bravely battled against 3 burly men, only to be ultimately overpowered, leading to that unusual turn of events. Look, brother, your maid outfit was indeed torn during the struggle." Gu Su grasped Gu Xian's hand and earnestly explained, "It's all my fault for being so headstrong. Why did I venture out this afternoon, leaving the house vulnerable to intruders without even realizing it? My poor brother, Sob, at merely 20 years old, he has been thrust into a fan meeting, and your innocence has been tarnished, Sob." A wave of sorrow washed over her, and Gu Su felt a pang of sadness, her eyes growing moist. "However, brother, I now understand that you are to hold another fan meeting tomorrow, which is why you are hastily seeking my help to mend your clothes. But, brother, I refuse to be complicit in this. I will not sew today, Escarmate. I am determined to protect you. Brother, I shall guard your back door." Chapter 9. Gu Su's Dream. It turns out she wishes for Gu Xian to marry an internet novice, someone who had never paid attention to live streaming. Surprisingly managed to earn 800 yuan in just half a day. To put it plainly, Gu Su believed the likelihood of Gu Xian making money on her first day was akin to Xuan Mo solving the final complex math problem. What? You wonder who Xuan Mo is? Xuan Mo is a classmate of Gu Su's, who, when faced with a math problem before the college entrance examination, calculated that 2, 2, 4, 16. Thus, how could she possibly earn such a sum on her very first day? When Gu Su beheld Gu Xian's tattered female attire, a sudden realization washed over her, accompanied by a wave of sorrow that surged from her heart. It appeared that her elder brother had paid an unimaginable price. How heart-wrenching. "Little sister, what on earth are you rambling about?" A half-hearted exclamation escaped her lips as a blush of autumn hues spread across her face. What about tonics? What about battling 3 burly men? When had her innocence been forsaken? Were you thinking, little sister? Gu Xian gritted her teeth, grasping Gu Su's face and giving it a firm squeeze. "Ouch, big brother. Don't squeeze my face. I'll become ugly. I won't be able to marry in the future." "Who cares? No one will marry you. I'll support you for a lifetime." Gu Xian resolved to teach Gu Su a proper lesson today. Such reckless talk. How can a young lady say such nonsensical things? "Big brother. No, it's swelling. Stop. It hurts. Too bad. It won't help to shout for your brother. Today, I'm going to deal with you. The tonic. I'm going to die." At the dining table, Gu Su, cradling her swollen face, leaned against the back of her chair, sobbing softly, looking rather pitiable. Gu Xian's lips twitched as she set down her chopsticks, rising to fetch a tube of ointment. "Let go of your hands. I'll apply some medicine." Gu Su obediently moved her hands away, yet her eyes, filled with grievance, remained fixed on Gu Xian. Gu Xian felt a pang in her heart. For a fleeting moment, she seemed to see the younger Gu Su, bullied at school, who would return home with those same pleading eyes fixed on her. A sudden wave of guilt washed over her. Shaking her head, Gu Xian focused again. Though Gu Su's eyes brimmed with sorrow, they sparkled with an extraordinary vibrancy. The little sister now appeared healthy and cheerful. In other words, Gu Su's plight was merely an act. Gu Xian slightly parted her lips. "Little sister, does your face really hurt?" "Of course it hurts. How could it not?" Immediately. "Then plead with me. Call me a good brother, and I will personally apply the ointment for you," Gu Xian replied, shaking the tube of ointment with a smile. Gu Su shot her brother a strange glance. This elder brother was determined to treat her like a Japanese character. He was the one who had pinched her face, and now he expected her to ask him for ointment? Very well, if her brother was unkind, then she would not be bound by duty. "Sister, my most adorable and charming sister, could you assist me in applying some ointment?" "Moi." Gu Su clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her eyes sparkling with mischief, causing Gu Xian to experience a twinge of unease. However, who is your sister? I am your brother. Your brother. Do you understand? Call me elder brother. Gu Xian retorted indignantly, rolling up his sleeves, ready to reprimand Gu Su once more. Yet, upon seeing her swollen face, he could only suppress his urge to scold her. Once Gu Su recovers, we shall settle both old and new scores. Elder sister, come quickly to help me apply the medicine. Woo, my face hurts so much. Gu Su covered her face, feigning tears. This tactic was always effective on Gu Xian. Without concern for titles, squeezed out some ointment and evenly applied it to her face. His eyes were filled with earnestness as he smoothed the creamy ointment across her skin. Gu Xian fixed his gaze intently on Gu Su's face, while she reciprocated by staring deeply into his eyes. It was impossible not to marvel at the allure of her elder brother. He truly was a paragon of an ideal partner. He could earn a living, cook, do laundry, act cute and charming, and even engage in live streaming while dressed as a woman. Moreover, he possessed an innate innocence that was utterly endearing. Most importantly, he was so gentle, it was hard not to fall in love. Any man fortunate enough to marry him would be truly blessed. Elder brother, do you take after our father or mother when it comes to your sexual orientation? Gu Su inquired curiously as he continued to apply the ointment. Me? I take after our father. Gu Xian patiently finished applying the last bit of ointment, wiped his hands with a tissue, and added, moreover, little sister, what a peculiar question you ask. I am a boy. If my orientation does not follow our father-s, would it then follow our mother-s? Elder brother, under normal circumstances, a boy's orientation should indeed follow that of his father. But just look at yourself. Do you resemble a typical boy? You clearly look like a girl. Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, falling into silence. Also, elder brother, have you never fantasized about being enveloped by a tall and strong boy, experiencing that sense of security and satisfaction? Haven't you ever imagined that? Gu Su was increasingly intrigued, sensing that Gu Xian was being somewhat evasive. Little sister, I am a boy. Why are you so insistent on having me seek a boy as a partner? Boys cannot have children with boys. The flush on Gu Xian's cheeks deepened. Gu Su was so straightforward with her words. How could she not perceive the embarrassment they caused him? Gu Su pondered for a moment before continuing. Elder brother, why don't you want to be with a boy? Could you share your thoughts with me? Go away. Dinner concluded amidst laughter and playful banter, with the task of washing dishes and tidying up the table left to Gu Su, while Gu Xian returned to his room. The sound of running water echoed as Gu Su reflected on the events that had just transpired. Her elder brother adamantly refused to divulge his reasons for not wanting to be with boys. Instead, he abruptly shifted the topic to inquire why she required such a large allowance. 3,000 yuan a month for living expenses, when the average salary in Yangcheng is merely over 2,000. It was no wonder Gu Xian was taken aback. Thus, she meticulously enumerated her expenses, encompassing costs such as textbooks, meals, transportation, fruits, and even the indulgence of milk tea, then exaggeratedly claimed that this was the typical budget for university students. Gu Xuan, lacking education and unaware of the actual living expenses of college students, chose not to refute her assertions, merely nodding silently while picking at the rice in his bowl. As her thoughts returned to the present, Gu Su sighed softly. How could she possibly dare to request a monthly allowance of 3,000? Coming from a modest background, she was adept at frugality. It was inconceivable that she would engage in reckless spending upon entering university. To be candid, even 800 a month would suffice for her needs. So why did she still desire 3,000? One reason was her concern for her brother's despondency. She wished for him to uplift himself through live streaming. Furthermore, Gu Su had meticulously drafted a plan, calculating that with a monthly budget of 3,000, coupled with her frugal living, part-time work, and financial aid, she could manage to save approximately 2,500 each month. This sum would be diligently deposited into her bank account. Gu Su envisioned this accumulation of 2,500 each month as a future dowry for Gu Xian. After all, one of her aspirations was to see her brother married. With these funds, she believed that the prospects for suitors would increase, and the quality of those vying for her brother's affection would also improve. In due time, she would be able to select a suitable match for him. Her brother could then look forward to a life of comfort. Chapter 10. Mirror, mirror, who is the most handsome boy in the world? Mirror, mirror, am I not the most attractive person in existence? Retreating into his room, Gu Xian recalled Gu Su's words and finally took a good look in the mirror. Not to boast, but he truly was quite adorable. TSK, how narcissistic of the host. The system, having been silent for quite some time, finally spoke up. So what if I'm narcissistic? One must love oneself before loving others. Self-admiration signifies self-acceptance. Do you understand? Gu Xian twirled around, admiring himself, and clicked his tongue in appreciation. Enough with the self-love. Based on my criteria, I can only give you a score of 95. What? How could I possibly score only 95 when I am this charming? Gu Xian bristled. Setting aside his blue hair and blue eyes, his fair and delicate skin and his adorable, gentle face were truly one in a million. How could he possibly score just 95? 1 point off for being flat-chested, another for being male, 1 for lacking unique, cute attributes, 1 for being too short, and 1 for being too thin, which makes hugging uncomfortable. The system enumerated, while Gu Xian's expression darkened. He had expected the system to thoughtfully list his flaws, but instead, it spoke of such frivolous matters. Why should a boy be judged by standards meant for girls? How could being short or thin be considered a flaw? Simply being cute should suffice. System, I protest. A strong protest. Your criteria are far too stringent. How could boys ever achieve high scores? Practice makes perfect. Just because you cannot excel does not mean others cannot. I've seen with my own eyes that in your city, there exists a perfect 99-point specimen named Nan Liang. Sigh, why wasn't he assigned as my host? If he were, I would have already met the requirements set by headquarters. Gu Xian widened his eyes, disregarding the traitorous system. According to its standards, how could there possibly be a 99-point Nan Liang? Surely this was a jest. Nevertheless, speaking of tasks. Hey system, I must have completed my task by now. Shouldn't I receive that anti-gravity tuft of hair? Truth be told, Gu Xian hadn't anticipated that during his first live stream, he would attract an audience of 600 viewers and gain over 100 followers. Ding! Rewards have been issued. Suddenly, he felt a subtle sensation on his head. Glancing up, he saw a rebellious strand of hair standing upright. Intrigued, Gu Xian reached up to press it down, but the stubborn tuft was shaped into a question mark. However, once he released it, it sprang back up. Oh, how amusing! Gu Xian looked in the mirror again. The tuft added an air of natural cuteness, appearing adorably silly and even more charming. That is more like it. Congratulations, you've reached a score of 96. Upon hearing the system's praise, Gu Xian's tuft swayed gently, exuding a sense of pride. He then sprawled out on his bed in a starfish position. Scrolling through his phone. WeChat. Gentle as the heavens, I request to add you as a friend. Accepted. His fingers danced across the screen, typing a simple hello. But after a moment's reflection, he thought it might be too curt for his benefactor. He deleted the hello and replaced it with have you had dinner? Moments later, a reply came. I have, how about you? I've eaten. Gu Xian covered his face, feeling an increasing sense of awkwardness. The conversation had devolved into mere small talk, until a message popped up. Are you really a boy? Indeed, as genuine as they come. I have no reason to deceive you. Oh, will you be relying on live streaming for income? Gu Xian pondered for a moment before typing. I suppose so. If I can earn money, I will definitely continue streaming. Are you in dire need of money? The question left Gu Xian speechless. Who, aside from the wealthy, isn't in need of funds? It's a harsh reality where some drown in excess while others suffer from scarcity. However, with the sponsor broaching the subject, could it be that financial support was on the horizon? Indeed. So, esteemed sponsor, I hope you will support me generously in the future. Thank you. He attached an adorable meme. Dongsu was momentarily taken aback, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. You want money, do you? Sorry, but that one T happened. The rich second generation isn't foolish, especially someone like him. A super rich heir. Money is meant to be seen by the streamer, not squandered on them. Otherwise, streamers may grow accustomed to it and become like leeches, draining their benefactors dry. Yet, one cannot neglect to reward them entirely, lest the streamer become disheartened which would hinder the cultivation of their relationship. Therefore, it's prudent to prepare an array of talents, as rewards will naturally follow. Treat the streamer like a mule, dangling a carrot before them, making them scurry after it until they unwittingly fall into his trap. With the conversation drawing to a close, Xuan set his phone aside and lay flat on his bed, lifting his palm to shield his face from the light, casting a shadow over his delicate features. You can do this. Just like today, stream more and earn more. Prepare a spacious home for my little sister soon. Xuan silently encouraged himself, his resolve growing ever stronger. He then retrieved his phone to study some live streaming knowledge, starting with the topics that piqued his interest. Oh, a plane costs 300 yuan, a sports car 120 yuan, and sunglasses 10 yuan. A carnival is 3,000 yuan. A musical note costs 1,000 yuan. Xuan gasped in astonishment. He then delved into the reward tiers. Levels 1 to 75 require a staggering 20 million in rewards to reach level 75. The sponsor was at level 50, having already contributed 340,000 yuan. 340,000. Xuan's eyes widened, his breath quickening. That amount could buy a house outright in Yangcheng. The home left by his parents, which he had previously appraised, was around 70 square meters and could be sold for about 200,000 yuan. How astonishing! The lifestyle of the wealthy was beyond Xuan's imagination. A mere drop of gold from the sponsor would suffice to satiate his hunger. Learning talents and earning money. Thus, Xuan immersed himself in the rules and gameplay of musical note live streaming. As night fell, the black card danced between Dongsu's fingers, his bright, deep-set eyes fixated on the card. This card, worth 10 million, served as the perfect bait to entice Xuan. The chandelier beneath the crystal dome cast a warm honey-colored glow, and Dongsu let out a gentle sigh. An inexplicable feeling stirred within him, elusive and unnameable. Shall we take a drive to unwind? Perhaps not, for once the thrill of the streets takes hold, even the slightest remnants of drowsiness will vanish without a trace. In that case, the disruption of day and night would be quite unbearable. As Dongsu lay in bed, his fingers instinctively tapped on the chat window with Xuan. But only a few messages were there, easily scanned in a glance. He then clicked on Xuan's profile picture, revealing a photo of Xuan alongside a strikingly beautiful girl. Dongsu's throat tightened. Could this girl be Xuan's girlfriend? He scrolled through Xuan's moments, finding scan updates, yet each one featured that same enchanting girl. An inexplicable wave of agitation surged within him. His chest heaved as he yearned to inquire of Xuan who that girl might be. Yet, under what pretense could he broach such a subject? Would it be too premature to ask now? Or should he proceed with caution, savoring the gradual sense of achievement? His fingers danced across the screen, typing a simple word, good night. The night was serene, and he drifted into a dreamless slumber. Chapter 11 isn't the younger brother of the Southern Liang, just a plush ball that cannot conceive. Xuan pondered when he had fallen asleep. He awoke bewildered, unsure of when he had drifted off. After some reflection, it seemed he had succumbed to slumber while engrossed in a live stream tutorial the previous night. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Xuan squinted against its brightness. It was a splendid day. As he sat up, he let out a great yawn and stretched his limbs, feeling invigorated. However, upon unlocking his phone, he noticed an unread message. Curiosity piqued. He opened it. At 0:37 a.m., Tianshang, 1 row, Buji and I. Good night. Why was someone bidding him good night? Xuan paused, momentarily taken aback, but then remembered the substantial sum he had secured from his benefactor, and thus replied, good morning. After sending the message, Xuan ruffled his tousled hair, slipped into his shoes, and headed for breakfast. Breakfast was prepared by Gusu. After they finished eating, Gusu changed her attire and stood at the door, announcing, brother, I'm leaving. Where are you going? Xuan, engrossed in his phone, inquired upon hearing Gusu's call. I'm off to find a job. You stay here and behave, all right? Don't go wandering outside. If someone knocks, don't open the door. If someone comes for the utility bills, just say the adults are not home, and have them call me if necessary. Understand, big brother? Xuan was speechless. Wasn't he an adult? Moreover, he was a real man, a robust man, How could a robust man be expected to wait at home like a child for their parents to return? I'm an adult now. Stop treating me like a child. And I am indeed a robust man. Do you understand what it means to be a robust man? With that, Gu Xian stood up, approached Gu Su, and flexed his arm, eager to showcase his masculine prowess and demonstrate his muscles. However, Gu Su merely smirked, poking his bicep with her finger, which sank in with minimal effort. Is this what a robust man looks like? Brother, you're even weaker than me. Gu Su sighed, pondering the experience of having an older brother who aspired to be robust, yet was rather feeble. Clearing his throat, Gu Xian felt a slight flush on his cheeks, but still defended himself. Little sister, I am a boy. How can anyone take advantage of a boy? Huh? Gu Su scoffed at her brother's assertion. Brother, a girl living alone must take precautions at home. What if a bad person shows up? You think just because you're a boy, it's fine to open the door? What if he is tempted and tries to assault you? Are you going to rely on your soft physique or your pathetic excuse for a fighting technique? Oh no, I mean your so-called excited punch. After saying this, Gu Su stepped closer, poking Gu Xian in the chest. Gu Xian was left speechless, but quickly retorted, I'm a boy, no matter how wicked they are. How could they possibly target someone like me? Huh, brother, do you think they would pull down your pants and, upon discovering you have a Barrett, decide not to proceed? Gu Su laughed coldly. What else could it be? Gu Xian raised an eyebrow, countering her argument. My dear friend, you are exceedingly naive. I can only say that by that time, they will harbor but one thought. Gu Su sighed, exasperated. Gu Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, what thought? Since they have come. Gu Xian resolutely secured the door, then proceeded to implement various self-defense measures suitable for solitary women. Subsequently, he retreated into the confines of his home, enveloping himself completely in a blanket, clutching a canister of pepper spray. Yet, even in this state, Gu Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. The reason was simple, for Gu Su had uttered, since they have come, how can you think they won't act? Moreover, your identity as a boy is not always a safeguard. At least for the assailants, it merely heightens their excitement. After all, you cannot become pregnant. Gu Xian's worldview shattered. A desperate soul from the southern Liang had perished. At this moment, he quivered in fear, his eyes brimming with terror. Gu Su wandered the streets, having scoured numerous locations for interviews the previous day. However, being only 18 and still attending university, she could only seek employment during her spare time, leaving her with limited options. She required a job that offered a reasonable salary without demanding excessive hours. Such opportunities were scarce. She traversed Wu Plaza and Yanchang Plaza, but found nothing suitable. Now, her final destination was Pandao Plaza. After several laps around the vicinity, disappointment washed over her. It seemed she would have to resort to being a bubble tea girl. To be honest, she truly did not wish to work in a bubble tea shop. The salary for a bubble tea girl in Yangcheng barely reached 2,000 a month, and the job was particularly demanding and exhausting, leaving her with little time to spare. The remaining positions with better salaries and benefits were either legitimate jobs requiring a bachelor's degree or marginally related to dubious activities. Reluctantly, she decided to test the waters at the bubble tea shop. Yet, as Gu Su turned, a fleeting glance caught her eye. She suddenly spotted a dog CF. A dog CAF at Pandao Plaza? Intrigued, she approached and noticed a sign on the door that read now, hiring front desk attendant, salary negotiable. How intriguing. Gu Su pushed the door open and entered. Hello, may I inquire if you are still hiring? Indeed, we are, replied the front desk attendant, her eyes sparkling as she assessed Gu Su's appearance. She hastily invited Gu Su to take a seat. Please wait a moment. I will call the owner to discuss with you. The attendant advised Gu Su, then retrieved her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Gu Su surveyed the CAF's decor. It was difficult to ascertain its expense, yet it appeared quite appealing, perfectly suited to the ambience of a dog CF. Moreover, the dogs and cats within were utterly adorable. But wait, what was this? Was there really an alpaca in the dog CAF? Gu Su stared, wide-eyed, at the creature. The alpaca seemed to sense her gaze and leisurely approached, licking Gu Su's hand through the fence. Gu Su was increasingly astounded and gently patted the alpaca's head. Wow, the sensation is indescribable. Just as she was indulging in the moment, a young woman approached her, phone in hand. It was a call from the owner. The young woman's glance indicated something significant, causing Gu Su's heart to tremble. She had an inkling that an opportunity to alter her destiny was at hand. Gu Su answered the phone, greeting, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "Hello, I'm the owner of this dog, CAF." The youthful male voice was surprisingly young, leaving Gu Su slightly taken aback, as it seemed the owner was of a similar age to her. "I have 3 criteria for selecting candidates. First, compassion for animals. Second, patience to feed and care for them in their daily lives. And third, an extroverted and cheerful demeanor to leave a positive impression on customers. You may give it a try. The trial period lasts 3 days, with a daily wage of $150. A full-time position offers a monthly salary of $6,000. Chapter 12. Dreams are for earning big money, while work is for charming and cashing in. Gu Su's eyes widened, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Yet, she soon composed herself and continued to inquire. How is the working time calculated? The morning shift is from 10 to 1700 hours, and the evening shift is from 13 to 2000 hours. You will have 1 day off on the weekend, and, additionally, there is 1 day of leave at your discretion each month. At this point, Gu Su could no longer contain her astonishment. 7 hours a day, and you offer a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan? With a fixed 4 days off each month, plus 1 discretionary day off. That's 5 days of leave. 7 hours a day, 6,000 a month. Wow, what a divine job. If you're satisfied, you can start with a 3-day trial. If we find you suitable, we will proceed with the contract, the other party stated methodically, to which Gu Su softly replied with an Once the call ended, Gu Su turned to the young lady beside her. The young lady extended her hand and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Chu Shi. I will be your teacher for the next few days, guiding you on how to care for small animals." "Thank you, sister. My name is Gu Su, and I look forward to your guidance." Gu Su smiled sweetly, her adorable visage instantly winning Chu Shi's heart. Thus, she took Gu Su on a tour around the dog CF, introducing her to the small creatures therein. "System, what is your purpose in assisting me? Surely you can't be here without reason?" Gu Xian queried, puzzled. "I certainly would not assist you without a cause. Your streaming popularity and the monetary gift you receive can be converted into energy for my use. Moreover, there are tasks set by headquarters that must be completed for me to advance. As for why I chose you, well, that's a secret," the system replied enigmatically. "Whether you choose to share or not, you must inform me of your capabilities. What can you do? In addition to the regular tasks assigned during each stream, I will occasionally issue high-difficulty tasks, which yield more substantial rewards. Furthermore, when encountering special viewers, I will also present unique tasks that can provide special rewards upon completion. Additionally, there exists a talent system, a Tendra system, and several unknown functionalities that require you to unlock them in the future. Therefore, host, you must strive diligently." Gu Xian fell silent, his young mind processing this substantial information. After a moment, he grasped that there were 3 types of tasks: standard live streaming tasks, high-difficulty live streaming tasks, and special tasks, along with hidden features waiting to be discovered. Quite intriguing, he mused. "By the way, host, I must advise you that the ideal streaming time is between 8 p.m. and midnight, as this is when there are more viewers and the streaming effect will be enhanced." Gu Xian nodded, beginning to prepare the items needed for that evening's live stream. The maid outfit had already been tailored, and he had requested his younger sister to modify it to avoid any constricting designs. Additionally, he contemplated whether he should cultivate his account. Building up the account and increasing the fan base would attract more viewers, thereby improving the streaming effect. Yes, it is essential to nurture the account. Gu Xian first prepared to set up his personal interface. After some contemplation, he decided to use the name Little Xian is not a weakling. As for his profile picture, he perused several options, but found none suitable. Thus, he opted for a selfie, which he deemed fitting as his avatar. Gazing at the image of his adorable self with bright, crescent-shaped eyes, Gu Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He then began to compose his introduction, live streaming from 20 to 2200 hours daily. "My aspiration is to amass great wealth. My vocation is to charm and entertain." Having completed these tasks, Gu Xian found himself at a loss for what to do next. After scrolling through his phone for a while and feeling rather bored, he turned on his computer to play some games. At this juncture, he felt compelled to recommend a shooting online game, Life and Death Assault. This game is genuinely enjoyable, a nostalgic trip down memory lane, highly recommended. After 11 years of evolution, the once wildly popular Life and Death Assault has transformed into a fantastical gunfighting adventure. It is said that heavy spenders engage in celestial battles. Moderate spenders enjoy smooth confrontations. Light spenders partake in reverse skirmishes, and non-spenders merely spectate. Xuan, having never spent a dime, found himself in a mutated battle, trying to capture a slumbering spender. After 11 attempts, he finally managed to strip away the protective gear, only for the spender to regain consciousness and eliminate him with a single bullet. Xuan. Exiting the game. Undeterred, he ventured into competitive play. The competition was slightly improved. However, it featured snipers requiring precise jumping movements, rifles that enhanced speed and damage while healing upon kills, and knives that restored health when struck. Xuan was blown to pieces. Fuming, he clicked on the activity interface, only to be dazzled by a plethora of recharge events. The sheer array left him bewildered, yet the memory of his recent defeat to a spender fueled his irritation, prompting him to click on the recharge event. Recharge amount: 100 renminbi. Confirm recharge? The fire of defiance burned in Xuan's blue eyes as his finger hovered over the left mouse button. Cancelled. Slumping back in his chair, he let out a feeble laugh. The dizzying recharge events indeed tempted him, almost compelling him to indulge, yet he managed to restrain himself. 100 RMB could sustain him and his younger sister for over a week. How could he possibly squander it on a game? He resolved to return to this game only after ensuring his sister's education, saving for a house and car, and preparing a dowry. Reluctantly, Xuan closed the game interface. Truth be told, this game held nostalgic value for him. During his childhood, while working as a server in an internet CAF, he watched others play this game. The exquisite graphics and fluid animations always drew him to linger behind, observing. This summer, his sister gifted him a computer, albeit an antiquated one that struggled with other games. By chance, he discovered that this old machine could run Life and Death Assault, and it wasn't overly laggy. The memories of his childhood cast a nostalgic filter over this game, making it hard for Xuan to part ways, even after being mercilessly defeated by spenders. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, it was 1930. "I'm back," he called out, but the living room was dimly lit, and even Xuan's room was shrouded in darkness. A sense of unease washed over Gusu as she set her bag down and hurried to Xuan's room. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a unique fragrance and an oddly enchanting atmosphere. As the light flickered on, Gusu stealthily approached the bedside, where she discovered Xuan curled up in the corner, a fragile bundle. His complexion was rosy, and his breathing steady, with faint sounds of gentle snores barely audible. A tender smile graced Gusu's lips as she gingerly climbed onto the bed, cradling Xuan in her arms. His head nestled against her chest, and she delicately brushed aside the tousled strands of hair from his face, revealing his petite and exquisite features. In slumber, Xuan exuded the innocence of a well-behaved infant. Gusu's eyes shimmered with affection, brimming with love for her elder brother, who had endured countless hardships for the sake of their family, and more specifically, for her. Her palms softly caressed his cheek, her lips trembling slightly as she whispered, "Sleep well, dear brother." With utmost care, Gusu laid Xuan down flat on the bed, tucking him in snugly before rising to extinguish the light. The room was enveloped in darkness once more, yet a sliver of light from outside seeped through the crack of the door, infusing the dimness with a unique hue. Chapter 13, Little Sister. You slapped me on the mouth. Brother, it's time for dinner. The glaring light and his sister's call stirred Xuan from his slumber. Coming. Xuan mumbled, turning over in bed, smacking his lips, and promptly fell back asleep. Gusu observed her brother's gentle and tranquil sleeping face, her lips twitching as her fingers crept up to pinch his cheek, delivering a sharp pinch. But that was merely insufficient. With a swift motion, Gusu delivered a resounding slap to the curve of his cheek. Gusu, are you crazy? Xuan instantly jolted awake, tossing and turning in bed, lamenting. Get up for dinner, Gusu declared, turning on her heel and dashing away. With his drowsiness evaporated, Gu Xian rubbed his eyes, baring his teeth as he stood up, unsteadily slipping into his slippers. In the living room, Gu Su was already eating, and a plate of food was set aside for Gu Xian. He plopped down at the table, his face darkened, and directly inquired, "Little sister, why are you so obsessed with hitting my cheek?" Gu Su responded nonchalantly, "I only did it because you're adorable. Is being cute a reason for you to hit me?" Gu Xian's voice rose in pitch. "Then you wouldn't be cute at all." Gu Su's tone elevated by 3 degrees, effectively overshadowing Gu Xian. His lips quivered, ready to retaliate, yet, smack! Gu Su slammed her chopsticks onto the table, producing a deafening sound that startled Gu Xian. She shot him a frosty glare. "Eat your meal." Gu Xian obediently clutched his bowl, muttering, "Fine, I'll eat, but why be so fierce? So fierce. Be careful, or no one will marry you." What did you say?" Gu Su feigned anger, causing Gu Xian to shrink his neck, utterly lacking in fortitude. Yet how could Gu Xian succumb to his sister's tyranny? He was the elder brother. He must resist. Thus, Gu Xian chose to forego the vegetables, opting only for rice. As he ate, he shot Gu Su a pitiful gaze. Gu Su, with bread in one hand and chopsticks in the other, couldn't help but smirk at Gu Xian's pouting demeanor akin to a spoiled wife. Observing his refusal to eat vegetables, she grew impatient. "You foolish brother, do you need me to feed you?" Gu Su rose, scooping a mouthful of vegetables, and attempted to shove them into Gu Xian's mouth. However, Gu Xian tightly sealed his lips, even as the oil glistened on the vegetables against his pink lips. He remained resolute. Gu Su, now completely exasperated, delivered a slap across Gu Xian's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. He held a blank expression, staring at her in disbelief. Once again, the chopsticks approached Gu Xian's lips, but before he could open his mouth, Gu Su, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Eat. Damn it. If you don't eat, then..." Smack! Another slap, obliterating all of Gu Xian's thoughts. The vegetables returned to his lips, and seeing his continued resistance, Gu Su was utterly furious. "Still not eating? Then you might as well wait to die." With a wind-up, her palm swung toward Gu Xian's face. However, Gu Xian blocked it. I'll eat. Little sister, stop hitting me." Weeping softly, Gu Xian lamented, "I want to eat." "Is that too much to ask?" Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes as he reluctantly consumed a mouthful of food, mingled with his sorrow. Gu Su, with a dismissive snort, replied, "If you had mentioned your desire to eat earlier, it would have been simpler." She added, "I never claimed I wouldn't eat." Gu Xuan, covering his face, sobbed pitifully. "Then why didn't you say so?" "Little sister, you struck me first." His grievances were akin to those of Do-e, yet perhaps slightly less tragic. After the first slap, he was already resigned, but before he could plead for mercy, another slap rendered him momentarily speechless. Had he not snapped back to reality and restrained Gu Su, he might have been spun around like a top. Clearing her throat, Gu Su pretended to be unfazed, continuing her meal, though the faint blush that crept to her ears belied the tumultuous emotions within her. Gu Xian, unable to eat, curled up on his chair, his small feet tucked beneath him, quietly sobbing. His intermittent cries tugged at Gu Su's heartstrings, prompting her to abandon her meal. Rising, she retrieved an ointment, squeezing a small amount and applying it to Gu Xian's face. The cool sensation made him inhale sharply, but as Gu Su gently massaged the ointment in circular motions, it radiated an unusual warmth. Observing Gu Xian's pitiful demeanor, Gu Su sighed softly, lifting his bowl and feeding him spoonful by spoonful, occasionally using her chopsticks to offer him a few bites of vegetables. Gu Xian's compliant behavior resembled that of a wronged little wife. An unfamiliar sensation intensified within Gu Su. She resolved that once her older brother's live stream attracted 10,000 viewers, she would find a benefactor to marry him off, allowing him to truly experience the life of a pampered spouse. Their meal concluded in silence. Upon returning to his room, Gu Xian, though grateful for Gu Su's attentive care, felt a throbbing pain in his face. The aftermath of his earlier ordeal left him feeling utterly despondent. Being too tender-skinned sometimes posed its own challenges. A mere pat could leave him red and swollen. Now, not only was his face tinged with redness and pain, but another area was equally afflicted. Panic set in as he realized he still had to stream. What should he do? The clock read 2020. There was no time for hesitation. He donned a maid outfit and prepared to go live. Ding! Today's live stream task. Gain 200 followers, earn 400 renminbi. Task reward, facial enhancement. Allowing the optimization of a specific feature for exceptional allure. Host at showtime. After issuing the task, the system fell silent, unresponsive to Gu Xian's mental calls for assistance. Resigned, he began his live stream. As soon as he started, several viewers flooded into the chat. LV6, Xian, Master Bao, good evening. Good evening, good evening. Gu Xian replied with a smile. LV13, unreliable blank sent sunglasses 1. LV13, unreliable blank has been upgraded to LV14, unreliable blank. A splendid start. Oh, I am grateful to Brother Blank for the pair of sunglasses moi. With this auspicious beginning, Gu Xian's smile grew ever more radiant. LV14, unreliable blank. Dear host, while I truly appreciate your gratitude and adore your kiss, I must clarify that I am actually a girl. May I be referred to as Sister Blank? What? It turns out to be a female? Gu Xian was taken aback. He recalled this unreliable blank, only remembering its unkind words, yet it would bestow gifts. How delightful. But Sundara indeed. Very well then, Sister Blank moi, LV14, unreliable blank. Ahem, this is a bit hard to endure. However, dear host, are you cosplaying as a seductive female monkey today? LV14, unreliable blank. Host, why does your face resemble a monkey's rear in hue? Moreover, why are you squatting on the chair? Are you attempting to cosplay a seductive female monkey courting in the forest? A mere bystander, purely malicious. Chapter 14. When a strong man. This is a dream. Reality is merely a frail recipient. Gu Xian remained silent, his complexion growing increasingly flushed. He then placed his legs under the chair, but the moment his hips made contact, a sensation ineffable by mere words of discomfort washed over him. Gu Su Guang had wiped his face, yet had not alleviated his discomfort. Gu Xian awkwardly adjusted his posture. Yet the friction between him and the chair only intensified his unease, until a sharp pain surged, prompting an involuntary sigh from him. Ah, LV19. Lin Ziki, streamer, I have discerned your peculiar taste. You sneakily brought a little toy to the broadcast. LV14. Unreliable blank, attached. But I wish to add that it seems the streamer is also experiencing considerable discomfort. LV6. Xian, what do you mean? LV14. Unreliable blank. His face is swollen from a kiss, while his discomfort is from a collision. LV6. Xian. This is not something an 18-year-old boy should be hearing. I want to get off this ride. LV50. The gentle in the sky cannot compare to you enters the live stream. Oh dear? Not at all. Merely bruised by a malicious woman. Gu Xian replied indignantly, his face still flushed. As Dong Su entered, he overheard the absurdity of being bruised by a wicked woman. His expression darkened. It was obvious. It must have been inflicted by his malicious girlfriend. Welcome, welcome. Esteemed benefactor to the live stream. Upon seeing Dong Su, Gu Xian offered a sweet smile and a greeting. After all, he was the benefactor. Why should he not show him proper respect? Hey, boys in a live stream, may I ask you a question? Do you find me adorable? Gu Xian spoke softly, his heart racing with anticipation. In unison, the viewers proclaimed him adorable. Yet, the tension in Gu Xian's heart tightened further as he continued. If, hypothetically, I were to pursue you, would you be willing to be my boyfriend? LV14. Unreliable blank. Is the streamer serious? No, no. Gu Xian's face turned crimson as he hastily waved his hands in denial. However, the viewers in the chat did not share this sentiment. They believed Gu Xian was employing a strategy of allure. Messages flooded the live stream screen, overwhelming him, until finally he slammed his hand on the table. Oh, let me tell you, someone has suggested that I find a boyfriend to be in relationship with. I'm not interested in pursuing boys. Yet she incessantly whispers in my ear to seek a boyfriend. I am quite perplexed. Gu Xian recounted his experiences. Gu Su had repeatedly urged him to find a boyfriend. Initially, it was tolerable, but after hearing it so many times, he truly felt lost. Could it be, as his little sister suggested, that he should indeed find a boyfriend? No, he had yet to savor the sweetness of love. Gu Xian yearned to be a strong man. He desired a sweet, gentle, and demure little girlfriend, rather than being reduced to a mere frail recipient of affection. Thus, I wish to inquire of you, do you believe it is preferable for me to seek a boyfriend or a girlfriend? Xuan, concealing his face, slowly articulated the burdens weighing upon his heart. The live stream fell momentarily silent, and then LV6, Xuan, dear host, do not be anxious. I too am curious as to how you have come to possess such a form. LV14, indeed, how can one who is evidently a boy appear as a stunningly beautiful girl? LV19, exactly, and the voice, it is the sweet, naive tone of a youthful girl. Logically, even if a boy were to indulge in sugary delights and develop secondary female characteristics, his voice would remain unchanged. LV20, have I arrived too late? LV13, fear not, you have not arrived late. I now earnestly report to you that this host is a delightful little Namliang. LV20, remarkable, a splendid little Namliang. What a good child. It seems I must prepare for an explosion of excitement. The atmosphere in the live stream was light and joyful, with the number of viewers rapidly climbing, soon surpassing 300. Xuan, oblivious to the frivolous comments, found himself lost in recollection. He could barely remember anything before the age of 3, and at 7, both his parents had passed away. During the years between 3 and 7, it seemed his parents had not perceived any issues. After all, he was merely a child with delicate, fair skin that rendered his gender indistinguishable, a perfectly normal occurrence. In fact, his parents had even encouraged him to don feminine attire for photographs, adorning him in a small dress and a wig, rendering him irresistibly adorable. Those childhood photographs in women's clothing still reside in an album tucked away beneath the bed. However, the years between 7 and 12, when he was meant to be in elementary school, marked the most agonizing period of Xuan's life. With both parents deceased and the family fortune taken by relatives, only a dilapidated building remained. He was compelled to earn a living to support himself and his younger sister. Yet his appearance was that of a small girl, short and lacking in strength. Who would employ a little girl to assist in a shop? Setting aside Xuan's insistence on his identity as a boy rather than a girl, his age, 7, rendered him a minor in the eyes of the law, lacking civil capacity. Who would dare to employ him? A mere report could lead to dire consequences. Thus, Xuan was left to devise every conceivable means to survive during that time. Yet, the meager earnings he managed to scrape together were hardly sufficient for one, let alone for him and his sister, who was still in need of care. Fortunately, his sister was understanding. Being young, she required little to eat. Nevertheless, the scant food they had to share was pitifully insufficient, leaving even less for Xuan. With inadequate nourishment, sleep eluded him. During childhood, when boys typically build their physical foundations, Xuan dragged his frail, diminutive frame in search of alms. How could his health possibly thrive? One misstep led to another. In just a few years, his younger sister surpassed him in height. At the age of 13, Xuan measured a mere 126 centimeters, a memory etched vividly in his mind as he recalled measuring himself against the wall, while Gusu stood at 135 centimeters. As he came back to reality, a bitter smile unconsciously graced Xuan's face. Life incessantly whipped at him, leaving no room for respite. He had never visited a hospital, nor did he possess an education, but even he, in his simplicity, understood the truth. This predicament was undoubtedly a consequence of prolonged malnutrition. Even after Xuan grew older and earned a modest salary through labor, he found it difficult to eat adequately. The crucial decade of his physical development had been entirely compromised, leaving his secondary male characteristics woefully underdeveloped. It is no wonder he had grown to be this way. Alas, this was his fate, a condition he was born into. Xuan forced a smile, yet the despair reflected in his eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 15, how does one phrase it? Indeed, to be an ordinary person, greedy for wealth and desire. LV6, Meow, is that the innate saint body of the Southern Liang? No wonder the streamer has become the fragrant and soft little Southern Liang. LV14, unreliable blank, streamer, I believe I need to reevaluate our relationship. What does reevaluate mean? Xuan scratched his head, murmuring softly. The live stream room fell silent for a moment. then erupted once more. LV14. Unreliable blank. Streamer, haven't you been to school? How can you not know the meaning of reevaluate? LV16. Understanding. The streamer is no longer acting. With 9 years of compulsory education, how could one have not attended school? LV6. Xuan. Streamer. Reevaluate means to observe carefully and analyze repeatedly. Art. JPG. Xuan's face flushed, his lips parted slightly, yet he found himself unable to speak. Though lacking in formal education, he possessed spirit. How could he possibly expose his past in front of so many viewers? Moreover, even if he spoke up, they would not believe him. Their laughter would merely pierce his heart like daggers. LV14. Unreliable blank. Streamer, what I mean is, would you be interested in being my little boyfriend? I'll support you. Xuan pondered carefully for a moment and then shook his head, declining. I'm sorry, dear. I think you should take care of yourself first. Your well-being is paramount. When you become wealthy in the future, it will not be too late to speak of such things. LV14. Unreliable blank. Haha. I can't take it anymore. I really suspect that the streamer is actually a cute girl pretending to be a boy. How could a boy be so gentle? Rest assured, streamer, when I have money in the future, I will definitely support you. Upon seeing her message, Xuan scratched his head and chuckled. He had been complimented for his gentleness. However, he believed that this girl, being at level 14, likely came from a modest background. He didn't want her to suffer at home due to her generosity towards him. Just then, a dazzling message appeared on the screen. LV50. The gentleness of the heavens cannot compare to you. Streamer, I am quite wealthy and capable of taking care of myself. So would you be interested in being my little boyfriend? The kind that will support you for a lifetime. Upon hearing from a benefactor, Xuan's eyes lit up. But he quickly hesitated. Wasn't he this akin to being kept? Yet, he knew nothing about the benefactor's gender, location, or character. Dear benefactor, are you a boy? Also, where do you live? After much hesitation, Xuan slowly began to inquire. LV50. The gentleness of the heavens cannot compare to you. I am a male, residing in a magic city with a bit of money, and I'm not bad-looking, standing at 185 centimeters. Dongsa sank into the emerald green velvet sofa, his long fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest, a confident smile gracing his lips. With his conditions, how many women would flock to him? Moreover, this streamer was in dire need of money. If the host were to agree, perhaps by tomorrow morning, he would be standing by his bed dressed in women's attire. Contemplating this, Dongsa let out a long sigh, the worries etched on his brow dissipating somewhat. However, he heard a reluctant apology from Xuan, who declined the offer, saying, I'm sorry, esteemed benefactor, but Shanghai is too far. I would prefer to find a partner nearby. Xuan was aware of Shanghai's immense wealth. Its distant allure filled him with trepidation. Despite Dongsa's enticing proposal, Xuan felt hesitant. The unfamiliarity of such a place made him fearful of unforeseen circumstances. Dongsa was taken aback by Xuan's outright refusal. Nevertheless, he understood. The fear of the unknown was palpable. The comments flooded in. LV50. Gentle in heaven, which city are you in? I could buy an entire building just for you. LV14. Unreliable blank. Is this real offline? Quite intriguing. LV16. Understanding. Truly a wealthy man. Such power to buy a building at will. LV19. Lin Ziki. The host is about to be kept. We all know what that entails. Don't we? LV6. Xuan, what do you mean? LV19. Lin Ziki, of course. Otherwise, what is the point of keeping a host? Just to be a decorative vase? We're all men here. We understand the unspoken thoughts. LV6. Xuan. While your words may hold some truth, they are rather crude. I'm still a pure child. LV13. Vortex Naruto. Don't forget to spare some soup for us when the rich man is done. Even just a visual feast would suffice. LV20. Wind and waves. Good son. Well said. I love watching the host say no, only to end up relenting in the end. The barrage of comments streamed in, all eyes in the live broadcast room fixated on Xuan's response. Dongsa's heart raced, his atoms apple-bobbing as he awaited Xuan's answer. Meanwhile, Xuan was engulfed in inner turmoil. The benefactor had declared his willingness to buy an entire building for him. A whole building. Wouldn't he that make him a landlord? All he would need to do was charm his benefactor with some playful antics to acquire a wealth of red bills. His sister's living expenses, tuition, future housing, and car would all be taken care of. Breath quickening, Xuan bit his lip, hesitating until he finally spoke. Perhaps not. I don't mean to dismiss your offer, but I think I should look for a girlfriend instead. I'm so sorry. He withdrew slightly, offering a cautious apology. He had indeed declined. Xuan hadn't anticipated this outcome. The words of agreement had been on the tip of his tongue, only to transform into a refusal. He felt a twinge of regret, as if he had let a fortune slip away, and he worried about how his benefactor might react to the rejection. It became evident that Dong Su's expression darkened in response. LV14. Unreliable blank sent a heart-shaped bunny one. LV14. Unreliable blank has been upgraded to LV15. Unreliable blank. Host. I knew you would never bow down for money. When I grow up, I will support you. I promise to treat you well. At most, I will only make a move on you twice. Xuan's lips twitched. I am sorry, Miss Blank, but your host is not unwilling to submit for monetary gain. It is merely a slip of the tongue. Chapter 16. 100,000 a day, just for the elegance of an old friend, despite the overwhelming allure of the most charming, beautiful, and affluent moderator. Xuan still managed to form a heart shape with his hands. Thank you, Blank Baby, for your heartfelt support. Love you. LV15. Unreliable blank. I can't take it anymore. The host is simply too adorable. Once I become the host's patron, I shall partake every hour. No, 24 times a day, I desire to indulge. Please no. Xuan's face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in protest. This blank girl was utterly outrageous, claiming to engage 24 times in a single day. Wouldn't tea that leave him utterly drained? LV15. Unreliable blank. Oh my. The host is just too cute. Even if he is delicate, I would still accept it. LV16. Understanding. TSK. If he were really delicate, you wouldn't be so eager. LV15. Unreliable blank. Ahem. Let us keep things separate. However, the host is small and fragile. I believe I could turn the tables on him. LV16. Understanding. Wait, aren't you a girl? How could you take charge? LV15. Unreliable blank. Silly. With modern technology, I could easily create a substitute. I have great stamina and could stay home all day, solving math problems with the host. LV16. Understanding. I'd love to see a real-life version of a woman who outshines men. Xuan squinted as he read their messages, his little mind working overtime to process their words. Soon, he found himself overwhelmed with embarrassment, murmuring about the need for sustenance before the host could engage in any lewd behavior. His pitiable appearance only served to incite further teasing, causing his cheeks to redden even more. Meanwhile, Dong's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. He had offered such enticing terms, yet Xuan had the audacity to refuse? Did he doubt Dong's capability to provide a life of luxury? As Xuan expressed gratitude for the gifts, Dong's lips twitched in contempt. Was a mere $30 gift worthy of such appreciation? It was clear that only a substantial sum of money would persuade Xuan to consider his proposition seriously. Thus, Dong's fingers danced over the keyboard, and suddenly, a rocket soared into the live stream. The room fell silent before erupting into excitement. LV20. Wind wave. What generosity. No comparison. The host can take the lead. LV13. Vortex Naruto. Dear benefactor, promise me, please refrain from standing up too often. I'm a warm-hearted man. Seeing the host in tears brings me distress. LV20. Wind wave. Truly, my beloved son, your words are nothing short of miraculous. Understanding. Is it possible that we have been overly indulgent with the streamer, prompting our benefactor to intervene with a protective stance? Xuan's heart leaped with joy upon seeing the rocket, thinking he had struck gold. However, that elation was short-lived. How about it, streamer? If you join me, I can offer you a daily sum of 100,000 yuan. Sound good? Streamer, crying. Though I am reluctant to part with you, the opposing force is simply too formidable. I understand that love sometimes means letting go. For your happiness, dear streamer, you must go. Look at me, benefactor. I only need 50,000 yuan a day. No way. Are you serious? 50,000 yuan? You can't ask for money like that. Dear brother upstairs, please do not question my professionalism. Just as every field has its experts, I hold significant influence in this realm. Moreover, I am a dance major, proficient in 108 dance styles, and I have a tale to share. What tale? When I was a child, I sought the guidance of a fortune teller, who revealed that I bore a curse that required the presence of a tiger to subdue it. Hence, I grew up to become a tiger keeper. A tiger keeper? Show me the tigers you care for. Brother upstairs. Click on my profile for a private chat. Brothers, run. This is a deceptive siren. She has tricked me. She is not a keeper. She is. Faints. Sister upstairs. May I have a moment to chat? The most despised situation in the world is encountering the woman one wishes to protect when one is devoid of funds. The video supports up to 10p. ISNT the minimum 480p. Oh, what a shock. Dong's lips twitched. Although the antics of this individual were enticing, he felt little attraction towards her. Frankly, he had encountered all types of women. He was battle-hardened and weary of such games. A refreshing change, perhaps a pure romance, was more suited to him. The thrill of nurturing a relationship from the ground up was the most gratifying experience. Thus, it now depended on Xuan's contemplation. A daily sum of 100,000 yuan for merely engaging in a romance, requiring only emotional investment, even without physical commitment. A deal too advantageous to decline. Gentle benefactor, perhaps I should return this note to you. Xuan shrank his neck and spoke softly. The unexpected response rendered the entire live stream silent. Why? 100,000 yuan a day? Is that not sufficient? This has already been declined 3 times. Dongsu's fingers pressed against his pale skin, staring blankly at the blue-haired figure on screen. Xuan, is he attractive? Undoubtedly, he possesses charm. However, in Dongsu's eyes, he merely ranks above average among the beauties he has encountered. Moreover, he is merely a man. Dongsu, with a stern countenance, has generously proposed such an opulent offer. Why must he continue to refuse? I am deeply sorry. I sincerely apologize. Dear gentle giant, please do not be upset. It is not that I harbor disdain for you. I am simply feeling a bit frightened. I am acutely aware of my own worth. I truly do not deserve 100,000 yuan a day, Xuan stammered. Chapter 17. When I pose a question mark, it is not because I perceive a flaw within myself, but rather because I see a flaw within you. Is 100,000 a day exorbitant? Dongsu thinks it reasonable. This figure has been meticulously crafted by him. That black card holds 10 million, which implies that Dongsu can indulge in 100 days of companionship with Xuan. This number is quite delicate. 100 days precisely aligns with the passionate courtship phase of over 3 months, which typically spans 1 to 3 months. These 100 days would allow Dongsu to revel in a delightful experience. But what happens after those 100 days? Apologies, but one must return whence they came. After all, he is merely a young man, and such encounters are meant for amusement. Moreover, Dongsu possesses unwavering confidence that within this time frame, Xuan would become utterly enamored with him. However, my sincerest apologies, gentle giant, please do not be upset. I do not harbor disdain for you. I merely feel a tinge of fear. I am well aware of my worth. 100,000 a day is truly beyond my reach, Xuan replied, trembling. Currently, he is content with earning around 300 to 400 a day through live streaming. Yet, if someone were to suddenly inform him, you will be supported at 100,000 a day, his first reaction would not be joy, but trepidation. He feels unworthy. He is but a man. What could others possibly desire from him? Merely his looks? What an absurd notion. Even if he is a rare beauty, let's not forget there are 1 for a billion people in China. There are still 140,000 others who could rival his appearance. It is unreasonable to believe anyone would be attracted to him. Furthermore, the sensation of being openly commodified leaves Xuan feeling as though he has become an object, a mere product, rather than a living, breathing individual. This feeling is profoundly unsettling. Moreover, the fact that the other party is a wealthy man makes the prospect of being taken advantage of all too easy. Xuan has not been blind to the world's malice. Therefore, may I return the money to you? Gu Xian implored. Dongsu was both amused and exasperated. A prominent heir in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, and yet he has been rejected 3 times by a man. What tale to tell? And so, LV50, gentle as the heavens cannot compare to you, sent out note 13. Within half an hour of the broadcast, rockets ascended one after another, and the popularity of the live stream surged past 500 viewers. LV15, unreliable blank. It seems the host has little feeling for you. Benefactor. LV16, understanding. Infatuated with love? Why is there such an addiction to gifting? LV19, Lin Ziki. The host has certainly captured attention. LV50, gentle as the heavens cannot compare to you. Do you still wish to withdraw? Withdraw. Gu Xian swallowed hard, responding dully. LV50, gentle as the heavens cannot compare to you. Very well. LV50, gentle as the heavens cannot compare to you, sent out Carnival 3. Carnivals soared into the air one after another, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished. LV50, will you withdraw or not? Withdraw. Gu Xian's voice was tinged with a hint of tears, rasping. Dongsu was utterly infuriated. This was indeed a stubborn mule. He was resolute in his beliefs, unwilling to alter his stance. Who cared about your meager money? LV50, fine, then withdraw. For rockets, 3 carnivals, totaling 13,000 yuan. What? Why is it 13,000? I only received 6,500. Gu Xian turned pale, hastily rising to his feet. LV50, please clarify. You're the one who insisted on withdrawing. So you should return all the money I tipped you, right? I spent 13,000. So you should refund me 13,000. After sending the message, Dongsu sighed, realizing that this approach would only tighten the noose around Gu Xian. So he took a more indirect route. LV50, why do you keep being so stubborn? Can't you thoughtfully consider my conditions? I am wealthy and powerful, not to mention my looks are quite appealing, earning 100,000 a day. Wouldn't you be losing out by not being with me? Gu Xian's face was a mask of struggle, his inner turmoil a fierce battle. Perhaps, in light of his words, being with him wouldn't be a compromise at all. However, the thought of being treated like a commodity, packaged and sold to a man, was utterly unacceptable. Words spoken aloud were merely for show. The live chat erupted with fervor, an array of comments flooding in, predominantly divided into 2 factions. One side championed the host. LV15, I'm done with you. Are you trying to trap the host? The host doesn't really like you. Why do you keep pressuring her? The host only favors girls like me. LV16, I believe that if you want the host to refund, it shouldn't involve a full return of the amount. That would be highly unfair to her. The opposing faction supported the sale of the host. LV22, why doesn't the host agree? 100,000 a day sounds enticing. LV19, host, we live in a lawful society. They won't harm you. Just comply with the benefactor, and you'll become the girlfriend of a wealthy heir, enjoying a lifetime of leisure without worry. The 2 factions engaged in a heated debate. Meanwhile, Gu Xian gradually came to terms with his feelings. Money could always be earned again, but once dignity was lost, it would truly be gone forever. I'm sorry, gentle brother. I truly cannot accept this. I will refund you the money. Dongsu stood up, pacing around the vast living room. He began to question himself. A prominent second-generation heir from the magical city, worth billions, surrounded by luxury cars and beautiful women, possessing both handsome looks and an enviable physique, have pursued a web celebrity 6 times, only to be rejected each time. A large question mark loomed over his head. It was not that he doubted himself, but rather that he questioned Gu Xian's judgment, repeatedly imposing conditions and yielding, only to be met with rejection time and again. Dongsu acknowledged his growing impatience. Never before had he encountered an individual bold enough to defy him so audaciously. As time slipped away, it reached 9:30. I apologize, everyone. I am not in the best of spirits today and must end the broadcast. Let us reconvene tomorrow at 8, he stated. Gu Xian forced a smile, refraining from glancing at the barrage of comments, and exited the stream directly. Immediately, he stripped down completely, shedding even his undergarments. Oh, my backside, it aches so terribly. He lamented, discomfort washing over him. In the midst of his struggle with Dong Su, he had overlooked his own embarrassment. The room was stifling, sweat clinging to his skin, relentlessly gnawing at his mental and physical state. He slipped on his slippers and opened the window, the evening breeze swiftly invading the gaps between his legs, causing him to shiver. However, with the arrival of the wind, he felt a sense of relief. He returned to bed, curling up in the corner between the mattress and the wall. After a prolonged contemplation, he retrieved his phone and typed a message to Dong Su. Gentle brother, might I refrain from returning the money to you? Chapter 18. With an extraordinary beauty score of 96, Gu Xian feels invincible. Including the 800 yuan earned yesterday and the 700 yuan in gifts received today. Note, there are other viewers who contributed, along with his savings of 2,000 yuan. He currently possesses a mere 9,500 yuan. To reach 13,000 yuan, how could he possibly compensate? Is he expected to work as a street performer overnight? It is simply unfeasible. Moreover, he cannot afford to repay, as this money is of significant importance: his younger sister's tuition, living expenses, and various other necessities. Therefore, repayment is not an option. Gu Xian typed, Gentle brother, is it possible for me not to return the money to you? Just as Dong Su's mood had slightly calmed, he received Gu Xian's message. Almost instantaneously, Dong Su burst into laughter, not out of amusement, but rather in disbelief. What sort of person is this? Just moments ago, he had assured in the live stream that he would return every penny. Although Dong Su was initially furious, upon reflection, he realized that this was precisely the pure-hearted sister he had been longing to find, one who would not bend to monetary temptations. A male sister can also be categorized as such. Yet now, he claims not to want to return the money? How does that differ from other money-grubbing, materialistic female streamers? At that moment, Dong Su lost all interest in conversing with Gu Xian. His previously favorable impression of Gu Xian's innocence and lack of desire for fame crumbled. He decided to forego the 13,000 yuan, chalking it up to a misstep, feeding it to the dogs, as it were. However, just as he was about to swipe and remove Gu Xian from his friends list, a voice message suddenly popped up at the top of the screen. By some strange twist of fate, Dong Su found himself clicking back and opening the voice message. I'm sorry, gentle brother, I truly need the money. Never mind, I want to explain. I can offer you other forms of compensation. Is that all right? As long as it's not a romantic relationship, anything else is fine. Dong Su's forehead tightened with veins bulging. Was this still an attempt to extract money? Yet, as his thoughts shifted, a smile crept onto his lips. Clearing his throat, he replied in a voice message. Are you certain? Anything except for a romantic relationship? Gu Xian, clutching his phone, felt his eyelashes flutter as he focused intently on the chat window. He was particularly anxious that the other party would reject his offer of compensation, demanding only a refund. He truly could not afford to repay. Suddenly, the screen vibrated, and Gu Xian's eyes reflected the unread voice message. His fingers moved to click it. A voice, akin to a gentle breeze through the trees, imbued with the freshness of bamboo and the warmth of sunlight, resonated in his ears. Gu Xian froze, his ears tinged with a slight blush. What a delightful voice. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Thus, Gu Xian typed, MHM. Upon seeing the message, the smile on Dong Su's face widened. As a benefactor, teasing a little streamer couldn't be too inappropriate, could it? Dong Su continued in his voice message. Oh, very well, my eyes have been rather dry lately. I could use something visually pleasing to soothe them, if you catch my drift. Gu Xian listened intently, a blush gradually creeping into his cheeks. Dong Su's voice felt like a hook, ensnaring Gu Xian's heart. Although Gu Xian may seem foolish, the moment he heard Dong Su's alluring tone, he grasped the underlying meaning. Adjusting his posture, Gu Xian sat on the bed and snapped a couple of pictures of his slender, fair legs, subsequently sending them to Dong Su along with a voice message. Gentle brother, is it possible now? Is it possible now? Yes, why not? Dong Su chuckled softly, having initially thought the streamer was dim-witted, yet realizing he comprehended his intentions. He then responded with another voice message. For these 2 photos, I'll consider it 2,000. You still owe me 11,000, mind you. Gu Xian felt a mix of reluctance and inner turmoil. He had no intention of explicitly pricing himself. He merely sought to offer this benefactor some compensation. Yet unexpectedly, the other party had assigned a value. 2 photos, 2,000 yuan. Xuan couldn't help but smirk at his own absurdity. When had he become so valuable? He was loath to engage in such transactions. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly typed, "Gentle brother, could you issue me an IOU? I'll repay the remaining amount when I have the means. Is that all right? If I could have a little more time, I could gradually settle the debt. The immediate priority is to gather the tuition and living expenses for my younger sister. Why not just take out a loan to pay me back directly?" Dongsu replied with a chuckle. Xuan fell silent for a moment before clearing his throat and adopting the most endearing, pitiful tone he could muster. Pleading, "Gentle brother, you are the best gentle brother in the whole world. I beg you, I don't want to take out a loan, woo-woo. Please, have mercy, let me repay you in a couple of months. Is that okay? I beg you, I love you, mwah mwah." After speaking, Xuan tossed his phone onto the bed and buried himself under the covers. How could I say such embarrassing things? Woo-woo. His petite frame curled up within the blanket, trembling with a mixture of shyness, anticipation for Dongsu's response, and even a hint of excitement. Dongsu cleared his throat, lying back on the bed, covering his lower half with the blanket. He was reluctant to admit it, but after hearing Xuan's plea, he felt something stir within him. Concealing his embarrassment, his expression softened slightly. "All right, I rarely get play the good guy. I'll 1T charge you interest." Ultimately unable to contain his racing heart, Xuan emerged from the blanket. Upon seeing Dongsu's message, he was instantly elated. "Yay! Gentle master! Thank you! Thank you! Can you call me gentle brother?" Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but thought little of it, replying with a voice message. "All right, gentle brother, thank you." Dongsu set his phone down, rubbed his face, and murmured, "He is clearly a boy, yet he feels more feminine than any girl." In the stillness of the night, Dongsu perused his chat history with Xuan, a broad smile spreading across his face as his gaze finally lingered on the 2 photos of legs. TSK. One must admit, those legs possess a charm surpassing that of many women. Seaweed, 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 swaying in the breeze, seaweed, 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 dancing amidst the waves, all right. Freshly bathed, Xuan stood before the mirror, drying his body. After blowing his hair dry, Xuan momentarily lost his focus, then playfully pouted at the mirror, mirroring the pout of the blue-haired figure within. Contemplating, he then rose onto his toes and spun around. Coming to a halt, he suddenly closed one eye, tilted his head, and formed a playful cat paw gesture, while his fluffy hair drew a charming arc-moi. Xuan understood. He realized why he was able to attract wealth. Chapter 19. The Eyes of the Starry Sky. Congratulations, host. Your attractiveness has surged to 96. 7 points. System. I must have completed my task, right? Xuan inquired, standing before the mirror. Indeed, during this live stream, the peak audience reached over 900. Although most merely glanced in, a stable audience of around 300 remained. The host gained 251 new followers and earned 6,700 renminbi, receiving the reward, facial enhancement. Please select one feature to endow with extraordinary allure. Xuan paused for a moment. Which feature could render him more charming? I choose my eyes. Okay, close your eyes and wait a moment. A gentle warmth gathered around his eye sockets, akin to soaking in a hot spring, a most delightful sensation. After a brief wait, he was instructed to open his eyes. Xuan eagerly complied, and as he did, a cascade of shimmering silver light unfolded, leaving him momentarily speechless. His azure eyes sparkled densely with starlight. His lashes fluttered like shooting stars. The light in his pupils shifted, reminiscent of swirling nebulae. System, I must retract my earlier words. You are truly remarkable, almost divine. His delicate fingers brushed over his eyes. Xuan marveled. Stick with me, and I promise you a life of indulgence, the system replied, brimming with pride. However, it added, oh, by the way, your current rating is 96. 7. Keep up the good work. Wait, am I really only at 96? 7? I feel I'm at least a 98. Xuan exclaimed in disbelief. This system employs a fair and just evaluation. If it says you're 96. 7, then that is your score, and it is indeed quite high, surpassing 99. 99 of people worldwide. Moreover, improving even a single point above 95 is exceptionally challenging. Just look at yourself. You are still a work in progress. At first glance, you may appear charming, but upon closer inspection, others can only focus on your attractive features, neglecting the rest. Thus, dear host, the journey to becoming truly adorable is a long and arduous one. Xuan opened his mouth, intending to argue. Suddenly, however, he froze. Was he really only at 96? 7? What about that so-called 99-point pinnacle beauty from Meow? Could they even be human? Unimaginable. Never mind. Time for bed. Let us go. Lights off. Door shut. Snuggling under the covers. What anime should I watch tonight? Slice of life? No. The plot is too lengthy and dull. American blockbusters? Forget it. They are incomprehensible without subtitles. I suppose I'll indulge in some domestically produced anime. Let's watch the newly released The Romantic Journey of Mr. Potato and Miss Tomato. Xuan wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, exposing only his head, and then fixated on the captivating storyline unfolding on his phone. Oh, Mr. Potato has fallen for Miss Tomato. Who knew it could be like this? Miss Tomato actually abandoned Mr. Potato. What did he do wrong? Miss Tomato is, in truth, afflicted with a terminal illness, her body already marred by ominous spots. Mr. Potato, you are aware of Miss Tomato's dire condition. Please, do not sacrifice yourself in an attempt to save her. No, Miss Tomato, you cannot perish. Please. Oh, Miss Tomato, how have you been reduced to mere tomato sauce? Potato strips, accompanied by tomato sauce. Farewell, Mr. Potato and Miss Tomato. I shall remember you both. Xuan wiped away tears, feeling a moment of sorrow, before switching off his phone, a faint blush adorning his cheeks. The following day, Xuan, supporting his waist, rose unsteadily. Host, I truly believe you should refrain from indulging in such abstract and peculiar animated shows. They are far too surreal for my liking. Mind your own business. I will watch what I desire. Xuan retorted, arching an eyebrow. TSK, and tell me, are you a pilot or a miner? I find your actions rather perplexing. Stop spying on me, Xuan exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Host, your voice was rather loud. I was in the midst of slumber, and you roused me quite abruptly, the system girl remarked with a hint of exasperation. With a crimson face, Xuan lowered his gaze. Perhaps you should heed your sister's advice and seek a boyfriend. The experience is far superior to self-gratification. System sister, you are my kin. Please, cease this talk, Xuan implored, unable to counter her words. After finishing breakfast, Su stepped out, leaving Xuan alone at home with little to occupy his time. He decided to venture out for a stroll. Today's outfit of the day, a pristine white long t-shirt, with loose sleeves and a hem cascading to his thighs. On the bottom, he wore light blue high-waisted, wide-leg trousers, the cropped cuffs revealing his slender ankles. Xuan scratched his head. This t-shirt was the smallest size in the men's section, yet it still felt somewhat oversized on him. Well, it would suffice. Donning a hat, he stepped outside, as styling his hair would take too much time. By the end of August, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze tousled Xuan's fringe. He squinted slightly as the notes of his earnings materialized. He now had 7,500 on his phone. With such wealth at his disposal, Xuan felt a newfound confidence. However, he remained unaware of his true purpose for venturing out. It was merely a desire to escape the monotony of staying indoors. Thus, he began a leisurely city walk, meandering without a destination, purely for relaxation. As he wandered, he passed by a women's clothing store and paused, quietly observing the myriad of dresses within. Perhaps I should buy a couple of dresses for my sister. It would be a shame for her to wear jeans and shirts every day with this thought in mind. Xuan entered the shop. Hello, welcome, greeted the salesgirl with a bright smile upon seeing him enter. Xuan gently nodded and then spoke. My sister is 162 centimeters tall, weighs 95 jean, and her measurements are 83, 64, 84, with a cup size approximately B. Please help me select 2 elegant dresses. Certainly. The sales assistant walked gracefully and retrieved a light blue dress. What do you think of this one? Xuan silently nodded, finding it quite appealing, and then touched the fabric. It's a cotton linen blend. Quite nice. However, my sister is not here to try it on. Madam, we have fitting rooms available for you to try it on. Moreover, if your sister is not present, you may try it on for her, the sales assistant suggested. Sensing Gu Xian's dilemma. Nevertheless, the struggle in Gu Xian's eyes deepened. Sales assistant, perhaps the blue-haired figure before you is not a girl after all. Chapter 20. The awakening of spring feelings, acquiring a piece of clothing that belongs solely to oneself, yet feeling as if one were a thief. The sales assistant scrutinized the petite figure before her. This young girl has quite a commendable physique, although she may be a tad short. With a modest bust and shorter legs, her proportions are still rather pleasing. At that moment, Gu Xian remained frozen, clutching the dress, uncertain of how to proceed. Sensing his hesitation, the sales assistant gently reassured him, "Don't worry, dear. Our fitting rooms are equipped with locks, and there are no surveillance cameras inside. Moreover, our store is exclusively for women, so there's nothing to be concerned about." Gu Xian thought to himself, is that what he is worried about? He is certainly not a girl. Yet, given the circumstances, it seemed rather impolite to decline further. Besides, who purchases clothing without first trying on? Very well then, lead the way, he conceded. I shall give it a try. A glimmer of delight flickered in the sales assistant's eyes as she guided Gu Xian to the fitting room. Do you need any assistance? She inquired. Thank you, but I can manage on my own, he replied, politely declining her offer. After locking the door, he gazed at the dress in his hands. An unfamiliar sensation surged within him, as if a voice whispered insidiously, "Put it on, put it on." How could he even contemplate wearing a dress? Gu Xian shook his head, attempting to dispel such thoughts. If only he were a proper girl, or perhaps a respectable boy. He chuckled at his own self-deprecation. At present, he found himself unable to wear masculine attire, and the prospect of donning feminine clothing was hindered by an internal barrier. Resolving to push through, he sought to try on the dress for his sister. He subconsciously sought an excuse to quell his inner turmoil and slowly began to shed his garments. Before long, his pale skin, lightly tinged with pink, was exposed, leaving him clad only in a pair of soft blue boy shorts. The fitting mirror reflected his form, a modestly rising chest, a soft belly, and two delicate, fair legs. This is merely a description, devoid of any further implications. Gu Xian instinctively curled his legs, his hand unconsciously covering his private area. How embarrassing. His cheeks quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Taking a deep breath, he released his self-conscious posture. Here, he was alone, with no one else around. If that were the case, why should he feel shy? To boldly assess himself, to graciously accept his physique and appearance, is the very essence of self-love. With clarity returning to his gaze, Gu Xian gradually attempted to don the dress. The fabric was delightfully comfortable, offering the breathability of linen combined with the snugness of cotton. Almost instantly, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. He twirled in place, the skirt swaying gracefully, his flowing blue hair cascading like a bloom of flowers. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xian murmured, "It feels a bit large, but it should suit my sister perfectly." Gu Su was taller and fuller than Gu Xian. The slightly oversized dress he wore would fit her just right. Indeed, this one will do. Gu Xian felt quite satisfied and then changed back into his usual attire. As he pushed open the door, the sales assistant approached him eagerly. "How much is it?" Gu Xian, taking the lead, asked. The assistant's expression shifted to one of seriousness. This was the pivotal moment. This particular dress, crafted with exquisite workmanship, showcased an exceptional blend of cotton and linen, perfectly harmonizing breathability and comfort. It had undergone anti-wrinkle treatment and pre-shrinking processes and was dyed with natural pigments. How much? Gu Xian maintained a stoic demeanor, his tone icy. He was well aware of the dress's quality and beauty. However, the price was his primary concern. The sales assistant, recognizing this, began to extol the virtues of the dress from various angles, aiming to justify a higher price. Yet, seeing Gu Xian's resolute stance, she reluctantly stated, $13.99. 500. He countered. That's impossible. 500 is far too low. Our cost price is already above that. The sales assistant replied, her expression revealing her dilemma. I just checked online. The same style sells for over 300. I understand that running a physical store is challenging, but your price seems a bit steep, Gu Xian retorted coolly. In truth, he had not searched online. He merely estimated a rough price. The online offerings differed from those in brick-and-mortar stores. The latter provided a tactile experience and a superior quality, as he had just demonstrated. You're pressing too hard on the price. This dress won't sell at that rate, he added, gesturing dismissively. $5.50, she proposed, having only raised the price by 50. The sales assistant continued to wear a troubled expression. That's still too low, not to mention the cost of the dress itself. Our rent, labor, and logistics are considerable expenses. At $5.50, we wouldn't even break even. This dress is suitable only for spring and summer. Winter is approaching, and my sister won't wear it for long. No matter how beautiful or comfortable it is, it won't matter if she can't wear it. If you want to sell it for $550, I'll just go to another store. It's still morning, and I have plenty of time to shop. If I find something suitable, I'll buy it now and save myself the trouble of browsing further. Gu Xian stepped forward, pressing his advantage. If I find something suitable, my sister and I will buy all our clothes here in the future. The sales assistant fell silent as Gu Xian silently calculated 3 numbers, then abruptly turned to leave. I'll check other stores. Wait, the sales assistant called out, blocking his path. A smirk crept onto Gu Xian's lips. He knew he was close to sealing the deal. However, he added, but you're wearing an ill-fitting men's t-shirt with those women's wide leg pants. Although you are quite attractive, the attire does not suit you at all. Why not select something that fits you better? I'll sell you both dresses for $550 each. The sales assistant, perceptive and astute, quickly analyzed Gu Xian's outfit and its shortcomings, recommending a charming light pink dress. Gu Xian felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How had the conversation turned to him? He had no desire to purchase a dress. He certainly did not wish to become a fashion icon like Xuan. However, my dear lady, this dress is crafted from the same exquisite material, fashioned in the identical style, and produced by the same manufacturer as the previous one. The only distinctions lie in its color and size. This particular piece is a size smaller, fitting you perfectly. Gu Xuan's smooth, fair neck quivered slightly. Perhaps it was the notion that purchasing both items could yield savings. After all, one originally priced at $13.99 could be acquired for merely $11.00 when bought together. Or perhaps it was simply compassion for the diligent sales assistant, recognizing her efforts. Gu Xuan would never admit to being emotionally swayed. At that moment, he sat in the living room, gazing at the 2 beautifully wrapped dresses before him, feeling a pang of anxiety. What should he do? If his little sister were to find out, she would surely be furious. Gu Xuan shuddered at the thought and stood up, intending to return the dress. Yet as he rose, holding the elegantly packaged box, his mind became a whirlpool of confusion. Should he truly return it? Perhaps it would be better to part with it. After all, spending that money on himself seemed unworthy. Just as he resolved to leave, suddenly, he heard, "Brother, I'm back." If only time could rewind. Gu Xuan wished he could slap his past self from an hour ago. Chapter 21. The Innate Velvet Ball, Sacred Body Brother. You are like a delightful, soft little cake. Brother, I am back. As the door swung open, warm sunlight flooded in, accompanied by the voice of his younger sister. However, it plunged Gu Xian into a state of icy dread. He stood frozen in place, clutching a delicate package of women's clothing. Torn between the desire to flee and the inability to move, he could only force a stiff smile. Sister, you have returned. Gu Xian wished fervently that Gu Su could feign nonchalance. Yet, brother, Gu Su's gaze gradually swept over the exquisite package in Gu Xian's hand and the one resting on the living room table. She noticed Gu Xian's cheeks flushing and his lips trembling slightly. Oh, brother, a shy Gu Su wore a mischievous smile. What is it you are holding? Gu Su set down her bag and took a couple of steps closer to Gu Xian. A flicker of panic crossed Gu Xian's eyes, but he quickly composed himself and replied earnestly, "It's nothing, sister. I merely bought you 2 dresses, though one has a slight flaw which I only just noticed." I was about to return it. His tone was resolute, and he smoothed his hair back with determination. Gu Xian's unwavering gaze successfully misled Gu Su, who appeared bewildered. She pondered, wait, could it be that I misjudged my brother? Something feels off, profoundly off, though Gu Xian's heart raced. Seeing Gu Su's perplexed expression allowed him to breathe a little easier. He thought to himself, "Humph, sister, you are still too naive to contend with me. Do you not understand the art of deceiving oneself first? I almost believed it myself. How could you not?" Noticing Gu Su still standing there in a daze, Gu Xian tentatively asked, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall go return it. I wouldn't want to miss the chance before they close for lunch." With that, Gu Xian sidestepped Gu Su and began to head outside. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He never imagined that these few steps could feel so burdensome, each one weighing heavily on his heart. But no matter, he was almost out. A sense of joy flickered in Gu Xian's eyes, and he quickened his pace. Suddenly, wait! Gu Su's voice rang out from behind, sending a jolt through Gu Xian. He instinctively lunged forward, wanting to escape swiftly. Yet, Gu Su was a step quicker. In 2 strides, she caught up, seizing his collar, causing him to bounce back. Gu Xian was left astounded, rigidly turning his head to meet Gu Su's smiling yet mocking face. "Sister? What is wrong?" "Huh, you asked me what is wrong? Why were you trying to run away?" Gu Su scoffed, her fingers gripping the nape of Gu Xian's neck, making him shudder. Gu Xian swatted her hand away, glaring at her. "Why did you chase me? You were the one who ran first." "Well, you shouldn't have tried to run." The two glared at each other, their expressions tense. Eventually, Gu Xian could no longer contain himself. "Let go. I'm going to return the dresses." With that, he attempted to step away. "Whose dresses are you returning?" Gu Su grasped Gu Xian's hand and suddenly inquired. Gu Xian's expression stiffened, yet he cleared his throat and responded earnestly. "Whose could I possibly return? I purchased this for you, so naturally it would be your return." However, there was a slight faltering in his tone. Gu Su seemed to sense something amiss, falling silent. But then, Gu Su, what are you doing?" Gu Su abruptly lifted Gu Xian off the ground. The sudden sensation of weightlessness compelled Gu Xian to wrap his arms around her neck, struggling to bear the weight. Gu Su kicked open Gu Xian's door and unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed. The mattress sank deeply, jostling his innards, and Gu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, his grip on the packaging box loosening involuntarily. Gu Su snatched it away and inspected the box. It was exquisitely crafted. Even the seal remained intact and undamaged. This indicated that Gu Xian had not opened the box at all. If he hadn't opened it, how could he have known about the flaw in the dress? Furthermore, coupled with Gu Xian's initial look of guilt, it became evident to whom this dress was intended. Regaining his senses, Gu Xian struggled fiercely to reclaim the packaging box. However, Gu Su was not about to grant him that opportunity. She sat squarely on his body, rendering him immobile. Though unable to move, Gu Xian resorted to verbal protest. "Little sister, you don't believe me? And are you out of your mind? You're crushing me, get off." Gu Xian's face flushed with anger as he scolded Gu Su. Her eyes lowered. A playful smile danced at her lips. "Big brother, don't scold me. Remember, you're beneath me if you provoke me." Gu Su's voice trailed off ominously, sending a shiver down Gu Xian's spine. Frightened by his little sister, Gu Xian's face reddened even more. Although he continued to chastise her, he knew he would face consequences for it, but he must not let her discover that he had bought the dress for himself. "Little sister, will you please get off? You are such a bully, a huge bully. How can you torment your brother like this?" Gu Xian continued to berate her. There is an adage that says when one is small and weak, their anger often appears endearing, especially for someone like Gu Xian, whose voice, filled with indignation and the occasional curse, intertwined melodiously, making it all the more delightful for Gu Su. After all, Gu Xian was not adept at cursing. His uttered expletives sounded almost adorable, eliciting sympathy from others. Seeing Gu Su utterly engrossed in unwrapping the box, Gu Xian felt a surge of frustration. Finally, he let out a curse. "Big idiot." Gu Su paused, her gaze sharpening as she pinched the soft flesh of Gu Xian's face. In the game Honor of Kings, what was a famous line from Kai Wenji? "Oh yes, left 3 circles, right 3 circles." A soft whimper escaped his throat, and a blush suffused his entire face. The two stared at each other, their eyes wide with surprise. Gu Xian. Gu Su. In ancient times, Zhu Beiji devoured a ginseng fruit that lacked flavor. In the present day, Gu Xiaosu finds amusement in teasing her elder brother. feeling that a single instance lacks excitement. Thus, once more, oh dear, what madness. Gu Su, I shall end you. After a heart-wrenching sob, Gu Xian's eyes turned crimson, wishing fervently to strike down the Gu Su who loomed over him. Yet, alas, a frail victim remains a frail victim, no matter how hard he tried. He could not resist. Gu Su firmly pinned Gu Xian down, a delicate flush adorning her cheeks. Silently, she marveled, "Brother, you are remarkable. The innate saint body of the southern Liang? Brother, you are akin to a sweet, soft little cake." Chapter 22. The third live broadcast. A special task emerges. Why does Gu Xian have breasts? Gu Su felt perplexed, and the size seemed rather significant, resembling an A-cup. Ahem, quite impressive. Gu Xian's eyes turned red as he scolded vehemently. Gu Su, you are such a jerk, a complete fool, a big fool. Gu Su's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she firmly restrained Gu Xian. His body was pinned down, and with his feeble strength, he could not resist his younger sister's grasp, gradually losing his energy. Cursing? It had no effect on her at all. Gu Xian exploded in frustration, sobbing, "You idiot. I despise you. All you do is bully your brother. Whoa, I never want to see you again. Just go away, please." His tearful expression struck a chord in Gu Su's heart. Finally, she retrieved a pink dress. Big brother. Gu Su rose, no longer pinning Gu Xian down. But he was already too weak, lying on the bed, unable to move. Gu Su held the dress against Gu Xian, then against herself. As expected, the dress was not intended for her at all. "Big brother, do you have anything else to say?" A smile graced Gu Su's lips, her heart swelling with joy. Her brother had finally awakened to a new realization. He actually bought a dress for himself. Gu Su's eyes glistened with tears. Every beginning is challenging, and her brother had taken the first step towards embracing his true self. If today he could buy a dress, tomorrow he could wear it. The day after he could use it to charm a man, and the day after that, he could be with a man, and eventually, he could even have children. Tears of joy flowed. Gu Xian was mortified, yet he was stirred awake by overwhelming embarrassment. What could be more awkward than buying a dress for oneself, only to be caught red-handed by his sister? Gu Xian's sobs faltered as he weakly murmured, "Little sister, I have nothing more to say. I was wrong. Could you please pretend you didn't see it and let me return the dress?" Return it? Why would she return it after buying it? "I'm going to wash it," Gu Su declared, rising with the dress in hand. Once washed, it couldn't be returned. Moreover, it was still morning, the weather in Yangqing was hot, and by afternoon, it would be dry, perfect for wearing during the evening live broadcast. Gu Su opened the packaging box, and the light blue color instantly captivated her heart. It was beautiful. She adored the dress. Yet, it was not merely the color she cherished. It was the love her brother had for her. Lunch consisted of rice accompanied by stir-fried pork with green peppers and a plate of sautéed shredded potatoes. "Have you tried on the dress I bought for you?" Gu Xian asked, chewing on the potatoes. "I tried it on. It looks great. Moreover, I discovered that the only differences between ours are the color and the size. Everything else is identical," Gu Su replied with a smile. Gu Xian remained silent, focused solely on his meal. Gu Su, her eyes sparkling, continued to inquire, "So, big brother, what made you think of buying a dress? They were on sale, 2 for discount. How much for 2? 1,100, 1,100? So expensive?" Gu Su exclaimed, her face paling. In the past, a dress would only cost around 70 yuan. Yet this one exceeded 500. Gu Su slumped onto the chair, murmuring, "It's over, brother. Why did you buy such an expensive dress?" Gu Xian chuckled. "What is the matter? Is it not pretty?" Gu Su hesitated. "It is pretty and comfortable to wear. But you didn't tell me it would be so expensive. I thought it was only 100 or 200 yuan. Now that it's washed, I can't return it." Gu Xian felt a tightness in his chest, a slight pang of sadness. Earning money was meant to enhance his little sister's life, buy her delicious food, lovely clothes, a spacious house, and a charming car. This was merely the beginning. Suppressing the emotions within, Gu Xian reassured her, "It's all right, little sister. Yesterday, I received a generous reward from a benefactor and earned a substantial amount." He intended to comfort her, but to his surprise, she asked, "Is the benefactor male or female?" Gu Xian's lips twitched. "Why does it matter to you, little sister? Oh, come on, just tell me." Gu Su pouted, and Gu Xian, unable to resist her charm. Waved his hand and replied, "It's a guy." "Is he handsome?" Gu Su's eyes sparkled. "How would I know?" "But—" Gu Xian's face flushed slightly as he murmured. "His voice is quite pleasant." Gu Su's heart raced. She noticed her brother displaying a youthful, infatuated expression. This could be promising. Why not let her brother charm the benefactor a little? Cough. "Brother, you can wear that dress for your live stream tonight," Gu Su hinted, to which Gu Xian shyly protested. "Isn't that inappropriate? You've worn a maid outfit before. Why care about this? Plus, if you don't dress beautifully, how will others send gifts?" Gu Su spoke earnestly. Gu Xian paused, finding her reasoning quite compelling. It wasn't everyday wear just for the live stream. After all, it was about making money. He found himself a justification and nodded. "All right then." A sly smile crept onto Gu Su's lips. As evening fell, Gu Xian took a shower, ensuring he smelled delightful before picking up the dress. The dress was adorned in a cherry blossom hue, its hem embellished with creamy lace petals, and a velvet bow cinched at the waist. It was utterly adorable. Gu Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, and after locking the door tightly, he began to put on the dress. Moments later, he stood before the mirror, fingers gripping the hem, scrutinizing his reflection. The silhouette of the girl was accentuated by the velvet bow, the cherry blossom dress harmonizing beautifully with his cobalt blue hair, radiating an undeniable charm. It was hard not to smile, difficult not to beam with joy. System, check today's live streaming tasks. Ding. Today's live streaming task. Gain 400 followers and earn 800 renminbi. Task reward. Aesthetic enhancement card. 1 hour. Aesthetic enhancement card. Valid for 1 hour. It enables you to transform into an astonishingly attractive figure, scoring a perfect 99 in charm. With this remarkable boost in appearance, seize the opportunity to accomplish tasks you once deemed insurmountable. Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, pondering the purpose of this card, especially since it was not for public display. Nevertheless, he decided to commence the broadcast. As Gu Xian began his stream, a wave of viewers flooded into the room. LV16. Understanding. Finally, the stream is live. I have my tissues ready, and the rockets are primed for launch. LV15. Unreliable blank. Wow, is that a new outfit? My love, I adore you. Mua. Mua. LV19. Lin Ziki. The bright moon in the sky pales in comparison to you. Dear host, I love you, moi. LV9. Little Nan Liang selling nukes, host. I'm feeling a bit down today. Could you offer me some comfort? Gu Xian's lips parted slightly yet. Contrary to the usual silence that followed the issuance of tasks, the system unexpectedly spoke up once more, acknowledging the presence of a special viewer. It promptly announced a unique task. Special viewer, Little Nan Liang selling nukes. Unique task. Help Little Nan Liang resolve his emotional turmoil. Task reward. 10 consecutive draws system. Chapter 23. The Tale of Xuan Nan Liang. With his robust nerves and heartwarming roommate, Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The 10-draw system. Special audience, special tasks, special rewards. New content was about to be unlocked. As his breathing grew heavier, Gu Xian shook his head slightly and murmured, "What is the matter? What has happened? Speak to me, and I shall see how to comfort you." LV9. Seller of nuclear bombs, Xuan Nan Liang. Host, I am somewhat akin to you, perhaps a tad taller at around 163 centimeters, weighing 48 kilograms. My skin is quite fair and tender, my looks are not lacking, and my hair is long, resembling that of a girl. LV15. Unreliable blank. To the one above, mere words are insufficient. Send me a picture to ascertain if you are indeed Xuan Nan Liang or merely boasting. LV16. Understanding. Is there a photo? I wish to see it too. LV15. Unreliable blank. Oh my fellow viewers, it truly is Xuan Nan Liang. Furthermore, he is remarkably handsome, only slightly less so than the host. LV16. Understanding. I demand a photo. LV10. Chiu Yu Sang Luo, 10R. LV19. Lin Ziki, 20R. LV10. Chiu Yu Sang Luo, 30R. LV19. Lin Ziki. Fool, I gave it to you, a photo cost 30R. With 30R, I can make the host call me baby. LV10. Chiu Yu Sang Luo. What a betrayal from my own brother, the blow from a sister, the abandonment by a stranger. I am truly weary of it all. Xuan felt a slight flush on his cheeks. LV9, seller of nuclear bombs, Xuan Nanliang, please refrain from speaking. I wish to converse with the host. Host, allow me to speak. LV9, seller of nuclear bombs, Xuan Nanliang sent a request to speak. In a flurry, Xuan eventually clicked to agree. Immediately, Xuan Nanliang's voice emerged. Hello, host. His soft and youthful tone sounded delicate and gentle. Hello. Xuan waved and greeted him. Host, recently I have sensed something amiss with my university roommate. Xuan Nanliang took a deep breath before continuing. I feel that he has feelings for me. LV19. Lin Ziki. To put it bluntly, their dormitory is notorious for lights out early, renowned for being loud at night, and infamous for rapid bathroom visits, with relationships steadily intensifying. Moreover, they turn the lights on just to shower. Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Then, he tilted his head in bewilderment. The desperate straight man had met his demise. His worldview had been violently shaken. Oh dear, Xuan Nanliang exclaimed, snapping Xuan back to reality. Do not speak foolishly. My relationship with him is entirely innocent. Nothing has transpired. The live stream fell silent, only to erupt into lively discussion shortly thereafter. LV19, Lin Ziki, it seems he is still a virgin. LV25, Cunning One, how much? LV27, One with malice, baby. Last night we worked on math problems together, and after finishing, I asked if you had any more, and you said no. So you were here. Allow me to catch you red-handed. Prepare to face my wrath. Dear wife, I apologize profusely. I promise to complete all the mathematics exercises with you tonight. Please do not remain angry. All right then. If we do not tackle 10 math worksheets tonight, you shall not rest? Please, no more chatter. Xuan Nanliang shyly interjected, redirecting the lively discussion in the streaming room. He then continued, why do I say my roommate has feelings for me? It was a discovery I stumbled upon. Each time he invites me to dine, he claims he's called a beautiful young lady to join us, enticing me with the promise of a delightful view. Yet, upon my arrival, I find only him. When I inquire about the lady, he explains that she left due to the long wait. I thought nothing of it and sat down to share a meal with him. During dinner, he frequently served me dishes and gazed at me intently while I ate. I assumed it was merely the bond of brotherhood and paid no mind to it. Do you not realize that the lady your roommate speaks of is, in fact, you? Moreover, do you understand why he refrains from eating, choosing instead to watch you and serve you? Why is that? Xuan Nanliang asked curiously. Silly, have you not heard the phrase, a feast for the eyes? Simply by looking at you, your roommate is already satiated by your beauty. Well, I suppose that is fair. Xuan Nanliang momentarily lost his train of thought, a bashful smile gracing his face. His soft, endearing laughter resonated with everyone in the streaming room. Xuan Nanliang continued. Additionally, he often takes me shopping, purchasing women's clothing and lovely dresses for me. He also invites me to watch movies and visit amusement parks, consistently keeping me out until the dormitory curfew. Then, he suggests we go to a hotel. However, he always claims that all nearby hotels are fully booked, leaving only the couple's hotel available, and thus he leads me there. I thought little of it, considering that 2 boys visiting a couple's hotel would not lead to anything untoward. Yet, at night, he often becomes overly familiar with me. I, lacking stamina, would spend all day out, then after a refreshing shower, collapse onto the large bed, offering only token resistance a couple of times before succumbing to slumber. Each morning, I would awaken to find my face and lips swollen, and when I questioned him, he offered no explanation. However, after several instances, it became increasingly evident that something was amiss. Xuan Nanliang, you may still be far from divine insight, but you are certainly not oblivious. A normal person would have detected something unusual about your roommate's behavior after the first instance. Indeed, the dining invitations, shopping excursions, dress purchases, movie outings, and amusement park visits. This is not merely a sequence of friendly gestures. It is the unmistakable pattern of a date. You, dear Xuan Nanliang, are truly remarkable. Jaden, ultimately, you both ended up booking a couple's hotel. I must say, your roommate possesses a certain conscience. And as for you, you truly are rather oblivious. Your roommate's restraint speaks volumes. He merely kissed your cheek, pecked your lips, and caressed your body. Yet he refrained from taking further steps. Oh, I am not oblivious. I genuinely did not anticipate this. After all, we are both boys, Xuan Anliang said shyly, but this inquiry struck a chord deep within Xuan. Moments later, Xuan Anliang, in a state of anxiety, implored, "Host, please assist me. I am at a loss on how to confront my roommate's affection. What should I do? I beg you, lend me your help." Xuan was left speechless. Smith Marseille, your host, is also grappling with this very dilemma. Chapter 24. Does Xiao Nanliang aspire to be the Sea King? Or should he simply accept his role as someone else's little friend? How does one navigate the affections of a boy? Xuan himself remains uncertain. Despite his naivety, Xuan can sense that his gentle companion harbors some feelings for him. Yet, even though he possesses a feminine appearance, he is undeniably a boy. How can boys be together? How can they engage in intimate relations? It all seems absurd. Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly. Thus, he found himself at a loss in response to Xiao Nanliang's query. Suddenly, however, a spark of inspiration ignited in Xuan's mind. He then asked, "Hello, may I inquire whether you are attracted to boys or girls?" By probing into sexual orientation, if Xiao Nanliang were steadfastly drawn to girls, he would surely decline his roommate's advances. Yet, since this Xiao Nanliang exhibited hesitation, it implied an uncertainty regarding his orientation. Xiao Nanliang paused, contemplating for a moment before slowly responding, I'm not quite certain. However, I believe I'm attracted to girls." Indeed, hesitation serves as an answer. This Xiao Nanliang must harbor feelings for his roommate, or else he would have promptly rejected him. Thus, Xuan continued, "So, how do you feel about your roommate's treatment of you? He is undoubtedly kind. He plays with me daily, accompanies me on shopping trips, shares meals, and even enjoys snuggling with me while we sleep. He hands me tissues after I finish eating, offers me an umbrella when it rains, buys me medicine when I feel unwell, and comforts me when I am downcast. Moreover, he is handsome, tall, and comes from a decent family." Xiao Nanliang spoke animatedly. LV 16. Understanding. Love develops over time. Your roommate has fully integrated into your life. LV 19. Lin Ziki. Given how well he treats you, his good looks, and his affluent background, he appears to be a worthy person to rely on. You might as well just give in to him. Huh? Are you all misinterpreting this? Although he treats me well, we are both boys. How can boys be together? Xiao Nanliang exclaimed anxiously. LV 19. Lin Ziki. Let me ask you this. Do you feel repulsed by his kind gestures? No, not at all, Xiao Nanliang stammered. LV 19. Lin Ziki. Would you accept someone who silently dedicates themselves to you, wholeheartedly devoted, even if he is a boy? I'm not sure if I could accept it. If only he were a girl. If he were a girl, then I could be at ease being with him. But alas, he is a boy. Xiao Nanliang lamented, torn in his thoughts. At that moment, Xuan struck to the heart of the matter. If you do not have feelings for him, why not simply reject him outright? You must have known all along that he likes you. If you do not wish to be with him, why accept his kindness? Xiao Nanliang remained silent, stammering for a considerable time. Xuan took a deep breath and continued, In your heart, you must be captivated by his tenderness. Since you are conflicted, you surely understand that if you reject him, he will no longer treat you as kindly as you claim. Thus, you're being overly greedy. Xuan let out a light sigh. You cherish his gentleness yet refuse to accept him as a person. Do you not feel the contradiction? Are you not a villain? A heartless manipulator of others' affections? After uttering these words, Xuan's eyes brimmed with incredulity. How could he articulate such profound insights? In truth, Xuan's mind was racing at an extraordinary pace. Xiao Nanliang trembled, retorting with anger, I am not toying with his feelings. Then why do you continue to lead him on? Xuan raised an eyebrow, quickly countering. Xiao Nanliang fell silent, and after a long pause, he managed a bitter smile and slowly explained, You are right. Indeed, when he repeatedly expressed his affection for me, I sensed a shift in his feelings. At that time, I felt elated, but not in the way one feels when their secret crush returns their feelings. Rather, it was the joy of realizing my own allure. Xuan nodded in understanding. After all, having a high-quality man devotedly adoring you would undoubtedly bring joy. Xiao Nanliang continued. Initially, my feelings for him were quite innocent. I simply enjoyed having someone who dotes on me, which made life so much easier. I thought I could, like a character from a novel, keep him ensnared in my charm, ensuring his continued devotion while I basked in his affection. However, things took a turn. A few days ago, he was injured and hospitalized. He wanted me to visit him, and I casually agreed, as visiting a roommate is quite normal. That day, I dropped by to see him, brought him a fruit basket, exchanged a few casual words, and then hurriedly left. Ever since that day, his demeanor toward me has changed. He has grown distant, no longer inquiring about my well-being or showing interest in my daily life. I find myself quite unaccustomed to this shift. LV16, understand, wait? When did you two start living in the same dorm? What did he express his feelings for you? We are both sophomores, having lived together since the beginning of our university journey, which has now nearly spanned 2 years. As for when he first expressed his feelings, it seems to have been less than a month into the semester. Xiao Nanliang reflected momentarily before responding. LV16, understand, 666, you're just like the streamer said, playing the field. You've kept him hooked for 2 years, and when he falls ill, you treat him so casually. Even if he loves you, your actions would surely wound him. If it were me, I would be tempted to slap you twice. LV19, Lin Ziki, let him go. How can such an exceptional man be strung up on your tree? No, that cannot be. Xiao Nanliang resolutely declined, her tone imbued with unwavering determination and urgency. LV19, Lin Ziki, no. Have you lost your mind, Xiao Nanliang? LV16, understand. Moreover, if you do not harbor feelings for the person, why persist in pursuing them? In my view, you ought to prepare a condom, don your thermal leggings inside out, and lie down on his bed with a blindfold. Gu Xian added, you must confront your true feelings, for as the saying goes, the one embroiled is often blind to the situation, while the observer sees clearly. LV16, understand. You've criticized Xiao Nanliang, but have forgotten to mention yourself, dear streamer. You are equally perplexed, as you are the one entangled in the situation, yet claim to have clarity. LV19, Lin Ziki, silly, you are merely a congenital plush ball saint body, obediently become our furnace. Hey, hey, hey. Gu Xian's cheeks flushed a vivid red. He vowed never to use idioms again. Chapter 25, Special Task 1-3, Assisting Xiao Nanliang in untangling his heartstrings, completed. I initially believed I could use a well-chosen idiom to demonstrate my intelligence, but alas, I misused it, leading to an embarrassing moment. Approximately 5 minutes later, Xiao Nanliang spoke softly. Thank you all. Thank you, host. I believe I have come to understand my inner self. LV32. I'm the emperor. Well, LV16. Understanding. Do share. I feel I should pursue him. I cannot bear to witness him being affectionate with someone else. I desire his devoted attention solely on me. Even if it means tethering him to my side, I cannot allow him to be with another. Thus, I shall be with him. I shall reclaim that tenderness he once bestowed upon me. Xiao Nanliang declared resolutely. Yet, LV16, understanding? LV19, Lin Ziki? LV18, Jaden? LV32, I am the emperor. My dear, have you perhaps allocated your attribute points incorrectly? LV25, Cunning One, is Xiao Nanliang turning into a fool? How intriguing. LV27, Mischievous One, darling, darling, do not speak, come and solve math problems with me. I desire an abundance of mathematical knowledge. Come allow me to enlighten you about the various cosine angles in mathematics. LV25, Cunning One, damn, tonight I shall assign you 100 math papers. Exhausting you. LV27, Mischievous One, darling, have you not heard? There are no overworked fields, only exhausted oxen. LV32, I am the emperor. Bring forth. Strip them of their ranks. Remove their official robes. Cast them out of the live stream. Image of Armageddon. JPG. LV23, I am the eunuch. By decree, bring them down. LV19, Lin Ziki, 666. The live stream is a chaotic mix. I did not expect such characters to be hidden within. LV16, understanding. Nanliang is quite the entertainer. There are indeed many lively souls in this abstract live stream. Gu Xian smirked, while some viewers tuned in to witness his cross-dressing performance. A larger portion came for the entertainment. Nevertheless, it is all data, and truly, it is quite amusing. Returning to the matter at hand, Xuan inquired, "So, do you choose to be with him?" "Yes and no," Xiao asserted. Xuan was perplexed. "I desire his tenderness, his kindness towards me. As for taking it a step further, that shall remain my secret host. Thank you. I'm going to take action now." With that, a chime sounded as Xiao Nanliang exited the stream. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Special task. 1-3 assist Xiao Nanliang in untangling his heartstrings. The entanglement of love has been completed. Rewards are now bestowed. 10 consecutive draws system. A new section appeared on the system interface, which Xuan hastily scanned before closing the interface. In the depths of his heart, Xuan silently pondered. System. Why does this special task display 1-3? Is there more to come? He waited in anticipation. The system replied in a calm manner. Xuan redirected his focus to the live broadcast, intending to delve into the system after the stream concluded. Dong Su had set a live notification for Xuan, yet he did not enter the live room. Instead, he quietly observed from outside. Boiling a frog in warm water? If I were like that little Nanliang-esque roommate, speaking tenderly to you, would you fall in love with me? Dong Su murmured before stepping into the live room. LV50, Gentle in the Heavens, has entered the live room. The entrance of the wealthy benefactor was strikingly conspicuous, and Xuan caught sight of it instantly. He greeted with a smile. Good evening, gentle brother. LV50, Gentle in the Heavens. Good evening. After a bout of emotional turmoil involving little Nanliang, the number of viewers in the live room surged, subtly approaching 1,000. Dong Su observed this, his fingers lightly tapping. LV50, Gentle in the Heavens, sent musical notes. 3. Rockets soared into the sky, one after another. The audience was left in astonishment, showering praises upon the generous benefactor. With the influx of gifts, the viewer count swiftly exceeded 1,000. Xuan felt an exhilarating rush. 3 rockets meant a sum of 1,500 yuan. However, would Gentle Brother still demand compensation from him? Surely not. Seemingly sensing his doubts, Dong Su offered a gentle smile and typed, LV50, Gentle in the Heavens, spend with peace of mind. You need not repay. By the way, you look good today. Let us see a cute side of you. Xuan nodded gratefully, but upon hearing Dong Su's compliment, his cheeks flushed slightly. He felt a tinge of shyness. After all, it was with the money gifted by others that he adorned himself in a dress. No matter, he would charm the generous benefactor. Rising from his chair, Xuan stepped back a couple of paces, seeking a more spacious area to showcase his talents. However, he stumbled upon a packaging box on the floor. Little sister, why did you leave this box lying around? Xuan exclaimed, and with a thud, he fell heavily to the ground. The impact left him seeing stars, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye as his legs instinctively curled beneath him. Bracing against the floor, hiss! Xuan gasped in pain, attempting to rise, but waves of agony surged through his body, rendering him immobile. He needed to take a moment to recover. Yet, in this position, beneath the delicate pink hem of his skirt, 2 slender, fair legs were exposed, seemingly inviting attention. The shadowy depths of the skirt appeared like a black hole, drawing all gazes. LV16. Understanding. Is this the host's new talent? Displaying his outfit of the day through a fall? LV19. Lin Ziki. The blue and white combination appears deceptively simple. Is a host really a boy? This seems a bit exaggerated. LV6. Xian host. You must wear safety shorts in the future. You flashed again. Don't look. JPG. LV20. Yue. The path was initially narrow, but then it opened up. Dong Su's expression darkened. This streamer was nothing short of a fool, a simpleton. How could one trip and fall even within the confines of their own room? Moreover, how could they not even wear a pair of safety shorts? Screenshot. Hurry and stand up. The live stream erupted in chaos. The viewer count skyrocketing to 1,500. Such a rarity. This streamer, broadcasting their clumsiness, surprisingly faced no repercussions. Finally, after a 2-minute intermission, Xuan managed to rise. The first words to escape his lips were, Gentle brother, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dong Su felt a tremor in his heart. You fell on your own, unable to rise, and yet you turn around to apologize to me? Chapter 26. The Pressure of Money? Xiao Nanliang should really be a plush ball. Must one be so foolish? LV 50. Gentle in the heavens. Huh? What are you apologizing for? Take it easy. However, I must apologize, Brother Wenru, for not showing you the new dance I have learned. Dongsu's breath hitched. While Gu Xian continued to express his apologies, a peculiar flush rising on his face, the pain causing a fine sheen of sweat to bead on his forehead. Gu Xian continued, I'm sorry, but I fear I can no longer showcase my talents. Dongsu felt helpless. Which was more important, health or money? Moreover, why the incessant apologies? LV 50. Gentle in the heavens. Rest for now. You can showcase your dance later, or send it to me privately once you've recovered. LV 16. Understanding. The benefactor is being ungracious. We all want to see the host dance. Gu Xian nodded gratefully, then moved to the blind spot of the camera, collapsing onto the bed. Once he ensured that the live stream could not capture him, he grimaced in pain, exclaiming repeatedly, Ouch, it hurts so. I'm in agony. Why didn't T-Mai's sister take the packaging out? I've injured myself. His backside, which was already sore, now felt as if it had been shattered into pieces. Oh, the pain was unbearable. He thought to soothe his rear to alleviate the discomfort. But the moment his fingers brushed against it, a jolt of sharp pain surged through him like an electric current, and an involuntary, delicate moan escaped his lips. Gu Xian instantly covered his mouth, his face reddening at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He and T muted his microphone. The chat room, which had been lively, fell silent upon hearing Gu Xian's soft moan, followed by an explosion of questions flooding in. LV 16, understanding it. It responded. LV 19. Lin Ziki, 66, brother, you have skills. LV 18, Jaden, host. Look at me. Mine is 186, 18. LV 6, Xian, what does that mean? LV 18, Jaden Ahem, 186 is height, 18 is. LV 6, Xian, perhaps I've already been splattered with paint. LV 16, understanding, brother, you're amazing, 18, like an arrow through the clouds, facing 1,000 troops. LV 18, Jaden, if given the chance, I'll share a video with you. The chat room erupted in excitement. Dongsu gazed at the empty live stream screen, momentarily dazed. He recalled the 2 photos of legs Gu Xian had sent him the previous night. They were pure and slender, as white and delicate as jade. The calves were tight and slender, while the thighs had noticeably gained some flesh, appearing bouncy and supple, especially at the roots of the thighs. Wait, in the photos Gu Xian had sent him, did he not wear underwear at that time? Otherwise, how could one glimpse the contours of his thighs? Dongsu's breath caught, but almost instantaneously, it returned, now deeper and more pronounced. He scrolled through Gu Xian's leg photos again, and indeed, he could faintly discern the outline of his hips. Dongsu cleared his throat softly, a faint blush gracing his ears. He had not anticipated that Gu Xian, appearing so innocent, led a rather flamboyant life behind the scenes. As Gu Xian returned, though the vibrant flush had faded from his face, a delicate pink still adorned his charming countenance, harmonizing beautifully with his pastel dress and exuding an enchanting allure. LV 14. Q Ingy Uming, dear host, your eyes are simply mesmerizing. Might we have a closer look? LV 16. Liaji, I suspect you feigned closeness to the host only to take off like a plane. LV 6. Xian, I understand. In ancient times, gentlemen mastered 6 arts, one of which was archery. And this is indeed a face arrow. LV 14. Huing Uming. Haha, but I lack wings to take flight. Besides, I'm a gold miner, not a pilot. LV 16. Liaji, Ahem. If you are so confident, how about sending me some mining videos? LV 14. Q Ingy Uming. Go away. Let's not quarrel. Gu Xian gently swayed his little tuft of hair, leaning closer to the camera, his adorable and handsome face instantly filling the entire livestream screen. LV 19. L. NZQ. Excuse me, I must take my leave in respect. LV 15. BKP to KNGB. My wife's lips, soft and rosy. Her face, so fair and pristine, Not a single pore in sight. My wife's nose, petite and charming. How delightful. My dear wife, take me away. LV18. Jaden. Those who are not minors, please vacate the live stream. The sweet and soft host belongs to us boys. She can only be our wife. LV15. BKP to KNGB. Haha. Let the world embrace heterosexuality. Clearly, the host is a boy, and I am a girl. It is only natural for boys and girls to be together. Indeed, this resonated deeply within Xuan, who nodded eagerly in agreement. Dongsu, however, wore a dark expression and typed, LV50. TNSH Inc. WNRUBJN. What if I were to regard you as a girl and ask you to be my girlfriend? To his surprise, Xuan responded earnestly, his small face serious. That one do. I intend to find a girlfriend, not a boyfriend. Unlike that little Nanliang from earlier, I am quite certain of my sexual orientation. LV15. BKP to KNGB. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world, witnessing its splendor. I'm sorry, Meow. I shall take the sweet and soft host with me. Dongsu could no longer contain himself. He stood up and paced around the room before sitting down again, his fingers poised over the GIF's interface. LV50. TNSH Inc. WNRUBJ and sent a carnival one. The enormous carnival slowly ascended, and silence enveloped the live stream, leaving only Dongsu's barrage of messages. LV50. TNSH Inc. WNRUBJN. If I insist on making you my girlfriend, what will you do? LV15. BKP to KNGB. Accursed benefactor. Aside from being wealthy, handsome, and well-built, what else do you possess? On what grounds do you enforce this upon the host? LV50. Kindly send me the payment code. I shall transfer you 2,000. LV15. In my opinion, the charming and delicate host deserves to find a boyfriend. For your happiness and well-being, I shall take my leave. This departure shall last a lifetime. Do not worry about me. Dongsu smiled faintly. Indeed, money wields the power to influence, and this is the might of wealth. Alas, besides his handsome appearance, towering stature, impressive physique, abundant riches, melodious voice, and refined character, he is left with nothing but his damned charisma. Is it not an effortless endeavor to attract such a delicate flower? Chapter 27. The joys of the livestream room, however. Gu Shaoxian wished to no longer be teased. With crossed arms and a bittersweet expression, Gu Xian declared, Gentle brother, I genuinely prefer girls over boys. Of course, I do not harbor any animosity towards you. I merely find it awkward to be around boys. After all, I am a boy myself, and if we were to be together, we would only stare at each other, unable to engage in any meaningful interaction. I do not wish to pursue a same-sex relationship. Gu Xian timidly retracted his neck. Dongsu felt that he had been left speechless more times in the past month than he had in these few days. Let us not delve into the details. Could it be that Gu Xian is unaware that boys can engage in various roles beyond merely being a pilot? Those intrigued might seek further information. Silly Gu Xian seemed to believe that boys could only engage in swordplay with one another. He clearly appeared to be the more submissive type, yet he remained obstinate. Ah, how foolish! Dongsu's thoughts returned to the present, and his cheeks flushed. He cleared his throat, attempting to banish the impure thoughts that had invaded his mind. Initially, he had merely desired to engage in a romantic relationship with Gu Xian to mend his emotional wounds. Yet, upon seeing Gu Xian, the inclination to tease him emerged instead. Dongsu lamented, and thus he continued typing. LV50. The tenderness of heaven cannot compare to you. Engaging in a romance with me will not bring you misfortune. You shall come to understand this in time. After sending the message, Dongsu quietly observed Gu Xian. Gu Xian was taken aback at the suggestion of dating the gentle brother. I'm sorry, but I have never considered that. Yet, in order to maintain the support of his benefactor, Gu Xian nodded in agreement. LV14. Clear Dream send the hot air balloon 1. LV14. Clear Dream levels up to LV16. Clear Dream. The hot air balloon ascended gracefully, and Gu Xian felt a surge of excitement within him. He formed a heart shape with his hands and expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Clear Dream darling. I adore you, Mua. However, mere verbal thanks felt insufficient, and due to the discomfort in his body, Gu Xian added, I apologize. Clear dream, darling. I am currently unable to showcase my talents. Perhaps tomorrow? I shall present my skills then, if that is agreeable to you. To his surprise, LV16. Clear dream. Host, I do not wish to see your talents. I only desire to gaze into your eyes. Gu Xian nodded and leaned in closer, his face filling the live stream frame with his starry gaze. LV6. Xian. Although the host is undeniably adorable, they are rather peculiar. Blue hair and even azure eyes, certainly not typical of the locals. LV19. Lin Ziki. Mom, I found a girl whose eyes sparkle like stars. LV16. Understanding. They appear to be glimmering, much like a marble. LV16. Clear dream. Has the host adorned themselves with colored contact lenses? Gu Xian shook his head. No, I am not wearing colored lenses. The azure pupils are innate, their beauty undiminished, even without systematic facial enhancement. However, with the optimization, their allure has reached the pinnacle of human capability. The live stream erupted in astonishment, with viewers fervently discussing the eyes of the host and the audience alike. Until LV6. Xian. Host, I know another streamer, a wonderful person. I mentioned that there's an exceptionally adorable Xuan Nanliang here, and he is curious to connect with you. Is that possible? Gu Xian nodded, for he had little else to occupy his time and could not simply sit idly chatting with the audience. Please tell me his name, and I shall see if I can connect. LV6. Xian. His name is Yun Duo, Identity V. Just search for it. All right. Gu Xian proceeded to search for the name and requested to connect. Ding. Connection successful. Host Xiao Xian is not a weak receiver versus host Yun Duo, Identity V. The music host possesses a comment intercommunication feature. The live stream divided into two halves. The left side showcased Gu Xian, while the right side displayed the recommended streamer. However, this streamer? My goodness. Sisters, can you believe that the seemingly adorable figure on the other side is actually a boy? A youthful gentleman, approximately 20 years of age, with delicate features, delicately gesturing with his fingers, his voice notably effeminate. Upon closer inspection, Gu Xian noticed the subtle makeup adorning the other's face, complemented by a layer of soft pink nail polish on his fingertips. The audience in the other streamer's room chimed in. LV26. Enchanted by the captivating allure. Yin Duo, are you joking? The person opposite is a boy. They look just like a little lowly. LV21. Heart Snow. Opposite host Moon, I'm a girl. Gu Xian's audience responded. LV15. Unreliable blank. A girl? Ha! It's all the same. I'll tell you the truth. I've already had in-depth communication with the host. You must step aside. LV6. Xian. Is it what I think it is? LV16. Understanding. LV18. Jaden. LV19. Lin Ziki. Even a large question mark appeared above Gu Xian's head. What in the world does she mean by having in-depth communication? This is slander. Pure slander. Yet, before Gu Xian could clarify, Blank's sister took it upon herself to explain. LV15. Unreliable blank. Ahem. Last night, I dreamed that I was in a hotel room with the host. Initially, we were chatting, but later I made my move on the host. Ahem, I was on top, and the host was beneath. The host begged for mercy, but I ignored him and continued my relentless assault. In the end, the host fainted. LV16. Understanding. A lady with a vivid imagination. LV19. Lin Ziki. Latest anime. The perverse color demon, Blank's sister, will not dream a soft and cute weak receiver Xuan Nanliang. Everyone is welcome to watch. Gu Xian's face darkened. Was he once again being subjected to ridicule? The frequency with which young ladies initiate conversations surpasses that of young gentlemen. The live broadcast was filled with laughter, creating a jovial atmosphere. Gu Xuan, observing the flurry of comments, felt a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks, prompting him to avert his gaze from the barrage of live chat. With a sheepish smile, he greeted the host across the screen. Hello, Brother Yundu, and greetings to all the viewers on the other side. Yenda momentarily paused, then covered his mouth with a light chuckle. Xian, the way you address me as brother melts my heart. Here, let me give you a race car. With a playful glance, he pointed, sending a virtual race car to Gu Xian. Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, What in the world is happening? LV16. Insight. The host possesses remarkable prowess, having successfully captivated the attention of the opposing host. 666. Snapping back to reality. Gu Xian shivered in surprise, his hair standing on end as he hurriedly formed a heart shape with his hands over his chest. Thank you. Thank you for the race car, Brother Yundu. Xian loves you. Moo. His cherry lips drew near until darkness enveloped the live broadcast screen. Yundu was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush coloring his face. He mused, Xian, you truly resemble a young lady, but alas, I am not inclined that way. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly pursue you. What? Chapter 28. Do I prefer boys? Do I prefer girls? Oh, I truly adore girls. A large question mark slowly emerged above Gu Xian's head. Yin Duo was inclined toward boys. So why did he say that if he were straight, he would pursue Gu Xian? Shouldn't straight individuals be pursuing beautiful girls? Yin Duo waved his hand. I apologize, Xiao Xian, but I instinctively perceived you as a girl. However, how have you grown to resemble a charming little girl from an anime? So adorably exquisite. After speaking, Yin Duo carefully scrutinized Gu Xian. His skin was fair and delicate, almost fragile to the touch, with petite, rosy lips, an exquisitely delicate nose, and particularly striking azure eyes that sparkled with a hint of starlight, seemingly capable of captivating souls. His long, sapphire hair cascaded halfway down his back, while two playful strands gently draped over his fragrant shoulders, subtly concealing his collarbone, yet perpetually drawing the gaze of others. His hair was half-tied in a casual style, partially cascading down in a way that exuded an enchanting allure. Yin Duo's eyes were filled with astonishment. Brother Yin Duo, this is simply my natural disposition, Gu Xian replied with a sweet smile, though a flicker of pain momentarily crossed his eyes. Yin Duo nodded, not dwelling on it too much. After all, the world is vast, and it is quite normal for a naturally beautiful boy to exist. Clearing his throat, Gu Xian pondered a shift in conversation. Brother Yin Duo, why do you prefer boys? Shouldn't you be attracted to beautiful girls? Gu Xian voiced his confusion. Yin Duo lightly tapped his forehead with his finger. Xiao Xian, my hypothalamus differs from that of a typical male, which predisposes me to be more inclined towards men. Furthermore, due to my effeminate nature in childhood, I was bullied by my peers. However, one day a tall boy protected me, and from that moment on, I felt that I was more suited to find a male partner in the future. Gu Xian, puzzled, asked, aren't you concerned about the judgment of outsiders? There are many who disdain homosexuality nowadays. Yin Duo chuckled softly. Xiao Xian, what do the insults of others matter to me? What does that mean? Gu Xian scratched his head, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. He had not even completed elementary education. How could he comprehend such classical expressions? LV15. Unreliable blank. Opposite streamer. Our Xiao Xian hasn't been to school. He doesn't understand this. Please translate. LV34. Don't bully me. Xiao Xian is small, silly, fragrant, and soft. I can't take it anymore. I'll punch the earth into oblivion. Where's there a sane person in Xiao Xian's kitchen? Just holding on. Xiao Xian, my love for you is as fervent as a tractor climbing a mountain, resounding and thunderous. I want to put my pants in the refrigerator and become a cold-hearted person. I want to shred my pants and become a ragged individual. I want to flaunt my pants and become a flashy character. I want to throw away my pants and become Xiao Xian's dog. LV16, understanding. LV19, Lin Ziki. LV6, Xian. LV16, tranquil dream. Is Xiao Xian dreaming of a girl? In the cloud streaming room, a flurry of question marks emerged. Very good, very spirited, commented a user. My eyes are already filled with the figure of little Xian, yet I yearn for more than mere visual satisfaction. I long for my heart and soul to be filled by him, expressed another. I can't take any more, damn it. I'm spilling the beans, exclaimed a third user. The two streaming rooms engaged in lively conversation. Cloud, with a sheepish smile, began to explain, what I mean is, I don't care what others say. They can criticize all they want. I've encountered similar individuals in my previous streams who would come in and insult me, even attacking my parents. A glint of coldness flashed in Cloud's eyes. But I am who I am. I adore boys. So what? Am I supposed to change my sexual orientation just because they think otherwise? Absolutely not. With a wave of her hand, Cloud continued. The direction of societal progress is to embrace differences, supporting everyone in freely exploring and accepting their true selves, as long as it is done with respect for others. Thus, whether one is attracted to the same sex or the opposite sex, it is a genuine expression of our emotions that should not be overly interpreted or questioned. Of course, heterosexuality remains the norm, but homosexuality is akin to a flower blossoming along the path of societal development, deserving of acceptance and respect. Returning to the present, Cloud noticed Gu Xian's bewildered expression and chuckled. "Little Xian, why are you looking so silly?" "I am not silly," Gu Xian retorted, his starry eyes widening. But his voice faltered slightly. "I just haven't heard anyone say such things before." His mind, inundated with a plethora of explosive knowledge, processed information rather slowly. "Little Xian, you truly should find a tall, strapping boyfriend to take care of you. Otherwise, your foolishness might lead you to be led astray one day," Cloud said jovially. I don't want a boyfriend," Gu Xian protested, his hair standing on end as he argued. "Why does everyone say I should find a boyfriend? I clearly want a girlfriend. I'm a straight guy." This left Cloud momentarily stunned. "Oh, from your appearance, I thought you liked boys," Gu Xian replied. "Prejudice is a mountain in the heart. I merely look like a girl," he clarified, "but I don't like boys. I want to marry a wife in the future." Cloud's mouth twitched. Can you imagine a remarkably adorable blue-haired bundle with a tuft of hair standing like a lightning rod, asserting his preference for girls while sporting a rosy complexion? It's simply too cute. Dongsa pondered whether Gu Xian's insistence on liking girls was concealing his true feelings, or perhaps he genuinely did not realize his attraction to boys. Dongsu smiled faintly, resolved to gradually entice Gu Xian, leading him to bend his own will. It seemed rather intriguing. Yun Duo hesitated for a moment before asking, "Xian, why are you so insistent on finding a girlfriend? Your physique and appearance are evidently more suited for seeking a boyfriend. Isn't it natural for boys to pursue girls? Let's not dwell on this any further." Gu Xian felt displeased. Why was everyone around him urging him to seek a boyfriend? All he desired was to find a girlfriend, settle down, and start a family. Noticing Gu Xian's furrowed brow, Yin Duo quickly adjusted her approach. "All right, Xian, if you wish to find a girlfriend, could you share with me the qualities you are looking for in her?" This question left Gu Xian momentarily bewildered. While he had expressed a desire for a girlfriend, he was uncertain about the specific type he sought. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "I am a strong man. I want to find a sweet girl. Ideally, someone shorter than me. A sweet girl who clings to me all day long." However, a comment from the live stream interrupted. LV26, bewitched by the broken head. "You're so small, and you call yourself a strong man? With a girl, you can only grind tofu. You might as well obediently be our Fiji cup." Chapter 29, The Battle for Xiaonanliang. The implementation of monogamy is imperative. The live stream hosted by Gu Xian is bustling with excitement. LV21, Heart of Snow. Though the words may be coarse, the reasoning holds merit. However, your delivery is rather rough. LV16, Understanding. You have a point. The host belongs to the boys. Sweet and delicate Xiaonanliang should be in a romantic relationship with a tall and athletic student. LV15, Unreliable blank. Get lost. The host belongs to the girls. Xiaonanliang and adorable girls are the perfect match. Boys and girls took sides, igniting a fierce debate over whether Xiaonanliang should pursue romance with boys or girls. The two factions argued passionately, their comments flooding the screen, drawing in curious onlookers from other live streams. LV20, Bubble Soda. I heard from friend that Xiaonanliang is here, so I came specifically. LV15, Unreliable blank. To the commenter above, state your opinion. Should Gu Xian date boys or girls? LV16, Understanding. You, foolish woman, step aside. Do you really think the host could be with a girl? Just look at him. So delicate and soft. He surely cannot perform. If he were with you girls, you would undoubtedly abandon him later. LV15, Unreliable blank. 666, Slander. Is it? I've long accepted his delicacy. Moreover, why can't I be on top? With technological advancements, domestic toys will surely delight the host beyond measure. LV18, Jaden. 666. You say so much, yet in the end, you still rely on a toy, cold and unfeeling. How could it compare to the real thing? Ultimately, you girls are no different from us boys, right? Since the host is beneath, why not seek out a boy to experience the genuine article, rather than play with fakes? LV 16. Understanding, my brother speaks wisely. Truly a commendable 18-year-old boy. Thumbs up, JPG. The debate raged on, with the male faction clearly exhibiting a more assertive stance. Until LV 20. Bubble soda, enough of this noise. I have a brilliant idea. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Do share. LV 32. I am the emperor. Speak. LV 20. Bubble soda. It's quite simple. Why not implement a system of monogamy? LV 16. Understanding. What nonsense is this? Drag him away. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Hooray. According to the law, the host still belongs to us girls. LV 20. Bubble soda. You two have misunderstood my point. What I mean is, why not allow the host to have both a boyfriend and a girlfriend? This would resolve your dilemma. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Huh? Let me ask you, in a trio, what gender would Xuan represent? LV 20. Bubble soda. Quite simply, he would be the one in the middle. LV 16. Understanding. My brother, what profound insights you have. LV 20. Bubble soda. It is quite simple. Xuan can play games with both boys and girls. This signifies a balance. If one represents straight men and 0 symbolizes gay men, then the host is a perfect 0. 5. LV 16. Understanding. I cannot believe it, a true 0-5. However, I must admit, it is quite acceptable. The boys unanimously agreed. LV 15. Unreliable blank. You only mentioned 2 people playing games, but what if 3 wish to join? One cannot simply watch while the others play. LV 20. Bubble soda. It's straightforward. Let the host remain in the middle, taking on a bridging role. After all, with 3 entities, there will always be a perspective. Regardless of how 3 individuals choose to engage, they can all participate. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Impressive. I concede. After much persuasion, the girls also acquiesced. Thus, the boys and girls formed a unified front, jointly affirming Xuan's monogamous principle. Wait, the protagonist has yet to speak. Xuan, with a furrowed brow, realized he had been designated to seek both a boyfriend and a girlfriend without his input. Was he even human? How could one play with both boys and girls simultaneously? 696? Ugh. Xuan felt a slight blush creeping to his cheeks. He wished to steer the conversation elsewhere. Continuing on this topic would only invite more teasing. Just then, Yin Duo interjected. Xuan, have you played Identity V? No, why? Oh, it's nothing, just that if you wish to play in the future, you can come to me. After saying this, Yin Duo smiled confidently and added, I'm a top-tier umbrella, a 100-star killer, and I will guide you in playing Identity V. Oh, all right. Xuan nodded, somewhat bewildered. He didn't quite grasp the significance of Yin Duo's words, but felt it was impressive nonetheless. The time for collaboration was nearing its end. Xuan, let us follow each other. If you have any questions, whether about games or streaming, feel free to ask me. Yin Duo gazed at Xuan with a gentle smile. He then entered Xuan's streaming room and sent him a plain gift. The plane filled the streaming screen, and Xuan widened his eyes, about to express his gratitude, when Yin Duo softly remarked, No need to thank me. Consider it a welcoming gift from your elder brother. Your brother lacks nothing but money, so come to me if you ever need it. The soft, adorable, and somewhat dazed Xuan resembled a neighborly little sister, evoking a sense of affection. Naturally, Yin Duo developed a fondness for this charming young lad. Thank you, brother Yin Duo. I will add you for contact after my stream. Yes, all right, I'll take my leave now. Xuan nodded, and Yin Duo subsequently ended the collaboration. The streaming room reverted to Xuan alone. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Honestly, I previously thought those who played Identity V were a bit eccentric, but today it seems there are more good people in the mix. Understanding the following. The deceased woman did indeed utter a truth. That cloud, the person is quite remarkable. It is true, as he previously assisted fans in leveling up their accounts for free, without any intent to profit, and he possesses a commendable demeanor. Ranking among the finest in character within the 5th circle, Today, I had the pleasure of listening to my two favorite streamers interact harmoniously, thus rendering my life complete. After a brief exchange, Xuan felt an increasing discomfort throughout his body and, bidding farewell, hastily concluded the live stream. He removed his skirt and, holding a mirror, began to scrutinize himself. Alas, indeed, his back bore bruises from the fall, and his posterior appeared quite reddened, likely swollen as well. Xuan was too slender, with his back resembling a mere skeleton. Any fall would have impacted his bones directly. Had he injured his bones? Xuan remained uncertain. He decided to observe for a couple of days. Seeing, Dongsu entered the Cloud's live streaming room. Cloud cast a glance and greeted him. Hello. Dongsu said little more, directly sending 2 rockets. As the rockets soared into the air, Cloud stood up from her chair. Dongsu arrived swiftly and departed even more quickly, leaving behind a single remark. Well spoken. Cloud was left in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 30, A Sleepless Night. Sibling affection shining like moonlight it hurts. Xuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. A searing pain coursed through his back, leaving him feeling somewhat feeble. The agony surged along his spine, relentlessly eroding the scant remnants of drowsiness. His eyes widened, the pitch-black room illuminated solely by the dim azure glow of his gaze. Xuan was aware that the tumble had been quite severe, yet he had not anticipated such excruciating pain. Perhaps a fracture had occurred. His fingers grazed his back, eliciting a pained gasp. He could no longer endure it. Lying down was not an option. Xuan realized that it would be futile to force himself to sleep that night. Thus, he groped his way out of bed and turned on the bedside lamp. Beneath the warm yellow light, he shuffled out of his room, his slippers dragging along the floor. The household had limited supplies of medicine, but fortunately, there was an ointment capable of treating contusions. Xuan located it, contemplating applying some tonight and enduring until morning to visit the hospital. However, he soon encountered a crucial dilemma. He could not reach the injured area on his back. He needed assistance. Little sister, Xuan murmured, glancing towards Gusu's room. It was already past midnight. He truly did not wish to disturb her rest. Yet, the pain surged through him like an electric current, a tingling sensation enveloping his body in waves. He could delay no longer. Knock, knock, knock. His fist rapped against the door. Little sister. Xuan's brow furrowed, his voice weak and weary. Before long, footsteps echoed from within the room. The door creaked open. Brother? Why aren't you asleep yet? Gusu, still half asleep with tousled hair, noticed Xuan's slight frame and the unusual flush on his face, compelling her to muster her energy. Xuan opened his mouth to speak, but Gusu interrupted. Did you have a nightmare? Her drowsy voice was like feathers dipped in honey, brushing against Xuan's ears, causing his words to retreat back into silence. Seeing that Xuan remained silent, Gusu grasped his hand, and he offered no resistance as she pulled him onto the bed. Immediately, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, akin to soothing a frightened child. Her hand caressed the back of Xuan's head, her chin rubbing against his hair, pressing his head into her chest. Gusu's actions were instinctive, for long ago, Xuan had often sought her comfort in the night after being startled by nightmares. You're clearly a boy, yet you are even more timid than a girl. Gusu smiled softly. Well, if no one else loves you, let me, your sister, love you well. He had intended to seek his little sister's help with the ointment, yet in a daze. He found himself drawn onto the bed and inexplicably comforted as if he were a child frightened by a nightmare. It was perplexing, but miraculously, the unspoken pain was suddenly softened by the moonlight, the bruises on his back melting into warmth like the spring waters of a brook, winding down his spine. Perhaps this was the power of love. Xuan could not help but shrink back, nuzzling closer to Gusu. As drowsiness gradually enveloped him, his eyelids began to droop. A slumber until morning would be delightful. However, Gusu suddenly struck a blow to his tranquility. She gently patted Xuan's back, her voice soft as she urged sleep. Yet, this touch shattered Xuan's desire for rest, causing his eyes to snap wide open in pain. It hurt, oh how it hurt. Gusu did not relent. She continued to soothe him, hoping to guide him into slumber. Yet, Xuan's body trembled increasingly, until he could no longer contain himself, letting out a soft whimper. "It hurts, little sister. Please, stop hitting me." The haunting whisper reached Gu Su's ears, startling her awake. She rose to turn on the light and scrutinized Gu Xian's condition, curled tightly, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, his face bearing an unusual flush. "This is bad. Something is amiss." Gu Su's heart sank as she instructed Gu Xian to lie down. With great effort, Gu Xian turned over, finally lying on the bed. Gu Su knelt beside him, swallowing hard, as she lifted his pajama top. In an instant, Gu Su gasped. "What happened to you?" Once pristine skin on his back was now marred with broken skin, scabs, bruises, and red marks. Gu Xian fell silent. What could he say? Gu Su's eyes brimmed with compassion as her fingers lightly brushed against his waist, feeling him shudder beneath her touch. Looking up at Gu Xian's expression, she noticed his teeth clenched tightly, a hint of crimson gracing the corners of his eyes. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? We should go to the hospital. Are you foolish?" Gu Su's voice quivered with a hint of accusation. Why had Gu Xian refrained from confiding in her earlier? Why endure the pain in silence? "Come on, let's go to the hospital." After speaking, Gu Su prepared to rise and dress, but a small hand grasped her wrist. "Wait, little sister. At this hour, which clinic is open besides the emergency room? And I'm not injured to the extent that it warrants an emergency visit." Gu Xian's voice was barely a whisper. Gu Su, fraught with concern, momentarily lost her focus. A glimmer of tears shimmered in her eyes as she leaned against him, sobbing, "You fool. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What do we do now? All the clinics are closed." Gu Xian remained silent for a moment, then broke into a broad smile, attempting to console her. "It's all right, little sister. I'm not in pain." Yet, as Gu Su's hand gently brushed against Gu Xian's back again, he shivered once more. Gu Su, both heartbroken and speechless, replied, "Is this what you call not being in pain?" "Ahem, it hurts a little, but little sister, I'm a tough guy. This slight pain is nothing to a tough guy." Gu Xian retrieved a tube of ointment and handed it to Gu Su. "Here, little sister, apply this for me, and I'll be fine after a good sleep." To placate Gu Su's distress, Gu Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the pain within him as he smiled. "It's just a fall, nothing serious. In a bit, you can apply this for me, and then I'll take an anti-inflammatory and sleep until morning. We can go to the hospital then. I feel it's not a big deal." Meanwhile, Gu Su's gaze fell, her pupils swirling with an unidentifiable emotion. Gu Xian was unable to turn around, thus he could not see Gu Su's expression. However, he could sense her silence. He had already articulated everything he needed to convey, leaving the rest to Gu Su's discretion. After a prolonged pause, Gu Su slowly spoke. "All right, but if the pain becomes unbearable at night, you must tell me immediately, and we shall go to the hospital. They will surely assist us." Gu Su admonished. Gu Xian responded with a couple of affirmations, and then he pulled his shirt open, revealing his bare back. Gu Su's face turned a deep shade of crimson. The darkness of her blush was due to the numerous small injuries, abrasions, and bruises adorning his back, while the redness stemmed from the undeniable allure of her brother's physique, which was remarkably well formed. Clearing her throat, Gu Su squeezed out a dollop of ointment and then said, "If it hurts, just shout, and I will stop. I'm not afraid of pain. Go ahead." No, no. Little sister, it hurts so much. Please stop. Don't do that. You said you weren't afraid of pain." Chapter 31. If social death is a talent. "Cry out if it hurts. I will stop immediately," Gu Su instructed. Gu Xian, with unwavering confidence, declared, "I am not afraid of pain. Bring it on." With that, he closed his eyes. The fingers pressed down slowly until they made contact with the raw skin on Gu Xian's back. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, his eyes widening in surprise. "Damn it, I spoke too soon. Just hold on," Gu Su admonished, diligently applying ointment. Gu Xian's body involuntarily trembled, even flinching away from her touch. Anxious, Gu Su plopped down into Gu Xian's lap, pinning him in place, which allowed her to proceed. The bruise began to itch, especially where the skin was torn and scabbed, with a burning sensation that was painfully acute. His face buried in the pillow, his toes curled tightly in the folds of the blanket. Finally, he could not contain himself. No, little sister, it hurts so much. Please stop, don't do that," Gu Xian lamented. "TSK. Didn't you say you weren't afraid of pain?" Just a little more to go. I'll finish it up for you. Gusu replied with a hint of disdain. However, seeing her brother still in good spirits, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as he still had the energy to scream, things were not too dire. As she continued her task, she engaged him in conversation to distract him. How did you fall? How could a simple tumble lead to this? Guxian mumbled, little sister, you left that packaging box behind. I tripped over it during my live stream, and I wasn't prepared at all. Just fell straight to the ground. He laid out Gusu's transgressions. Clearing her throat, Gusu felt a blush creep on her cheeks. So it was her fault that her brother had ended up like this. I'm sorry, brother, she murmured. Guxian chuckled heartily. It's nothing. I should have been more cautious myself. Once she finished applying the ointment to his back, Gusu could not resist asking, why didn't you tell me sooner? We could have gone to the hospital. I didn't expect it to hurt this much, and it was late at night. I didn't want to worry you. Guxian admitted, fidgeting. You silly brother, is there anything you can't tell me? Not sharing is what truly worries me, Gusu said, exasperation evident in her tone. Understood. Guxian shrank his head back. But when he sensed Gusu's intention to stop, his hesitation grew. Finally, he grasped her hand and shyly said, little sister, don't go just yet. There's still more to do, huh? But I've finished your back, Gusu replied, puzzled. There's still my backside, Guxian said, burying his face into the pillow. Gusu's body jolted, and a playful smile graced her lips. Oh dear, brother, you'll have to take your pants off. How can I apply the ointment if you don't? Guxian hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Could you please close your eyes? If you do, I'll take them off. Feeling bashful, are we? Gusu teased in response. I'm not shy. All right, I admit it, just a little shy, but just a tad. Guxian hesitated before speaking. Oh, the elongated tone echoed in Guxian's ears, causing him to shudder as his fingers slowly crept up the edge of his pajama pants. He then pulled them down. What were the lyrics again? Oh, right. It was about a heartbeat, and how unfortunate that one cannot escape the gaze. Not only did Guxian's face flush crimson, but even Gusu's cheeks were tinged with a hint of embarrassment. However, Gusu had a penchant for teasing Guxian. Thus, she leaned closer to his ear and whispered, hurry up, big brother. How can I apply the medicine if you don't take it off? Guxian trembled. Please don't rush me. It's merely applying some ointment. At last, Guxian decided to be honest. He buried his face in the pillow, his voice muffled. Little sister, have you closed your eyes? Yet, when no response came after a long pause, Guxian sensed trouble. Sure enough, a sudden click pierced the air. Oh no, why didn't I silence the sound? Keusugast. Guxian abruptly lifted his head, their gazes locking at that moment. Ahem, big brother, would you believe me if I said I was capturing your injury for documentation? Gusu's lips twitched, revealing a stiff smile. Guxian. What else could he say? Having a quirky sister. Stay calm, stay calm. After all, he was her brother. What harm could it do to let her have a glance? Even if they were not biological siblings, the bond forged over 18 years rendered them as close as kin. How could one feel shy? No shyness, no shyness. With this thought, Guxian buried his head back into the pillow and calmly said, go ahead. Poor Guxian, overwhelmed by shame and indignation, his mind activated an automatic protective mechanism, employing a spirit of triumph. Now, it was Gusu's turn to be taken aback, but without time to ponder further, she hurriedly applied the medicine to Guxian. The process of applying the medicine is omitted. After it was done, Gusu's face was flushed, her eyes glimmering with bashfulness, while Guxian remained unfazed. It was time for bed. Gusu embraced Guxian, and they drifted off to sleep together. The following morning, Guxian woke slowly, stretching his limbs and sensing a dull ache throughout his body. Yet it was markedly better than the previous night. He exhaled softly. Turning over, he lay on his bed and checked his phone. 10 unread messages. 3 from Yinduo. Guxian opened them. Yinduo. Hello, little Xian. Yinduo. If there's a chance in the future, do come to Chongqing to visit me. Yinduo. Get some rest, little Xian. I'm off to sleep now. Good night. 7 from Gentle Brother. Have you eaten dinner? Does it hurt? Should I call a doctor for you? Where are you? Why are you ignoring me? Transferring. 10,000 yuan. Please accept it. Good night. Guxian's breathing gradually quickened. Gentle Brother sent money again. Guxian cleared his throat and sweetly smiled. Gentle brother, good morning. I experienced a bit of pain from my fall yesterday, so today I plan to visit the hospital. There's no need for you to worry. Also, thank you for your generous support. Xuan loves you. Meow. Feeling it was insufficient, Xuan added, once I recover, I shall dance for you. How's that sound? After sending the voice message, Xuan received a transfer of 10,000 yuan. Oh yay, how delightful. His little tuft of hair swayed uncontrollably, and his foot rhythmically tapped against the bed. Suddenly, a soft sound erupted from behind him, causing Xuan to turn around abruptly, only to be met with the beaming face of Gusu. Ha ha, ha ha. Gusu laughed uncontrollably, clutching his stomach as he bent over in mirth. Yet, Gusu straightened up and mimicked Xuan's overly sweet tone. Thank you for your generous support, gentle brother. Xuan loves you. Meow, and once Xuan recovers, Xuan will dance for you. How about that? Ha ha. Brother, if you're feeling amorous, just tell me. I'll one-tea laugh at you. Ha ha ha. Xuan's pupils lost focus. If social death is a talent. Chapter 32. The 10 Consecutive Draw System. Oh my, I do not wish to be Nan Liang. Xuan lowered his head, his face flushed, absent-mindedly pushing his food around on the plate, his mind still echoing with his younger sister's earlier words. Ha ha ha. The contradictory older brother, claiming to dislike boys, yet maintaining such a close and affectionate relationship with your gentle older brother. Ha ha ha. So, dear brother, will you next say, gentle older brother, little Xuan likes you. Do you like little Xuan? Then let us be together, gentle older brother. I beg you to love me, little Xuan. Is now yours. Let's tackle math problems together. Ha ha. His sister burst into laughter, leaving Xuan blushing yet speechless. Brother, I'm heading out now. Remember to visit the hospital. After confirming that Xuan's condition had improved considerably, Gusu felt a sense of relief and proceeded to go to work. Xuan nodded, and once he was sure Gusu had left, he returned to his room for a brief rest. Is it not a reasonable thing to sleep after a meal? Do not question why little Xuan is sleeping again after getting up. Simply put, it is a nap. He slept soundly until 10 in the morning, the glaring sunlight eventually rousing him. After a quick tidying of himself, donning loose-fitting attire and a hat, Xuan prepared to venture out. Mounting his electric scooter, Xuan inwardly called upon the system. I completed my live stream task yesterday, right? What's my reward? Ding. The peak viewership for this live stream reached 1,600, although 1,000 of them tuned in to witness the host's fall. Nonetheless, the lively chat atmosphere retained 600 viewers, who subsequently became your fans. For this live stream, gifts amassed to 3,500 R, and you gained 600 followers, task completed, and rewards are now to be issued. A beauty enhancement card, 1 hour. Additionally, the special task has been completed, and the 10 consecutive draw system has been unlocked. Please proceed to check it out. Xuan nodded, first examining the effects of the beauty enhancement card, finding it of little use, and set it aside. Taking a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, Xuan's consciousness delved into the 10 consecutive draw system. 10 consecutive draw system. Introduction. The 10 consecutive draw system, aptly named, offers a plethora of rewards, entirely reliant on luck. It includes 4 types of rewards: blue, purple, gold, and red. Among them, a 10 consecutive draw guarantees a purple, 80 draws assuredly yield a gold, and 160 draws will definitely produce a red reward. Note, drawing a red reward resets the draw count. Drawing requires the consumption of a 10 consecutive draw voucher, with the first 10 consecutive draw being free. Currently, 10 consecutive draw vouchers can be obtained through task rewards. Xuan's expression shifted, pausing beneath the shade of a tree by the roadside. With a gentle tap of his finger, the system interface began to spin rapidly, followed by a dazzling display of special effects. Blue reward, 100 R. Blue reward, 100 R. Purple reward, domestic toy. Do you often feel lonely in the stillness of the night? Do you seek relaxation when weary in body and spirit? With this, your withered soul shall find solace. The lost shall be awakened. Note, the advanced toy from outer space is made of skin-friendly materials and can recharge automatically. Xuan's expression darkened as he hastily inquired, System, what does this mean? What am I supposed to do with this? Indeed, it's for doing just that. With this, you won't need to lift a finger. Moreover, Cough, cough. It's incredibly fun. You'll understand once you try it for yourself, the system's little girl voice stuttered, revealing a hint of shyness. Xuan was left speechless, regretting his earlier actions. The system had witnessed everything. Suddenly, a flicker of golden light burst forth, rapidly spreading across the entire system interface. Talent, irresistible charm, gold, talent description, irresistible charm, flowers bloom at your presence. You exude an inexplicable allure, increasing attraction to the opposite sex by 20 and to the same sex by 100. This talent has been equipped. Note, the host must take care to protect themselves from outsiders and avoid calamity. Note, upgradable. Note, talent slots are full. Subsequent slots will unlock upon the system's release. What? Xuan quickly activated his phone's front camera. However, upon glancing at his reflection, his gaze became fixated on his own image. The world fell silent, save for the rapid thumping of his heart. After all, he was indeed looking at himself, which also counted as same-sex. Xuan stared in astonishment, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After a long moment, he cleared his throat and regained his composure. This talent was astonishing. It was effective even on himself. Unable to restrain himself, Xuan questioned, "System, can this talent be removed? I feel it poses a danger to me. An excessively high charm value could be problematic." He was delicate and defenseless. If someone targeted him, wouldn't he be in peril? Removing the talent will cost 100,000 yuan. Shall I process the payment now? A mere flick of your finger, and the money will be deducted immediately. The system replied with a hint of melancholy. In truth, I believe this talent suits me quite well, so I shall not remove it after all. Face changing in progress. Xuan cleared his throat. 100,000 yuan to revoke a talent was beyond his means. Rest assured, host, if any ill-intentioned individuals approach you, I will be here. I won't allow my beloved host to be bullied by anyone. The system assured casually. Xuan finally exhaled in relief. Orthopedics. Are you an adult? Where are your parents? Call them over, the doctor remarked, casting a glance at Xuan. Xuan's face turned crimson as he hurriedly produced his ID and handed it to the doctor. I'm 20 years old. I'm an adult. Oh. The doctor accepted the ID and took a glance, but upon seeing the gender section, "You're male?" The doctor's tone shifted, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Yes, Xuan nodded. Come, sit closer. Let me examine you properly. The doctor beckoned, and Xuan obediently moved beside him. The doctor utilized a flashlight to inspect Xuan's eyes, then shone it in his mouth, even gesturing to assess Xuan's physique. As his body was examined, Xuan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. However, given that the person before him was a doctor, he found it difficult to voice his discomfort. Moreover, it was his first visit to a hospital, and no one had ever conducted a physical examination on him before, aside from his younger sister. The doctor withdrew his hands. Have you visited a hospital before regarding this condition? No. Xuan replied honestly. You appear to have Klinefelter syndrome, likely due to an additional X chromosome present from birth. Just look at you. Your stature is diminutive, your skin is fair, and you possess very few body hairs. Furthermore, there is a noticeable development of breast tissue. Might I also inquire if your cognitive abilities are somewhat below average? The doctor spoke with confidence, while Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed the doctor's observations were astute and professional, aligning precisely with his own experiences, even explaining the reasons behind his perceived shortcomings. However, wasn't he in the orthopedics department? Why was the focus shifting to his feminine traits? Chapter 33. There is only one ailment in the world, and that is the affliction of poverty. This chapter is purely educational, devoid of any harmful inducements or negative implications. Respect for medicine, doctors, and patients is paramount. Please refrain from overthinking. Are we not in orthopedics? How come you, a doctor, also treat internal medicine? Xuan inquired with curiosity. I possess a modicum of knowledge across various fields, the doctor replied, adopting a serious tone. You may not have encountered such a situation before, but you should be aware that you could very well have issues with low sperm count or even be entirely azoospermic. This could lead to diminished fertility or even complete infertility. What? Xuan's emotions surged instantaneously. No fertility? That's absurd. How could I possibly have children then? The doctor rose and closed the door, then solemnly questioned, "Are you able to engage in normal sexual activity?" "What?" Xuan replied, perplexed. "Like this." The doctor's fingers gradually straightened from a bent position. In an instant, Xuan comprehended, and the flush on his cheeks became increasingly pronounced. "Well, it seems I can't." He hesitated. "First, let me ask you, do you desire children?" The doctor tapped his pen rhythmically against the desk, his demeanor quite grave. "Of course I do," Xuan stated candidly. "Marrying and having children is my ultimate goal as a man. Without children, what does that even signify?" Xuan sat upright, attentively listening as the doctor continued. "Given your current condition, it is nearly impossible for you to conceive a child on your own. You must now consider assisted reproductive technologies." "What is assisted reproduction?" Xuan inquired. "It involves surgery, opening your body, extracting sperm microscopically, and ultimately utilizing in vitro fertilization techniques." Xuan shuddered, a chill coursing through him. "Wait, are you saying I need surgery? That sounds quite intense." His lips trembled slightly. "How much will it cost?" "The surgery will be around 20,000, and in vitro fertilization approximately 50,000, not to mention hospitalization fees. It could total upwards of 100,000. The doctor replied nonchalantly, before adding, "You must act quickly, for as you age, sperm vitality diminishes. Typically, men may experience a decline in sperm quality after the age of 35 due to decreasing testosterone levels. However, your situation is different. You must hurry. The sooner, the better. If unforeseen circumstances arise, having children will become nothing more than a distant dream. Moreover, you have come for examination far too late. Had you sought help at 14 or 15, we might have been able to adjust your androgen and testosterone levels through hormonal injections." The weight of despair settled upon Xuan. His throat constricted, and he swallowed hard. He had no girlfriend, nor did he possess substantial funds. All the money he had barely exceeded 20,000. In an epiphany, Xuan realized there is but one illness in the world, and that is the affliction of poverty. After a moment of contemplation, he bitterly remarked, "Understood, doctor. I will consider this further." However, the doctor waved his hand dismissively. "Do not be so pessimistic. This is merely my perspective. We must adhere to scientific principles. Once you have made your decision, we can explore internal medicine." Xuan nodded, but soon turned away. "I fell yesterday, and it seems I injured my bones." The doctor stood up and lifted Xuan's shirt, revealing his back. The doctor frowned slightly, his fingers traversing Xuan's spine until they pressed on a specific spot. "Does it hurt?" "MMM." A rather intoxicating sound escaped his lips. The doctor furrowed his brow. Xuan's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly replied, "It hurts, it really does." The doctor pressed on another area. "Does this hurt?" "Yes, it does." "And here?" "It hurts." "What about this?" "Ah, this is the most painful." Xuan drew in a sharp breath. After a series of presses, he grimaced. The doctor withdrew his hand and inquired, "How about when you walk? Can you walk normally?" Xuan shook his head. "Walking is a bit painful. It feels rather awkward." The doctor scratched his head and said, "You should get an X-ray and CT scan. The payment window is over there." The doctor pointed in a direction, and Xuan nodded, expressing his gratitude. Upon receiving the results, a slight fracture of the pelvis, a minor contusion of the spine, and slight internal bleeding. The doctor analyzed the images, then removed his glasses and stated calmly, "You need to be hospitalized for rest." Xuan's lips quivered. "Is it possible to avoid hospitalization? It's quite inconvenient for me." He still needed to return to his live stream. The doctor glanced at Xuan. "It's feasible. You have no fractures, and your injuries aren't too severe. However, you must ensure to rest adequately, avoid prolonged sitting, and refrain from strenuous activities. Pay attention to your diet. Abstain from alcohol and spicy foods. Additionally, eat more to gain some weight. Having a bit of fat can lessen the impact of such falls. Now, go to the pharmacy to collect your medication." With a bag of medicine in hand, Xuan returned home. After the hospital visit, it was already 2 p.m. He had spent quite a bit, over 2,000 yuan, his heart aching at the expense. His younger sister had gone out, leaving him alone at home. Feeling too lethargic to cook, he took his medicine and laid down on the bed. He still had a live stream tonight, Would his body hold up? Perhaps he should take a day off? Gu Xian murmured, his heart turbulent, a crystalline tear rolling down the corner of his eye. He longed to take a break. However, if he didn't live stream, there would be no income. If only he were a billionaire. Yet, he could barely scrape together his sister's tuition and living expenses. What about her future house, car, and dowry? How would he manage all that? Never mind. It had come to this. He might as well take a nap. Chapter 34. The fourth live broadcast, the resilient Gu Xiaoxian. At 8 o'clock, the moon ascended to the sky, its silvery glow enveloping the floral fragrance that wafted into the small room. His eyelashes fluttered, shattering the moonlight resting upon them. Gu Xian opened his eyes, only to be greeted by an expanse of darkness. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his mind ensnared, as if mired in a quagmire. An endless void surged within him, crashing wave after wave against his heart. His eyes gradually moistened, and soon the pillow became damp with tears. After a prolonged silence, he unlocked his phone, revealing a stark silver screen that displayed a single unread message from his younger sister. Big brother, my friend invited me out tonight. I'll be home by 11. Please make dinner for yourself. Remember to eat. Gu Xian's face turned pale under the phone as harsh light, and he slowly set it down, curling up into a ball. The sound of a girl as soft sobs echoed intermittently in the room, each heartbeat of sorrow transforming into a pearl of anguish. Host, perhaps you should take a break today? The system suggested cautiously. No need, please issue the task, Gu Xian replied, taking a deep breath and adjusting his state of mind. Very well. Seeing Gu Xian's determination, the system ceased its objections. Today's live broadcast task: gain 500 followers and earn 1,000 yuan in the streaming circle. Task reward: a 10 consecutive exchange voucher and fragrance enhancement. Host, don't push yourself too hard. If it becomes unbearable, you can end the stream. Unlike others, there are no penalties for tasks here, the system advised before falling silent. Gu Xian nodded, patting his face to bolster his spirits. Then he began the broadcast. In an instant, over a dozen viewers flooded in. LV6, Xian, dear family, am I mistaken? Why does it feel like Xiaoxian is exceptionally beautiful today? My eyes are practically glued to her. Gu Xian nodded slightly, realizing the golden talent was in full bloom. LV16, perhaps your eyes are indeed stuck on Xiaoxian. I suggest you take a flight like me, becoming the captain of China and savoring life. LV15, my beloved, the wait has been excruciating wear and tea. You suppose to stream at 8? It's nearly 9 now. Sob, I've waited so long that the petals have withered. LV20, those petals are not the same. LV15, don't say that. General Yu raises his hand. JPG, LV16, since Xiaoxian started late, my flight has already taken off. Now I am a sage, devoid of any improper thoughts about Xiaoxian. LV18, Jaden, you're just playing cards with me. How did you end up like this? LV19, clearly lost in math problems, derivative confusion. As Gu Xian read through the barrage of comments, a portion of his loneliness dissipated, and he exhaled in relief. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry today. Xiaoxian accomplished something significant. Gu Xian raised his chin, an air of mystery surrounding him. LV16, 8? Slept? Or play games? In the vibrant chat room, a playful banter ensues. Don't say so much, my dear Xiaoxian. Could you perhaps engage in a bit of mischief with me? Like pretending to send me stockings, only to actually send them. Quipsy user, are you not a male? What need have you for stockings? Another interjects, puzzled. Ahem, it is said that the stockings of a beautiful maiden, when soaked, bestow eternal youth upon those who partake. Thus, I wish to test the efficacy of my beloved Xuan's. Replies the first with an air of whimsy. But Xiaoxian is also a boy. Consuming them will not grant immortality. Comes the incredulous retort. No. Just as Mulan donned armor in place of a gown to take her father's place in battle, so too might Xiaoxian's stockings become a miraculous elixir. Just wait and see. If I were to sip such a celestial brew, I might find myself more blissful than the heavenly beings. Has Blank been indulging in too many fanciful notions? Such nonsense. Another user comments. Huh, and you, with your pink reminiscences, dare to judge me? Counters Blank playfully. The atmosphere in the live stream grows tense as the host, Gu Xian, appears slightly awkward. Just then, A new user enters the chat, providing a welcome distraction. What great deed has transpired here? They inquire. Xuan, grateful for the interruption, cryptically reveals, today I had a doctor examine a particularly secretive part of my body, one that is rarely visible. Can you guess what it is? The answer is bones. For indeed, they are typically unseen. Yet, one cheeky participant exclaims, is it Xuan's little treasure? I'm intrigued. Goodness, must you be so infatuated? Another responds, incredulously. Keep your distance from my Xuan. A third user interjects. Xuan, flustered, wonders what on earth is being discussed. His face flushes with embarrassment as the chat erupts into a frenzy over international standards for French fry lengths. They debate the differences between fast food chains, noting how local potatoes yield different fry sizes than those from abroad. Xuan, blushing, remarks, could anyone possess such long fries? That seems rather exaggerated. Oh dear, I was speaking of bones. Bones, which are typically hidden from view. What on earth are you all discussing? He exclaims, slamming his hand on the table, silencing the chat momentarily. However, he soon succumbs to laughter, tears glistening in his eyes. Oh, it's all your fault. Xuan despises you all. Sniffle. I'm laughing too hard. However, LV15, unreliable blank. Don't cry, my dear. I shall treat you to steamed buns. LV16, understanding. Oh, I didn't realize. You have a tender side beneath that infatuation. LV18, Jaden, dear brother, have you truly lost your senses? You don't even know what steamed buns are? LV16, understanding. Steamed buns? Aren't they simply those soft, fragrant white buns that burst with the sweet aroma of malt syrup upon a single bite? Oh, I see now. Xuan wept, saying, woo-woo. Yesterday during a live stream, I fell so hard. It hurt terribly. My back is covered in wounds. The pain kept me awake all night. Woo-woo. Today I went to see the doctor. They took some x-rays and informed me that I have a fractured pelvis, a sprained spine, and internal bleeding. Woo-woo. Tonight, when I awaken, there is no one to converse with me. No one to show concern. I long to cry. Woo-woo. In this moment, Xuan's emotions erupted, while Dong's gaze remained lowered, concealing his true feelings. Chapter 35. What is the antonym of cluck? Xuan's broken sobs echoed in the live broadcast room, which finally settled down. LV15. Unreliable blank. My dear Xuan, your two cries have shattered my heart. Here, a hug, and a gentle pat on your head. Don't cry, don't cry. LV16. Understanding sends a sports car 1. LV16. Understanding upgrades to LV18. Understanding. LV18. Understanding. I am not eloquent, but I possess a modest fortune. I've saved my pennies for a week, all for you, Xuan. Catch it. LV19. Lin Ziki. Although your intentions are kind, why do I feel there is something slightly off? Never mind, I'll join in. Xuan. I've gathered a wealth of essence. Catch it. LV19. Lin Ziki send a sports car 1. LV19. Lin Ziki upgrades to LV20. Lin Ziki. While other streamers might weep to garner sympathy and line their pockets, Xuan was different. He was genuinely lost in his own world, unable to extricate himself. With his small feet perched upon the chair, he cradled his knees and wept uncontrollably. He remained oblivious to the discussions or gifts being offered in the live chat. All he desired was to weep freely, to lament his poverty and sorrow. Observing Xuan in such a state, the audience fell silent. The once dense barrage of comments resembled a sparse growth of wild grass in a desert. As his tears eventually subsided, Xuan rubbed his eyes, wiped his cheeks, and redirected his focus to the stream. At that moment, a few scattered comments began to appear. LV15. Unreliable blank. My heart aches for you, dear Xuan, crying. JPG. Once I grow up and find a job, I'll support you. You can stay at home as my house husband. How does that sound? LV18. Understanding. Daytime housework, nighttime. What? Unreliable blank. You're quite amusing. Taking a deep breath, Xuan read through the comments one by one, noticing many were offering him comfort with heartfelt yet slightly awkward words, alongside a multitude of gifts. A warmth spread through his chest as he suddenly realized he was cherished. Xuan pressed his lips together, catching sight of a single comment. LV22. Husband out at night. Gu Xian, don't be sad. Let me tell you a joke. LV22. Husband out at night. Do you know what the antonym of chicken is? The antonym of chicken? Gu Xian pondered, his delicate fingers stroking his chin. According to the playful style of his audience, chicken surely carried a frivolous connotation, akin to a street performer. Hence, the antonym of chicken must be a virtuous woman? Gu Xian slowly articulated his answer. LV20. Lin Ziki. Gu Xian, you truly are playing dumb while fully aware? A virtuous woman could have answered that. LV18. Understanding. What a virtuous woman, Gu Xian. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Gu Xian's face flushed as he protested. It's all because you guys drive every day. You've led me astray. Huh? Why is a wolf? Gu Xian queried in confusion. Because Ji-ing D is a chicken, while Ji-ing is a wolf. Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback as his friends erupted into laughter, leaving him bewildered. Don't be dazed, Gu Xian. Go brush up on your musical notes and catch up on the trending memes, one of them suggested. Hastily, Gu Xian pulled out his phone to search for the notes. Then, realization dawned upon him, and he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Now he understood the humor shared among his friends. His laughter was vibrant and infectious, making it hard for him to stop. Sorry, he chuckled. Didn't you already take off once? To err is human. Who among us is without faults? Brother, I come from a long line of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners specializing in kidney deficiencies. For inquiries, please contact 166. Have you lost your mind selling Indian herbal oil? How dare you call yourself a practitioner? The live chat erupted into chaos, and Gu Xian couldn't contain his laughter. At that moment, a notification appeared, gentle as the heavens. You surpassed them, all sent out a Carnival X3. The Carnival soared into the air, abruptly halting Gu Xian's laughter. His eyes widened with shock and joy. Yet he hadn't the chance to express his gratitude. After the stream, let us record a video and chat, the generous supporter suggested. Dong set down his phone, rubbing his furrowed brow. Truth be told, seeing Gu Xian cry with such sorrow had unwittingly brought to mind the face of Yiling Xin. In the past, her radiant smile had shone brightly, but did it conceal an unbearable sadness, much like Gu Xian's? Why had he been so foolish as to overlook her turmoil? Now that Yiling Xin was gone, Gu Xian endured a similar pain. The thought of Gu Xian perishing right before his eyes sent chills down Dong's spine. That would haunt him for a lifetime. Supplement, Gu Xian, he wants to chat with you. With such a generous brother, wouldn't it be reasonable to indulge a little? As long as he leaves me some broth, I shall be content. I demand at least 2 bites of meat. Gu Xian, blushing and lowering his gaze, replied, all right, just a video call. It won't be a big deal, right? I've already shown my legs to the gentle brother, so there's nothing left to hide. One cannot simply reach through the screen and consume him. Furthermore, he is hardly delectable. Chapter 36. Engaging in PK? Smith Marseille. I am but a mere boy, Meow. LV6. Xian. My dear Xiao Xian, shall we engage in a PK? LV18. With the gentle power of a great one, victory is inevitable. LV50. Go ahead, I'll support you. Gu Xian nodded, having previously immersed himself in knowledge about live streaming. He understood that participating in PKs was essential. Without engaging in PKs, the content of the stream would undeniably lack substance, hindering his ability to showcase his talents. Ding. The streamer Xuan is not a weak receiver is initiating a random PK. Match successful. Streamer Xuan is not a weak receiver versus streamer she's. The live stream room was divided, revealing a young woman on the right with flowing dark hair, her eyes sparkling, lips delicately curved, adorned with light makeup, presenting a demeanor of serene beauty. However, upon seeing Gu Xian, her brow arched and her lips parted slightly. Oh my, sister, how can you be so adorable? Her accent bore the unmistakable tone of Northeast China. Gu Xian's pupils widened, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he hurriedly waved his hands. No, sister, you are the one who is truly beautiful. Far more so than I. Inwardly, Gu Xian marveled at the stark contrast. He had expected a cute girl, yet her speech carried a robust Northeastern accent. Ahem, he found it even more endearing. Oh dear, that voice makes my heart melt. Come on, stand up and let me take a look. Shizi's sparkling eyes clearly revealed her fascination with Gu Xian. He obediently rose and twirled before the camera. Today, he wore the pink dress from yesterday, looking exceptionally charming and delightful. As Shizi observed, she clicked her tongue in admiration, but before she could voice her compliments, her audience began to chime in. LV25. I am Shizi's wife. I genuinely like this girl. I've never seen someone so cute from Northeast China, clearly a Southern girl. Let me check her homepage. LV29. Night's End. Flowers unfading. A little lowly type. She looks petite. I just want to hug her and see how that feels. LV24. Ran phone. So adorable I want to nurse her. LV29. Night's End. Flowers unfading. Wife, look at me. I am a 288-month-old baby. LV24. Ran phone. Go away. LV29. Night's End. Flowers unfading. Woe is me. I've been scolded, crying for comfort. Shizi glanced at the barrage of comments, her brow furrowing. Step aside. Don't frighten the little girl. Gu Xian quickly shook his head. No, I'm not scared at all. His soft and adorable expressions and gestures struck a chord with Shizi, who clasped her chest to steady her racing heart, exclaiming, "Oh my heart, little sister. You are just like someone who stepped out from the realms of the second dimension. Like a porcelain doll. You are utterly delightful." With a grand gesture, she declared, "Come, sister, let me shower you with some small gifts." LV41. Shizi sent 10 sports cars. Gu Xian's eyes widened as he silently counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. A full 10. Before the subtlety of the conversation could unfold, Gu Xian's hair curled adorably, resembling a heart shape, while his fingers formed a similar gesture. With a twinkle in his starry eyes, he sweetly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Shizi. Little Xian loves you." Immediately afterward, he closed his eyes and gently pressed his cherry lips against the camera. "Meow, little Xian adores you, sister." The audience melted. "Adorably dong, su?" Xizi. Shizi covered her mouth, hastily retreating from the camera's view. Yet her microphone remained unmuted, allowing everyone to hear her exuberant shouts. Wow. Mama, I'm in love. It's a girl. Incredibly cute. I've never seen such an adorable little sister in my life. All right, this new year, I'll bring you home to meet her. LV25. I am Shizi's wife. Shizi has found someone new. Woe is me. However, I too am fond of little Xian. LV29. The night blooms unending. Do you know the double doors of a restaurant? One side says push. What does the other side say? LV24. Ran phone. Silly, it just says pull. Oh, now I understand. Gu Xian's live stream was filled with laughter. Thanks to the comment sharing feature, Gu Xian's audience could also see what was being said in Shizi's stream. LV18. Understanding. As expected of little Xian, he has captured another streamer's heart. LV15. Unreliable blank. I'm feeling jealous. Why does little Xian favor her? Just because she is well endowed, beautiful, and wealthy? Sigh. Little Xian is truly a charm. If I were to be with him, I'd ensure he never leaves the bed. LV20. Lin Ziki, blank. If it's too much, just change your name to Juicer. LV15. Unreliable blank. 666. As long as you change your name to Captain of China, I'll change mine. Gu Xian returned to his chair, his fingers entwined nervously, revealing his awkwardness. He felt a tightening in his chest. Am I deceiving her? Perhaps I should clarify. Eventually, Shizi returned, her face flushed and brimming with excitement. Little Xian, would you like to visit Northeast China? I can take you to experience the ice and snow world. How about that? Her eyes sparkled with the allure of a big bad wolf enticing a little white rabbit. Gu Xian took a deep breath and hesitantly replied, Sister Shizi, I really like you, but I can't go with you. Shizi furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why? Do you think I lack the capability? Don't worry, I'll cover all your expenses. You won't have to spend a dime. Let us have fun to the fullest. Gu Xian shook his head, but then with a slight bow, he shyly said, Sister Shizi, that is not what I mean. What do you mean then? Shizi's heart raced. Could it be that little Xian was not interested in her? She glanced in the mirror, admiring her fair skin, beautiful figure, and long legs. Wealthy and attractive. Why would he like her? Confused, she thought, but, Sister, I'm not a girl. I'm actually a boy. The expression on Shizi's face became frozen. Her voice rigid as she uttered, "Really?" Gu Xian's heart trembled. He lowered his head, closed his eyes, and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Shizi. I didn't clarify things properly and misled you regarding my feelings. How about this? I'll return the money for those 10 sport cars to you. Is that acceptable?" Upon finishing his plea, Gu Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. Having finally encountered a girl he fancied, the thought of being scolded by Sister Shizi could genuinely bring him to tears. The silence stretched on, and unable to bear it any longer, he cautiously opened one eye, hoping to gauge Shizi's reaction. To his astonishment, Shizi's complexion had turned a deep shade of crimson, her breathing becoming erratic and tense. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Xiao Xian, 1 million. Will you be my wife?" Chapter 37. The Contest of the South Leon. Gu Xian yearns for the wealthy sister. "Xiao Xian, 1 million. The betrothal gift. I implore you to marry me. I promise to treat you well for a lifetime." The breath of Shizi quickened, her gaze upon Gu Xian burning with intensity. Dongsu exclaimed, "What the wall has been breached." He paced anxiously within the room, eventually halting before the floor-to-ceiling window. He intended to type a few words, but upon reflection, he decided against it. Being overly enthusiastic would only lead Gu Xian to perceive him as sycophantic. Tonight, after the broadcast, he would confront Gu Xian appropriately. Gu Xian was taken aback, his mind swirling with a colossal question mark and an equally large exclamation point. What on earth was happening? Had he truly won over Shizi? 1 million. Moreover, it was Shizi who offered him the betrothal gift. Wait, it's supposed to be the other way around? Why had the roles reversed, with her bestowing him a gift instead? Confounded, he chose to dismiss the thought. Gu Xian scrutinized Shizi's appearance. She was stunningly figure-flattering and exquisite. Her features were enchanting, delicate brows, starry eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and lips adorned with an alluring hue that stirred one's heart. Her legs were fair and supple, exuding a sense of tautness. And, more importantly, she was affluent. By merely being with her, he could not only win the affections of a beautiful woman, but also acquire substantial wealth. Wasn't this akin to being pampered by a wealthy benefactor? Gu Xian's expression towards Shizi shifted, a hint of temptation flickering within. Meanwhile, Inxi Zisa Livestrem, Livid Dozit Shichinch. I am Shizi's wife? Unbelievable. I just checked Xiao Xian's profile and discovered he is a boy. I was doubting whether he used his brother's or sister's ID. But to my surprise, Xiao Xian is indeed male. LV29. Night blooming flower. Ahem. I actually think boys can be fine too. LV24. Ran foam. Unbelievable. Can you not? How can boys be together? Explain. LV29. Night blooming flower. No. If there's no front entrance, can I use the back door? If there's no back door, can I use the front? There are always more ways than difficulties. LV24. Ran phone. 666. You truly dare to pursue Xiao Xian. Pervert. LV29. Night blooming flower. Thank you for the compliment. At this moment, in Gu Xian's livestream. LV18. Understanding. Wow. Xiao Xian has actually been taken care of by a wealthy sister. It seems a certain blank girl is about to shed tears. LV15. Unreliable blank. Dark crawling. JPG. My little Xiao Xian wife. Please don't agree. If heaven grants me a bit more time, I would strive harder to give everything to my Xiao Xian wife. Boo. LV20. Lin Ziki. TSK. Time waits for no one. You're out of luck. Just obediently watch as they begin their playful banter. LV15. Unreliable blank. Dazed. LV18. Understanding. Unbelievable. The term playful banter can even be conjured up. I'm afraid I've fallen into despair at the age of 18. No, wait. Why has someone sent me a private message? What does it say? It mentions local companionship and the possibility of home visits, even offering financial support. Incredulous. She's 50 years old. Yet, she still possesses a captivating charm. Xian, have you given it any thought? I have 20 properties and 1,000 acres of land at home. If you become my wife, you need not lift a finger. I'll provide you with 10,000 yuan each month for your personal expenses. This 10,000 is entirely yours. I won't touch a single cent. How does that sound? My heart races as Gu Xian's words resonate with me. The situation at home was uncertain, pondering what would happen if two girls had no children. Though love and marriage are free choices, my family was still somewhat opposed. Now, this dilemma has been effortlessly resolved. Gu Xian is indeed a boy. How splendid. Children will be in our future. Gu Xian's heart also beats fervently. He senses he has fallen in love. His partner is perfect in every regard. Fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged, affluent, and generous with his finances. 1,000,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, all of which will go to my little sister. Her tuition, living expenses, future car, house, and dowry will be secured. And with 10,000 yuan as pocket money each month, I can spend my days comfortably at home, ready to embrace life's challenges. Most importantly, sister, she seems quite amiable. She has not scorned him for being a boy. She is gracious and possesses a clarity of heart akin to a pristine mirror. Being with her surely promises happiness. After a long pause, Gu Xian clears his throat and, under the eager gazes of others, declares, I am willing. The esteemed gentle as the heavens has bestowed 50 carnival gifts. The esteemed gentle as the heavens has now ascended to level 52. Have you contemplated this seriously? I offer you 10 million as a betrothal gift and a daily allowance of 100,000. Is that sufficient? Previously, Dong Su thought Gu Xian was merely toying with she. However, to his astonishment, Gu Xian seems genuinely infatuated. No, this cannot be allowed. His regrets. In his anxiety, Dong se promptly 150 carnival gift. The effect was immediate, successfully silencing Gu Xian's words. Simultaneously, he messaged Gu Xian, voicing, if you agree to her, return all the gift money I just sent. Gu Xian did not activate the speakerphone. Instead, he brought the phone to his ear, and upon hearing the calm tone, he was struck by the most chilling words. Gu Xian's lips were irrevocably sealed, leaving him with no choice but to wear an exceedingly bitter smile. I apologize, Sister Shizi, but perhaps we should get to know each other better. Upon witnessing this, Shizi immediately became displeased. Is it true that wealth grants one the liberty to act as one pleases? Can money truly allow one to seize love? It is evident that Xiao Xian harbors feelings for me. Is this how you intend to play it? LV 52, gentle as the heavens. In terms of wealth, I possess an abundance. In terms of beauty, I surpass you effortlessly. For Xiao Xian's happiness, it would be wise for you to step aside. You, Shizi exclaimed, exasperated. Yet, LV 52, gentle as the heavens. Should you utter another word, prepare to lose everything and find yourself destitute on the streets. Damn it, Shizi cursed under her breath. But her reason became somewhat clearer. While she was indeed generous, she was not a fool. Her opponent was evidently far more formidable. If it came to a confrontation, she would struggle to withstand it. However, how could she possibly relinquish her claim so easily? She turned her gaze towards Gu Xian. Come now. You must admit it is for Xiao Xian's happiness, right? Tell me, Xiao Xian, whom do you choose, me or him? Gu Xian remained silent. Chapter 38. The magnate's might. Gu Xian truly wished not to be perceived as a girl. He remained silent, pondering what he could possibly say. Even with the tender-hearted gentleman offering a substantial bride price and a generous monthly allowance of 100,000, his heart yearned to be with Shizi. Only in her presence could he embrace the essence of true manhood, willingly accepting the role of a kept man, for he was treated as a handsome man. In contrast, being with the gentleman meant being regarded as an adorable woman, a notion that left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet could he voice his discontent? Did he dare speak up? Gu Xian felt a sense of trepidation. The gentleman was far too powerful. If he chose to be with Shizi, the gentleman could easily employ that 10 million in illicit endeavors. It resembled a plot straight out of a novel. Faced with this staggering sum, Gu Xian couldn't help but chuckle. In the past, even 10,000 was a considerable amount for him, allowing him to pursue his desires. But 10 million could easily ensnare a powerless individual like himself. If he were caught in such a web, Shizi's family would be shattered, and his younger sister would suffer as well. Perhaps it was best to remain cautious. Gu Xian gazed at Shizi, his eyes filled with longing, hesitatingly uttering, Sister, could you please not put me in a difficult position? Sometimes, Words can cut deeper than swords, and Shizi seemed to hear her heart shatter. A crack appeared. Her complexion oscillated between shades of crimson and pale, causing Gu Xian to instinctively retract his neck. After a prolonged silence, her expression hardened as she addressed Gu Xian. Xiao Xian, do not fear. I bear no ill will towards you. For now, just listen to me and close your eyes. Gu Xian nodded, obediently shutting his eyes. Upon witnessing his compliance, a softness momentarily graced Shizi's gaze, but it quickly transformed into a fierce intensity as she spat out her words, each one like a bullet. So, this gentleman named when Rose seeks to bully the weak. Is that right? Quite audacious of you. You, a grown man, taking advantage of a fragile young man and a woman like me? Do you have no shame? Furthermore, why must you cling to Xiao Xian? Are you even aware that he is a man? Being with you will only lead to his ruin. LV 52. The tenderness above cannot compare to you. Thank you for your concern, but allow me to assure you the money I provide him will last him a lifetime. LV 52. The tenderness above cannot compare to you. Also, your grimace and fierce demeanor are quite repulsive. No wonder you compel Xiao Xian to shut his eyes. Z, observing this, coldly snorted and reined in her expression. LV 52. The tenderness above cannot compare to you. Lastly, if you lack strength, do not emerge to flaunt your face. Depart, for your air of poverty is nearly suffocating me through the screen. Her anger surged, and Shizi felt an overwhelming urge to roll up her sleeves and confront Dong So. It was infuriating. However, for Xiao Xian's sake, she restrained herself. With a curt farewell, she exited the live stream. Only then did Gu Xian open his eyes, only to find himself alone in the live stream room. An overwhelming sense of solitude enveloping him. He scrolled through the comments, encountering the words of the gentleman. It felt as though thousands of needles were piercing his heart. He was pained, for happiness lay before him, yet was ruthlessly extinguished by the wealthy. At that moment, LV 52, gentle in the sky. Are you angry? No, I'm not. Gu Xian pressed his lips together and lowered his gaze. How could he dare to feel anger? Almost all his financial support came from his benevolent patron. His disdain for this patron was as inconspicuous as Gu Xian himself. It was far better to keep it well hidden. LV 52, gentle in the sky has sent 10 carnival tickets. LV 52, gentle in the sky. Let us see you act cute. The most painful form of torment is striking at the heart. Gu Xian's breath caught in his throat, and the sorrow and indignation in his eyes were hard to conceal, drawing concern from the viewers in the live stream. LV 18. Understand. Gentle, you've gone too far. Haven't you? Let little Xian recover his spirits before asking him to be cute. LV 20. Lin Ziki. I concur. It's rather unreasonable to ask little Xian to act cute right now. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Gentle, perhaps I should return the money you gave me. Your actions are becoming difficult to bear. One by one, the audience sided with Gu Xian, nearly all of them in agreement. Dong Se laughed, a chilling smile playing on his lips. LV 52, gentle in the sky. Have you all misunderstood something? I am the consumer. Do you understand? 10 carnival tickets. Plus the previous 50. How much does that amount to? You tell me. I am merely asking the host to showcase a talent. Yet you all wear expressions as if you've ingested something foul. What is this? I've spent nearly 200,000, and I can't even witness a performance? LV 52, gentle in the sky. Hurry up, or I will request a refund. I'll do it, don't refund. Gu Xian immediately replied. He took a deep breath, forcing a perfect, charming smile, yet the audience could only perceive the bitterness and despair reflected in his eyes. Gu Xian stepped back 3 paces, ensuring the audience could see his entire figure. He then gently tapped his toes, his form blossoming like a lotus flower, moving gracefully from side to side. With gestures that transformed, he turned, revealing his slender waist. Gu Xian cast a captivating glance, sending a shiver through Dong Su, his body tingling with an unfamiliar sensation. His cherry lips parted, humming an unknown melody, reminiscent of a nursery rhyme, yet more akin to a love song tinged with longing. The haunting melody accompanied Gu Xian's dance, transforming the humble room into a stage where he could fully express himself. The viewers in the live chat fell silent, captivated by Gu Xian's performance. In the end, Gu Xian executed a side pose, hands forming delicate cat paws, his body slightly bowed, accentuating his graceful curves. Meow, gentle brother, little Xian likes you. Disgusting. Dong-su covered his lips with his hand and cleared his throat a couple of times before retreating to his bed, pulling the blanket over his lower half. His expression remained calm, yet a faint blush betrayed his inner turmoil. The atmosphere in the live stream resembled that of a bomb explosion site. LV-18. Jaden, the despair of an 18-year-old boy. LV-20. Yue, do you not have your 50-year-old aunt? LV-18. Jaden, would you like if I gave it to you? LV-20. Yue, I am not one to encroach upon another's relationships, my friend. What is yours remains yours. I shall not interfere. LV-18. Jaden, that is quite commendable. LV-15. Gender swap rewarding roommate. Host, your dance is truly enchanting, yet the stray dogs within a 10-kilometer radius have suffered. LV-20. Lin Ziki, as expected from a descendant of a family renowned in traditional Chinese medicine, you certainly possess some skill. LV-18. Understanding. Voice message 2 seconds, I apologize. LV-20. Lin Ziki, my friend, do not attempt complicated math. It may leave you bewildered. Chapter 39. Northeastern women never beat around the bush. They go straight for the heart. Gu Xian's delicate face flushed with color as he took a few shallow breaths, feeling rather pleased with himself. With his striking looks and the dance he had diligently practiced for several days, securing a benefactor would be a breeze. However, LV-52, gentle as the sky, tacky. You should spend some time refining your dance steps. If you lack the physique, don't force it. It's simply unappealing. With that remark, Dong-su exited the live stream. LV-52, gentle as the sky, has left the live stream. Yet, the reality contradicted Dong-su's words at that moment. Gu Xian felt an overwhelming heat coursing through him, and even after putting down his phone, his heart remained in turmoil. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, Dong-su straightened up, his eyes dark yet flickering with embers. He dialed a number. Beep, beep, hello. A male voice answered. Send one up. What kind? Dong-su paused momentarily, the image of Gu Xian flashing through his mind. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, pale, slender, ideally petite, the cuter the better. Oh, has Dong Xiao changed his taste? No longer favoring that pure, white moonlight type. Transitioning to the lowly channel now? The voice on the other end teased. Dong-su replied nonchalantly, one must not be picky to thrive. All right, give me half an hour. The call ended, and Dong-su rose to take a shower. Confirming that Dong-su had indeed left, Gu Xian, in a fit of frustration, struck the bed with his fists twice. LV-15. Unreliable blank. What benefactor? No discernment. Utterly lacking in taste. Don't be upset, my dear Xiao Xian. I find you quite adorable. LV-18. Understanding. Perhaps the rich fellow has high standards and is simply bored. I can't take it anymore. Streamer, could you possibly reduce the broadcast to every other day? I need to gather some more before I can support you. It's just too much. LV-15. Gender bender rewards roommate. Those with poor performance shouldn't affect the stellar students. I suggest the streamer broadcast twice a day. The first from 0 to 12 o'clock, and the second from 12:01 to 23:59. LV-20. Lin Ziki. Are you Iron Man? LV-15. Gender bender rewards roommate. What do you mean? LV-20. Lin Ziki. Iron kidney, of course. LV-20. Yue Ahem, my friend. I believe you must have some hidden remedies. Do share your secrets with me. LV-15. Gender bender rewards roommate. Less seeking shortcuts, more exercise, avoid late nights, eat regularly, and increase protein intake. LV-25. And right-click to copy on the computer, just take a screenshot on the phone, and you're done. LV-20. Yue, much appreciated. I'll go nurture him for half a month. The more Gu Xian pondered, the more wronged he felt, his anger causing his body to tremble. Why should he be gentle? He was not merely a plaything for anyone. Why was he deprived of the opportunity to choose his own partner? Infuriating. He danced so beautifully, yet was criticized as tacky and unattractive. Sob, he wasn't a professional dancer. The mere fact that he could dance was commendable. Alas, despite receiving an abundance of financial gifts, the sensation of being humiliated by money is utterly suffocating. It brings a profound sadness. Xuan weeps quietly, unable to maintain his composure, curling up with his knees drawn to his chest. You despicable creature, always picking on me. I have done nothing to offend you. I merely wish to find a girl to love, yet you drove her away. Oh, my life is so bitter. How I despise the feeling of being auctioned off like a commodity. It is utterly despairing, nauseating. Match successful. Host Xian is not a weak recipient versus Host Lai Jin. Hello, miss, how adorable. A rather handsome young man with a clear voice and a sunny disposition could easily score an 8 out of 10. Hello, young man. You are quite handsome yourself. Xuan surveyed the lively atmosphere of the other S streaming room, noting the presence of over 200 viewers. Quite impressive. Some of my fans are confused, claiming you are a boy. Lai Jin chuckled lightly, teasingly. How could such a lovely young lady possibly be a boy? To his surprise, Xuan shook his head. Your fans are correct. I am indeed a boy. Are you not joking? Lai Jin's expression stiffened. Absolutely not. Xuan replied earnestly. Lai Jin was taken aback. Such a charming young lady turned out to be a boy. The world had become unfathomably strange. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lai Jin inquired, how should I address you? Young man or young lady? Xuan scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. You may call me Xian. Very well, Xian. What type of host are you? Lai Jin scrutinized the blue-haired figure on screen, a flicker of awe crossing his eyes. Can a boy truly be this exquisitely adorable? Me? Xuan pondered for a moment before declaring, I am an arts and talents host. You? An arts and talents host? Lai Jin was momentarily stunned. Such a delightful boy should surely be a beauty host, right? Well, what about you? What type of host are you? I'm also an arts and talents host. How about we engage in a PK? Without further inquiry, Lai Jin, upon Xuan's agreement, muted his microphone and began showcasing his talents. His talent? Writing. Moreover, he specializes in crafting unique narratives. Dear friends, please send in your votes. Tonight, I shall add another chapter, Lai Jin enthusiastically urged, while viewers in his streaming room eagerly typed away. LV25. Extreme player. I want to see the protagonist take on 3 opponents. Alright, a sports car, and I shall present a 6,000-word special narrative. LV25. Extreme player send a sports car 1. LV17. Falling White. Mr. Great Justice. LV12. Blank. Mr. Great Justice. Xuan, muted, watched as the red bar on the other side surged, quickly overwhelming his own side. He sat in place. Though unable to hear the sounds from the opposing side, he felt a bit lost witnessing the other's animated gestures and flushed cheeks. It was his first PK, and he felt somewhat inexperienced. On his side, he had only a sparse few light boards. Could it be that we are about to be utterly defeated? No, please. Xuan cleared his throat, but before he could utter a word, a dazzling effect flashed across the live stream. LV41. Shizi sent 3 airplanes. Under the double experience bar, Xuan's blue bar surged forward in an instant. Both factions stood in stunned silence. Legion. Xuan. Ah, Sister Shizi, how delightful to see you back. Xuan exclaimed joyfully. LV41. Shizi, my fans in the live stream said that the guy has left, so I came to check it out. I just had a quarrel with him. I hope I didn't frighten you? Not at all. Xuan shook his head firmly. LV41. Shizi. Well, I actually wanted to ask Xian, do you have feelings for me? Northern women never beat around the bush. They go straight for the heart. Dramatic interlude. 2 hours later, the female companion could no longer contain herself. Dong Xiao, aren't you going to make a move? No, you should just go ask your master for money. Dong Su rubbed his tightly furrowed brow. Very well, Dong Xiao. The girl lowered her head, about to leave, but was called back by Dong Su. Wait, come back. The girl trembled slightly and obediently returned. Immediately, Dong Su grasped her chin, scrutinizing her intently. Not bad looking. Go and fetch the money. Yes. Once the girl departed, Dong Su's furrowed brow relaxed, and he sighed softly. To be honest, she does possess a certain charm. Yet, why is it so difficult to make a move? Chapter 40, May every child shine like a precious pearl. Do you like Shizi? The answer is self-evident. Gu Xian gently nodded, his expression earnest. I like you, Sister Shizi. Shizi's body trembled slightly. She slowly covered her pink lips, yet her eyes sparkled with tears. She had received a confession. Even a woman as fierce as an eagle possesses a tender heart. Gu Xian was taken aback, staring blankly at the barrage of gift effects flooding the live stream. Li Jin, what on earth? Are you joking? Including double points, I barely have 2,600 points. And how many does the other side have? 430,000 points. My health bar is so depleted, it's barely visible. How can this be fair? The other side isn't even showcasing any talents. They're just sitting there, and yet the benefactor is showering them with gold coins. Li Jin glanced down at the special novel being serialized on his laptop, feeling a mix of emotions. Damn, writing this novel is pointless. I should just dress as a girl and be cute. He slammed his fist on the table and gritted his teeth. I'm done with this. Writing this damn novel is futile. But before he could utter another word, his live stream exploded with comments. A flurry of question marks filled the screen. LV17, Lubeo, no. Lien, if you don't write, how will I soar tonight? You must write. LV12, Kongbai. Little Jinjing's confidence is shaken. Let us comfort him. But you can't abandon us fans. LV25, Giga Player, talking is pointless. I'm requesting a refund. Wait. Li Jin hastily called for silence. All right. I'm writing a special story. I love writing special stories. LV17, Lubeo. What a quick change of face, Li Jin. Aren't you worried about losing your beans? Li Jin wore a pained expression. Ever since he became a novelist, he had been live streaming and typing until the early hours of the morning. When he finally decided to sleep, he realized his blanket was too short. No matter how he adjusted it, it always fell short. In the stillness of the night, he suddenly understood. Writing novels was just like this. He too yearned for a sweet romance, to be cherished by a beautiful, wealthy sister. Shizi, Sister Shizi. What do you mean by this? Gu Xian's pupils trembled, his starry eyes filled with astonishment. LV42. Shizi. Little Xian, accept it. Sister understands you have your struggles. And I don't blame you. LV42. Shizi. I will definitely take you to Northeast this year, don't worry. LV42. Shizi. I like you too, little Xian. LV42. Shizi. Eat more. You're too thin. LV42. The character Shizi exited the live broadcast room. Wait. Gu Xian reached out, his hand suspended in midair. Yet, Shizi still departed. A wave of emotion surged within him, and tears shimmered in his eyes. Countless thoughts swirled in his mind. Gentle. Could you please tell me what it is that you truly desire from me? Why must you impose restrictions on my romantic life? I am not merely your plaything. Gu Xian began to realize that, upon choosing the path of live streaming, his future had undergone a radical transformation. He felt as though he bore the shadows of others. In other words, he had lost his authenticity. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xian recalled Gentle's promise to video chat with him later that evening. He resolved to engage with Gentle and question the rationale behind the pressure exerted upon him. Clenching his teeth in frustration, he sat down. LV15. Unreliable blank. My life is like walking on thin ice. Why is it that every benefactor of Shaoxian is so affluent? I feel as though I have truly lost my chance. LV18. Understanding. Sister Thin Ice, are you feeling emo again? Try to see it positively. Shaoxian's benefactors are wealthy, which means Shaoxian can have a better life. You adore Shaoxian, so you surely wouldn't want to confine him. LV15. Unreliable blank. While that may be true, I still feel guilty deep down. Humans are inherently selfish. I wish for Shaoxian to see only me in his eyes every day and to call me baby constantly. LV20. Lin Ziki. Blank girl, don't overthink it. It is said that those who are content are the happiest. We get to watch Shaoxian's live broadcast daily, enjoying his every expression and smile, engaging in light-hearted banter. Such a life is rather beautiful. LV18. Understanding. Exactly. Take a page from my book. I have long accepted my position. In reality, I am a lazy, timid recluse who cannot attract a partner, let alone someone as delightful as Shaoxian. This is my life, and now I simply enjoy watching Shaoxian's broadcasts, cherishing when he calls me baby. That suffices. No. Gu Xian interrupted, his brow furrowing, his expression earnest. You are the most adorable and remarkable baby in the world, and you must refrain from speaking such self-deprecating words. Pausing for a moment, he continued, every individual is born unique. Although we may seem as insignificant as ants on the ground, we can also shine like stars in the sky. Gu Xian's eyes sparkled, a glimmer of celestial light flashing within, as if myriad starry nebulae were shifting. Do not speak ill of yourself. Each of us is the best version of ourselves, and every day can be as radiant as pearls. Perhaps you feel alone, but remember your parents, your relatives, and your friends. They silently stand behind you, loving you unconditionally. After speaking, Gu Xian playfully smiled, one eye winking while the other sparkled with starlight, his hair playfully tousled. Moreover, Xiaoxian loves you too. Not only does he love you, but he also cherishes every baby in the live broadcast room. So, dear ones, regain your confidence and strive to be the best version of yourselves. Love others begins with self-love. Only when you resolve to transform yourself and take that first step will things begin to improve. For having traversed the depths, what could possibly be more arduous than dwelling in such an nadir? Thus, one must diligently attend to oneself, presenting a pristine appearance. Even if one is merely ordinary, one shall inevitably attract their own butterflies. In the end, a warm embrace with that, Gu Xian stood, leaning closer to the camera until the gentle rise and fall of his chest enveloped the lens. The live stream was enveloped in profound silence. Meanwhile, Shizi's eyes widened. Although she contemplated departing, a sense of reluctance held her back, causing her to remain outside the stream, quietly observing Gu Xian's actions. It served as a test of his character, a means to discern whether he was genuine in public, yet different in private. However, Gu Xian's actions, a solitary tear trickled from the corner of Shizi's eye. My world is devoid of companionship because I have been waiting for you all along. A small interlude, rubbing against the camera, felt peculiar. Yet, Gu Xian's lips curled into a strange yet exhilarating smile. The reason was simple. Having a system is truly marvelous. He may be a fool, uneducated, yet he speaks such profound words. Though he harbors the intention to comfort others, he would not articulate it. Thank goodness for the system's lexicon. Potato also wishes that all the little ones in front of the screen flourish and navigate life with increasing ease. Ahem. Potato harbors a selfish desire. When you gain strength, remember to support Potato. Okay, Potato also longs for a little pocket money. And so, moi goodbye. Chapter 41. Gentle Xiaoxian, so adorably foolish. LV 15. Unreliable blank. Even an eagle-like woman can shed tears. Xiaoxian, why are you so gentle? With your rudimentary streaming equipment and humble room, you're enduring hardships, yet still manage to comfort us? LV 20. Lin Ziki, Xiaoxian. Perhaps I was initially drawn to your physique and your charm, but at this moment, I have truly fallen for you. Wait for me. I'll save up for a couple of days and return everything to you. LV 34. Don't bully me. Well said, I'm now a fan. Looking forward to the day when fans can spoil you. LV 26. Mascot. I become Xiaoxian as plush ball. Xiaoxian. With such tenderness. Could you fulfill my wish? I wish to become your shape. Or you could become mine. LV 15. Gender swap with rewards. 666. Is this the plot of a comic? Don't take advantage of Xiaoxian just because he is gentle. If their essay video, please send me a copy. Thanks. LV 18. Jaden. Xiaoxian belongs to everyone. Please send me a copy of the comic above. Thank you. LV 18. Understanding. Ah. Xiaoxian, to be honest. Compared to you, I feel like refuse in a gutter, unworthy of light. You are the lotus on a high mountain, pure and pristine. Yet you lower yourself to assist me. I am eternally grateful. LV 18. Understanding. I am currently 170 centimeters tall and weigh 170 pounds. I vow to lose 20 pounds in the next month, and I will share my progress with you. Xiaoxian. LV 20. Lin Ziki. Square brother, keep it up. Aim to transform into a rectangle next month. LV 16. Tranquil dream. Shouldn't you all be mindful? Xiaoxian is still covering the camera with his chest. He can't see what you're saying right now. LV 18. Jaden, if I lick the screen twice, does that count? Ahem. LV34. Don't bully me. That sounds delicious. LV15. Unreliable blank. That S quite creepy. Keep your distance from my Xuan. With an itch on his chest, Xuan realized the foolishness of his actions. His cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Just moments ago, he had been unable to resist the urge to embrace his viewers, but as the camera aligned with his chest, the embrace inadvertently covered the lens. The live stream was now compromised. Xuan hastily withdrew, glancing at the still vibrant live chat, and breathed a sigh of relief. LV18. Understanding. Xuan, thank you. I have awakened. From now on, I will send you my fitness photos and weight loss updates every day. Xuan nodded, softly replying, MHM, wishing you a robust workout. But do take care of your health. LV18. Understanding. All right. I'm heading downstairs to run. Discipline starts tonight. LV18. Understanding has exited the live stream. LV20. Lin Ziki. Tisk. Understanding has left, and I can't help but feel a bit empty inside. LV26. Mascot. Detecting the keyword emptiness. Initiating fixed response. Parents not at home? Feeling lonely? Passion, excitement, thrill. Dare to embrace the fervor of the wild. Join the adventure. LV20. Lin Ziki. 666. Li Jian was astonished. He initially thought that with a sports car and a few scattered gifts, even if he couldn't triumph over his opponent, he wouldn't suffer a devastating defeat. However, how could he be so utterly overwhelmed? The opposing team amassed nearly 500,000 points, while he barely scraped together 3,000. He truly needed to reconsider his career as a novelist. Should he perhaps switch paths? Don a maid outfit and dance exuberantly? The PK concluded. Xuan and Li Jian both activated their microphones. Li Jian, wearing a pained expression, spoke first. Xian, I concede wholeheartedly. You may impose any punishment you wish. But I have one question. Go ahead, Xuan replied, nodding slightly. How long have you been live streaming? And why do you have so many generous benefactors? Honestly, it would be a lie if I said I wasn't envious. Li Jian's tone was tinged with a hint of bitterness. In a single live stream, after a few rounds of PK, he could earn around 300 to 400 yuan, but all this money was derived from his writing. He published his novels on a free website, wholly selfless, receiving no royalties from the site. Thus, his income relied entirely on the reader's generous tips. He managed to write a chapter while streaming, often toiling late into the night, facing various ailments associated with the writing profession, like lumbar disc herniation, tenosynovitis, dry eyes, depression, and erratic sleep patterns. He hardly complained. Yet now, there was a streamer who simply sat in front of a computer screen, doing nearly nothing, yet received over 20,000 yuan in gifts. What an absurdity! However, Li Jian added, Xian, if this feels intrusive, you needn't answer. I won't press you. As a streamer, I do uphold a basic sense of professional ethics. Xuan shook his head. What is so offensive about it? Let me think. Today marks my 4th day of streaming. What? You've only been streaming for 4 days? Li Jian exclaimed, glancing at Xuan's viewer count, a stable 1,000, then at his own, which was merely over 100. He had been streaming for nearly half a year. Yet, Xuan claimed he had only been at it for 4 days. Heaven above, wasn't it said that perseverance leads to rewards? After enduring hardship after hardship, where was the sweetness? Xuan chuckled shyly, scratching his head, and softly replied, Yes, I'm not deceiving you. Although the initial numbers were drawn in by generous gifts from Wenru, most viewers, upon seeing this adorable and naturally silly blue-haired creature, along with the unique atmosphere of Xuan's chatroom, would unconsciously linger, engaging in light-hearted banter, and thus a live stream would conclude. High retention rates and completion rates, combined with gifts from Wenru and Sister Dizzy, resulted in a substantial flow of viewers. In a virtuous cycle, the number of viewers in Xuan's live stream room steadily increased. Xuan pondered for a moment, her cherry lips parting slightly. Brother Li Jin, my talent lies in being adorable. What is your talent? Li Jin waved his hand dismissively. I write novels. Oh, you write novels. So, Brother Li Jin, you are an author? Gu Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lai Jin's expression was peculiar as he nodded. I write special novels. That must count as being an author, right? Gu Xian's gaze brimmed with admiration. Then I believe you could incorporate some new elements into your live stream, Brother Lai Jin. You see, with your delicate appearance, you could even do cross-dressing live streams, which would surely attract a larger audience. Lai Jin's body jolted, and he slapped his forehead. How had he not thought of that? He was adept at writing novels, and by expanding upon that foundation with new elements, he could indeed draw in more viewers. Wouldn't the rewards then come effortlessly? The way Lai Jin looked at Gu Xian transformed, shifting from the gaze of one who sees a cute creature to that of someone who beholds a venerable predecessor. The skilled are to be revered. He was enlightened. Xiao Xian, I concede. What punishment do you desire? I will comply with anything, Lai Jin stated earnestly. To his surprise, Gu Xian shook her head. Brother Lai Jin, let's forego the punishment. Lai Jin. Gu Xian continued, her curiosity piqued. Actually, I greatly admire cultured individuals and authors. Could you send me a copy of your novel? I would love to read it during my leisure time. Lai Jin. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gazing at Gu Xian's exceptionally clear eyes. Should he share his work with this blue-haired sprite? He certainly did not wish to lead Xiao Xian astray. Chapter 42, The Villain. Xiao Xian, please withdraw from the live stream. Xiao Xian, do you truly wish to watch? The expression on Lai Jin's face appeared rather peculiar as his throat bobbed. Is it forbidden to watch? Gu Xian shrank his neck, a large question mark gradually emerging above his head. It is merely a novel. Could there possibly be any taboos associated with it? However, LV17, Luo by look, Lai Jin, let Xiao Xian see. Allow him to appreciate the vastness and profundity of Chinese literature. Let him study human anatomy. Let him experience the beauty of life. LV12. Blank. Xiao Jin, just let Xiao Xian watch. You are the most talented author I have encountered, intertwining action and emotion, deftly advancing both plot and emotional arcs. Devoid of the cloying nature of special literature, yet rich compared to mundane narratives. Truly a masterpiece. Just let Xiao Xian see. The comments flooded in the live chat, all urging Lai Jin to share with Gu Xian. Lai Jin's lips twitched as he gazed at the bright-eyed and eagerly expectant Gu Xian. Fine, I shall send it. To be honest, Lai Jin was also quite curious about Gu Xian's reaction to his unique novel. Xiao Xian, let us add each other as friends. I will send it to you after the stream. Gu Xian nodded. After exchanging a few more words, the connection ended. Let us connect with one last person before wrapping up. Gu Xian spoke softly. It is quite late now, past 10 o'clock. Staying up too late could harm one's complexion. LV34. Do not bully me. Go ahead, I will step in. Ding, streamer Xiao Xian is not a weak receiver is engaged in a random PK. Match successful. Streamer Xiao Xian is not a weak receiver versus. Streamer love Master Pang GG. Oh dear, it's a little sister. Brothers, start recording. Watch how I play against the opponent. A slender man with elongated eyes. His appearance was unremarkable. One might even say he was somewhat handsome, yet he exuded an air of superficiality. LV24, tepid water. The opponent looks quite adorable. I look forward to the streamer conquering her just like before. LV30, love to play. If the streamer tires of her, pass her to me. Name your price. LV18, elbow. Streamer enjoys the feast. Don't forget about us, brothers. Hee, just let us see the video. Rest assured, I've got this covered. Pang GG confidently thumped his chest and then made an okay gesture. He scrutinized Gu Xian closely and was instantly captivated by his adorable appearance. Gu Xian resembled a little lowly who had stepped out of an anime. Cute, delicate, and utterly endearing. This was a type he had never encountered before. Pang GG swallowed hard, his gaze toward Gu Xian turning fervent. Under the intense scrutiny of those dark eyes, Gu Xian shivered slightly, feeling somewhat awkwardly tense. Yet, out of politeness, he sweetly said, "Hello there." With a soft and syrupy lowly voice, Pang GG's eyes sparkled. Hello. May I ask your age? The little sister, plump and lively, leaned in closer, chuckling softly as she spoke. However, her final words, little sister, were drawn out, sending shivers down Gu Xian's spine. I'm 20 years old, he hesitantly replied. To be honest, he held a rather unfavorable impression of her. Was it not rather frivolous to stare so unabashedly at someone upon first meeting? You're 20? Plump and Lively was taken aback. Her petite, slender figure, with a fair and tender complexion, resembled that of a mere 14-year-old girl. Could this truly be the allure of youthful innocence? Thus it was permissible. Her gaze burned even hotter, but she quickly cleared her throat, adopting a more composed demeanor. Xuan, I am an emotional broadcaster, specializing in addressing the romantic dilemmas of both men and women. And what type of broadcaster are you? I am a talent broadcaster, proficient in charming others. Xuan nodded earnestly, only to be met with her dismissive laughter. Is charming even a talent? You ought to be called a beauty broadcaster instead, considering you merely rely on looks, but nothing more. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly, but before he could respond, a viewer in the live stream interjected. LV34. Don't bully me. What's wrong with charming? My dear Xuan is so adorable. A little charm could enchant anyone. Meanwhile, with that odd demeanor, what kind of broadcaster are you? An emotional one? More like a deficient broadcaster. LV18. Understanding. Where did this loser come from? You look rather intimidating with that depleted aura. LV20. Lin Ziki. Can guiding also lead to weight loss? Perhaps there is hope for those suffering from obesity. Plump and Lively observed these comments, clicking her tongue dismissively. They were merely engaging in idle chatter, whether she felt secure or not. Xuan knew best what transpired between them. Indeed, she was not truly an emotional broadcaster, but rather donned the guise of one. In truth, she viewed the platform as a social arena, or rather, a means to an end for financial gain. Initially, she borrowed $20,000 to rent a Cadillac, and while competing against other female broadcasters, she lavishly showered gifts upon them. Coupled with her silver tongue, she could easily win their hearts. However, post-broadcast, she would privately message these female broadcasters, showcasing her rented car, flaunting her capabilities, and seeking deeper connection. Should a broadcaster resist, she would resort to extortion for a refund. If they acquiesced, they would truly find themselves ensnared. She would take them to upscale restaurants, spending an entire day in revelry, and seamlessly lead them to her bed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. She meticulously set up cameras in the room, capturing their intimate moments on video. Subsequently, she would use the footage to blackmail the female broadcasters for money. Even when they were seething with rage, they dared not act rashly. After all, a single hand cannot make sound. Fatty clearly understands that the female streamer is drawn to his wealth, which is the reason for her intimacy with him. Thus, unless the streamer wishes to sever ties with the streaming world, this leverage he possesses could last him a lifetime. However, to think that this is the extent of his cunning is to underestimate him gravely. After being extorted, the streamer typically demands the deletion of the video, and he pretends to comply in her presence. Yet, unbeknownst to her, he retains a backup. Such high-quality footage cannot simply be discarded. It must be shared with others. Thus, he decides to circulate it within his members group, fulfilling both his financial ambitions and his twisted desires. Now, with Xuan being such a high-quality young girl, he chuckles to himself, realizing that a single video could fetch 1,000 yuan, and there are plenty willing to pay. With this thought, Fatty's eyes narrow. Despite an outward appearance that may suggest an air of sophistication, a mere brush against him reveals the palpable aura of depravity and corruption that envelopes him. Chapter 43. Xuan. You mustn't fall for the ploys of Fat Gigi. Xuan could no longer endure the aggressive gaze of Fat Gigi, nor the insincere aura that surrounded him. Thus, he inched his fingers towards the mouse, intending to exit the call. But then, LV42. Fat Gigi sent 10 sports cars. Wait a moment. Fat Gigi halted Xuan, then casually tossed his hair, adopting a pose he believed to be charming. Xuan. Don't rush to hang up. With a shifting gaze, Fat Gigi donned an expression of utmost sincerity, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Perhaps my first impression was somewhat frivolous and rude, but in truth, I am not that kind of person. Regrettably, I cannot prove my true self through actions. But that's all right. I merely wish to engage you in a friendly competition. After all, our meeting is serendipity. Fat Gigi lowered his head, presenting a demeanor both devout and gentlemanly. Yet a glimmer of cunning shone in his eyes, accompanied by a barely perceptible smile at the corners of his mouth. A retreat to advance. This tactic had never failed him. Observing Gu Xian's naive demeanor, it was evident he was a simpleton, the easiest type to deceive. With a touch of feigned vulnerability, he could easily ignite the protective instincts of this young girl. In no time, a casual dinner invitation would suffice. A mere flick of his fingers, and with a little drug, Gu Xian would inevitably become his plaything. Fat Gigi licked his lips, a broad grin spreading across his face. His heart racing with exhilaration. As a hunter, the thrill of capturing prey was intoxicating. He lowered his head, concealing his expression from Gu Xian, and whispered, "To be honest, Xiao Xian, I once suffered from bullying in school. Those girls perceived me as frivolous and weak, leading them to isolate me, speak ill of me behind my back, and even incite other boys to harm me. I was tormented by them, but truly, I am not the person they claimed I was." With that final exclamation, Fat Gigi suddenly lifted his head, and the earlier spark in his eyes was replaced by glistening tears. Gu Xian's azure eyes met his at the same level, and he instinctively recoiled, remaining silent. Fat Gigi, however, was in no hurry. After all, a hunter possesses immense patience and exceptional acting skills. He fixated on Gu Xian's starry eyes, enunciating every word. In time, I proved to them through my actions that I am not the person they described. Yet, this incident remains a thorn deeply embedded in my heart. Whenever I recall in the dead of night, I find myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After speaking, Fat Gigi's lashes fell, a hint of sorrow glistening in his eyes. However, deep within those eyes lay a barely concealed excitement. His earlier words were a blend of truth and deception. He had indeed been bullied and had proven himself to those girls. Yet the nature of that proof starkly contradicted his claims. He had betted all those girls. After amassing considerable wealth through live streaming and the clandestine sale of videos, he arrived at a class reunion driving a crimson Ferrari, flamboyantly tossing wads of cash into the faces of his female classmates. At merely around the age of 22, these young women had never encountered such vast sums of money. Is 1,000 insufficient? Then how about 10,000? Not enough. Let us make it 100,000. Oh, 100,000 is still lacking? Well, let us escalate things. Under the coercion and allure of such riches, they flocked to the rotund figure's bed, with a class beauty among them. Her video, now circulating within membership circles at a price of 800. Was it exhilarating? Undoubtedly. The rotund figure savored his revenge, returning the bullying he endured from those girls in a different guise. This incident profoundly awakened him to the power of wealth, ensnaring him deeper into a life of decadence. With eyes glistening with unshed tears and lips quivering, he gazed upward. "Xiao Xian, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were an extraordinarily gentle soul. Your heart must be as pure as your eyes. You wouldn't be as superficial as them. Only perceiving my exterior, would you? A moral entrapment. It never failed." Yet, Gu Xian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Unaware, the rotund figure remained lost in his own reverie. "Xiao Xian, please don't hang up so quickly. Let us converse a little longer, just for the duration of a PK, lowering the risk." Eroding Gu Xian's defenses. After all, the other side had just showered him with 10 luxury cars, and it was merely a PK, lasting just a few minutes. Nothing significant could transpire. However, those few minutes were crucial for him. He could continue to wield his power and execute his next move. Yet, Gu Xian cleared her throat, waved her hand, and with a serious demeanor stated, "Brother Pang, I empathize with your circumstances, but I have other matters to attend to, so I want to connect with you further for now. Let us perhaps engage another time." Gu Xian sought to escape. Although she was naive, her innocence had its advantages. She found Pang's rapid speech overwhelming and instinctively sensed his danger. It was wiser to flee. The rotund figure faltered, having poured forth so many words and even showered her with 10 luxury cars, while now Gu Xian indicated her desire to retreat. Wasn't this a form of extortion? Who takes the money and runs? Xiao, I just gifted you 10 luxury cars, Pang hinted, and Gu Xian suddenly realized. Under the hopeful gaze of the rotund figure, Gu Xian parted her lips. Then, I shall return the money for those 10 luxury cars. Pang was taken aback. She intended to return the money that had entered her pocket? Was she truly that naive? Yet, Gu Xian was indifferent, as today had been nothing short of a fantastical experience. Including the commission from the notes, he had amassed over 100,000 in gifts today. These 10 sports cars, costing 200, although not an insignificant amount for Gu Xian, felt inappropriate to him, prompting him to return the money. Thus, Gu Xian proceeded to gift 10 sports cars in the live stream of Pang Jiji. What does this mean, little Xian? Pang Jiji unwittingly reproached. This exchange resulted in a loss of 200 for Yinfu. Pang Jiji found himself at a complete loss, having spent the money, invested his emotions, shed tears, and uttered numerous words. Yet he not only failed to win over Gu Xian, but was denied any opportunity altogether. Brother Pang, you have misunderstood, Gu Xian gently replied, shaking his head. I am not a girl. You need not refer to me as little sister. Pang Jiji's expression turned to stone, but then he exclaimed, What the hell? You're a man. Why are you pretending to be a woman? Gu Xian's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 44. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Long ago, in a dimly lit bar, the rotund and jovial fat Jiji found himself captivated by a striking beauty. After an incessant barrage of flirtation, he finally succeeded in persuading her to accompany him home. With the stage set for an intimate encounter, they were only a breath away from the final act. To his utter astonishment, he discovered you're a man too. Shocked, Fat Jiji harbored an intense disdain for Nan Liang ever since. In a fit of rage, Fat Jiji could no longer contain himself. Once again, he found himself in a similar predicament. He had just presented a gift to his counterpart, shared his heartfelt troubles, and uttered sweet words of persuasion, only to be met with the revelation that his counterpart was male. Are you kidding me? You, a man, are masquerading as a woman. How dare you? Fat Jiji's forehead pulsed with anger, his disdain evident in his eyes. Gu Xian's pupils dilated in shock, and he hastily retorted, Why do you say such things about me? Before Gu Xian could finish his sentence, Fat Jiji impatiently interjected, What do you mean, why? Seriously, you're a man pretending to be a woman? Do your parents know you're out here deceiving people? If I were your father, I'd be furious. Fat Jiji's gaze was fierce, his words dripping with contempt. Gu Xian lowered his eyes, but before he could muster a rebuttal, Fat Jiji continued his tirade. Want to be treated like a woman? Go find yourself a prop. If you're so inclined, just go find a wall to rub against, and spare the rest of us from your repulsiveness. How unfortunate it is to encounter such a creature while merely trying to stream. Fat Jiji spat dismissively and exited the live broadcast. Once he left the stream, his eyes brimmed with contempt, and the atmosphere in his live room grew increasingly heated. LV24. Tepid water. TSK. The world is advancing too quickly. All sorts of creatures are emerging. Fat Jiji scoffed. Indeed, why can't one simply be an honest man? Must one resort to such deceptions? What is being a man beneath him? Looking at him, he must have indulged in some sugary treats to live to 50. I would wager a fortune on that. LV14. Yin Shu. If he doesn't want it, he should just say so. LV24. Tepid water. Oh, a conservative are we? I stand by my statement. If he makes it to 40, I'll wager a fortune. LV14. Yin Shu. Challenging ISNT it? Ha. Laughter erupted in the room as Fat Jiji beamed, his smile infectious as the atmosphere turned jovial. LV18. Elbow. Well, honestly, even if the other party is a man, I'd still be intrigued to explore the flavors. It might yield an entirely different experience. LV14. Yin Shu. It would indeed be quite tight. LV30. Love to play. Old Fat. I feel like you might have misstepped. Where did I err? Fat Jiji responded with a nasal tone, his expression tinged with displeasure. LV30. Love to play. Old Fat. You misunderstood. What I meant was, you could have continued your pursuit. Just drug him and let us take over. To be frank, seeing how cute he looks, I'm a bit tempted. Upon finishing, Pang Chi-Chi relaxed his furrowed brow and chuckled softly. Brother, if it were a woman, I might consider it, but a man? Haha, I simply cannot bring myself to do it. LV24. No steam in the water. Streamer, do you have a playback of the live broadcast? You could cut that video and share it online, tarnishing his reputation. Who knows? He might even come back to apologize to you. 666. Quite audacious indeed, but I appreciate that. Pang Chi-Chi remarked, his gaze growing increasingly cold. Meanwhile, on the other side, LV18. Understanding. Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm charging in. LV34. Don't bully me. Insulting others pales in comparison to parental grievances. The opponent's words are utterly vile. No way, I'm joining in too. LV15. Unreliable blank. Damn, I just checked his profile. He has nothing but a scoundrel. He preys on female streamers. Who knows how many girls he has harmed? LV18. Understanding, wow. I just insulted that fat old man in the opposing stream, and he immediately muted me, kicked me out, and blacklisted me all at once. LV34. Don't bully me. TSK, same here. The live stream chat descended into chaos, with everyone discussing how to help Gu Xian vent his frustrations. However, LV16. Tranquil dream. Wait, don't get carried away. Let us first see what's wrong with Xiao Xian. He seems to be in a bad state. Everyone shifted their focus to Gu Xian. At that moment, Gu Xian sat dazed in his chair, his gaze cast downward, revealing no discernible emotion. Yet an indescribable sadness lingered. LV15. Unreliable blank. Honey, please don't scare me. They're all bad people, and their words are nothing but nonsense. You mustn't take them to heart. LV18. Understanding, I wish I could confront them for bullying Xiao Xian like this. Are they even human? LV20. Lin Ziki. Enough talk. We may lack the strength, but we can at least comfort Xiao Xian verbally and scold the opposition. LV16. Tranquil dream. If we lack strength, what about Xiao Xian's benefactor? That gentle yet wicked person at least cares for Xiao Xian. And Sister Zizi has some influence, we could reach out to them. Everyone's eyes brightened. Yet at that moment, Gu Xian lifted his head and softly spoke, Get some rest. Sleep well. I'm fine. Upon seeing Gu Xian's appearance, they were taken aback. His eyes were reddened, his body trembling involuntarily, and his chest heaving, suggesting he was struggling to breathe. Was this truly someone who was fine? Before they could offer comfort, Gu Xian had already closed the live stream. They stared blankly at the darkened screen, utterly bewildered. Xiao Xian, please don't do anything foolish. Why must they insult me? It felt as though his heart was being constricted. Gu Xian stood up and wandered aimlessly in the pitch-black room. He didn't know what he was doing. He merely felt anxious, his heart racing. He was scared and wanted to move, yet he was utterly alone in the house, unsure of whom to confide in. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in the kitchen. The blade shimmered with a silvery luminescence under the moonlight. He retrieved his phone and set it aside, ultimately sending a message of apology to his younger sister before he slowly grasped the fruit knife. In the pitch-black kitchen, a pair of eyes emanated a deep blue glow. I never wished to be this way. I truly did not intend to appear as a girl. I did not seek the attention of men. Please do not scold me. Mom and Dad, I am sorry. The murmurs of a solitary voice echoed in the empty house. He deeply regretted having gone live. Now, despair was the only emotion that filled his heart. I am sorry. Little sister, I cannot bear the peculiar gazes of others. Gu Xian gently closed his eyes, a solitary tear trickling down his cheek. The cold breath of the blade pressing against his neck. Buzz, buzz. The sudden ring of his phone jolted Gu Xian back to reality. Video call. Caller, the tenderness of the heavens pales in comparison to you. Chapter 45. Dignity grounded. Gu Xian's despair ever since witnessing Gu Xian's playful dance. Dong Su felt an intense flame burning within him. However, when he finally called the girl up, resembling Gu Xian's style, he found himself sitting on the bed for a full 2 hours, merely observing her, and eventually even dragged her into a couple of gaming sessions without ever making a move. He could not fathom why he felt a sense of guilt gnawing at him. In utter frustration, he reluctantly dismissed the girl, yet the fire within him remained unquenched. Dong Su tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, until he could no longer resist. He dressed, and called Gu Xian. The sudden ring of the phone jolted Gu Xian awake. Glancing at the knife pressed against his neck, a wave of panic surged through him. What was he doing, acting so foolishly? With a trembling hand, he carefully set the knife down and took a deep breath. Turning to see his buzzing phone, he picked it up and noticed it was a video call. Caller ID. The gentleness from above cannot compare to you. Gu Xian lightly bit his lip, feeling torn inside. He clearly despised gentleness. It was this very gentleness that had pulled him back from the brink of despair. Otherwise, he might have bid farewell to this world. After a brief pause, Gu Xian returned to his room, switched on the light, and exhaled deeply before answering the call. Where have you been? Why did you make me wait so long to answer? A bright, slightly reproachful male voice resonated in his ear. Gu Xian locked eyes with the man on the screen, and his starry gaze was immediately filled with astonishment. How should he express it? In his words, so handsome, unparalleled in beauty. It was not merely Dong Su's fair complexion and well-proportioned features. It was also the gentle aura he exuded, clearly indicative of someone well-read. Gu Xian was mesmerized until Dong Su clicked his tongue and remarked, "Haven't you ever seen a handsome guy? Staring at me like that is quite impolite." Soda. Gu Xian suddenly jolted, his cheeks flushing slightly as he hurriedly apologized. Dong Su shook little, a peculiar sense of satisfaction swelling within him. This little fool is rather adorable. He intended to scrutinize Gu Xian further, but his keen eyes quickly caught sight of the tear streaks on Gu Xian's face. "Did you just cry?" Dong Su inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. "Oh no." Gu Xian wiped his face and forced a smile. Dong Su fell silent, pondering what the fool was trying to conceal. He waved his hand dismissively and asked, "Tell me, what happened?" It's nothing. I was just in the kitchen cooking, and I cut an onion, which made me tear up." Gu Xian hesitated for a moment, his mind racing, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After all, he wasn't close to Dong Su. He wasn't even a friend. Merely a handsome golden toad that could yield coins. Dong Su's lips twitched, but since Gu Xian was resolute in his silence, he decided not to press further and instead began discussing matters from the live stream. "Are you angry with me?" Dong Su shifted his position, leaning against the headboard as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Xian's eyes and inquired, "Is there?" Gu Xian nodded twice, but, upon noticing Dong Su's gradually displeased expression, retracted his neck and replied softly, Actually there isn't. Why did Dong Su find conversing with Gu Xian so arduous? If something exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Why must words be uttered only to be retracted? Speak up. What exactly are you upset about? You can tell me. If it angers me, I shall reprimand you. If it pleases me, I shall reward you. It is as simple as that, Dong Su stated with a nonchalant demeanor. Though he appeared gentle, his words conveyed a sense of dominance. Gu Xian muttered under his breath, but upon noticing the furrow in Dong Su's brow, he hastily added, "Gentle brother, I truly appreciate the gifts you have bestowed upon me. However, receiving so much makes me feel undeserving, and I am at a loss as to how to repay you. That is simple. Just cleanse yourself and come find me in Magic City." Dong Su chuckled lightly. Gu Xian's face reddened further, prompting him to change the subject. "I genuinely wish to inquire why you have gifted me so many presents?" Dong Su stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before responding with a smile. "You catch my eye. I find you quite attractive, so I rewarded you. What of it? Do you like me?" The abrupt question caught Dong Su off guard. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his smile still intact. "Not particularly. I simply find you amusing." "Then why do you prevent me from being with others?" Gu Xian's eyes ignited with curiosity, eager to uncover the answer. If he held no affection for him, why thwart his connection with Shizi? The relentless inquiries caused Dong Su's expression to shift to one of seriousness, the previous smile vanishing. An air of authority enveloped him. Dong Su's face turned cold as he stated, "I have said before, I find you entertaining. Thus, I view you as a toy. As the master, it is only natural to ensure that a toy has but one owner. But I am a person." Gu Xian retorted indignantly. "You believe yourself a person, huh?" Dong Su scoffed, bluntly remarking, "With not even 2 coins to your name, do you truly think you deserve it?" Gu Xian was taken aback, rendered speechless. Dong Su scrutinized Gu Xian's reaction, considering it a preliminary assessment. He needed to properly discipline Gu Xian. He could not afford to let him act like a grasshopper in the future. Otherwise, he would not resemble Yiling Xin at all. Gu Xian fell silent, staring at Dong Su for a moment before lowering his head. After observing for a while, Dong Su finally asked, "What is your name, your full name?" "Gu Xian," came the barely audible reply. "Louder." "I did not hear you," Dong Su frowned. "I am Gu Xian." He still kept his head down, but his tone rose slightly, adding a respectful address. "You." Gu Xian's head shot up, his eyes ablaze with anger. Yet, the coldness on Dong Su's face manifested as an almost tangible pressure. Despite his handsome visage, it was now shrouded in authority and frost. "Have you forgotten what I said? I have been provoked, and now I shall rectify the situation." A chill transformed into a bucket of ice water, poured directly over Gu Xian's head, startling him and instantly extinguishing the flames of his anger. He begrudgingly acknowledged his own lack of resolve. He had yielded once more. "Gently, gently, my dear brother, I am Gu Xian." He lowered his head even further. "How old are you?" Dong Su inquired, nodding. 20 years old, came the reply. "Not bad, quite youthful." Dong Su nodded again, a faint smile returning to his face. His lips parted slightly as he continued. "I have mentioned before that if you make me happy, I shall reward you." A buzzing sound drew Gu Xian's attention. "Transfer 20,000 yuan. Here, this is your reward. There's no need for a refund." Gu Xian fell silent once more. Chapter 46. The price of 100 days. Gu Xian's response. Is this a matter of trading dignity for money? Like a mere pet, lying on the ground, awaiting the master's favor, receiving slight rewards upon the master's delight. Gu Xian's gaze fell, and after a prolonged contemplation, he lifted his head to meet Dong Su's eyes. "Gentle brother, could you enlighten me on how I might be released? I do not wish to become your toy. I am willing to return every penny you have given me, every gift you have bestowed. Would that be acceptable?" Dong Su raised an eyebrow, yet the soft smile on his face morphed into something cruel and sinister. "What is it? Are you so eager to seek out your dear sister? Moreover, do you truly believe you possess the right to speak to me in such a manner?" Gu Xian was momentarily taken aback, but a flicker of defiance shone in his eyes as he fixed his unwavering gaze on Dong Su. "Do not be so naive. Possess a modicum of self-awareness, will you? If I wish to pursue you, you would find yourself in my bed within 10 hours. Gu Xian's heart raced, despair clawing at his insides. Dong Su paused, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he slowly continued. "Let us discuss this once I grow weary of the game." Or, Dong Su's tone shifted as he pondered for a moment. Gu Xian, observing the hesitation etched on Dong Su's face, felt his heart tighten, until Dong Su's lips parted slightly. "Come to Magic City, be my girlfriend for 100 days, and after that, I shall release you." "No." Gu Xian flatly rejected Dong Su's proposition. Dong Su chuckled softly, unfazed, and replied leisurely, "Do not be so quick to refuse. From what I gather, you have a younger sister, correct?" Since becoming intrigued by Gu Xian, Dong Su had taken the liberty to investigate his background. It was through this inquiry that he discovered the girl in Gu Xian's WeChat profile was not his girlfriend, but rather his sister. He even learned that Gu Su was not Gu Xian's biological sister. A chill coursed through Gu Xian's veins, his expression becoming wooden as his gaze towards Dong Su grew exceedingly complex. Visible was the fury, yet beneath it lay an undercurrent of profound fear. The live stream had entwined him with Dong Su, yet they inhabited entirely different realms. He did not even know the name of the person before him, while the latter was well acquainted with his every detail, even the existence of his little sister. If the person opposite him were to target his sister, a jolt of panic surged through Gu Xian, and he hastily implored, "Gentle brother, I beseech you, do not harm my sister. I will comply with your wishes, I promise." "Rest assured, I am not so dull," Dong Su replied with a smile, and after a brief pause, he added, "Do not presume me to be so malevolent. My interest in you merely compels me to know more about you. Additionally, during these 100 days together, I shall provide you with 100,000 each day. After 100 days, I will release you without further entanglements. This arrangement is rather generous, is it not? Just 100 days, a mere 3 months, and afterward, you will leap across social strata." transforming into a millionaire. You may pursue whomever you wish thereafter. I shall not interfere. A charming smile graced Dong's lips, yet he resembled the devil, luring Gu Xian toward the depths of despair. Dong Su was brimming with confidence. In a mere 100 days, Gu Xian would love him passionately. 10 million was not easily acquired. At that moment, Gu Xian's breaths grew increasingly labored. Though he was reluctant to admit it, Dong Su's proposition was exceedingly tempting. Just 100 days, after which he could soar high, freely take the money, and elope with his little sister. Thus, Gu Xian acquiesced, saying, "Could you grant me one request?" His eyes sparkled with hope. "Go ahead, I'm listening," Dong Su replied. "I don't wish to go to the Magic City. Could you come to Yang City instead?" "I'm begging you," Gu Xian sighed softly. "Are you worried I might bring you trouble?" Dong Su furrowed his brow. Gu Xian shook his head. "I've never been to the Magic City. I know I wouldn't adapt to living there. You wouldn't want me to falter during these 100 days, would you? Don't you think I would struggle in Yang City too?" Dong Su's lips twitched. "I trust you, gentle brother. Your physique is far superior to mine. You will surely be fine." Gu Xian spoke earnestly. With a resigned wave of his hand, Dong Su replied, "All right, I will arrange matters here and come to find you in a couple of days. Remember to send me your location." "Rest early then," Gu Xian said, and the call ended. A broader smile spread across Dong Su's face. Soon, he would rectify his regrets, making his heart race with anticipation. He promptly dialed another number. Upon connection, Dong Su stated, "Please handle my affairs in the Magic City. I intend to stay in Yang City for a few months." "Yang City? What business do you have in a third-tier city?" A male voice on the other end questioned, perplexed. "I have a significant endeavor to pursue," Dong Su replied mysteriously, then added, "I shall return in 3 months. You need not worry." "All right, I will take care of it," the voice resignedly replied, accepting Dong Su's commission. After the call ended, Dong Su exhaled deeply. In this world, there were indeed pursuits more alluring than mere wealth. Soon, he would complete the puzzle of his life and attain a perfect existence. Gu Xian felt utterly bewildered. Ever since the live stream, each day had been surreal. He had embarked on a path starkly contrasting his past, transitioning from an inconspicuous commoner to a somewhat renowned cross-dressing streamer, and now to being kept by a wealthy benefactor. 100 days, 10 million. Gu Xian chuckled bitterly. How had he become so valuable? The phone rang again, and upon glancing at the screen, Gu Xian saw it was his little sister. His eyes darkened as he tapped the screen. "Hello, brother? Are you all right?" Gu Su's anxious voice came through. Gu Xian softly responded with an and Gu Su sighed in relief. "Brother, why did you send me an apology? I just called you, and you didn't answer, which scared me to death. Recalling the moment I nearly took my own life with a knife earlier, Gu Xian hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "I bought your favorite strawberries this afternoon, but I couldn't resist and ended up eating them all. Didn't save a single one." "What? Brother, how could you be so cruel and not leave any for me?" Gu Su fell silent, yet she exhaled with relief. "Oh, dear brother, as long as you are well. There is no need to apologize for such matters in the future. I genuinely worry about you. Well then, I shall take my leave. Make sure to rest early and refrain from secretly acting as a pilot." Gu Su advised with a smile before ending the call. Gu Xian's lips twitched. "Little sister, it seems your brother may no longer be able to assume the role of a pilot, for he is destined to become someone else's boyfriend." Chapter 47. Betrayed by the System? Am I truly to become a plaything for boys? System, has today's task been completed? Gu Xian lay languidly on the bed, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Host, let us set aside that task for now. I truly admire your perseverance," the system remarked with a note of reverence. "Given how unwell you feel, why do you insist on broadcasting?" "Because I am impoverished. I need to earn money," Gu Xian sighed. "Ah, I see. However, I have a question. Despite receiving such generous donations from Gentle, why do you harbor such disdain for him?" "Logically, you should be grateful," the system inquired. Gu Xian let out a soft sigh, his voice tinged with resignation. "If he donated around 1,000 a day, I would indeed be grateful, as that would be money earned through my own efforts to charm my audience. However, when he donates tens of thousands at once, and even once gifted 200,000 in a single breath, it becomes evident that his intentions are not rooted in appreciation for my talents, but rather in his desire to possess me as an individual. In essence, he wishes to toy with me. Moreover, that notion of a 100-day girlfriend, I have no words left. He not only seeks to play with me, but also to manipulate my emotions. The system flickered with agreement. From what you have articulated, that is indeed the case. Xuan continued, though my intelligence may not be high, I can discern that he does not genuinely care for me. He perceives me merely as a plaything. He paused, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. He relishes in using money to humiliate me, undermining my dignity, treating me as his possession, reducing me to a mere toy. I abhor this. I wish to be recognized as a person, to earn my own livelihood through my efforts. The system responded indignantly. Gentle's actions are indeed excessive. Why not simply refund all his money and block him entirely? Xuan regarded the system with a bemused expression. Are you truly that foolish? How can you be more naive than I? Please do not scold me, host. I am merely a newly born level 1 system, unaware of your complexities. Isn't this quite normal? The system whimpered, tears welling in its digital eyes. Xuan grimaced, exasperation creeping into his tone. All right. I am uncertain whether to resist. However, I am frightened. Gentle possesses immense wealth. He casually mentions figures like 10 million. 10 million. That could crush me. Moreover, he has even used my sister as leverage against me. His eyes filled with a mix of despair and anger. His sister was his Achilles heel, yet he currently lacked the means to protect her, forcing him to acquiesce to Gentle's demand for a 100-day relationship. Poor host, you have endured so much injustice. Allow me to embrace you, the system consoled. Xuan waved his hand dismissively. It seems to be a matter of mutual benefit. He wishes to play with me, and I shall oblige. After 100 days, I will take my earnings and vanish, severing all ties with him. And what will you do after disappearing? Will you seek out Sister Shizi? The system queried abruptly. Xuan fell silent for a moment before nodding. The system pressed on. But isn't Shizi also interested in supporting you? Why then do you agree to her terms? The system, you don't understand. I find Sister Shizi to be quite pleasant, and she treats me well. I can sense her respect for me. How could I possibly refuse a girlfriend who respects me, admires me, possesses striking beauty, and is financially well off? A faint smile graced Xuan's face at the thought of Shizi. The system shimmered once more, and after a prolonged silence, it spoke. The live broadcast reached a peak popularity of over 2,000, gaining 600 followers, with total gifts amounting to 220,000 yuan. After deducting the platform tax, 110,000 yuan remains. Ding! The live broadcast task has been completed. Rewards are now being issued. 10 consecutive draw vouchers. Body fragrance enhancement. Strengthens the effect of body fragrance, intensifying the milky scent, increasing attraction to the opposite sex by 20 and to the same sex by 100. Note, this does not conflict with the charm talent. The effects are additive but can be diluted. After a long pause, Xuan spoke softly. System, are you hastily trying to push me out into the world? Not all, the system replied bashfully. What if I go out and attract the wrong kind of attention? Rest assured, I am here for you. The system confidently assured. But what if one row turns back and insists on being with me? What would you do then? I would invite my good friends to watch the drama unfold. After all, this is our first time witnessing a real-life broadcast. How absurd. I feel betrayed by my own system. Sigh. I don't want to dwell on this any longer. Let us proceed with the 10 consecutive draws. All right. The interface for the 10 consecutive draws spun rapidly, accompanied by a dazzling array of effects. Blue reward, 100 yuan. Blue reward, 100 yuan. Purple reward, premium Durex. Effect, ultra thin. Restores the most authentic sensation. Before Xuan could voice his complaints, a flash of golden light appeared and quickly spread across the entire draw interface. Talent, enhanced recovery, gold. Talent description, enhanced recovery. Bestows upon you an extraordinary recuperative ability in certain aspects. From now on, your boyfriend will have no worries. He will become the happiest person in the world. Note, due to the talent slots being full, this talent cannot be equipped. Please unlock the talent system as soon as possible. Xuan's mouth fell slightly open. suddenly realizing that his dominance in certain areas might be rather formidable. One question: can it be reverted? A small scene. At 1 o'clock, the night was still and quiet. "I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Gu Xian lay limp on his bed. Having finally regained his spirits, he intended to sleep. But a wave of intense weakness and hunger washed over him. He hadn't eaten anything for lunch or dinner and had pushed himself to participate in the live broadcast, leaving him too weak to move. Taking several deep breaths, he struggled to rise and prepared a bowl of noodles for himself. Side dishes? None. Just a sprinkle of salt, a dash of soy sauce and vinegar. He gulped it down, and only then did Gu Xian feel revived. He sighed. From now on, I must be sure to eat well. Chapter 48. The growth diary of Gu Xian. The sky was drenched in deep ink. A sense of descent gradually emerging as consciousness detached itself, entering a wondrous realm. Gu Xian slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, and suddenly became aware that he was deeply ensnared in a quagmire of memories. Home. Little Xian, little Su, your parents have passed away. They left you a considerable sum of money, but you are both still young. Annie fears that you might squander it. So this money will be kept with her for now. When you grow up and need it, you can ask Annie for it, all right? Gu Su hid behind Gu Xian, tugging at his sleeve with a timid gaze, while Gu Xian glanced up, casting a wary look at Auntie. A facade of insincerity adorned her face, her tone deceptively gentle, as if she genuinely cared for their well-being. However, Gu Xian was acutely aware that Auntie's husband, his uncle, was a compulsive gambler who frequently borrowed money from them, even when their parents were alive, only to vanish without a trace, leaving them in financial despair. Over the years, he had returned nothing. Now, it seemed Auntie sought the money to fill her husband's void. Yet, if Annie took the money, how would he and his little sister survive? Thus, Gu Xian shook his head resolutely. Auntie, this money is our lifeline, and I cannot give it to you. The clear, youthful voice emanated from Gu Xian's throat, embodying a firm rejection. However, he was merely a child of 7, powerless to resist Auntie's demands. In a fit of despair, she wailed, lamenting her inability to sustain her household, relying solely on their parents' compensation and savings, alongside the well-meaning admonitions of other relatives. Gu Xian felt helpless, but ultimately surrendered the money. Despite this, amidst the mourning, relatives stripped away valuable furniture, mother's jewelry, and even their parents' clothing, leaving behind only 2 large beds, a photograph of their parents, and some worn-out furniture. With the departure of their relatives came a chilling silence. They were left powerless to protest, as no one stood by to support them. After their uncle and aunt departed, they were left with merely 1,000 yuan, euphemistically termed living expenses, promised to be given monthly. However, after 2 to 3 months, the funds ceased altogether. Upon inquiry, Gu Xian discovered that Annie had remarried, and uncle, crippled by debt collectors, had become a vagrant on the streets of Yanqing. As for the siblings, their funds dwindled dangerously low, leaving them on the brink of survival. In desperation, he took his little sister to their aunt's house. Their aunt had 2 sons and was not well off. With Gu Xian and Gu Su added to the household, the pressure of living expenses surged dramatically. Months passed, seemingly stable. Yet both Gu Xian and Gu Su had to suspend their education, and during the stillness of the night, they could hear their aunt's lamentations through the walls. The burden of 4 children's needs weighed heavily on a family of modest means. It was manageable for a short time, but as days turned to weeks, it became intolerable. The atmosphere in the home grew increasingly peculiar, laughter and joy dwindling, while the glances from their aunt's 2 sons turned strange. The warm smile of their aunt faded, and even their uncle's face was overshadowed by dark clouds, his brow furrowed in unshakable worry. Finally, on a rainy night, Annie knocked on the door, and Gu Su and Gu Xian sat solemnly at the edge of their bed. Under the dim light, Auntie's face appeared indistinct, and even squinting, it was impossible to discern the emotions etched upon her features. After a prolonged silence, Auntie gradually spoke. Xian, Su, I am truly sorry, but our family simply cannot manage any longer. Together with your uncle, we earn only 5,000 yuan a month, yet with Grandma and Grandpa included, There are 8 of us, and our monthly food expenses alone amount to 3,000 yuan. Auntie's expression was laden with difficulty, yet as she beheld the despondency on the siblings' faces, she found herself ensnared in a quagmire of hesitation. Ultimately, with a deep breath, she suppressed the grief and indignation swelling within her and reluctantly stated, "I have arranged for you to go to an orphanage. There, you will not have to worry about food or clothing, and there will be people to teach you. Xuan, you and Su are both of school age. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Furthermore, you are both delightful children and are certain to find good families." As Auntie's eyes glistened with unshed tears, she took a few steps closer, knelt down, and grasped Xuan and Su's hands. Yet when she spoke again, her voice trembled with sorrow. "I am so sorry, Xuan, Su. I wish I could support you, but I simply cannot. My heart desires to care for you, but my means are utterly insufficient." Annie retrieved her phone, revealing a meager balance of 132, 5 yuan, and a bill of 2,000 yuan due. Su, still too young to comprehend, could only perceive the desolation and anguish reflected in Xian's eyes. Auntie set down her phone and clasped their hands, tilting her head up into the dim light. And in that moment, Xian finally discerned the emotions etched upon Auntie's face: pain, indignation, despair, and reluctance. Silent tears fell, a testament to her heartache. "Please do not blame me. I am so sorry. Xian, you are a boy, right? Well, you should be sleeping in the boys' dormitory." The dormitory supervisor separated Xian and Su, placing Xian in the boys' quarters. In the solitude, the supervisor remarked, "Such a charming child, appearing so much like a girl, yet identified as a boy. It is unfortunate. No matter how girl-like one may look, they cannot reside in the girls' dormitory. After all, it would be unfair to those little girls. But is this fair to Xian? A boy who resembles a girl may stir curiosity among the other boys, and due to Xian's looks, they might develop unconventional thoughts." As night deepened and all were lost in slumber, Xian was suddenly roused by a disturbance at his bedside. Upon opening his eyes, he met a pair of bright, penetrating eyes. Just as he was about to cry out, a hand firmly covered his lips, and his body was pinned down, rendering him powerless. Terror filled Xian's eyes, yet he was too weak to resist, succumbing to the whims of another. Leaning close to Xian's ear, the boy whispered softly, "Xian, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I am simply curious whether you are a boy or a girl. May I take a look?" With fiery eyes, Xian shook his head in refusal. However, after a brief struggle, he begrudgingly acquiesced. The young boy's eyes sparkled, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. The following day, Gu Xian approached the dormitory supervisor, claiming that a boy had been disturbing his sleep at night, climbing onto his bed and bullying him. The supervisor paid little heed, merely chuckling as she squatted down to pinch Gu Xian's cheek. Yet her words sent a chill down Gu Xian's spine. "Little Xian, it's normal for boys to play and frolic with one another." Gu Xian's starry eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you implying that it is normal for someone to invade my bed in the dead of night, tormenting me, and engaging in particularly abhorrent actions?" Upon finishing his plea, the supervisor stood and prepared to attend to the dormitory's cleanliness. Gu Xian, desperate, tugged at her sleeve, his eyes brimming with entreaty. "Auntie, may I transfer to the girls' dormitory?" His voice, delicate and sweet, coupled with his exquisite and charming visage, momentarily stunned the supervisor. However, she soon smiled and replied, "Be good. I will teach him a lesson for you shortly." The supervisor deftly sidestepped the topic of the room transfer and brushed off Gu Xian's grip, leaving him standing there, hoping her reprimand would prove effective. Yet that night, the boy once more climbed onto his bed. Gu Xian wished to escape, but the boy swiftly subdued him. "Gu Xian, why did you inform the supervisor? She scolded me fiercely. It's your fault. I must reclaim my power through you." The whispered words fell upon his ears like the voice of a devil, sending shivers down Gu Xian's spine. That night was particularly profound for him. Gu Xian finally understood that the orphanage could provide a refuge for them, but was merely a haven. Love was too equitable. Adults loved each child equally, yet Gu Xian yearned for a selfish love, rather than one that was distributed among all. Each day in the orphanage only served to wound Gu Xian's heart, constantly reminding him and Gu Su that they were orphans. At last, someone came to adopt Gu Su and Gu Xian. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xian articulated his desires to the adults who intended to adopt them. This time, someone finally listened to Gu Xian's words. The individual agreed and even left them a sum of money. Not much, but still 3,000. Enough to sustain the siblings for a considerable time. However, the condition was that they would need to report their circumstances daily, to which Gu Xian gladly consented. Finally, Gu Xian and Gu Su returned home. Yet, what could 3,000 accomplish? Gu Su fell ill. A mere fever cost them 500. Their tumultuous life had taken a toll on Gu Su's health. She was quite small, barely reaching 1 meter at 5.5 years old, and she was exceedingly thin. Gu Su remained at home, recovering in bed, while Gu Xian, in a moment of reflection, resolved to seek work. However, at merely 7.5 years old, with a delicate appearance resembling that of a young girl, who would employ him? Who would dare to take him on? Yet Gu Xian could not resort to begging. When he would do so, he would be all alone, and if he encountered human traffickers, he would truly say farewell to the world. Fortunately, a kind restaurant owner, seeing Gu Xian's plight, allowed him to assist in the establishment, earning 30 a day. The work was not demanding, merely serving tea, taking orders, and similar tasks. Though Gu Xian may appear somewhat simple-minded when it comes to matters of livelihood, he dedicates himself with utmost diligence to his studies. Gradually, Gu Xian's proficiency grew, earning him the admiration of his employer. Furthermore, his delicate features and charming demeanor attracted a steady stream of clientele. His boss, filled with joy, affectionately referred to him as a good luck charm and raised his daily wage from 30 to 70. Gu Xian felt as though the dawn of a new life had arrived, brimming with hope for the future. He was now capable of supporting his sister, Gu Su, in her education. All the family's resources were devoted to Gu Su, who represented Gu Xian's aspirations. However, the good fortune was short-lived. At the age of 13, Gu Xian fell gravely ill due to prolonged malnutrition, leaving him utterly drained of strength. With no money for proper medical care, Gu Su could only procure some medicine from a clinic. Yet, despite taking the medication, Gu Xian saw no improvement and remained confined to the house, recuperating. It was not until several months later that his health began to improve slightly. But alas, the restaurant had closed its doors. The skies seemed to fall upon him. Fate played a cruel jest on Gu Xian, and life relentlessly urged him forward, leaving him no respite. He had no choice but to continue searching for work. One day, he set his sights on a construction site, having heard of its lucrative prospects. Mustering his courage, he went for an interview, only to be dismissed by the interviewer who mistook him for a young girl. That night, Gu Xian bought a bottle of beer and drank himself into a stupor at home, weeping uncontrollably while holding Gu Su in his arms. Unable to bear his sorrow, Gu Su contemplated taking on work herself. At that time, though still frail, she had improved significantly, standing at 135 centimeters while Gu Xian measured 126 centimeters. Yet, Gu Xian firmly rejected her offer, leading to a heated argument between the siblings. The night ended with Gu Xian threatening to take his own life. Fortunately, Gu Xian managed to secure another job. During a period of rapid growth for bubble tea, he leveraged his appealing looks to become both an employee and the mascot of a tea shop, earning a monthly salary of 2,500. At last, stability was achieved. Gu Xian harbored a heartfelt wish. One day, when fortune smiled upon him, he vowed to dress his little sister in the finest garments, indulge her with the most delectable meals, provide them with a grand home, and drive the most splendid of cars. Chapter 49. The calm surface concealing a tremendous storm as dreams dissipated and the morning sun illuminated his face, Gu Xian awakened with a gentle flutter of his eyelashes. Upon opening his eyes, he found Gu Su seated beside him, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Noticing Gu Xian's awakening, Gu Su's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as her delicate lips parted to speak. "Oh, big brother, you're awake. How did you sleep?" Gu Xian fell silent for a moment before slowly enveloping Gu Su in his embrace. She pressed her ear to his chest, listening intently to the rhythm of his heartbeat. After a prolonged silence, Gu Xian's voice trembled as he confessed, "Little sister, I had a dream, a nightmare." "What was it about? Please, share it with me, she urged eagerly. I dreamt that in the future, you would have a grand house and a lovely little car, and that you would wear a beautiful dress, smiling radiantly. Gusu chuckled softly. Big brother, I too had a dream. I dreamt that you would have a multitude of viewers for your live streams, and that you would have a charming boyfriend who is not only wealthy, but treats you exceptionally well. Gu Xian's lips twitched. Little sister, I hope that wasn't just a dream. Today, Gu Xian chose not to live stream. He desired to spend quality time with Gu Su and rest for the day. The previous night's live stream had left a significant impact on him, causing him to feel apprehensive about returning to it. Thus, he decided to take a break today and resume tomorrow. Gu Xian and Gu Su joyfully ventured out for a shopping excursion, oblivious to the brewing storm online. Meanwhile, a 3-minute video emerged. Hello, brothers. Today, I am here to vehemently criticize a certain streamer, or rather, the prevailing attitude surrounding this phenomenon. Fat Gigi proclaimed with indignation, adopting a righteous demeanor. Let me share a snippet of video with you. Gu Xian's youthful visage appeared on the screen, his voice distinctly audible. I am not a girl. You need not refer to me as little sister. The video was expertly edited, with a large boy label affixed to Gu Xian's forehead. The image is posted in the comments. After showcasing this segment, Fat Gigi cleared his throat and declared with conviction, I must ask, what has happened to our society? Men are feminized, women are infantilized, and children are darkened. What are we to do? Are we to lag behind society and await our demise? This trend has intensified, evolving into a craze that many fervently pursue. However, Fat Gigi paused, inhaled deeply, and continued. I want to assert, is this trend right? Is it beneficial for societal development? I, Fat Gigi, have had enough. I simply cannot tolerate this attitude. It is fundamentally flawed and deserves to be resisted. Are we to rely on a group of men in skirts to fight our wars? One international joke. I am aware that many individuals will come forth to criticize, insult, and demean me. However, I remain unperturbed, for I am confident that my actions are just. The video concludes here, yet the popularity of Fat Chubby's creation skyrocketed, garnering an impressive 20,000 likes within merely half a day, with comments surging to over 20,000 as well. The comments section resembled a chaotic battlefield, rife with discord. It primarily split into two factions. One, the conservatives, advocating for the essence of gender. Qingfeng Nanjia. Host, I appreciate your video. Do remember to keep your private messages closed. Please refrain from insulting me. My patience is limited. Rin Qi, protect. They have come to assail me. I must confront them. Unbearably vulnerable. I support this. I have endured those androgynous individuals for far too long. The last time I embraced a beautiful woman at a bar for a lengthy period, only for her voice to be deeper than mine when she spoke. Water without heat, that sounds quite delightful. Unbearably vulnerable. That is utterly revolting. Yet, what is even more shocking is that, in the end, I was the one below. 111. Huh? Why does opening the comments section feel like stepping into a Chengdu racetrack? The other faction comprises the liberals, who advocate for the deconstruction of gender. Bu Hua Ta Xiang. The influencer's words aren't without merit. However, I believe that men exhibiting feminine traits signifies progress in dismantling traditional gender stereotypes. We should not mock or insult, but rather respect individual choices. Jiu Yu agreed. Personally, I also enjoy cross-dressing, but it is merely a hobby that does not interfere with my daily life. I have a normal family and a beautiful wife. Cross-dressing alleviates my stress and enhances my mood, and I find that sufficient. Furthermore, my wife supports me, even purchasing dresses for me. Yu Ziya, wasn't the Qing dynasty overthrown? Why do I suddenly have a braid at the back of my head? Many others maintain a neutral stance, merely spectating. The two factions are evenly matched, each presenting their arguments. Initially, they converse civilly, but as tensions rise, they begin to tear into each other, leading to a tumultuous exchange in the comment section. Punching old man Yo and kicking strong mama. I relish the atmosphere in the comments. Everyone sheds their human burdens and attacks one another like sworn enemies, uttering words I could scarcely imagine. Upon discovering my boyfriend is gay, I tearfully don male attire to play with him. This feels like it could be recorded in history to be titled the Little South Liang Controversy, rightfully becoming a little zero. Fat Chubby scrolled through the comments, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. He was astonished by the number of supporters rallying behind Xuan, voicing their solidarity. Did they not find it appalling for men to don women's clothing? Yet, there were indeed many who stood by him. Let this situation ferment. After all, that soft-hearted South Liang is likely to retreat from streaming after this uproar. Damn, that little brat took advantage of my absence to bully Xian, didn't he? After reviewing the private messages and live stream recordings sent by friends in Xuan's chat room, ZZ straightened up in anger and hastily dialed a number. The call connected. Remove this video from the platform, then arrange for some individuals to flood that person's comment section, followed by reporting their account. Shi clenched his teeth, vowing to make Xian's life difficult in retaliation. After hanging up, he sent a message to Xuan. Xian, how are you holding up? Meanwhile, Dongsu received private messages from viewers in the live stream. He glanced at them briefly before setting his phone aside. His gaze turned dark, and for a long while, the room was filled with his solitary murmurs. Is this what you call being fine? Why didn't you tell me? Chapter 50, Destined for Misfortune. The adorably clumsy Gu Xiaoxian. After a prolonged shopping excursion, weariness began to settle in, and their stomachs were left entirely empty. Consequently, the siblings chose a noodle shop to dine at. During their wait, Gu Xian lightly pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking. Little sister, there is something I wish to share with you. Ahem? Go ahead, Gu Su replied absent-mindedly, engrossed in scrolling through short videos. Yet in the next instant, her eyes widened in disbelief. Little sister, I have been taken under the wing of a benefactor. What? Gu Su exclaimed, her voice resounding loudly enough to attract the attention of those nearby. Gu Xian's pupils constricted, and her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she hurriedly covered Gu Su's mouth. Shoo! Little sister, must you be so loud? It's quite embarrassing. Gu Xian whispered urgently in her ear. After a while, once they confirmed that no one was watching them, Gu Xian finally released her hand. However, Gu Su, clutching her head, weakly remarked, Brother, your hand smells so nice. I'm feeling a bit tipsy now. Let us get back to the matter at hand. Gu Xian shot her a significant look. Once Gu Su regained her composure, she settled beside him, her face brimming with curiosity and excitement. Brother, truly, you are worthy of handling significant affairs. How long has it been? You have already found a benefactor? That's impressive. Gu Xian raised an eyebrow, about to respond, but was interrupted by a delicate finger pressing against her lips. Shoo, brother, do not speak just yet. I will ask, and you shall answer. If you answer correctly, nod your head. If wrong, shake it. Gu Su cleared her throat and inquired, Is your benefactor your gentle older brother? Gu Xian's mouth twitched. What did she mean by that? Nevertheless, he nodded in response. Gu Su's eyes sparkled, and she continued her inquiries. Is he handsome? Nodding. Is he tall? Nodding. Is he well endowed? Nodding. Then shaking her head. Upon meeting Gu Su's teasing gaze, Gu Xian's pupils dilated in shock. What Gu Su referred to was not age. Gu Xian attempted to extricate herself, but Gu Su was seated right beside her, making escape impossible. Stay still, brother. If you move again, I shall pinch your cheeks. The Gu-style threat. First technique, cheek pinching warning. Yet it was ineffective against Gu Xian, who continued to struggle for freedom, while Gu Su refrained from following through. After all, Gu Xian's face was too delicate. A light pinch could leave a mark. Gu Su was quite fond of Gu Xian's looks and felt a pang of sympathy for her brother. However, she could not simply allow her brother to flee. Determined, Gu Su leaned closer to Gu Xian's ear and whispered, Brother, if you move again, I will come to your room tonight, remove your pants, take a couple of photos, and send them to your gentle brother. What do you think his reaction will be? Gu Xian's pupils widened in fear, and she immediately froze. What kind of reaction could one expect? Certainly, it would be a response. Gu Xian felt as though she had perished. Gu Su smiled in satisfaction and softly said, All right, just remain still, and I shall continue my questioning. Gu Xian nodded, and Gu Su paused, continuing to inquire, Is the one named Wenro gentle in nature? Shaking her head, she replied, He is nothing but domineering, unreasonable, perverse, foolish, wealthy, and handsome. A true Lolita enthusiast. Is he good to you? Came the next question, accompanied by a shake of her head, and then a nod. Brother, why are you shaking your head and nodding at the same time? Gu Su asked, puzzled, as Gu Xian playfully nudged her hand. Finally, Gu Xian found her voice. Little sister, I can't quite determine if he is good to me. It's just a particularly strange feeling. Her expression was conflicted, but she continued, he gives me so much money, but it feels like he is merely toying with me, akin to playing with a little dog. Moreover, he proposed that I be his girlfriend for 100 days, offering me 100,000 per day, after which he would let me go. Upon hearing this, Gu Su's expression grew serious. After a moment of contemplation, she asked slowly, Brother, do you like him? I absolutely do not. Gu Xian replied emphatically. Then, do you think he likes you? Gu Su probed further. No, he doesn't treat me like someone he likes, Gu Xian stated earnestly. Oh, let me think. Gu Su mused, stroking her chin, before suddenly tapping Gu Xian on the head. Please don't hit my head. Brother, that one Ro definitely has feelings for you, but he probably feels shy about expressing them. ISNT there is saying, the more successful a man is, the more reserved he becomes. When Ro is likely quite reserved. Gu Xian was taken aback. How could he not realize that when Ro had an interest in him? Brother, let me explain slowly. If when Ro didn't like you, why would he treat you so specially and propose a 100-day girlfriend arrangement? Honestly, he clearly likes you. Gu Su continued to elaborate while Gu Xian listened intently. It took a long time for Gu Xian's mind to accept the notion that when Ro had feelings for him. Book a flight to Yangcheng. Today is August 23rd, so let us schedule it for August 25th. At 2 a.m., Dong Su furrowed his brow, wondering if this was the only flight available. Yangcheng was merely a small town, and even its airport was only constructed 2 years ago. He decided not to ask for too much. Dong Su retrieved a small card that listed the things he wished to accomplish within the 100 days, dates, hand-holding, kissing, and one other act, which was simply noted as doing. As he compiled the activities he wanted to share with Gu Xian, he was surprised to find that one small card was insufficient to contain them all. There were simply too many things he wished to do together. 100 days seemed a bit short. With a deep sigh, Dong Su tucked the card away. The 100 days was merely a figure of speech. When the time came, Gu Xian might very well be the one pleading to be with him. There was plenty of time ahead, so he decided to take it slow. However, there was still one matter at hand. Dong Su gazed at the plump figure on his homepage, his eyes darkening. This won't last long. If you love the sun and moon, then let me arrange something special for you. A peculiar smile crept across Dong Su's lips. The fate of the plump and chubby figure is already sealed. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Xian and his companion returned home. Gu Su took the initiative to take a shower, while Gu Xian, with nothing pressing to attend to, decided to place a call to Dong Su. It was a video call. Oh, did you miss me? What prompted you to call? Dong Su inquired with a playful smile. Such a narcissist. Gu Xian felt her cheeks flush slightly, and an involuntary warmth surged within her heart, accompanied by tender feelings of affection for him. Reflecting on this, Gu Xian discreetly scrutinized Dong Su. Despite his mischievous nature, he possessed an extraordinary charm. Particularly striking were his large, sparkling eyes, which radiated vitality. His complexion was remarkably smooth, his skin flawless, and his facial features were distinct and harmonious. How could one be so handsome? Gu Xian lamented and rose to gaze into the mirror. After a thorough inspection, she fell into silence. Alas, it seemed she was destined to be overlooked. Chapter 51. The fifth live broadcast. A daunting task. Let the conflict begin. Gu Xian lifted the hem of his skirt, standing before the mirror, occasionally turning halfway. Suddenly, he fell silent. Why did he appear so delicate? He longed to be a robust man, a true man. Gu Xian, undeterred, poked at the flesh on his arm. Soft and tender, it even had a pleasant scent. He then prodded his abdomen, which was even softer, and despite being slender, there was still a slight bulge. It seemed quite suitable for childbirth. Dazed. After pondering for a while, Gu Xian returned to his previous spot. Dong Su spoke up. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I just want to look in the mirror, Gu Xian replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed after leaving his gentle brother waiting for so long. Oh, Dong Su paused, then suddenly asked, Do you think you're cute? Gu Xian's body trembled slightly. Huh? I think I'm quite cute. Dongsa nodded in agreement. I think so too. Gu Xian scratched his head, offering a few awkward laughs. He had no idea what to discuss with Dongsa. This was merely idle chatter. Why was he bothering to call Dongsa? After a period of silence, Dongsa slowly spoke. Now, you should consider yourself my girlfriend, right? Gu Xian nodded, softly responding. Yes. Dongsa casually stated, say something sweet. Gentle brother, Gu Xian offered. Rephrase that, Dongsa waved his hand. A large question mark appeared above Gu Xian's head. Was calling him gentle brother not acceptable? How greedy! Sensing Dongsa's slight displeasure, Gu Xian quickly recovered. Darling baby? His voice was filled with charm. Dongsa was pleased, and with a flick of his finger, he sent Gu Xian a red envelope of 20,000. Seeing Gu Xian obediently accepted, Dongsa tapped his fingers on the armrest of the chair. Aren't you going to tell your boyfriend about the insults you received during your live broadcast? How'd you find out? Gu Xian's voice trembled. Silly, don't worry about how I know. Just tell me, how do you want to deal with that chubby one? Dongsa's tone was calm, but upon seeing Gu Xian lower his head and remain silent for a while, he added, I can help you deal with him. For instance, by giving him a partner over 50 who has AIDS and secondary syphilis, and then we can take care of him. What do you think? Dongsa's expression turned slightly cold. Dealing with scum required special measures. However, Gu Xian's reaction was unexpected. Gentle brother, please don't concern yourself with whether this is feasible or not, Gu Xian said, lifting his head until his unwavering starry gaze met Dongsa's. Dongsa's pupils constricted, but this time he did not refute Gu Xian. Gu Xian maintained his resolute expression for a moment before it faltered. His face showed panic as he waved his hands. Oh dear, gentle brother, I'm not rejecting your goodwill. What I mean is that he insulted me, and I feel quite indignant. I want to rely on myself. Even if I just retort at him, that would be my own form of resistance. Gu Xian shrank his neck slightly and whispered, so, gentle brother, could you please refrain from interfering in this matter and allow me to handle it? All right. Dongsu agreed with remarkable decisiveness, even casting a glance at Gu Xian that held a hint of admiration. There was spirit. He dared to resist when others bullied him. Quite commendable. However, this defiance should not be directed towards him. Dongsu cleared his throat lightly and said slowly, I have a flight at 2 a.m. on the 25th. You must come to pick me up. Huh? So soon? Gu Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated Dongsu's actions would be so swift, coming just like that, and he wasn't quite ready to assume the role of someone else's girlfriend. Moreover, a flight in the early hours required Gu Xian to fetch him. It was so far and so late. He might as well be asking for his head. Therefore, Gu Xian pleaded, Gentle brother, may I not pick you up? The airport is a bit far from me, and it's rather late. It would be inconvenient. A smile blossomed on Dongsa's lips. It was a smile that sent a chill down Gu Xian's spine. You have no choice. Remember to wear your prettiest dress. That day, Gu Xian took a day off. He neither streamed nor watched videos of the chubby one. He had a foreboding that the live stream the next day would be a fierce battle. It would be wise to wash up and get some rest early. The following day, Gu Su went to work while Gu Xian remained at home, contemplating the upcoming live stream. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, and he was tormented internally. After an agonizing wait, he finally reached 8 p.m. Gu Xian parted his cherry lips and called out, System, check today's live stream tasks. Ding. Today's live stream task, gain 1,000 followers and accumulate 10,000 yuan. Task reward, 10 consecutive draw vouchers 1, partial body optimization. Wait, there's more. Host, a high difficulty task has been issued. Redeem yourself. Task description, clear the name of countless boys in female attire, wiping away the insults they should never have to endure. Task rewards, talent system unlock. 10 consecutive draw vouchers 3, talent upgrade card 1. Note, high difficulty tasks are of utmost importance and possess considerable difficulty. Please complete them diligently. Failure to do so will hinder the further liberation of system functions. The system secretly broke into a sweat for Gu Xian. This high difficulty task could impact her performance. If accomplished, she could gain substantial energy. The headquarters would also allocate more resources to her. Host, you can do it. After leaving this encouragement, the system retreated to the background, quietly observing Xuan. Meanwhile, Xuan's pupils dilated, and his heart raced vigorously. Online public opinion, the scrutiny from Dong So, and now even the system had issued a high-difficulty task. This livestream would not be easy. Xuan forced a bitter smile, but whether he liked it or not, he had to proceed. After arranging his attire and ensuring his appearance was impeccable, Xuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then suddenly opened his eyes wide. System, use the beauty enhancement card. Ding! Usage successful. A warm current enveloped his face, and when Xuan opened his eyes again, an indescribable transformation had taken place. His skin appeared finer, looking more bouncy and adorably soft. Most importantly, under the influence of the facial enhancement card, the proportions of his features underwent subtle adjustments, moving ever closer to perfection. His visage appeared more refined and exuded a softer aura. Xuan smiled with satisfaction. He was confident that this live stream would be flawlessly executed. As the broadcast commenced, the number of viewers skyrocketed from 0 to 100 in the blink of an eye, then surged to 500, and the momentum did not cease. Within a mere 3 minutes, the audience surpassed 1,000. The barrage of comments in the live chat flew by rapidly. LV24. Luo Mo. Oh, look, the flamboyant Nan Liang is live? Well, I must say, he certainly looks the part, truly deserving of the moniker bestowed upon him. LV15. Unreliable blank. You're utterly insufferable. If you can't speak, just keep your mouth shut. Every word from you is just nonsense. LV24. Luo Mo. How dare you? Is it not enough for Nan Liang to disgust others without allowing them to voice their opinions? Barely into the broadcast, the chat room erupted into chaos, with even the initial courteous greetings abandoned, leading directly to a fierce exchange of words. Chapter 52. The Art of Law. The law is the best weapon for self-protection. Upon entering the live stream, Dongsu remained silent, his gaze penetrating as he observed the barrage of comments and Xuan's reactions. As Xuan noticed the lively chatter in the stream escalating, the audience swelled rapidly. The moment had arrived. All members are muted. Instantly, the comments vanished, and as Xuan cleared his throat, everyone's attention shifted to him. Hello everyone, I am Xian. Recently, there has been considerable debate online regarding myself, or rather, the topic of men dressing as women. Xuan began, pausing briefly before dropping a bombshell. I believe that although I am a boy, there is nothing wrong with me dressing as a woman. Unmute. The live stream fell into an eerie silence, only to erupt moments later. LV24. Tepid water. 666. Just because you say it's fine, does that make it so? Are you that self-important? LV24. Falling dew. Has the host lost their mind? Why speak such nonsense? LV20. Group role. Provide some reasoning, will you? Simply stating that there's no issue with men dressing as women is rather hasty. Xuan, not oblivious, recognized the numerous rebuttals. With a raised brow, he directly challenged, why do you believe there's a problem with men dressing as women? Please share your thoughts. LV24. Tepid water. Is this really a question? A man not in men's clothing. Does that mean he dresses like you? LV24. Falling dew. Enough said, host. I'm done with you. LV18. Dragon King. Calm down. In a civilized society, we shouldn't harbor such malice towards others. LV15. Unreliable blank. You've got a point. Those people act like monkeys, unable to tolerate others' happiness. Does Xian dressing as a woman affect you in any way? LV18. Dragon King. Host, let me speak. I want to discuss this with you. Xuan nodded and connected with Dragon King. Hello, host, I am Dragon King. His mature and resonant voice suggested he was around 28 years old. Xuan nodded, prompting Dragon King. Could you explain why you believe there is an issue with men dressing as women? All right, host. First, let me clarify my stance. I am a civil servant in a government department and an enthusiast of the law, often delving into legal studies. It was through a video by Pang Gigi that I became interested in the host and the phenomenon of men dressing as women. I maintain a neutral stance regarding the host's actions. Dragon King paused, but his next words left the audience in shock. However, It is certain that the host's act of dressing as a woman is not illegal. The stream fell silent before the comments surged once more. LV24. Tepid water. Are you just a plant for the host? A law enthusiast, yet not even a lawyer, boldly claiming it's not illegal? LV24. Falling dew. Where's the evidence? Just a law enthusiast. Show us your proof, all right? Understanding. 666. What's up? Have you two studied law? You don't understand the law, but still look down on legal enthusiasts? The Dragon King stated plainly. Come on, you want evidence? Firstly, there is no specific law in our country prohibiting men from cross-dressing, and our Constitution stipulates that citizens enjoy extensive rights, among which the freedom of gender expression and dressing belongs to personal liberties, as long as it aligns with public order and morals. Another user remarked, you mentioned it must conform to social norms, yet this streamer is enticing men to cross-dress, sparking a trend for it. Is that a good influence? Doesn't it contradict public order and morals? The Dragon King raised an eyebrow and retorted, why do you claim the streamer is enticing men to cross-dress? That is a fallacy. To my knowledge, the streamer has never promoted cross-dressing. Am I right? The streamer, Xuan, quickly nodded. I merely use cross-dressing for entertainment and profit. I do not advocate for how wonderful cross-dressing is. I simply find it profitable, nothing more. Another user countered. Even if you lack the subjective intent to promote cross-dressing, your objective actions still advocate for it. Isn't that sufficient? Another user interjected. Why waste words with them? A man is a man, a woman is a woman. If a man wears women's clothing, isn't that wrong? A different user chimed in. Come on, we are in the 21st century, not the 18th. The Qing dynasty has long fallen. Can we not be so traditional? The neighboring beautiful country has embraced dozens of genders. Why not criticize them instead? Why focus solely on the streamer's cross-dressing? Another user asked, so, I ask you, with so many men cross-dressing, could their sexual orientation also change? What about the increase in homosexuality in society? How does that contribute to societal development? Isn't that a violation of public order and morals? The Dragon King quickly countered. Is the streamer promoting homosexuality? Xuan nodded eagerly, explaining, yes. My biological sex is male, my sexual orientation is female, and that is perfectly normal. Moreover, I have never advocated for homosexuality during my streams. He continued, and does wearing women's clothing automatically signify a change in sexual orientation or an attraction to boys? Another user stated, that makes sense. I dress in women's clothing daily and still have a beautiful wife and a happy family. Cross-dressing is merely a hobby that helps alleviate my stress. Besides, who says that wearing women's clothing must mean one is attracted to boys? The Dragon King added, society is continually evolving and progressing. We are in an era of free love. If a boy likes another boy, what harm is there in that? The opposing party fell silent, but after a moment, scattered comments began to appear. Another user remarked, Dragon King, didn't you claim to hold a neutral stance? Why do you keep defending the streamer? The Dragon King shook his head, stating, I am merely addressing the matter at hand. Furthermore, I find your derogatory remarks towards the streamer quite distasteful. In essence, you are engaging in cyberbullying, which constitutes an unlawful act. Upon hearing this, the opposing party was rendered speechless for a considerable time. Noticing their silence, the Dragon King turned to Xuan and remarked, streamer, you too share some responsibility. Although your cross-dressing live streaming is not inherently wrong, why did you not come forward sooner to clarify the situation? The video by Fat Gigi has gone viral online, monopolizing public discourse and inciting a barrage of insults in the comment section. Xuan lowered his head, sincerely apologizing, I am truly sorry. I underestimated the gravity of the situation. I never anticipated that merely engaging in cross-dressing for a live stream and competing with others could have such a profound impact. I genuinely apologize. Rising from his seat, Xuan bowed to the camera. Dong Se frowned slightly, and at that moment, the Dragon King continued. Your fault is minor. You are merely the spark. The true instigator is Fat Gigi, who ignited this entire situation. The Dragon King then elaborated from now on. Remember this. As long as you do not promote homosexuality, do not actively advocate for male cross-dressing, refrain from inappropriate content during your streams, and avoid disseminating vulgar material, you will not be breaking the law nor disrupting social order and morals. Gu Xian's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Understood, Dragon King, thank you immensely. He had initially feared he would face a scolding to clarify himself, yet someone had stepped in to advocate on his behalf, articulating arguments so compelling that the opposition could not counter. Truly impressive, considering he was a law student. However, at that moment, Mike request, Fat Gigi. Gu Xian's pupils constricted. It seemed that the matter was far from over. Chapter 53. The pursuit of beauty is a right everyone should have. Acceptance or rejection? Undoubtedly, it is acceptance. With a mere tap of a finger, the live stream split in two, revealing the loathsome visage of the rotund figure on the right side. At that moment, two factions emerged, and the curious onlookers perked up, for a quarrel was about to unfold. There was drama to behold. The rotund figure maintained a faint smile, yet to Gu Xian, it was profoundly unsettling. Hello, Xiao Nanliang broadcaster. It's a pleasure to see you again, the rotund figure greeted with a grin. Gu Xian scoffed coldly, retorting, Why did you insult me during your last live stream? I did not provoke you. On what grounds did you berate me so harshly? The rotund figure shook his head and smiled helplessly. However, the words that followed left Gu Xian's eyes wide with shock. I insulted you because you deserve it. You are utterly foolish. The words were enunciated with clarity and precision. Gu Xian's brows furrowed in anger as he vehemently replied. The rotund figure was taken aback, and not only he, but also the viewers in the live stream were stunned. With an astonishingly high score of 99 in appearance, Gu Xian was perceived by many as an adorably delicate and endearing figure, eliciting sympathy. Yet this seemingly soft and cute little bun suddenly began to hurl insults. LV15. Unreliable blank. Xiao Xian, let me insult the rotund one for you. Don't you do it. From now on, just insult me every day, okay? Hold on. My dear, I will talk to you in a moment. Gu Xian noticed blank Jia's comment, his cheeks flushed. But soon, he composed himself, his expression turning serious. You say I deserve to be insulted, yet I believe you deserve it too. On what grounds do you insult me? And my parents? Just because I wear women's clothing? Recalling the harsh insult from the last live stream that had nearly driven him to despair, Gu Xian's eyes reddened as he shouted, I wear women's clothing. But have I done anything to you? Is this how you treat me? LV18. Understanding. Well said. LV20. Lin Ziki. Impressive. Xiao Xian, you have talent. I like you even more now. LV15. Unreliable blank. No, take me down. Xiao Xian's insults are making me ecstatic. It's too exhilarating. Oh my goodness. Incredible. Xiao Xian is truly impressive. Keep insulting him. A viewer exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. Initially anxious, fearing Gu Xian would be bullied, she now felt reassured. Dongsu smiled slightly, but he soon made a phone call. Upon connection, he spoke calmly. Proceed as planned. The payment will be 2 million afterward. All right then, but... Dear benefactor, could I forego that 2 million? All I desire is to share a night with you. A sultry, greasy male voice replied. Get lost. Dongsu hastily ended the call, then rose to wash his hands and ears, feeling slightly awkward until that discomfort dissipated after wiping his phone screen. From the other side, there was AI, and there was May. Fat Chubby was momentarily taken aback by the scolding, but soon his anger flared. Veins bulging on his forehead, his visage twisted in rage. You are so disgusting in women's clothing. A few harsh words are too lenient. Why don't you just die? Gu Xian retorted immediately. Shut your mouth, you mutt. You look so repulsive. Why don't you just die instead? The live stream was filled with applause for Gu Xian. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Fat Chubby was deliberately provoking trouble. Furthermore, there was a particularly salient point. Fat Chubby was unattractive, while Gu Xian was charming. Moreover, after Gu Xian utilized a beauty-enhancing card, paired with an innate charm that endeared him to others, his allure was simply irresistible. In a society that values appearance, people are inherently drawn to beauty. In this ebb and flow, the crowd found Gu Xian far more pleasing to the eye. Even many who had previously sided with Fat Chubby switched their allegiance, adopting a neutral stance, with some even turning from critics to fans. As for the bystanders, it was needless to say, the number of those who became fans soared, and Gu Xian's follower count surged dramatically. Can you look in the mirror? Has no one told you that you have a look of kidney deficiency? Gu Xian scoffed, his tone aggressive. Fat Chubby's face flushed a mix of red and green as he cursed, "Damn. You're just a filthy little brat. Can't you control your mouth?" "Oh, I see now. They say the more one lacks, the more one cares. It's obvious you're lacking in that department." At this, Xuan gazed at Fat Chubby with a look of pity and softly remarked, "I have a descendant from a traditional Chinese medicine family in my live stream. If it's truly dire, just call me father, and I can make an introduction." The live chat exploded with laughter. Fat Chubby's face turned completely green as he inwardly cursed. Damn it, how can this little brat, who seemed so demure, be so vicious in his insults? But soon, shock registered in his eyes. Many had already left his live stream, and those who remained were rebutting him. Had he truly erred? For a fleeting moment, doubt clouded Fat Chubby's mind, but then a shadow flickered in his eyes. He had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Xuan and his supporters. Mindless, idiotic, a bunch of sycophants. Fat Chubby gritted his teeth in anger. Xuan raised an eyebrow, but before he could speak, the live chat erupted with outrage. Abstract character registry. You're the first on the list. You, with your brainless actions, don't you realize how many disgusting things you've done? Xiaoxian merely donned women's attire. Yet you resort to scathing insults. Is it truly necessary? LV26. The shadowy rat. Enough with the chatter. I'll contribute 200. Can we take him down? LV15. The unreliable blank. I'll also put in 200. The live stream was abuzz with contributions, preparing to hire someone to deal with Fat Gigi. Ahem. Xuan lightly coughed to capture the attention of the audience. Taking a deep breath and organizing his thoughts, Xuan resolutely declared, "First and foremost, I did not provoke you. I simply engaged in a normal conversation. You sent me 10 sports cars, and I reciprocated. We owe each other nothing." The fire in Xuan's eyes gradually ignited as he continued. "Secondly, just because I wear women-esque clothing, you feel entitled to berate me? Such harsh words. Have you ever been to school? Do you have a mother? Do you not understand that insults reflect poorly on one's upbringing?" Fat Gigi attempted to retort, but was distracted by a noise at the door. It seemed someone was knocking. Xuan exhaled and added, "Fine. If you disapprove of my attire, then I shall continue wearing it. What will you do about it? Come through the internet and confront me?" Sticks out tongue and makes a silly face. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but smile, an amused grin adorning their faces. Fat Gigi, infuriated, was nevertheless powerless. He hadn't anticipated that Xuan possessed such a robust mental fortitude, seeming unaffected by his online harassment. Furthermore, he was unexpectedly cunning. His insults were sharp and calculated. After venting, Xuan felt invigorated and then spoke slowly, his voice unwavering. "A boy in women's clothing is not as disgraceful as you imagine. My choice to wear such attire is for financial gain. It is neither illegal nor against societal norms. So what is wrong with my attire? Just because you hurled a few insults at me, does that mean I should abandon it? Don't take yourself too seriously, all right?" Xuan stood up, his voice ringing clear. "I stand by my words. There is nothing inappropriate about a boy in women's clothing. You claim that a boy in women's attire will become gay, that it will corrupt values? It all depends on one's inner self. Everyone has a desire for beauty. Why should boys be deprived of the right to pursue it? Why can't they seek to wear women's clothing? Why can't they live stream in such attire? Answer me." Xuan stood firm, glaring at Fat Gigi, his eyes sparkling with defiance and a burning spirit. With each word, he enunciated with conviction, "I, Xiaoxian, live streaming in women's clothing. I have nothing to be ashamed of. I don't know an apology." Although he had never voiced it, Xuan understood that he cherished women's clothing. Hence, when he bought a dress for his little sister, he purchased one for himself as well. Why shouldn't he wear a lovely pink dress? Suddenly, a system notification echoed. Ding! High difficulty task. Redemption. Completed. Congratulations to the host for understanding his true self, while also inspiring countless boys who have refrained from trying women's clothing due to societal judgment. The desire for beauty resides within us all. The pursuit of beauty is a right that belongs to every individual. Women's clothing bears no guilt. The true fault lies within the human heart. Chapter 54. The Reckoning of Good and Evil. Where villains meet their match, Xuan's expression was one of mild astonishment. Had such a challenging task truly been accomplished? Yet, upon deeper contemplation, it was indeed a fitting conclusion. This live broadcast demonstrated that as long as cross-dressing remained within reasonable bounds, it was neither illegal nor contrary to public morals. His recent remarks not only revealed his own affinity for cross-dressing, but inadvertently resonated with the hearts of many enthusiasts in the community. Thus, the task requirements had been fulfilled. Meanwhile, the atmosphere darkened for the portly individual, who found himself in a precarious position as his supporters turned against him en masse. The barrage of insults from viewers in his live stream became overwhelming. "Damn it, are you all fools? How did you all become the enemy?" He fumed, his frustration bubbling over. However, his outburst only intensified the chaos, prompting further accusations and even vulgar tirades directed at him. Noticing that even those who had previously stood by him were now hurling insults, he became incensed and engaged in a heated exchange with his own fans, creating quite the spectacle. Xuan observed the unfolding drama with keen interest. "Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? I'm busy, stop knocking." The portly man shouted irritably. Yet the knocking persisted. With no other option, he reluctantly rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a tall, somewhat portly man clad in a coat, standing in the dimly lit hallway. "What do you want at this hour?" he complained, but the stranger remained silent, merely fixing him with a pair of murky eyes. A sense of unease crept over him. Why is he wearing a coat in the middle of summer? Could this be a ghost? "I should get out of here. Crazy," he muttered, slamming the door shut. However, a large hand gripped the edge of the door tightly. In a state of shock, the portly man watched as the stranger's lips curled into a sinister smile, and the door was pulled wider until the man stepped inside. Taking a couple of steps back, the portly man grabbed a broom from beside him, his voice trembling. "You are trespassing. I warn you, do not come any closer." Yet, the man before him merely scrutinized him with that enigmatic smile. Ignoring the warning, he advanced with 2 strides, launching himself forward. One hand swatted the broom aside, while the other encircled the portly man. Leaning in, he inhaled deeply near the portly man's neck. "Brother, you smell delightful," he said in a gravelly voice. A chill emanated from the man's very core. "This is it," the portly man thought, a bitter smile forming on his face. "Please, don't joke around. This is illegal." The man returned a chilling grin, his voice dripping with malice. "Oh, you understand the law? Then tell me, did you know that male-on-male assault does not constitute the crime of rape?" The portly man's mind momentarily short-circuited, yet he quickly retorted, "But it would still amount to sexual assault." The stranger's demeanor shifted as he continued, "Apologies, but I have AIDS and I am also HIV positive. I've long since lost the will to live. After this encounter, I shall end it all." Immediately afterward, a formidable fist struck the rotund figure's head. As consciousness waned, the only thought lingering in his mind was, "It's over." Xuan, with flushed cheeks, ended the call. There was no need for further contemplation. This was undoubtedly orchestrated by Monroe. Nevertheless, Xuan felt a sense of relief, for justice would eventually be served, and the wicked would face their own reckoning. The heavens would not overlook the misdeeds of any villain. However, the matter concerning the rotund figure concluded here. Chapter 55, The Heart of a Universe. Signifying that the center of a universe is you. Volume 1 concluded. This chapter is suggested to be read in conjunction with the song Starry Love Story. LV 52. Gentle Heaven is no match for you, commented positively. Xuan nodded, and before he could express his gratitude, a torrent of gifts cascaded across the screen, flashing by one after another. LV 42. Shizi sent Carnival 5. LV 43. Gongqi Yu sent Carnival 3. LV 34. Do Not Bully Me sent Sports Cars 10. The special effects gifts continued without pause, and Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He hastily rose, fingers gripping the hem of his skirt, his expression slightly flustered. "Thank you. Thank you all for your gifts. Xiao Xian is truly delighted. Allow me to perform a dance for everyone." With that, Xuan turned on the desk lamp and swiftly switched off the main light in the room. Instantly, darkness enveloped the space, leaving only a warm, yellow glow illuminating a small area before the computer desk. In the obscurity, Xuan leaned closer to the screen, the light casting a soft glow on his delicate features, rendering the audience breathless. With a gentle tap, the prelude of piano notes began to resonate, and Xuan adjusted the lamp's position to ensure that his silhouette was illuminated just enough to evoke a sense of ethereal allure. He took 2 steps back, inhaling deeply. The lyrics flowed forth like a gentle stream. Whether it is a sunny day or a rainy day, I cannot help but long for you. With a graceful bend of his waist, his sapphire-hued hair cascaded elegantly. Simultaneously, Xuan parted his cherry lips, softly humming along with the music. A few missed calls, ringing in my ears. Waiting for the last goodbye, his voice was melodious, elongated, and the tender notes seeped into the hearts of all present. As his beautiful form danced across the screen, the audience gazed in awe, silently appreciating Xuan's harmonious dance and his gentle, tranquil song. As the female vocals concluded, the male rap segment commenced. You say the stars are beautifully dazzling, but my focus is on your smiling face. Under the moonlight, we perform a waltz together. The heavens are the directors of you and me. With an accelerated tempo, Xuan pursed his lips slightly, his footwork quickening until his body moved in sync with the rhythm. The dimness resembled the night, while the faint light mirrored starlight, rendering Xuan's figure hazy. His pink skirt fluttering, and the porcelain light cast beneath it only partially visible. The audience's gazes followed Xuan's movements, and Shizi felt a blush creeping on her cheeks, while even Dongsu's eyes were firmly fixated on Xuan. When the clouds disperse, I marvel at not having missed a moment. You are the sunset, and I am the North Star, striving to embrace yet constantly parting. The sound of raindrops echoed alongside the guitar, as the girl from the music box danced in rhythmic taps. Xuan's delicate humming intertwined with a male voice, flowing like water into the hearts of everyone present. Dongsu's gaze momentarily froze, his lips slightly parted, yet he could not utter a single word. Although it was his first time hearing it, Dongsu recognized that this was a song of confession. You spoke of the stars, their beauty radiant, yet they pale in comparison to your smile. I inadvertently captured images of 99 shooting stars, merely to accentuate the sole focal point of this scene. The thunderous rain of Shanghai rumbles, and you left me a message, expressing your trepidation. Let us shorten the distance and the process. The moon remains silent, and I shall take it as acquiescence. The multitude of stars bears witness to the ripples of longing within my heart, so exquisitely tormenting. As the tempo quickens and the song reaches its crescendo, Xuan's dance slows, yet he lands precisely upon each beat. The resonance of heartbeats aligns with the rhythm of the drums as Dong so lightly nods, his fingers tapping rhythmically upon the armrest. Finally, a soothing yet powerful female voice emerges. Whether in sunshine or rain, I am perpetually unable to suppress my yearning. Numerous missed calls echo in my ears, awaiting the final word on our farewells. As the female voice concludes, Xuan draws his body inward, gradually squatting down, enveloped in a soft, warm light that drapes over him like a delicate veil. At this moment, he gently bows his head, his expression serene and gentle, his exquisite visage reminiscent of an angel. With his fingers clasped together, forming a heart shape at his chest, he slightly lifts his gaze, his eyes sparkling with fragmented silver light, unique starlight piercing into the hearts of all present. The live stream falls into a profound silence until Dongsu's fingers dance rapidly, unleashing a flurry of gifts. Soon, Dongsu's fan level ascends to level 16, and then, with a gentle swipe of his finger, he sends forth a gift labeled LV52. The tenderness of the heavens cannot compare to you, presenting a cosmic heart. The astronaut turns, the helmet shimmering with hues of the galaxy, while a cerulean explosion of the Milky Way bursts from his hands, which he then tosses into the air. Eyes fixate as the Milky Way trembles, the core transforming into a peculiar shade of pinkish purple. The cosmic heart signifies that the center of the universe is you. Xuan stands transfixed, and the audience falls silent until sparse comments begin to appear. Though the intimacy of gifts is limitless, gentle brother, you are truly remarkable. My admiration knows no bounds. I feel I have a chance. I just searched, They say once the cosmic heart is gifted, it either shatters or departs. Dong-su chuckles softly, his fingers gliding to type a few lines. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Currently, Xian is my girlfriend. Tomorrow night, you shall see a photo of us hand in hand. The livestream fell into an abrupt silence until the barrage of comments from a user known as Blank Girl began to appear. LV15. Unreliable blank. I don't believe your words, Xian. Tell me, are you really together with Gentle? LV18. Understanding. I doubt it. It's only been 5 days. How could things progress so quickly? LV20. Lin Ziki. Indeed. Yet, Xuan wore a hesitant expression, lightly nodding. Blank Girl. Gentle did not speak falsely. At present, he is indeed my boyfriend. Volume 1, Episodes 1 to 5 of the livestream. The beauty of love is a universal sentiment, concluded. Next volume preview. Gentle, didn't you say you didn't like me? I'll return all the money you gave me. All right? Please stop clinging to me. Xuan's expression turned forlorn as he took a step back, but in the next moment, his hand was firmly grasped by Dong-su. Dong-su sneered, huh? I take back my words. Now I say, I like you. Do you hear me clearly? 100 days of being a girlfriend? Was I merely your substitute for a first love? Just a tool to mend your regrets? Xuan's collapse and the brilliance of happiness await your anticipation. Next volume. Episodes 6 to 10 of the livestream. A blend of stakes and despair, intertwined with love and happiness. Chapter 56. Is the live broadcast coming to an end? Will there be more in the future? Now, he is indeed my boyfriend. Upon uttering these words, the live stream fell into an eerie silence, soon followed by a deluge of comments akin to a volcanic eruption. LV15. Heartbroken blank. I am at a loss for words. My heart is truly shattered. I must change my name to Heartbroken blank. LV18. Understanding. In the end, Xian is with a boy. One must take responsibility for their choices. Gentle Giant is tall, handsome, and quite wealthy. It is only natural for Xian to be fond of him. LV20. Lin Ziki. The thought of Xian being with Gentle Giant makes me envious. Nevertheless, I wish Xian happiness. With Gentle Giant around, she will likely endure no hardships in the future. Xuan lowered his head, enveloped in silence. The viewers misunderstood. He was merely dating Gentle Giant and was not genuinely in a relationship with him. After 100 days, he would take the money and vanish. How could he possibly remain by Gentle Giant's side? A comment floated by. LV16. Dream of serenity. Xian, when did you become involved with Gentle Giant? Last night. LV16. Dream of serenity. So soon? Then I wish you happiness, Xian. It won't be happiness. It is merely a pretense of being a girlfriend. LV16. Dream of serenity. There is one crucial question, Xian. After being with Gentle Giant, will you continue your live broadcasts? This inquiry struck a chord. If Xuan were to be with Gentle Giant, financial worries would be a thing of the past. The viewers in the chat were well aware of Xuan's dire financial situation. His rudimentary streaming equipment, the peeling walls, and the antiquated furniture all served as clear indicators of his impoverished state. Once he had wealth, there would be no reason for him to continue broadcasting. Why toil to entertain them when he could simply recline and earn money effortlessly? Thus, LV18. Understanding. Are you going to part ways? LV15. Heartbroken blank. I am resigned. I will no longer see Xian, and my heart aches even more. LV20. Lin Ziki. Blank, you could take a photo of Xian and have a life-size pillow made. Then use his picture as a pillowcase. LV26. Mascot. You could even spray some perfume on it, so whenever you miss Xian, you can hug the pillow. It would be a source of happiness to fall asleep with it at night. LV15. Heartbroken blank. That sounds quite imaginative. I wish to be close to the real. Living Xian, not just cuddle with a cold pillow. LV26. Mascot. Why not spend a little money to get a heated pillowcase? It wouldn't be so cold, would it? LV15. Gender-bent reward for roommate. I have a brilliant idea. Since it can be heated, why not make a hole in the pillow? He's iffy. LV26. Mascot. Wait, what are you planning? LV15. Gender-bent reward for roommate. Just thinking. LV26. Mascot. 666. Can we discuss something less suggestive, please? In the enchanting realm of Gu Xian's live broadcast, a captivating atmosphere enveloped the viewers, who were initially engaged in discussions about whether Gu Xian would continue his streaming endeavors. However, the conversation gradually shifted, veering off into unexpected territories. "Let us not dwell on such matters," a viewer graciously interjected. "Thank you for your companionship, Gu Xian. We shall miss you." With over 2,000 spectators in attendance, a cascade of farewell messages filled the chat, expressing gratitude and affection for Gu Xian. Among the familiar and unfamiliar usernames, one undeniable truth emerged. They were all devoted fans, profoundly enamored with Gu Xian. As days of interaction unfolded, the camaraderie among the viewers blossomed. Yet, the prospect of parting evoked a sense of bittersweet melancholy and solitude. Gu Xian found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Truth be told, despite facing criticism during his streams, he could genuinely feel the warmth of attention and affection from his audience, even love. Thus, the desire to continue streaming lingered within him. However, the decision of whether he could persist in this endeavor was not solely in his hands. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and upon glancing at the screen, his heart swelled with joy. "If you enjoy streaming, I shan't stand in your way," the message read. Dong Su hesitated, his fingers hovering over the keyboard, contemplating an unspoken sentiment. He too cherished the vibrant atmosphere of the live sessions. Despite the presence of critics, there were also many who genuinely cared for Gu Xian. He resolved to let Gu Xian's happiness guide this venture, perhaps allowing the viewers to witness their shared joy in the future. A gentle smile graced Dong Su's lips. After receiving this tender affirmation, Gu Xian's spirits soared. He cleared his throat, instantly captivating the attention of all 2,000 viewers. "Oh, let's not be so sorrowful. I will indeed continue to stream. The hours shall remain from 8 to 10 in the evening," he announced playfully, eliciting a collective sigh of relief and exuberance from his audience. The chat erupted in a flurry of celebratory messages, and smiles adorned the faces of both Gu Xian and Dong Su. Yet, amidst the jubilation, one individual remained quietly observant. She felt somewhat lost, her mind still lingering on the tender words from Gu Xian. "He is now my boyfriend." Why did things progress so swiftly? Confusion filled her gaze. Yet suddenly, a thought struck her, igniting a flame of unwillingness in her eyes. "Xiao Xian, you once professed your affection for me. You also claimed that you only liked girls. You must have been coerced." She recalled the moment during the live broadcast when Gu Xian faced a choice between tenderness and herself. It came back to her, the torment, the unwillingness, the inner turmoil reflected in Gu Xian's eyes at that time. "Tenderness, how despicable you are." She gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with resentment. After a while, her expression turned as cold as frost. "Xiao Xian, rest assured, even if I have to abduct you, I will not allow you to fall into tenderness's hands. Being with him will never bring you happiness." Chapter 57. After the conclusion of the 5th live broadcast, Xiao Xian and Gentle Brother prepared to meet. With 20 minutes remaining on the beauty enhancement card, Gu Xian resolved to engage with the audience for another 20 minutes before signing off. LV 32. Xiao Xian's absence from the restroom leads to my dehydration. I envy Xiao Xian's toilet so much. I crave what I long for, drink what I yearn for, and gaze upon what I cannot forget. Alas, I wish to become Xiao Xian's toilet. Gu Xian's cheeks flushed crimson, and this time he finally voiced his thoughts. "Oh dear, your comments are rather audacious, aren't they? Moreover, what does your username signify? If I don't use the restroom, will you perish from thirst?" LV 32. Xiao Xian's absence from the restroom leads to my dehydration. Precisely. Xiao Xian, how can you allow such divine nectar to go to waste? It truly pains my heart. LV 18. Understanding. 666. Go find Xiao Xian now. If it's not warm, is there none that is cool? Laughter erupted in the live stream, while Gu Xian's charming face turned pink and she stamped her foot in exasperation. Her adorable demeanor melted the hearts of many. LV 24. The goddess has me pushing from behind. Xiao Xian, I've already prepared your breakfast for tomorrow morning. Gu Xian barely registered the username, but upon seeing the comment, her eyes sparkled as she replied, "Oh, is that true?" LV24. The goddess has me pushing from behind. Yes, it's from the breakfast shop next to your house. You can just go buy it tomorrow. What? Xuan rubbed her eyes and scrutinized the message closely. He had prepared a damn breakfast for her and expected her to fetch it herself. Xuan turned away, crossing her arms with her cheeks puffed out, letting out a huff. LV20. Lin Ziki. I could do that too. Come on. Xuan, I've deposited money in the bank for you. Once you have enough, you can withdraw it. 666. Xuan pressed 6. LV22. Hubby is out being a zero and got pointed out that night. I can too. Xuan. I've already found a partner for you. Once you start dating, you'll know who it is. LV52. Gentle warmth from the heavens cannot compare to you. LV18. Jaden. Haha, just enter the live stream, didn't you? Xuan already has a boyfriend. It's gentle big brother. Ha ha ha. Xuan's expression darkened. And at that moment, another comment floated by. LV19. Chaos reigns. I'm new here. Is this streamer a boy or a girl? Xuan felt a spark of interest and, with a playful smile, responded, What do you think? LV19. Chaos reigns. I'm not quite sure. Although the voice and appearance are adorably feminine, it seems a bit too plain. Streamer, even if you wore a sea outfit of Shiranui, you would surely pass the inspection. Laughter filled the live stream, yet no one dared to shatter the joke. Xuan's face turned completely dark as she hurriedly stood up, adjusting her skirt to accentuate her figure. Open your eyes wide and behold. I possess what I have. I am endowed with an A. The landscape varies when viewed from different angles, high and low, near and far, each perspective unique. Dongsa's eyes widened. His lips slightly parted, and a large question mark seemed to materialize above his head. No, how could this be? Wasn't he a man? Xuan, with his eyes half closed and chin held high in pride, suddenly opened his eyes wide after a moment. What had he just been doing? Flustered, Xuan hastily adjusted his skirt, restoring his upper body to its unremarkable state. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, LV34, don't bully me, to A. LV18, understand, can't handle it. How did this turn into a game of Dodiju? No way. Xuan's cheeks flushed crimson as he let out a scream, delicately covering his face with his hand. LV6, Xian, woo, please stop making fun of Xuan. I genuinely like him. LV22, hubby is outside, just watch from the doorway. LV18, Jaden, warm-hearted junior behind the wall. Even more astonishingly, the live stream was still active. LV16, Qing you dream. I'm honestly a bit confused about Xuan's gender, faint. JPG, isn't he a boy? How does he have a chest? LV15, gender swap reward for roommate. Let me ask, Xuan, are you a Chinese pilot or a gold miner? LV24, goddess let me push from behind. I know what pilot means, but what about miner? LV15, heartbroken blank, silly, I'm the miner. LV24, goddess let me push from behind. Oh, now I understand. Xuan covered his face. He certainly knew what the live stream was discussing, but whether he was a pilot or a miner was still a mystery to him. He simply enjoyed the feeling of snuggling under the covers to sleep. It felt so secure. I don't know. How annoying. I won't pay attention to you all. Xuan puffed up his cheeks and stomped his foot. At that moment, a flurry of question marks filled the live stream. Can a pilot and a miner coexist? What a joke. LV18. Understand. Xuan, to be honest, I still don't recommend you wear that dress. Why can't I wear a dress? LV18. Understand. What I mean is, it's fine if you encounter bugs or snakes, but if you run into me, Xuan, you're in trouble. Hee hee. LV20. Lin Ziki. Is this a challenge to hold back laughter? Quite interesting, huh? Xuan covered his face once more and returned to his chair. Supplement. And then Xuan's playful colors resumed. The live stream erupted in laughter, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious. 20 minutes slipped by, and Xuan gauged the time, softly saying, Babies, rest early. Today's live stream ends here. See you next time. Amidst a chorus of farewells, Xuan ended the live broadcast. But the matter was far from over. Dongsa sent a message. I'll arrive at 2 a.m. Get ready to pick me up and wear that dress. Xuan bit his lip, but could only sigh helplessly. The airport was 20 kilometers away from his location. It is nearly 10 o'clock now. He must hurry. His small electric scooter cannot reach such distant places. All that remains is to hope for the arrival of a ride-hailing driver. Chapter 58. The Plans of Shi and Partial Body Optimization. As the melodious chime of WeChat resonated, Xuan retrieved his phone, only to find a message from Sister Shi. A jolt ran through him, quickly followed by a wave of hesitation. Sister Shi was undoubtedly calling to inquire about his relationship with Wenro. How should he articulate this? With a resigned sigh, Xuan answered the call. Hello, sister. What's the matter? Shi wasted no time and directly inquired, Xian, are you being coerced by Wenro? You don't actually have feelings for him, do you? After a brief silence, Xuan softly affirmed with a gentle hum. Shi pressed further. How is he pressuring you? Taking a deep breath, Xuan replied slowly, Sister Shi, I understand your intention to assist me, but Wenro is quite affluent and well-connected. I do not wish to drag you into this predicament. Shi was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged pause, she expressed her frustration. You fool. Stop rambling and just tell me directly. What exactly is he coercing you into? With a heavy heart, Xuan reluctantly recounted the details, feeling a warm current of gratitude as he sensed Sister Shi's genuine concern for him. After grasping the entire situation, Shi contemplated for a moment before stating, So, Wenro is using your sister as leverage to compel you into a 100-day relationship? Yes, and he is offering me 100,000 yuan a day, Xuan responded, his expression dimming, his voice trembling. I'm sorry, Sister Shi. I'm too timid to gamble with my sister's safety. I truly fear he might resort to extreme measures. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, Xuan forced a smile, adding, Wenro has assured me that he only wishes to date me and will not engage in any egregious behavior. Moreover, I am a boy. He wouldn't dare to harm me. Shi remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xuan with an unusual intensity. Feeling awkward, Xuan recalled his current appearance rating and the bizarre talents he possessed. Whether Wenro would act against him remained uncertain. Eager to reassure her, Xuan quickly amended. Sister, rest assured, if he truly attempts anything against me, I will certainly resist. I could even break his arm if necessary. Besides, he mentioned that he would release me after 100 days, at which point I'll come to you. All right? Shi, upon hearing this, fell into deep thought. However, it was not long before a light chuckle escaped her lips, though her eyes glimmered with icy determination. Xian, do not be afraid. You are unaware of the law. You do not realize that what he is doing is illegal. Xuan's expression shifted in shock as Shi continued. Xian, first and foremost, threatening your sister's safety constitutes a violation of personal safety laws. Secondly, coercing you into a relationship may amount to duress, infringing upon your personal freedom. Thus, we shall sue him. Provided the evidence is sufficient, there is a substantial likelihood of success. Xuan's breathing grew increasingly labored. To be candid, he harbored a profound disdain for Wenro and his domineering demeanor, as if the entire world belonged to him. Yet now, he could wield the law as a shield for his own protection. However, could such accusations warrant a death sentence for Wenro? Certainly not. What if he sought retribution? Xuan found himself engulfed in uncertainty, when suddenly, Ziz's words sparked clarity within him. Listen, Xian, I recognize your cautious nature. Here is the plan. I want to put you in a difficult position. Spend 100 days with Wenro, during which you can gather evidence of his coercion. If he attempts any egregious actions or fails to uphold his word after those 100 days, we will at least possess means to resist. Do you agree? Zizi winked and added, with me by your side, fear not. Around 11 o'clock, after a considerable wait, Xuan finally managed to hail a ride. The phone number ended in 3726. Once he fastened his seatbelt, Xuan mentally communicated with the system. System, have today's live stream tasks been completed? Ding. The peak audience for this stream reached over 3,000, with an increase of 1,200 followers and total gifts exceeding 60,000 yuan, yielding over 30,000 yuan after platform deductions. Ding. The live stream task has been accomplished and rewards are now being dispensed. 10 consecutive draw, coupons 1, partial body optimization. Xuan lightly tapped the 10 consecutive draws, and the system interface began to whirl rapidly. Blue reward, 100R. Blue reward, 200R. Purple reward, magical cucumber. Reward description. This is a magical cucumber discovered in a vegetable garden, adorned with soft barbs, possessing high nutritional value, suitable for both external and internal use. External application can enhance beauty. What about internal use? Is it pleasurable? Gu Xian's cheeks flushed, recalling that he had never even utilized the domestic toy before, rendering this cucumber unnecessary. Oh dear, I must not dwell on that. Gu Xian shook his head, redirecting his focus to another reward. Partial body optimization. Description. This allows for the optimization of any body part, endowing it with unique charm. Can I optimize my younger brother? Gu Xian impulsively blurted out. System. That is not permissible. Optimization is only applicable to hands, feet, chest, hips, and legs. Oh, then I shall choose my hands. Gu Xian replied, blushing. Very well. A warm sensation coursed through his body, converging at his hands. In the blink of an eye, subtle changes had manifested. Not only had his skin become fairer and more delicate, but the shape of his hands and the distribution of flesh had also transformed. Although his hands remained small, they now possessed a harmonious form, with smooth lines and a tender whiteness that exuded an enchanting allure. Merely gazing at them evoked a desire to grasp them and savor the experience, if perchance these hands were to engage in other endeavors. Ahem. A small theater. Late at night. Xiaoxian, could you assist me, dear sister? I feel so hot. Shizi lay on the bed, her attire disheveled, exposing large swathes of her fair skin, leaving Gu Xuan utterly mesmerized. Yet, he found himself in a state of helplessness. He could only kiss his sister gently, but her current condition demanded more than mere affection. Sister, I can only use my hands. After much hesitation, Gu Xuan finally uttered these words. Desire unfulfilled. Do not ponder too much. Come quickly, Xiaoxian. Shizi was beyond caring about the implications. At that moment, her eagerness to play games reached its zenith. Ultimately, Gu Xuan chose to indulge in a computer game with Shizi, the classic gold miner. However, this time, he was not playing in solitary mode. There was someone to share the experience in multiplayer mode. Chapter 59, The Encounter with the Gentle Brother, is, in truth, not as splendid as one might hope. Ah, host, after the optimization of your hands, your attractiveness rating has reached an impressive 97. Congratulations. Gu Xian nodded, then silently contemplated. System, access the talent system. A new interface materialized before him, displaying 3 distinct sections: talent assembly, talent recombination, and talent advancement. The talent assembly comprised 10 slots, with the first slot showcasing the initial golden talent, universally adored. The second slot had been unlocked, automatically equipped with a golden talent of extraordinary recovery. The subsequent slots remained dark and seemingly sealed, although the third slot appeared to be on the verge of breaking free from its confinement. The system's forthcoming explanation alleviated Gu Xian's perplexity. Host, unlocking talent slots requires the expenditure of energy, which can be accrued by completing livestream tasks. Certain specific tasks may even directly unlock talent slots. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian's understanding dawned. Ah, so completing tasks enables the unlocking of talent slots. Indeed. Additionally, the host possesses 3 10-draw exchange tickets and 1 talent upgrade card, the system added. Gu Xian nodded, then swiped his finger to transition to the 10-draw system. With a light tap, the system interface began to whirl. Blue reward, 200R. Blue reward, 100R. The blue rewards swiftly passed by. The primary focus remained on the purple rewards. Purple reward, high-energy bouncing egg. Description: a weary soul and a lethargic body may find rejuvenation through external products. Note: auto-recharge. Adjustable mode, gentle on the skin. Gu Xian's charming face stiffened, yet the surprises were not over. Purple reward, sanitary napkin. Description: crafted from skin-friendly materials, featuring superior absorbency, leak-proof design, and exceptional breathability. Gu Xian's expression darkened. Why would a man need a sanitary napkin? No, it was unnecessary for him, but his younger sister could certainly use it. Recently, the sanitary napkin market had been overwhelmed, he mused internally. Purple reward. Talent. Fate dice. Purple. Description. Grants one opportunity to roll the dice each day, allowing foresight into daily fortunes. 1 to 3 indicates misfortune, while 4 to 6 signifies good fortune. Note: fate is elusive and intangible. Belief brings it to life. Disbelief renders it void. One must rely on oneself in all matters. Suddenly, a crimson light descended from above the screen, expanding to envelop the entire system interface. The dazzling blood-red hue reflected in Xuan's eyes. His lips parted slightly in disbelief. Red reward, supreme lingerie. Description: an exquisitely designed women's undergarment. Features: 1. Automatically alters style for a perfect fit. 2. Crafted from fine materials, soft and skin-friendly, with unparalleled breathability. Functionality: 1. Indestructible. 2. Damage reduction effect of up to 80, with a counterattack effect also reaching 80. 3. Capable of withstanding a single fatal blow. 4. Able to absorb the dissipated energy from the air, nurturing the body. Ding. The count for the 10 consecutive draws has been reset. Xuan widened his eyes and remained silent for a long time. At Yangqing Airport, the clock struck 12, and the waiting lounge was sparsely populated. Xuan sat on a chair, idly waiting for Dong-su. The air conditioning in the lounge was excessively cold, and Xuan, clad only in a skirt, shivered uncontrollably. Ha! That rascal insists on making me wear this outfit. It's freezing me to death. Xuan rubbed his hands together, exhaling puffs of warm air, instinctively curling up to preserve warmth. That scoundrel, born to be mischievous, could have come alone, but instead, he made me endure this torment on a chilly night. Unable to sleep and suffering in the cold, how infuriating. As Xuan continued to grumble, time ticked away and drowsiness washed over him, his eyelids beginning to droop. Until, hey, you were supposed to pick me up, yet you've fallen asleep? Now I have to find you myself. A refreshing, elegant male voice resonated nearby, causing Xuan to lift his head, though his vision was blurred, and he could only perceive multiple shadows before him. As his pupils focused, the shadows gradually coalesced into a solid form. A tall figure obscured all the light in front of him, casting a soft yellow halo around the male silhouette. Even squinting, Xuan could not discern the expression of the person before him, yet he could sense the warmth of his emotions. It seemed he was smiling. Dong-su had spotted Xuan from afar, primarily due to his striking cobalt blue hair, which stood out in the crowd. As he approached, he was surprised to find Xuan dozing off. The little tuft of hair atop his head drooped, and his head bobbed slightly, occasionally accompanied by the sound of lips smacking. Upon closer inspection of Xuan's features, Dong-su was overtaken by a wave of astonishment. Delicate and charming, he resembled a character from an anime. No wonder he had been captivated. Xuan was indeed stunning. Moreover, there was an unusual allure about him that irresistibly drew Dong-su's gaze. After a moment of admiration, Dong-su suddenly took out his phone and snapped a photo of Xuan. With a light tap, he added a note: "My sleepy girlfriend." Glancing at the exquisite blue-haired figure captured in the photo, Dong-su felt an inexplicable emotion swell within him. Xuan's eyes were filled with confusion. His body felt as though it had turned to ice, blood sluggish, and consciousness hazy. Upon seeing Dong-su, he murmured absent-mindedly, "Rascal, you've come?" Dong-su's smile faltered as he slowly inquired, "I have, but why do you call me a rascal? Is your skin itching?" Xuan's gaze remained fixed on Dong-su, but the bewilderment in his eyes left Dong-su speechless. He couldn't help but retort, "Fool, why do you look so daft? Even picking someone up has made you this foolish?" Xuan let out a soft hum in response. Maintaining the upward gaze for too long was exhausting. After a brief moment of observation, he lowered his head, and his eyelids began to fight for closure once more. "Do you not comprehend my words?" Dong-su uttered in silence, his hand descending to caress Xuan's cheek, subsequently pinching the soft flesh with a twist of 120 degrees. A surge of pain rushed to Xuan's brain, abruptly rousing him from his slumber. He let out a wail, hastily covering his face. His gaze directed at Dong-su filled with indignation. "En somme, Chalot smiled à Dong-su's en son visage." And Xuan realized that he had disturbed the tranquility of his dreams. In a fit of anger, Gu Xian gritted his teeth and hurled an insult. You fool. Dong Su's smile faltered, his countenance gradually enveloped in an icy demeanor. He bent closer, narrowing the distance between them, his fingers gripping Gu Xian's chin, compelling the furious gaze of those starry eyes to meet his own. What did you just call me? Dong Su's voice was low and haunting, his eyes glinting with frost. Chapter 60. What might happen in a hotel room? It's so hard to guess. Let Gu Xian come to pick him up? After all, Dong Su believes that it is quite normal for Gu Xian, now his girlfriend and someone close to him, to do so. Moreover, the waiting area is rather cold. How could Dong Su know? He was unaware that Gu Xian, in her naivety, did not wear a coat when she went out, and she foolishly waited for him in the terminal. Picking someone up is not limited to the waiting area. One can do so from various locations. Silly Gu Xian, stubbornly clinging to one spot, nearly freezing to death as she awaited him. Her chin was painfully pinched, and the cold words and gaze continuously tugged at Gu Xian's heartstrings. A wave of sorrow surged within her, and tears brimmed in her eyes. The pressure on her physique was unmistakable, leaving her utterly unable to resist. She could not evade the situation. Every attempt to withdraw only intensified the pain from her pinched chin. As for striking Dong Su to compel him to release her, Gu Xian dared not, fearing that he might grow even angrier and retaliate more harshly. Thus, after a brief moment of silence, she mustered her courage and said, "Gentle brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Please let go. It hurts." Upon hearing this, Dong Su snorted coldly, yet he loosened his grip, allowing Gu Xian to be freed. However, a red mark had already formed on her fair chin. Gu Xian rubbed her chin, wincing slightly. "Stop dawdling, follow me," Dong Su commanded as he picked up his luggage and walked ahead without waiting for Gu Xian. Watching Dong Su's figure recede into the distance, Gu Xian rubbed her chin and muttered, "What a jerk. You were the one who said, 'I'm your girlfriend.' How can you treat your girlfriend so rudely? You deserve to be single for life." At that moment, Dong Su turned around, his brow furrowed, and called out, "Hurry up." Gu Xian pouted, but eventually got up, scampering after him. Once outside the airport, Dong Su glanced into the pitch-black night and directed his attention to the blue-haired girl beside him, saying, "Quick, find a hotel." "How am I supposed to know where there is a hotel?" Gu Xian raised an eyebrow in response. "Huh, aren't you a local?" Dong Su furrowed his brow in confusion. "I've never been to a hotel. How would I know?" "Fool, can't you just use your phone for navigation?" Gu Xian clutched her head. How could she have forgotten about using her phone? "The nearest hotel is 2 kilometers away. How do we get there?" she suddenly remarked, leaving Dong Su in silence. After a moment, Dong Su cleared his throat and asked slowly, "Don't you have a car?" "I don't have a car," Gu Xian replied with a look of helplessness. Dong Su was left speechless and then inquired, "What about your electric scooter? Surely you have that?" "My scooter wouldn't reach such a distance." Gu Xian blinked innocently. Dong Su was momentarily taken aback and asked directly, "Then how did you get here?" "I took a taxi." Dong Su halted in his tracks, turning to meet Gu Xian's gaze. In the darkness of the night, they exchanged uncertain glances. After a considerable time had passed, Dong Su expressed his frustration. "Gu Xian, are you foolish? What is the matter with you? Why are you scolding me?" He found it perplexing that Gu Xian would berate him from such a distance. "Why didn't you inform me? I wouldn't have asked you to pick me up." Unexpectedly, this remark ignited Gu Xian's temper, and he retorted indignantly, "Please, gentle brother, I told you my home is far from the airport, and at such a late hour, it is quite inconvenient for me. You insisted that I come. Thus, I had no choice but to take a taxi." Dong Su was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Observing this, Gu Xian's demeanor darkened. "It's all your fault. Now we cannot return. Surely, we can't walk 2 kilometers. After speaking, Gu Xian kicked a small stone by the roadside, sending it flying. Meanwhile, Dong Su took out his phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. The call connected. "Hello, young Master Dong. It's rather late for a call. What can I do for you?" A middle-aged man's voice on the other end sounded drowsy. "I have just exited Yangqing Airport. Please arrange a car to take me to your location." "Understood." The conversation was succinct, leaving Gu Xian in a state of astonishment beside him. "Are you envious?" Dong Su asked, his gaze fixed on Gu Xian, a smile playing on his lips. "To say I'm not would be a lie. How did you manage to summon a car at this hour?" Gu Xian swallowed hard, blinking in disbelief. Dong Su chuckled softly. The person I just called is the regional manager of a chain hotel, responsible for this area. Coincidentally, he greeted me at an event once, so I remember him. Oh. Gu Xian nodded, somewhat understanding. Although he did not fully grasp Dong Su's words, he sensed a formidable presence. As they waited, Gu Xian suddenly spoke up. Your surname is Dong? Dong Su replied with a gentle then added, My name is Dong Su, but you may call me gentle brother. Oh. Gu Xian nodded, murmuring, the Dong surname is rare. Your surname Gu is even less common. As the night enveloped them like ink, the streetlights illuminated the path ahead. Gu Xian softly inquired, gentle brother, may I ask what your family does? We dabble in various sectors: finance, e-commerce, high technology, real estate development. We engage in a bit of everything. Then, how much wealth do you possess? Gu Xian asked curiously, to which Dong Su raised an eyebrow and smiled. What's this? Are you worried I lack the means to provide you with that 10 million? Gu Xian's eyes widened in alarm as he hurriedly waved his hands. No, I'm merely curious. You need not concern yourself, I assure you. Supporting you is well within my means. As they exchanged idle chatter, the atmosphere between them softened, with Dong Su's occasional jokes eliciting hearty laughter from Gu Xian, and Gu Xian's moments of playful silliness causing Dong Su to swallow hard. Time slipped away, and soon, a sleek black Maybach S580 came to a gradual stop beside them. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in exquisite attire alighted from the vehicle. He greeted Dong Su, who acknowledged him with a nod, with their luggage placed in the trunk. The two took their seats inside the car, which was infused with a subtle fragrance, refreshing and pleasant. The atmosphere was enveloped in silence, save for the middle-aged man, who frequently scrutinized Gu Xian. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Dong Xiao, may I ask who this is? This is my girlfriend. Dong Su replied nonchalantly, causing Gu Xian's ears to flush a faint crimson. Oh, Dong Xiao has exceptional taste. Your girlfriend is quite charming, the man exclaimed in admiration, to which Dong Su merely nodded in acknowledgement. As they arrived at their destination, the middle-aged man requested Dong Su's WeChat contact before exchanging pleasantries with the front desk and departing. Dong Su then instructed, follow me. Gu Xian nodded and trailed behind him. Room 1801. The interior was adorned with an indescribable opulence, with fresh flowers gracing the table and an unknown fragrance wafting through the air. However, Gu Xian hesitated, say, hey, gentle brother, there is only one bed here. Should I sleep on the floor? Do you think that is a possibility? Quickly wash up, it's time to sleep. Dong Su replied, showing signs of fatigue as he called out before retreating to the bathroom with his sleepwear. Is this considered a hotel stay? And do we really have to share a bed? It feels somewhat difficult to accept. Chapter 61. The consequences of not wearing underwear after finishing his shower. Dong Su emerged draped in a bathrobe. The water temperature has been adjusted. You may go wash now, he called out. Gu Xian hesitated for a considerable time before finally speaking. What should I wear? Here. Dong Su gestured towards the neatly arranged pink bathrobe. Fine, Gu Xian replied with resignation, feeling as though he was venturing further down the path of feminine attire. Oh well, I should just wash up and get some sleep. How infuriating. The water temperature is not adjusted at all. Gu Xian shivered as the cool water cascaded over him, hastily stepping back. Are you trying to freeze me to death? You mischievous softy. For context, Gu Xian is 158 centimeters tall, while Dong Su is 185 centimeters. Their height difference contributes to their differing perceptions of what constitutes a comfortable water temperature. Once the water temperature was suitably adjusted, Gu Xian finally began his shower. The water intertwined, soaking his sky-blue hair, which cascaded over his shoulders. He lowered his gaze, glancing at himself, a subtly contoured chest, a smooth and rounded abdomen, and sigh. Gu Xian heaved a sigh. Just 5 days ago, he was a slothful couch potato, a homebody sibling, and now he found himself transformed into the girlfriend of a wealthy heir. This shift in status was utterly unexpected. Gu Xian tiptoed out of the bathroom, the bedroom illuminated only by a solitary table lamp. Dong Su had already succumbed to slumber, leaving a space for him on the bed. Gu Xian approached the bedside. scrutinizing Dong Su closely. With thick brows and large eyes, a prominent nose, and a distinctly defined lip line, his facial symmetry was strikingly perfect, despite his handsome appearance. He referred to himself as a gentle brother, yet his demeanor was often rather domineering. Murmuring softly, Gu Xian pressed his lips together. Subsequently, he retrieved a rug and laid it on the floor. Sharing the bed with Dong Su felt somewhat daunting to him. He decided to simply cover himself with a thin blanket and rest. At 10 a.m., Dong Su jolted awake, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Breathing heavily. Damn it, not another nightmare. A throbbing headache plagued him, and he cursed inwardly. However, upon glancing to his side, he found the bed empty. His heart skipped a beat, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Could Gu Xian have left? In a hurry, Dong Su rose, only to discover Gu Xian sprawled on the rug, his bathrobe loosely draped, his porcelain-like legs entwined with a blanket. His sleeping posture was alluring, yet Gu Xian's expression was serene. His delicate brows relaxed, occasionally emitting soft murmurs. It was evident that he was in a deep slumber. But, why are you sleeping on the floor? Can't you sleep with me? Dong Su approached Gu Xian, his tall figure casting a shadow over him. From above, he gazed down at Gu Xian, who was enveloped in darkness. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Gu Xian's brows knitted slightly, his lashes fluttering, before he slowly awakened. Awake, are you? Dong Su's voice was soft. Gu Xian responded with a gentle hum, his eyes still clouded with confusion, clearly still in the throes of sleep. After a brief pause, Gu Xian straightened his posture, ruffled his tousled hair, and greeted Dong Su beside him. Good morning, gentle brother. Not so good, Dong Su responded, crouching down to meet Gu Xian's gaze. Gu Xian could distinctly perceive the coldness between his brows. Why didn't you sleep with me last night? The bewilderment in Gu Xian's eyes gradually transformed into a hint of panic as he realized Dong Su had come to confront him. He certainly could not admit that he disliked sleeping beside Dong Su. Gentle brother, after I finished my shower, I noticed you were already asleep, so I thought it best not to disturb you, which is why I made do with a makeshift bed. Gu Xian feigned calmness in his explanation. Really? Dong Su raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Indeed, Gu Xian affirmed with conviction. Dong Su nodded, still uncertain, and then suddenly remarked, I had a nightmare. Gu Xian's expression twisted in confusion, a large question mark forming above his head. What does your nightmare have to do with me? It's not as if I caused it. If he were to voice his true feelings, he might have said, good, have 10 or 8 more nightmares. Scare yourself to death. However, such candid thoughts remained unspoken. Ah, may I assist you in cursing the nightmare? Gu Xian coughed lightly and began to scold. Nasty nightmare. How dare you invade gentle brother's dreams? You naughty thing. Fool, Dong Su muttered under his breath, standing up and casually instructing him to wash up and prepare for breakfast before departing. Gu Xian was left alone, sitting in place, and, after a long while, he slapped the blanket in frustration, cursing inwardly. Insane. Absurd. We'll be staying here for the next couple of days. I've already arranged for the house. We'll move in once it's cleaned up, Dong Su stated nonchalantly at the dining table, to which Gu Xian nodded in response. After a pause, Dong Su added, furthermore, you must go to bed with me tonight. Oh, fine, Gu Xian replied reluctantly. Being with Dong Su was exceedingly dull. Every action required Dong Su's approval. Only with his consent could things proceed. Otherwise, not only would they be impossible, but Gu Xian would also face reprimands. Even watching a video on his phone necessitated Dong Su's permission. Feeling helpless, Gu Xian turned to the system in his mind. System, I'm nearly bored to death. Please engage me in conversation. Host, why haven't you utilized the reward from the 10 consecutive draws? The system's voice echoed in his mind. Those rewards, do you think I can use them? Gu Xian's cheeks flushed. How would you know unless you try? The system countered, and a silence enveloped both host and system. After a prolonged pause, the system suggested you could try wearing that lingerie. The red reward would be quite beneficial for you. But I'm a boy. Why would I wear girls' lingerie? Gu Xian protested. However, it would prevent sagging. Gu Xian covered his face in embarrassment. The system persisted, just give it a try. After all, lingerie is lingerie, not meant for anyone else to see. Besides, it has a damage prevention feature. If you ever fall, you 1T get hurt. Can one not absorb the energy from the air, nurturing the body, which seems fitting for your currently frail condition? Let us revisit this later. Afternoon. Dong-su observed Gu Xian seated in a chair, languid and listless, and pondered that since it was their first day together, they ought to engage in something amusing. Sitting idly like this seemed rather absurd. Thus, Dong-su inquired, "Is there anything you wish to do? Would playing computer games suffice?" Gu Xian looked on eagerly. "Could there not be a more unique hobby?" He replied, shaking his head. With a sigh, Dong-su asked, "Shall we go play a game of billiards?" "Let us go," Gu Xian responded, raising an eyebrow in instant agreement. Though he was unskilled in the game, the prospect of distraction was certainly preferable to sitting here in silence. Chapter 62. The Whisper of the Heart. The onset of despair in a hotel entertainment hall within a private billiard room. A crystal chandelier cast shimmering reflections upon the deep green billiard table. "Have you played billiards before?" Dong-su inquired, approaching with 2 cues in hand, offering the slender one to Gu Xian while he himself wielded the thicker one. "No," Gu Xian replied, shaking his head, then added, "You must teach me." "All right, allow me to demonstrate," Dong-su stated succinctly. He positioned himself with his feet apart, gripping the cue behind, leaning over the table, with his right foot firmly planted beneath the cue line. Then, with a resounding crack, the black 8-ball sank into a pocket, while the cue ball spun rapidly across the table. "Did you understand? Let me give it a try." Gu Xian mimicked Dong-su's stance, squinting as he aimed for a considerable time before he struck. "Darn it, I missed." The cue ball barely grazed the surface. The silence that followed was almost palpable. Gu Xian scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Dong-su sighed in exasperation. "Fool, you're doing it all wrong." With that, he stepped closer, positioning himself behind Gu Xian, leaning down to grasp Gu Xian's hands. "Ah, what are you doing?" Gu Xian exclaimed, startled. "Stay still." Sensing Gu Xian's resistance, Dong-su frowned and commanded softly, prompting Gu Xian to freeze until Dong-su adjusted his grip. "Keep your palm against the cue, relax your middle, ring and little fingers. Don't tense up. Now, place your right hand here. Feel the difference in your grip strength, now compared to before. Watch your stance. Your right foot should be on the cue line." As he spoke, Dong-su helped Gu Xian adjust his posture. However, they were pressed too closely together, creating an awkward intimacy. The silk of Gu Xian's dress brushed against his shirt, eliciting a tingling sensation. The unique milky scent emanating from Gu Xian wafted into Dong-su's nostrils, causing his throat to constrict and a surge of indescribable emotions to rise within him. As Dong-su's breath brushed against Gu Xian's neck, the latter tensed, his expression stiffening. "Why do you have to be so close?" Gu Xian lamented internally, while the similar scent of bamboo from Dong-su wafted towards him, intensifying his embarrassment and quickening his heartbeat, rendering him almost oblivious to Dong-su's instructions. After teaching the fundamentals, Dong-su withdrew. Gu Xian took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. "Now, give it a try on your own," Dong-su said nonchalantly. Gu Xian's expression froze. He had barely absorbed the instructions. Attempting to play would surely reveal his ignorance. However, Dong-su was insistent, leaving Gu Xian no choice but to brace himself and lean over the table. Yet, before he could even strike, merely mimicking the posture, he heard Dong-su click his tongue. "Your grip and stance are all wrong, and your center of gravity is misplaced. Truly foolish." Gu Xian's face flushed crimson, his heart brimming with grievances. It was evidently Dong-su's lack of discretion that necessitated such hands-on guidance. Now he struggled to learn, and Dong-su still had the audacity to scold him? After all, he was supposed to be your boyfriend. Why can't you show a little more patience? "Sobi, just let me take another shot, so I can see where the specific problem lies." Dong-su issued the order, yet Gu Xian remained stooped, unyielding. Dong-su furrowed his brow and approached Gu Xian, raising his voice slightly. Did you not hear me? I said take another shot. I 1T. Gu Xian retorted softly. "Gu Xian, are you really sulking?" Dong-su thought it all rather perplexing. He had kindly taught Gu Xian how to play, guiding him with meticulous detail for so long, yet Gu Xian had failed to grasp it. Was it wrong to call Gu Xian a fool? Wasn't that simply the truth? What was Gu Xian even angry about? "I'll ask you once more, are you going to play or not?" A shadow flickered in Dong Su's eyes as he spoke coldly, his gaze fixated on Gu Xian's delicate neck. I said, I want to play. Gu Xian suddenly looked up, his eyes aflame with indignation, his tone involuntarily rising. But in the next moment, a large hand came crashing down, leaving Gu Xian no time to evade, his neck firmly grasped. Ah! Gu Xian's eyes widened, his pupils constricting, his tongue involuntarily protruding as fragmented moans escaped him. With all his might, he struggled to pry away that large hand, but the disparity in strength between him and Dong Su was insurmountable. He could only claw at Dong Su's hand with his short nails. Dong Su's pupils darkened, his voice low and haunting. I am your boyfriend. Yet why do you refuse to heed my words? It hurts. Let go of me. The lack of oxygen clouded his vision with scarlet. And anger, shock, fear, and regret culminated in a singular emotion known as despair. Please, I beg you, let me go. Gu Xian pleaded pitifully. Suddenly, Dong Su came to his senses, his gaze returning to normal. In the next instant, he loosened his grip, releasing Gu Xian. Gu Xian's body slumped, collapsing onto the ground, a hint of joy at having survived flickering across his face. Ha ha! Gu Xian clutched his throat, breathing softly. At this moment, Dong Su remained silent, and the two were enveloped in a strange atmosphere, the private billiards room resonating only with Gu Xian's labored breaths. Yet within Gu Xian's mind, a fierce argument ensued with the system. System, don't you possess any superhuman talents? I want to retaliate. Gu Xian expressed his frustration, to which the system replied helplessly. I'm sorry, host, but I lack the authority to directly access the reward pool. So you just wanted to watch as I'm bullied. I thought I was going to die. Host, please don't rush. I'll use the super recovery ability to help you heal your injuries. The system paused momentarily before changing the subject. As the super recovery ability activated, a warm flow surged up Gu Xian's neck, alleviating some of the pain and suffocating sensation, yet a lingering discomfort remained. What use is this ability? What good does it do? Is its only purpose to speed up my recovery when I'm being bullied? What is the difference between that and being a punching bag? I apologize. I did not foresee that Dong Su would take such drastic measures. So tell me, how can you assist me? How can you resist him? Gu Xian clenched his teeth, a surge of fury igniting within him. The system remained silent, merely illuminating a piece of women's lingerie within its space with a red glow. An 80 damage reduction and an 80 damage reflection. The attributes of this red gear were indeed extraordinary, yet after a prolonged silence, Gu Xian's thoughts turned complex as he mused. Will donning this enable me to retaliate? Transitioning from a 0.001 chance to a 1 chance is, after all, a form of advancement. Moreover, once you wear it, dear host, you need not fear injury. And furthermore, system. Gu Xian interrupted the system, causing it to pause and inquire. What is it? Could you perhaps leave? Chapter 63. The Accursed Tenderness. Can you just perish already? Could you kindly depart? The system was momentarily taken aback, while Gu Xian was consumed by fury. Yet he had no outlet for his anger, scolding himself in exasperation. Gu Xian, you fool, when Monroe demanded a refund. Why didn't you just muster the courage to return the money? How did things devolve into this? And now you want to pursue a romance with Monroe? What nonsense! She is nothing but a lunatic, a madwoman, a fool, a scoundrel. Is it customary to treat a girlfriend like this? I merely stated that I wouldn't play ball. Did you really need to choke me as if you wished to extinguish my life? Consumed by rage and sorrow, a wave of desolation surged within him. Woe is me. My fate is so cruel. All I desire was to earn a living through streaming. Yet I face insults and threats. Now I'm coerced into being a girlfriend, only to be tormented continuously. Oh dear. The system, that treacherous system, offers no assistance. Those talents bestowed upon me only serve to facilitate my torment. Good heavens! It was merely the first day of my association with Monroe, and she has already unleashed her wrath upon me. Will I face death in the future? The mere thought of disobedience leading to continued bullying from Dong Su sent a shiver down Gu Xian's spine, an inexplicable terror enveloping his mind. No, the system may be unreliable, but he must not falter. He must escape. However, he must wait until after the lawsuit to flee. Once the case is concluded, he will ensure Dong Su is imprisoned, then gather his belongings and flee with his younger sister and elder sister to a remote location. He refuses to believe that Dong Su would dare retaliate against them. Moreover, now that Dong Su nearly strangled him, the red marks on his neck could be documented as evidence of Dong Su's violence. Adding another charge, intentional bodily harm, absolutely foolproof. Just as Gu Xian was lost in these thoughts, a large hand suddenly reached out, startling him into instinctive retreat. Dong Su furrowed his brow, but said nothing more, simply stating softly, "Is there something you need? If not, get up quickly." Gu Xian felt another stab to his heart. Did he appear unscathed? He had nearly met his end. Dong Su seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words, cleared his throat, and then spoke with slightly parted lips. "Listen to me, and I won't harm you. On the contrary, if you perform well, I shall reward you. Anything you desire, I can provide." After a prolonged silence, Gu Xian mustered his courage and replied, "Wenro, brother, could I please use the restroom? I want to capture evidence of my injuries while I can." However, Dong Su's frown deepened at the mention of running away, which shattered Gu Xian's defenses. Nonetheless, Gu Xian's physical resilience was strong, and his psychological fortitude even stronger. He took a deep breath, forcing a smile onto his face. "I want to run. If you doubt me, you can follow." "Very well, I shall accompany you. Come, rise, I will take you to the restroom." Upon hearing this, Dong Su nodded and extended his hand, assisting Gu Xian to his feet. Gu Xian rose in silence. Gu Xian was taken aback. He never anticipated that Dong Su would genuinely doubt him. With his short legs and the fact that they were on Dong Su's territory, where could he possibly run to? Even if he tried? Sigh. Well, he might as well let Dong Su take his hand and lead him. Thus, Dong Su grasped Gu Xian's hand, guiding him step by step toward the restroom. Upon arrival, Gu Xian let out a sound of acknowledgement and prepared to plunge headfirst into the men's restroom. However, a large hand seized his wrist, pulling him back with force. Rage surged within Gu Xian once more, and he struggled to suppress his urge to curse aloud. But he only heard Dong Su say, "Fool, you've entered the wrong restroom. Head over there." He pointed toward the adjacent women's restroom. Gu Xian looked at Dong Su with a perplexed expression, and after a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Gentle brother, I'm a boy. Isn't it inappropriate for me to enter the women's restroom? Stop dilly-dallying. What if you scare someone in the men's room? I won't take responsibility for that. Hurry inside. I'll wait for you at the entrance." Dong Su patted Gu Xian and then nudged him toward the women's restroom. Sigh. With no other option, Gu Xian walked step by step toward the women's restroom. As soon as he opened the door, a girl walked out, glancing at him instinctively. In an instant, her eyes widened with astonishment. Gu Xian shrank his head and hurriedly stepped forward. After moving a bit further, he overheard the girl exclaim, "Wow, that girl was so cute. Her fashion sense is impeccable, and that pink dress fits her perfectly. What a pity I didn't ask for a photo." Gu Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He suddenly realized that now, dressed in women's clothing, as long as no one stripped away his last line of defense, others would perceive him as a girl. Oh, how intriguing the women's restroom is. There are no urinals. Gu Xian thought to himself, gaining a new perspective. Ah, where's the red mark on my neck? It was pinched so hard. How could there be no trace left? Gu Xian exclaimed in surprise. He had intended to take a photo of the injury on his neck, but upon snapping a picture, he found that not only was there no red mark, but even the slightest blush was absent. Just smooth, pale skin. "Host, you didn't mention, I thought you didn't want any marks." The system hesitantly spoke. Gu Xian widened his eyes, his breathing becoming rapid, and exclaimed, "What? I finally got pinched once, hoping to capture evidence of his bullying, and now you tell me the mark is gone? With my suffering in vain?" Gu Xian was infuriated. It's not the formidable opponents that frighten him, but rather the incompetent allies. At this moment, he truly understood the weight of that statement. Could we perhaps remove that talent? Just take away the super recovery and replace it with the fate dice. If I could have super recovery that only restores me, wouldn't that mean others could bully me at will? What if Gentle Brother sees that my injury has healed and decides to continue bullying me? What then? Changing talents requires 100,000 yuan. Gu Xian gritted her teeth. Yet in the end, she chose not to change her talent. "How slow. I have waited a full 15 minutes, Dong Su remarked, glancing at his phone with a nonchalant tone. Let us go back. With that, Gu Xian took a couple of steps forward. Dong Su quickly caught up, naturally taking her hand in his. Gu Xian attempted to pull away, but was swiftly met with a gentle slap on the back of her hand from Dong Su. Do not move. You're my girlfriend, and holding hands is perfectly normal. Fine. Dong Su guided Gu Xian in playing billiards for an entire afternoon, and under his instruction, her movements gradually improved. However, to Dong Su, her skills were akin to mere decoration, much like Gu Xian herself, pleasing to the eye but lacking substance. Oh no! The host is upset with me. What should I do? Gu Xian's system felt vexed yet helpless. After all, she was merely a rudimentary level 1 system, with insufficient authority and energy at her disposal. Sigh. Oh, esteemed host, please complete more tasks. I will strive to accumulate energy as well. At the very least, I cannot allow the gentle ones to bully the host so easily in the future. Chapter 64. An oppressive atmosphere. Is this the perverse taste of the affluent? An entire afternoon was spent in the billiard hall, where conversations were sparse, limited to necessary explanations regarding the game. However, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. For instance, when Dong Su executed a powerful break shot and pocketed 3 balls in one stroke, followed by a flawless sequence culminating in a black 8 victory, Gu Xian could only watch in silence, his lips twitching in discomfort. Every time Dong Su broke, Gu Xian found himself deprived of even a single shot, leading to a thoroughly unsatisfactory experience. Yet, it was evident that Dong Su craved admiration. Thus, Gu Xian was compelled to applaud and exclaim, "Wow, Brother Wenru, you are truly remarkable, clearing the table in one go." Dong Su responded nonchalantly, maintaining his impassive demeanor, though inwardly he relished the praise. Gu Xian desperately wished to voice his discomfort. "Brother, could you at least show some reaction? This is quite embarrassing." When it was Gu Xian's turn to break, he finally managed to pocket 1 ball, his face lighting up with joy. He circled the table, identifying the easiest shot, and struck with enthusiasm. Success. A smile crept across Gu Xian's face, but upon meeting Dong Su's gaze, he was met with the latter's disapproving words. "You shouldn't play like that. There are better positions available." Rolling his eyes in a direction unseen by Dong Su, Gu Xian felt his budding interest in billiards dampened. He had sought a modicum of praise, but was instead met with a barrage of critiques. Was billiards not merely a form of entertainment? He had no aspiration to master the game to perfection. Both Gu Xian and Dong Su found little enjoyment in their game. Dong Su pursed his lips, realizing the vast disparity in their skills rendered their playtime unenjoyable. Gu Xian, being both slow and lazy, would often pout at Dong Su's instructions, despite the latter's earnest efforts to impart advanced techniques gleaned from professional players. Dong Su found himself perplexed by Gu Xian's reluctance to learn. As the game continued, silence enveloped them, the awkwardness intensifying until Dong Su finally suggested, "Let us stop playing and go eat." Gu Xian sighed with relief, only to glance at his phone and discover that it was already 7 o'clock. How disheartening it was to spend time with Dong Su, feeling as though it was all in vain, devoid of any enjoyment. During dinner at an elegant Western restaurant, the gentle strains of piano music filled the air. A grand bouquet of roses adorned their table, reminiscent of a candlelit dinner. "Take a look and see what you'd like to eat," Dong Su offered as he handed the menu to Gu Xian. Upon receiving it, Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock. An array of foreign script lay before him, utterly incomprehensible. Panic surged within him as he glanced up at Dong Su, contemplating returning the menu. But Dong Su frowned, stating, "Just order whatever you want. Money is not an issue for me." Gu Xian was at a loss for words. It was never about the money, after all. He was completely oblivious to what was inscribed on the menu, and there were no accompanying illustrations. However, faced with Dong Su's penetrating gaze, Gu Xian, feeling helpless, pointed to a name and tentatively inquired, "How about this one?" But Dong Su merely scoffed, "Fool, this is a piano piece. Do you wish to indulge in the arts to your heart's content?" Gu Xian's face flushed crimson. He could no longer endure it and pushed the menu toward Dong Su. "Gentlemen, I can't make heads or tails of this. Please feel free to choose whatever you like. I can eat anything." Dong Su raised an eyebrow and candidly remarked, I thought you were merely playing the fool in the live stream, but it turns out you are genuinely clueless. You can't comprehend complex vocabulary, and even the simpler terms elude you. Just connect the dots. You could guess the meanings reasonably well. Yet again, he was ridiculed. Gu Xian's composure was beginning to fray. Noticing Gu Xian's silence, Dong Su took the menu, casually selected several dishes, and then looked up to ask, "Can you drink?" "I can manage a little," came the reply. "Very well." Approximately half an hour later, the dishes arrived one by one, accompanied by a beautifully packaged bottle of red wine. Gu Xian scrutinized the array before him, noting caviar, steak, and pasta, along with some desserts, including macarons and a few unrecognizable pastries. These were all novel delights for Gu Xian, presented exquisitely, and he found himself quite intrigued, snapping photos with his phone, though Dong Su frowned slightly, but said nothing further. As they prepared to dine, Gu Xian glanced at the knife and fork on his plate and cautiously asked, "Gentlemen, I am unfamiliar with these utensils. Could you possibly procure a pair of chopsticks for me? I'd rather not embarrass myself." Dong Su frowned, but then replied, "Just imitate me." Gu Xian bit his lip and had no choice but to mimic Dong Su's manner, holding the fork in his left hand and the knife in his right. The meal was not particularly satisfying. While eating, Dong Su also instructed Gu Xian on the arrangement of cutlery and a language of knives and forks. Gu Xian, reluctantly, had to learn about things that held little interest for him. Additionally, the food was quite unpalatable, whether due to his mood or a mismatch in taste. Gu Xian found the flavors rather peculiar. Even the desserts were either overly sweet or bitter, with the only redeeming aspect being the red wine, which had a hint of flavor. After just a couple of bites, Gu Xian found himself unable to continue, and after half a glass of the red wine, he felt a bit tipsy. At 9 p.m., Dong Su frowned, saying, "If you can't hold your liquor, you shouldn't drink. Now I have to support you." He guided Gu Xian back, step by step. Gu Xian remained silent until they returned to the room, at which point he caught sight of the bed and his eyes brightened, eager to collapse onto it. However, as he took a step forward, Dong Su grasped his wrist again. "You're filthy. Wash up before getting on the bed." Gu Xian paused, then lowered his head to examine himself. But he was certain he was quite clean. He sniffed again. A milky fragrance wafted through the air, pleasantly aromatic. Gu Xian pouted, thinking to himself, "Wealthy people certainly have a lot of fuss. Today, you shall bathe first, and once you are finished, I will take my turn," said Dong Su. As he settled onto the sofa, Gu Xian understood. Dong Su was concerned that should he take too long in the shower, it would delay his own sleep, preventing them from sharing the same bed. "Furthermore, you ought to wash that outfit of yours. You've been wearing it for 2 days now," Dong Su remarked nonchalantly. Engrossed in his phone, Gu Xian paused, retorting, "Then what shall I wear afterward?" "You might as well go naked," Dong Su replied casually. "Pervert," Gu Xian exclaimed. His cheeks flushed. Surprisingly, Dong Su took the insult in stride, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he said softly, "Silly. If you don't have a dress to wear, you should let me know. Send me your measurements, and I will order one for you." Gu Xian's face reddened even more, and he stammered, hesitant to respond. Dong Su chuckled. "Am I not your boyfriend? Is it too much to ask for your size?" "Fine. I am 158 centimeters tall and weigh 89 gene. Oh, I cannot say the rest. I will text it to you." With that, Gu Xian dashed into the bathroom, leaving Dong Su alone on the sofa, chuckling to himself. Who would have thought that teasing this Na'vi blue-haired boy would be so delightful? Brief interlude. "A cup? Why is it so small?" Dong Su mused, glancing at the number Gu Xian had sent him, a slight frown creasing his brow. However, considering that Gu Xian was a boy, having an A-cup was indeed commendable. Yet, shouldn't his partner be a bit more endowed? At the very least, a B-cup would be more fitting. He contemplated his options. Dong Su had long forgotten the vow he had made to himself back then. Refer to Chapter 8 for details. Chapter 65. The novel of Li Jun. It is rather astonishing that if foolishness were a talent, then Gu Xian would undoubtedly possess an extraordinary gift. In a flurry of panic, he dashed into the bathroom, only to realize, after a shower, that he had forgotten to take his bathrobe. What a predicament! Just then, Dong Su knocked on the door. "Are you done yet? You've been in there for nearly an hour." All right, Gu Xian hastily replied, but a wave of resentment surged within him. If he were to ask Dong Su to fetch his robe, It would be awkward enough, but what if Dong Su, in a fit of primal instinct, decided to barge in? That would be reminiscent of a rather risky film. Yet, how could he possibly exit without asking Dong Su for assistance? The garment he had intended to wear was carelessly tossed into the washing machine prior to his shower. What to do, oh dear? Outside the door, Dong Su weighed the women's bathrobe in his hands, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What a fool, forgetting to bring his clothes while bathing. I am quite curious to see how you plan to emerge. System, help me. Gu Xian found himself in a dire situation and could only plead with the system. Host, you might as well end my existence, for how could I conjure a garment from thin air? Alternatively, you could wear that piece of lingerie. Although it's a tad revealing, it is certainly preferable to being entirely unclothed, the system's little girl voice replied with exasperation. I might as well be naked then. Leave me be, Gu Xian retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Wait, host, this lingerie can automatically change its style. It can transform into a tank top. The system chimed in, projecting an image of a tank top onto the system interface. Well, to be honest, it is quite similar to a short sleeve shirt and does provide some coverage. However, what about the lower half? What am I to do about that? System, you are utterly unreliable. Gu Xian gritted his teeth, struggling momentarily before letting out a resigned sigh. He then knocked on the door softly and called out, Gentle brother? Are you there? Gentle brother stood outside, suppressing a laugh before responding nonchalantly. What is it? Gu Xian, feeling bashful, stammered, I forgot to take my clothes. Could you please bring me my bathrobe? A smile crept onto Dong Su's face as he softly replied, When one requests a favor, shouldn't there be a little reward? Gu Xian was taken aback and quickly asked, What do you want? I have nothing on me. A sweet utterance would suffice. Gu Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but given his current predicament, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Baby, are you done? That won't do. Try again, Dong Su said with a smirk. Gu Xian froze, pondering what else he could say besides baby. Surely he couldn't resort to calling him husband, could he? No, that would be too awkward. With a shiver, Gu Xian hurriedly pleaded, Gentle brother, the most handsome and gentle brother in the world, please. I beg you, could you help little Xian retrieve a piece of clothing? Dong Su's ears perked up, a wave of delight washing over him. This was surely the essence of teasing. It was undeniable that a toy with Gu Xian was an exhilarating experience. Open the door. Please don't just barge in. I'm not wearing anything. Gu Xian exclaimed, his cheeks aflame, offering one last caution. Rest assured, I'm not interested in your bony frame. Very well then. The door opened slightly, and a delicate arm, resembling a white lotus, extended outward as Dong Su handed the bathrobe to Gu Xian. Upon receiving the robe, Gu Xian promptly shut the door and locked it, allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. A noise emanated from the bathroom, and Dong Su looked up to see Gu Xian emerging, draped in the bathrobe. You should go wash up, he suggested, noting the slight blush on Gu Xian's cheeks. Dong Su rose, and as he passed Gu Xian, he casually remarked, Make sure to eat more. Being too thin is unappealing. All right, Gu Xian replied. Why is the water temperature set so high? Are you trying to scald me? Dong Su exclaimed as the hot water cascaded over him, prompting him to quickly step back. Bored, Gu Xian suddenly recalled a streamer he had previously interacted with, named Lai Jin. This individual wrote online novels, and having added him as a friend, Gu Xian had accessed the novel resources. However, due to numerous distractions, he had forgotten about it. Now, with some leisure time, why not read the novel penned by Lai Jin? Gu Xian lay on his bed and opened Lai Jin's work. The title read, The Goddess Descends. It had already reached 200,000 words, quite substantial. Let me see what it's about, he mused. Chapter 1, The Goddess Descends. The goddess, Qianyu, had cultivated for over a millennium and, yearning to experience the mortal realm, sealed her divine powers and descended to the human world to savor its myriad experiences. Oh, this seems intriguing. Let me continue, Gu Xian thought curiously as he flipped through the pages, unaware of the subsequent chapter's title. Chapter 2, The Goddess is Exposed. Qianyu arrived at a village and took refuge in a farmer's home. Late at night, clad in her undergarments, she sat in meditation with her eyes closed. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the silence, causing her to open her eyes in alarm, only to find a boy from the household standing there. The boy smiled and asked, Sister Qianyu, why aren't you asleep at this hour? Relaxing her guard, Qianyu replied with a smile, I'm just about to sleep. Is there something you need? The boy remained silent and sat beside her. Then, taking advantage of her unguarded moment, he swiftly pressed a handkerchief over her mouth and nose. Caught completely off guard, Qianyu struggled for breath, her body gradually weakening. Gu Xian's eyes widened in shock. What is happening? How did it come to this? Goddess Qianyu, hurry, struggle. Defeat this villain, he urged in his mind. The boy leaned closer to Qianyu, whispering softly, Sister Qianyu, you are so beautiful. I really like you. Will you be my wife? Fear filled Qianyu's eyes, yet she felt utterly helpless. Suddenly, the boy yanked away her modesty cloth. This was a scene beyond description. Gu Xian's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly covered his face, exclaiming, I didn't expect this. Lai Jin's work is not a proper novel. It's a steamy tale. Nevertheless, he had to admit it was well written. Clearing his throat, Gu Xian assured himself that he would never confess his interest in such literature. He glanced to the bathroom. The door remained firmly shut. Subsequently, Gu Xian chose to burrow beneath the covers, revealing only his fluffy head. The unfolding narrative grew increasingly exhilarating, with numerous passionate scenes within just 3 chapters. Gu Xian's starry eyes widened, fixated on the lines of text displayed on the screen. The potency of the drug rendered Dia utterly oblivious to any divine power within her, signifying that she was now merely a frail woman, powerless and vulnerable, especially with the boy and his father lurking menacingly nearby. After enduring relentless humiliation, despair engulfed Dia, leading her to contemplate suicide. However, this intention was swiftly thwarted by the boy, and she found herself bound to a pillar in her home, subjected to ceaseless torment day and night. Gu Xian silently submerged himself deeper into the blankets, continuing to observe the progression of the plot. Dong Su, freshly bathed and ready to depart, intended to call out to Gu Xian, only to discover a large bulge in the bed. What on earth is happening? Are you asleep? Sleeping under the covers like that? Aren't you afraid of suffocating? Thus, Dong Su stealthily approached until he stood beside the bed, then abruptly yanked back the covers. Hey, I was saying you. A rich and overwhelming scent of milk wafted towards him, leaving Dong Su momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Gu Xian's face flushed crimson, his hair disheveled, and his attire askew, wearing a dazed expression as their eyes met. One could only dread the sudden onset of silence. Chapter 66. An interlude during sleep. The quilt was stiflingly warm, and Gu Xian began to perspire lightly, a unique milky fragrance soon enveloping the confines of the bedding. As he inhaled this scent, a delightful inebriation washed over him. The thought of Dong Su bathing just outside, while he secretly indulged in reading about Liu Bei, stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. The plot of the novel deepened, leaving Gu Xian in a state of disbelief, his heart racing, as a wave of heat radiated from within him, causing the quilt to become increasingly warm, so much so that he could not resist loosening his garments. Yet, for reasons unknown, as his robe slipped away and he continued to savor the captivating narrative, his hands instinctively roamed over his body, gently massaging his soft flesh, his lips occasionally letting out soft hums of pleasure, sensations connected directly to his mind, and physical delight supplanted rational thought. Thus, Gu Xian willingly succumbed to the allure of the moment. However, this also meant that he was utterly unprepared. Suddenly, the quilt was yanked away with force. The cool air met him sharply, causing him to shiver. At that instant, an overwhelming tide of embarrassment and regret surged within him. If given the chance, he would certainly scold Lai Jin fiercely for leading him astray. Dong Su surveyed the scene before him. Gu Xian, breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed, hair clinging to his face, his robe disheveled, exposing large swathes of fair skin, with his hands still lingering on indecorous parts of his body, exuded an innocence mixed with an alluring vulnerability. A peculiar charm erupted from this juxtaposition. Dong Su's heart skipped a beat, his ears tinged with a faint blush, yet he maintained his teasing demeanor. Is your desire truly so insatiable? Get out! Gu Xian, flushed with shame and anger, hurled a retort at Dong Su before hastily covering himself with the quilt. Curling up into a ball, Dong Su found the situation both amusing and exasperating, never having anticipated stumbling upon Gu Xian in such a compromising position. After a brief silence, Dong Su called out, "Hey, are you done? Don't suffocate yourself in there." He poked at the quilt, which trembled slightly, and Gu Xian's muffled voice emerged. "I want to suffocate. Then you must allow me to join you under the covers," Dong Su replied, exasperated. "Go ahead. I'm not stopping you," Gu Xian retorted. "Fine." Dong Su removed his shoes and climbed into bed, gently tugging at the edge of Gu Xian's quilt. As a corner was lifted, Gu Xian panicked and quickly pulled the quilt back tight. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed indignantly. "I'm trying to sleep. How can I do so without a quilt?" Dong Su raised an eyebrow in response. "Isn't there another one? I had someone take it away during the day." A hint of amusement danced in Dong Su's eyes. "You." Gu Xian started to protest, but was interrupted by Dong Su's impatient voice. "Enough with the chatter. Let me have some of the quilt." Reluctantly, Gu Xian allowed the quilt to be pulled away slightly, but as Dong Su seized it, he yanked away a substantial portion, leaving Gu Xian exposed. "Hey, you can't take all the quilt," Gu Xian exclaimed anxiously. "The blanket is just this small. If you wish to share it, then come closer to me." Dong Su chuckled softly and slowly began to speak. "It is quite normal for two individuals to share a bed and a blanket, is it not?" However, Gu Xian was rather reluctant. He shifted his body away, leaving the blanket for Dong Su. Noticing Gu Xian's movement, Dong Su frowned and asked, "Aren't you covering yourself?" "I'm a bit warm. I will cover myself later," Gu Xian replied with an awkward smile, though he truly did not wish to share the same blanket with Dong Su. Unfortunately, Dong Su, with his resourcefulness, had already taken the blanket for himself. How infuriating! Yet, Dong Su's tone turned cold. "If you do not wish to cover yourself, then don't." Gu Xian's little antics could not deceive Dong Su. He turned over and moved the blanket to his side. Upon seeing this, Gu Xian felt displeased and shifted further away from Dong Su, muttering to himself, "Fine, if you don't want to cover, then I want to either. Who cares about sharing with you?" He donned his sleep robe and curled up tightly. Before long, his eyelids began to droop, leading him into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Dong Su felt as though he were enveloped in a milk bath, the intoxicating scent of milk surrounding him. Dong Su furrowed his brow, inwardly wondering, what on earth has he consumed to smell so delightful? The image of Gu Xian from earlier resurfaced in his mind, and Dong Su swallowed hard. He's a man. Yet why does his every smile and frown resemble that of a girl? Even his fragrance is reminiscent of that which girls possess. Dong Su was troubled, wide awake, his mind consumed by thoughts of Gu Xian. When he turned over, he discovered that although Gu Xian had not covered himself with the blanket, he was fast asleep, occasionally letting out soft snores. The one who struggled with the blanket could not fall asleep, while the one who did not cover himself was soundly resting. Dong Su. Sitting up straight, an inexplicable emotion washed over him, prompting him to inch closer to Gu Xian. He then leaned slightly, bringing his nose close to Gu Xian's delicate form, and was instantly enveloped by the rich fragrance of milk. Dong Su's mind momentarily went blank before he abruptly came to his senses. What on earth is happening? How have I become like this? His heart raced with bewilderment. Little did Dong Su know that Gu Xian's endearing qualities and alluring scent were now heightened, drawing Dong Su in with an irresistible force that was amplified by a 200 attraction to his own gender. However, observing Gu Xian in such a serene slumber left Dong Su feeling unsettled. Was it truly impossible to sleep under the same blanket? Thus, Dong Su retrieved the air conditioning remote and set the temperature to a chilly 18 degrees. He then covered himself with the blanket and began to drift off to sleep. In the middle of the night, Gu Xian, feeling cold and shivering, instinctively moved closer to Dong Su. Without a second thought, he struggled to pull a bit of the blanket over himself, curling into a ball and letting his hair cascade over his back before falling back into a deep sleep. Chapter 67. If you wish for my tenderness, why have you not fulfilled your duties as a girlfriend? The following morning, Gu Xian awoke languidly, only to find herself covered with a blanket, while Dong Su had already risen and vanished somewhere unknown. It was perhaps for the best. With Dong Su gone, she finally had the opportunity to attend to her own affairs. Gu Xian retrieved her phone, noticing a plethora of messages from her younger sister had accumulated. She typed a few words, but then shook her head, opting instead to call her sister directly. Upon connection, her sister's vibrant voice greeted her. "Hello, big brother, good morning." "Good morning," Gu Xian replied, but her sister's tone took on a sudden note of dismay. "Big brother, I sent you so many messages. Why haven't you replied?" "Oh, I'm so sorry. I've been swamped with tasks and just now found a moment to call you." Gu Xian explained with a sheepish laugh. Her sister responded with an inquisitive "oh," followed by, "Where are you right now? It sounds like you're in a hotel." "Yes, I am in a hotel," Gu Xian admitted with a wry smile. There was a brief pause on her sister's end, and after a while, she ventured, "Big brother, are you sharing a room with Wenro?" Gu Xian fell silent, nodding slightly, when suddenly her sister gasped in astonishment. "Big brother, this progress is rather swift. I assent it?" Gu Xian's expression darkened as her sister continued to probe. "Are you okay? Does it hurt? Can you tell me what it feels like?" "Little sister, what on earth are you talking about?" Gu Xian exclaimed, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, interrupting her sister's curiosity. "We haven't done anything like what you're implying. It's you, little sister, who seems to have a mind full of nonsense." Ah, this revelation left her sister feeling awkward, and she chuckled bashfully before asking, "Big brother, what is it like being with Wenro? Is he treating you well?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xian felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. "Well, it's not exactly splendid. There's no tenderness, no feelings, just a myriad of rules. It's rather forced. Honestly, I'd rather be at home in peace." However, she knew she couldn't express that, lest her sister worry. "Yes, okay, I suppose. Not too good, but not too bad either." "Wait, isn't Wenro supposed to like you? How could he possibly treat you poorly?" her sister questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Gu Xian chose to remain silent, and her sister, sensing the awkwardness, shifted the conversation to amusing anecdotes from her own work, which piqued Gu Xian's interest far more than the affairs regarding Dong Su. As expected, Gu Xian listened with rapt attention, laughing heartily with her sister from time to time. Just as they were engrossed in their conversation, Dong Su returned. Upon entering, he spotted Gu Xian animatedly conversing with someone on the phone, her eyes sparkling and a radiant smile gracing her face, exuding an indescribable vivacity. However, when Gu Xian realized he had returned, the smile on his face faded, and he hurriedly spoke a couple of sentences on the phone before hanging up. Then, with a faint upward curve of his lips, he forced a rather stiff smile. "Greeting, good morning, gentle brother. Who are you speaking with?" Dong Su's voice was icy, chilling Gu Xian's smile even further. Nevertheless, Gu Xian composed himself and explained, "I was just on the phone with my younger sister." "What's the matter? Are you afraid of me?" Dong Su ignored Gu Xian's question and took a couple of steps towards the bed, slowly asking. Suddenly, Dong Su changed the subject, leaving Gu Xian somewhat bewildered, unsure of Dong Su's intentions. However, when Dong Su inquired whether Gu Xian feared him, Gu Xian couldn't help but think of their previous near-fatal encounter. How could he not be afraid? Yet, the words remained unspoken. Not afraid at all. Gu Xian bit his lip and shook his head, fearing that if Dong Su became agitated, he might once again use him as a punching bag. Yet, Dong Su furrowed his brow and took a couple of steps closer until he stood by the bed, gazing intently at Gu Xian, enunciating each word. "Then why is it that upon seeing me, you cease to smile? Why did you hang up the phone? Am I not worthy of your ear?" Gu Xian opened his mouth, but after uttering a single word, he found himself at a loss for further expression. He indeed harbored a dislike for Dong Su, but he also feared further bullying from him. However, it was evident that Dong Su's emotions were once again unstable. He needed to calm him down first. "Gentle brother, I apologize. I truly am not afraid of you, but could you please refrain from getting angry for now?" Gu Xian's eyes brimmed with a pleading look. Yet his sincere apology transformed in Dong Su's eyes into a manifestation of fear and disdain. Dong Su leaned in closer, suddenly reaching out his hand. "Ah!" Gu Xian screamed in fright, hastily closing his eyes and shielding his head. However, that large hand halted above Gu Xian's head, unmoving. Dong Su's lips turned downwards, a shadow of gloom settling between his brows, followed by a cold chuckle, Last night you held me so tightly, yet today you appear so frightened of me? Gu Xian trembled, his heart racing. You scoundrel, gentle. Is it really necessary to frighten me so? Just look around. Who besides me would want to be your girlfriend? You deserve to be single forever. And about last night, I remember falling asleep comfortably, only to wake in the middle of the night feeling cold. I merely tugged at the blanket a bit and fell back asleep. Could it be that last night, in a state of unconsciousness, I truly held you? Impossible. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Seeing Gu Xian remain silent, Dong Su grew impatient. If you are indeed afraid of me, just say so. Don't keep me waiting in silence. After this remark, Gu Xian finally lifted his head, casting a pitiful glance at Dong Su and murmured, "But first, you must promise not to get angry, not to hit me, and certainly not to retaliate against my sister. Speak quickly." Dong Su insisted firmly. Gu Xian shrank his neck and whispered, "All right, I will say it. Is that not enough?" With a deep breath, Gu Xian helplessly said, "Gentle brother, now that I am your girlfriend, can't you treat me a little better? You see, you threaten me every day, and just yesterday, you even resorted to violence against me. Today, you nearly struck me again. How can I not be afraid? I could accompany you steadily for 100 days, but can't you treat me like a normal boyfriend should treat his girlfriend?" Gu Xian spread her hands, her expression one of despair. After a brief silence, Dong Su suddenly remarked coldly, "You haven't fulfilled your duties as a girlfriend, so why should I be obligated to treat you well?" Gu Xian was taken aback and puzzled. She had not anticipated Dong Su's words and struggled to comprehend their meaning. What did he mean by her failing to fulfill her obligations as a girlfriend? Dong Su climbed onto the bed, pinching Gu Xian's chin with his fingers, and a peculiar smile emerged on his face. "I remember that when one has a girlfriend, there should be affection and intimacy. Have you achieved that?" Chapter 68. There is nothing that money cannot resolve, including matters of the heart. If you wish for me to treat you with tenderness, why have you not fulfilled your duties as a girlfriend? Gu Xian's pupils dilated sharply, his gaze directed at Dong Su, brimming with disbelief. What sort of person is this? It is simply outrageous. To begin with, Gu Xian is a boy. Furthermore, Dong Su's icy demeanor, coupled with his frequent bullying of Gu Xian, would make it impossible for anyone, let alone Gu Xian, to seek affection. Not a chance for tender embraces or sweet kisses. But at that moment, as Dong Su pinched his chin painfully, Gu Xian could only manage a sheepish smile, brushing off Dong Su's hand. "Gentlemen, your words are rather misplaced. If you do not treat me well, how could I possibly offer you intimacy?" "Oh, so you mean to say that as long as I treat you well, you would be willing to be close to me?" Dong Su replied in a nonchalant tone, though a mischievous smile danced at the corners of his lips. Gu Xian fell into silence upon hearing this, realizing he had been ensnared by Dong Su's words. Yet, he could only muster the courage to respond. Dong Su's smile deepened. After a brief moment, he released his grip and said slowly, "Now extend your hand." Gu Xian obediently complied and placed his hand before Dong Su. However, in the next instant, Dong Su produced a diamond ring from his pocket, his expression earnest as he carefully slid the ring onto Gu Xian's left ring finger. The diamond sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, utterly captivating. Gu Xian stared in astonishment. Dong Su spoke softly. "This is the first time I've given a ring to someone. Please take care of it." Gu Xian lowered his gaze, pausing for a long while before finally asking, "Have you had a partner before?" "No, you are my first." "Good." With that, Gu Xian pressed his lips together. He then rose, opened his arms, and embraced Dong Su. Dong Su's lips parted in surprise. But he soon heard Gu Xian's low voice. "You are also my first partner. This ring is the first gift I have ever received." "Thank you." Dong Su chuckled softly, ruffling Gu Xian's hair. Holding this delightful person in his arms, he finally began to feel a hint of what it meant to be in love. However, for Gu Xian, this embrace was a plea for Dong Su to cease his relentless bullying. He was genuinely afraid. That afternoon, Dong Su took Gu Xian to a luxury car dealership. Having made prior arrangements, it took less than half an hour for Dong Su to emerge, driving a sleek, all-black Bentley. "Come, get in," he called, lowering the window. "Okay." Once inside the car, Gu Xian was immediately awestruck. Not only was it comfortable, but the interior was nothing short of exquisite. Gu Xian was at a loss for words. his limited experience leaving him unsure of how to express his admiration. Yet he could tell this vehicle was of immense value. Dong Su, noticing Gu Xian's reaction, smirked and asked softly, "Can you guess how much this car costs?" Gu Xian pondered for a moment before replying, 1 million? Not quite enough. Dong Su paused for a moment, then with a smile remarked, "Why not check on your phone the price of a Bentley Flying Spur?" Gu Xian nodded and quickly pulled out his phone for a search. 3 million. Dong Su, resting one hand on the armrest, replied nonchalantly, "Not quite. 3 million is merely the base price. Once you factor in luxury car taxes, purchase taxes, insurance, and other expenses, it skyrockets to 4 million. 4 million? Gu Xian gasped, his breath becoming increasingly labored, and he began to feel uncomfortable seated in the car. "So what do you think? Is 4 million expensive or reasonable?" Dong Su inquired with a smirk. "That's undoubtedly exorbitant. 4 million is an amount I could never hope to earn in my lifetime," Gu Xian exclaimed, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Dong Su's smile widened, and he softly suggested, "How about this? Once the 100 days are over, I'll gift you this car. What do you say?" "What? Don't tease me." Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why would I deceive you? I, Dong Su, always keep my promises." However, Dong Su's tone shifted, causing Gu Xian's heart to race. "However what?" Gu Xian stammered. "Even if I give it to you, you might not be able to afford its upkeep. The annual costs for fuel, parking, washing, and regular maintenance add up to several $100,000, Dong Su explained. "That's far too expensive." "Never mind, I'll pass," Gu Xian said, retreating slightly. He was acutely aware of his own financial limitations. He understood the size of the vehicle he could manage. A modest electric car, costing only a few thousand, was far more enjoyable for him. At least it wouldn't make him dizzy and lack the myriad of additional expenses. After driving for half an hour, Gu Xian couldn't help but ask, "Where are you taking me?" Silence. "We shall arrive shortly," Dong Su replied mysteriously. Soon, the car entered a residential community. The area was lush with greenery, featuring artificial hills and fountains, with glowing pathways lining the streets. What intrigued Gu Xian even more was the lack of towering buildings, as the neighborhood was composed of quaint villas. Peering out the window with wide eyes, the car came to a halt in front of one such villa. "Get out. We have arrived," Dong Su instructed. As they stepped out, Dong Su stood prominently in front, while Gu Xian stealthily lingered behind him. "This will be our home for the next 100 days, Dong Su remarked, surveying the villa. In that instant, Gu Xian felt a gentle tug on his sleeve, and he heard a bright voice ask, "How much does this place cost?" "Not too pricey, really. It's over 500 square meters, with 4 floors, fully furnished, complete with an elevator and parking space. Just over 5 million, Dong Su replied, squinting as he mused. "You folks in Yang City have such low real estate prices." Gu Xian could scarcely articulate his astonishment. A house costing over 5 million and a car valued at 4 million. This was approaching a staggering 10 million. The last time he had been so close to such a sum was in his dreams. "Stop standing there in a daze, come along." The European neoclassical style exuded a radiant ambience, captivating Gu Xian's sparkling eyes as he curiously wandered through the residence. He explored the first floor, then ascended to the second, and after finishing there, he took the elevator down to the basement level, ultimately returning from the lower level. "How does it feel?" Dong Su inquired. "Absolutely fantastic," Gu Xian replied, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "This floor is even larger than my home, and the decor is stunning, resembling a castle." "Indeed," Dong Su responded, relishing the moment, for after all, the 10 million had been drawn from that golden card. Subsequently, Dong Su guided Gu Xian through the space, providing introductions along the way, until they entered a charmingly pink princess room. "Here, this is your room." Gu Xian's breath caught in his throat, his heart inexplicably skipping a beat. "Do you like it?" Dong Su asked with a smile. Gu Xian, snapping back to reality, shyly nodded in affirmation. "That's wonderful to hear. Additionally, your room is equipped with a computer. Tonight, I won't interfere. You can play or engage in whatever you desire," Dong Su declared before departing, as he had other matters to attend to. Gu Xian, meanwhile, was overwhelmed with joy. With the computer at his disposal and Dong Su's promise of freedom, he realized he could finally stream live tonight. Chapter 69. The 6th live broadcast. The virtue of adoring Lolis at 8 p.m. that evening. The system announced the live broadcast task. Ding! Today's live broadcast mission. Gain 1,000 followers and accumulate 10,000 yuan. Task reward. Technique, heart-stirring charm. Technique, heart-stirring charm. This ability allows the host to exert their extraordinary allure to briefly daunt the target. If the target possesses low mental fortitude, the duration of the daunt extends, but will not exceed 1 minute. Note, usage requires the host's mental energy and can only be invoked once per day. Xuan's eyes lit up. After 2 days of cursing the system, it finally revealed something worthwhile. This was clearly a self-defense technique. Should Dong Su bully him again, he could simply employ the heart-stirring charm to daze Dong Su and make his escape. The time was nearing, so he began to broadcast. LV18. Understand, enter the live room. LV34. Don't bully me, enter the live room. The number of viewers rapidly surged from a mere dozen to hundreds, eventually stabilizing around 1,000. LV34. Don't bully me. Xian, it has been 2 days. I miss you dearly. LV18. Jaden, have you had dinner yet? LV20. Lin Ziki. Good evening. Xian. As greetings filled the chat, Xuan chimed in. Good evening, my dears. Xian misses you all too. A gentle smile graced Xuan's lips, and a warm current surged within him. Broadcasting now brought him a sense of home, a comforting feeling. LV18. Understand. Xian, I lost 5 pounds in 3 days. You must commend me. Well done, understand. You're amazing. Xuan responded, making a heart gesture with his fingers and blowing a kiss, instantly melting the hearts of his viewers. LV18. Understand. I can't take it anymore. Xian is making me dizzy with cuteness. LV20. Lin Ziki. Wait a moment, understand. Have you all noticed that Xian's background has changed? Only then did the audience shift their attention to the backdrop behind Xuan. To their astonishment, his room was no longer the shabby, dim space it once was, but a bright, pastel room brimming with a youthful charm. Even the broadcast quality had significantly improved. LV18. Understand. I'm in awe. Gentle brother is quite capable. Is it only 2 days and the transformation is this swift? LV15. Heartbroken blank. Xian. You're truly being pampered. My heart aches even more. LV20. Lin Ziki. Blank. Think positively. At least Xian's life has improved. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Ah, while that is true, the thought of my beloved, pure Xian being taken advantage of by a vile man makes my heart ache. LV18. Understand. Agreed. LV20. Lin Ziki. You're taking it too hard, blank. Xuan understood. His face flushed as he hurriedly defended himself. No, absolutely not. I have never engaged in such activities with Wenro. We haven't even shared a kiss. LV52. Gentle as the sky enters the live stream. LV52. Gentle as the sky. Indeed, we have not done anything of the sort. We merely exchanged hugs and held hands. Dongsu was initially occupied with work when he heard his phone ring. Upon checking, he discovered Xuan was live streaming and coincidentally caught the words Xuan had just uttered. Consequently, a subtle smile graced his lips as he typed a response. As soon as his message appeared, the live stream fell into a hush, but this was merely the calm before the storm. The chat exploded. Some viewers vehemently accused Dong Su of pedophilia, expressing outrage over how he could take advantage of someone as innocent and tender as Xuan. Dong Su responded with a smile. LV52. Gentle as the sky. In truth, an attraction to lowly is often rooted in childhood loneliness. Enjoying the company of those who resemble children is both a form of personal redemption and an appreciation for lowless, which is why such individuals tend to possess a kind-hearted nature. The live stream fell silent once more, but one comment floated up. LV15. Genderbender rewards roommate. That's wonderful. I thought I was the only one. LV18. Understanding. Undoubtedly, it is indeed a gender bender. LV26. Mascot. They say those who are lowly lovers should be executed. Could they at least opt for the smallest caliber bullet during execution? Crying. JPG. LV15. Heartbroken. I could arrange for you a nuclear warhead of the smallest caliber. LV24. Old 6. I still suggest serving as a close observer during the nuclear detonation. The live stream erupted with laughter. Yet, the tirade against Dong Su was far from over. Others criticized him for being indifferent to societal responsibilities, prioritizing personal relationships over national duty. Dong Su raised an eyebrow and retorted, LV52, gentle as the sky. I pay several tens of millions in taxes each year. Not a penny less. How dare you accuse me of being unkind due to wealth? Perhaps you should first check if you even meet the tax threshold yourself. LV34. Do not bully me. While many may disapprove of Xuan having a boyfriend, we cannot impose moral obligations forcefully. Managing to pay taxes is already quite impressive. LV19. Old 6. Though that may be the case, we ultimately succumb to capital. LV20. Lin Ziki. I must admit, this is genuine capital. LV18. Understanding. There is no denying it. When Ro has shown considerable restraint by not flaunting their relationship in front of us. The live stream sparked another round of discussions. While Dong Su found himself somewhat overwhelmed, hastily sending a few gifts before making his exit. Do not inquire why he preferred sending gifts rather than directly transferring money to Gu Xian. Gifting can enhance streaming visibility, providing greater exposure that would enable Gu Xian to grow his audience more swiftly. With an increase in viewership, Gu Xian would undoubtedly be elated. A small sum of money was inconsequential. Nonetheless, before departing for work, Dong Su sent Gu Xian a message. Gu Xian opened his phone to see. The gentle sky pales in comparison to you. I have connected you with a modeling instructor who will teach you how to perfect your walk. Shortly, you will engage in a live challenge with him. By the way, his name is Cat Master, so do not forget. After sending the message, Dong Su went to work. Meanwhile, Gu Xian, with Cat Master's name lingering on his lips, promptly searched for it on his phone. Instantly, a particularly striking image of a divine and demonic figure appeared before him, accompanied by an unequivocal 4-character mantra. Gu Xian's lips twitched. This modeling instructor seemed rather abstract. Chapter 70. The Unintentional Absence of Underwear by Gu Xiaoxian. When Master Cat instructs boys, he adopts a playful demeanor, while with girls, he assumes a more elevated expression. But how does he present himself when teaching a young lad like Gu Xian from the southern Liang? With a sense of leisure and no pressing matters at hand. Gu Xian heeded Dong Su's suggestion. Beep. Connection successful. Host Xuan is not a weakling versus host Master Cat. The live stream split into two halves, with Gu Xian quietly seated on the left and a rather handsome, well-built middle-aged man occupying the right side. As the two hosts met, neither spoke, causing an uproar in the chat room. The comments flooded in. LV18. Understand, wow. Xiaoxian actually connected with Master Cat. LV12. Dawn. Can someone enlighten me on who Master Cat is? I haven't seen much of him lately. Dizzy. JPG. LV20. Lin Ziki. Let me summarize. Master Cat holds a status in the modeling world akin to that of Bald Chong in the lumber industry. He is now a renowned figure in the global modeling and fashion scene. LV18. Understand. So, does Master Cat go to cat cafes to unwind? LV20. Lin Ziki, undoubtedly. LV15. Gender swap rewards roommate. Does Master Cat use cat litter in the restroom? LV20. Lin Ziki, without a doubt. LV26. Mascot. Master Cat ISNT for sale. He exists solely to tempt. LV20. Lin Ziki, no question about it. LV18. Understand. Master Cat is unbothered by troubles. Doesn't he invite issues, and is indifferent to both their presence and absence. LV6. Xian. So, has he arrived or not? LV18. Understand. Indeed. LV18. Jaden. I'm the one selling underwear downstairs for Master Cat, and I've already secured a Cadillac with cash. LV15. Heartbroken. That sounds quite profitable. Clearing his throat, Gu Xian waved and greeted, Hello, Master Cat. At that moment, Master Cat, smiling, was about to respond when a gift effect suddenly appeared on his face. A special effect gift. A cat face mask. Master Cat's greeting was abruptly cut off. And then, with a broad grin revealing his pearly white teeth, he displayed a rather amusing appearance reminiscent of a pair of triangular underwear. Image in the comments. Gu Xian's expression was one of astonishment. Time seemed to freeze as Gu Xian's lips quivered uncontrollably. Despite his efforts to suppress laughter, he burst into a fit of giggles, quickly covering his mouth and apologizing. "Ah, I'm sorry. It's nothing." Master Cat chuckled warmly, waving dismissively, unconcerned. "Someone briefed me beforehand. Today I will teach you how to stand and walk in place like a cat. Please rise." Master Cat stood, and Gu Xian promptly followed suit. "Now, let me observe how you typically stand." After Master Cat finished speaking, he quietly scrutinized Gu Xian's posture and then slowly remarked, "Your stance is inadequate, far too languid. It appears devoid of vitality. Prolonged standing in such a manner could lead to postural issues." "Is it truly that severe?" Gu Xian inquired. Master Cat nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Poor posture can result in a forward-leaning neck, thick calves, and inwardly turned knees, among other complications. Allow me to demonstrate how to stand correctly." Master Cat positioned his feet shoulder-width apart, arms hanging naturally. At that moment, a straight line could be drawn from his earlobe, shoulder peak, pelvis to the midfoot, standing effortlessly and radiating vibrancy. Gu Xian attempted to emulate the stance, but was promptly corrected by Master Cat. "Lift your head, straighten your chest, and present yourself with more confidence." Gu Xian adjusted his demeanor slightly, raising his chin and puffing out his chest, but as he did so, the viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in astonishment. LV18. Understanding, I really want to ask, Gu Xian, did you forget to wear a top? LV20. Lin Ziki. I've noticed two glaring oversights. LV6. Xian, huh? What oversights? LV20. Lin Ziki. It's a bit awkward to mention, but you might want to pay attention to what is happening in front of Gu Xian. Some bewildered viewers directed their attention to Gu Xian's chest and were left astounded. Wow, two peaks. It was rather revealing. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Gu Xian. I now feel as though countless green hats are perched upon my head. Even Master Cat sensed something amiss. His brow furrowed, and he cleared his throat, stating, Gu Xian, perhaps you should adjust your attire. Gu Xian, with a quizzical expression, looked down and saw nothing inappropriate. The dress was the same, securely covering everything. So what was the issue? However, upon glancing at the live stream comments, the chorus of messages urged, Gu Xian, go put on a top. Gu Xian was taken aback, turned around, and puffed out his chest once more. Then, oh! Gu Xian shrieked. The viewers only saw Gu Xian's cheeks flush crimson as he leaned closer to the screen. Subsequently, both the camera and microphone were turned off. The live stream fell into silence, only for a comment to emerge. LV18. Jaden. Honestly, I must admit, even if Gu Xian is a boy, I find this quite captivating. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Pervert. Stay away from Gu Xian. LV20. Lin Ziki. I envy not the lovebirds nor the heavens, but I long for gentle giant every day. LV18. Understanding. How frustrating. We can only watch, while gentle giant not only sees but can even touch. It's truly infuriating. Meanwhile, Gu Xian gritted his teeth. System, why didn't you inform me that not wearing a top would be revealing? Ha ha ha, silly host. You've always gone without a top. I assumed you didn't mind, the system's youthful voice explained with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Gu Xian was filled with indignation. During summer, I wore short-sleeved shirts, and in winter, I donned a padded coat. I've never worn a top. How could I possibly know it would be revealing? The system took out the red lingerie and placed it on the bed. Oh dear, host, do not hesitate. Put on quickly. I assure you that once you wear it, you will yearn to don it every day, and you will never forget this sensation. Gu Xian sighed as he lifted the garment, but suddenly he froze and exclaimed, Wait a minute. The system, puzzled, inquired, What is it, host? If I wear a skirt, it will expose me. Won't Wenru be able to see? Oh, you mean that? Fear not, host. You have long been seen by Wenru, the system explained. Remember when you were playing billiards? When you bent down, Wenru had a clear view. Even if you stood straight, at his height, he could see everything with ease. Gu Xian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly fainting. Yet he mustered his last breath, indignantly saying, Why didn't you tell me sooner? To his surprise, the system's tone shifted to one of lamentation. Host, how can you blame me? I have been recommending you wear lingerie daily. It is you who have chosen not to wear it. Am I at fault? Then, with a chuckle, the system continued. I initially thought this was your little quirk, enjoying to reveal a bit to others. Is this your secret to fostering a good relationship with Wenru? A rush of heat surged to Gu Xian's head as he collapsed onto the bed. Chapter 71. The charismatic Gu Xian, beautiful and kind-hearted with a sweet voice host. This style is quite appealing. Upon uttering these words, the red lingerie transformed into a blue bikini. Gu Xian's cheeks flushed as he gestured in front of his chest. The little orange seemed to be squished into a cute bun, creating a significantly more pronounced visual effect. Fair and tender, it looked lovely. Ah, no, this won't do. Let's try another, he exclaimed. I merely wish to cover up. Why would I wear a bikini? To benefit others? Gu Xian blushed, hastily shaking his head. All right, let us switch it up. The bikini morphed into a matcha-colored bra. Gu Xian examined it thoughtfully and remarked, this one is a bit better than the last. But after all, I am a boy. Let us try something else. Very well. The bra transformed once more, ultimately becoming a flesh-colored tank top. Gu Xian nodded in approval and swiftly donned the tank top. After a moment of reflection, he murmured, it feels akin to wearing a short sleeve, quite comfortable. Of course, just consider who provided it. The system's little lowly interjected with a hint of pride. Understood. Gu Xian responded and quickly put on a skirt, adjusting his posture. Noticing that the protrusion was less prominent, he let out a sigh of relief. As the camera and microphone activated, the blush on Gu Xian's face lingered. I'm back, he announced. Good. Let us resume our previous lesson. The cat master stood up and reiterated the instructions for Gu Xian. This time, there were no interruptions. Gu Xian was earnest in his efforts and soon corrected his stance. Noticing Gu Xian's swift comprehension, the cat master's lips curved slightly upward. All right, let me demonstrate the stationary catwalk. Gu Xian nodded, his gaze fixated on the cat master. Now music. With a snap of his fingers, music began to play. The cat master's expression became serious. His body swayed rhythmically while his upper body remained nearly still. The earnest demeanor combined with the distinctive melody created an irresistible allure. Gu Xian's expression was one of astonishment. Oh, is he really going to teach me this? After the demonstration, the cat master took a deep breath and explained with a smile, Little Xian, the stationary catwalk is a warm-up exercise that effectively coordinates multiple muscle groups and improves pelvic alignment and blood circulation. For girls, it enhances hip movement and body coordination, which is beneficial for dancing in the future. In short, it has numerous advantages. Gu Xian's expression shifted, and he nodded seriously. However, after a moment's hesitation, he slowly clarified, Cat Master, I am a boy. Please do not mistake me for a girl. I am aware. Lord Cat maintained his gentle smile as he continued. Xiao Xian, we live in a world that judges by appearances. People are naturally drawn to beauty, showing more favor and leniency towards those blessed with good looks. I hope you come to understand this truth soon. Gu Xian froze momentarily, for no one had ever spoken to him so candidly before. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and quipped with practiced charm. I think Lord Cat is incredibly handsome, especially his refined and elegant demeanor. It's truly captivating. Undoubtedly. Lord Cat responded in kind, his tone dryly amused. The two locked eyes for a brief moment before bursting into laughter, unable to contain themselves. The livestream chat erupted in a flurry of messages as viewers reveled in their mirth. LV18. Understanding. Lord Cat speaks the truth. Before meeting Xiao Xian, I was certain I was straight. But now, having someone as sweet and delicate as him as a partner doesn't sound half bad. LV20. Lin Ziki, love transcends gender. But so can the police through your front door. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Technically, liking delicate boys like Xiao Xian isn't homosexuality. You're drawn to their soft, effeminate charm, not their gender. So no, it doesn't count. LV18. Understanding, fascinating point. Even if a conventionally handsome man stood before me, I'd feel nothing, perhaps even aversion. But if it were Xiao Xian, I'd be drooling. LV15. Heartbroken blank, pervert. LV20. Lin Ziki blank by that logic if girls like Xiao Xian wouldn't that make them lesbians? He has practically an adorable little girl in appearance. LV15. Heartbroken blank. No, no, no. Liking Xiao Xian doesn't make me a lesbian. I just want to play 4i with him. To have him beneath me, teary-eyed and whimpering, calling me big sister as I tease him. LV20. Lin Ziki, at this point. You should just change your username to Fantasy Queen Blank. The delusions are strong with this one. Meanwhile, Shizi, watching from behind her screen, perked up and slapped her thigh in excitement. Brilliant idea. If Xiao Xian and I got together, he could wear cute skirts every day, chasing after me, calling me sister. A dreamy bubble formed above her head as she envisioned it. She would take Xiao Xian by the hand, guiding him through the mysteries of life and the cosmos. His cheeks would flush pink, his delicate frame exuding a fragrance as sweet as white chocolate. Then, with starry eyes and slightly parted lips, he'd whisper, "Sister Shizi, be gentle, okay? I'm scared it LL hurt." She'd play coy, but her body would betray her eagerness. Firm yet tender, commanding yet yielding, she'd have him at her mercy, reducing him to breathless, fragmented whimpers until even the strength to moan deserted him. If that day were to truly arrive, the particle felt she would be the happiest person in the world, and Xiao Xian would also be the most contented Xiao Xian in existence. Chapter 72. The size of the gun and the size of the bullet. Such an obvious principle as the enchanting melody resonated. Gu Xian swayed his hips in rhythm, wearing an expression of earnest concentration. One could only describe him as both adorable and innocent, embodying a natural charm that radiated an irresistible allure at every moment. LV18. Understanding. Oh no, the way Xiao Xian swayed was simply captivating. LV20. Lin Ziki, I apologize. LV18. Jaden. I believe one should not appear this desperate. LV20. Lin Ziki. I understand that a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet, but at least it quenches thirst. Just watching Xiao Xian move has me feeling rather excited. LV18. Understanding. If one is lacking vitality, so be it. We are brothers. No one will mock you. LV15. Heartbroken blank. I have 5 fingers on one hand, yet after being with Xiao Xian, it feels as though only 2 remain. LV18. Understanding. I detest a life of instant comprehension. LV20. Lin Ziki. Compared to blank sister, I ultimately fall short. LV6. Xian. 2 fingers? Are we still comparing? This feels rather strange. LV16. Serene dream. Fool. Think elsewhere. LV6. Xian. Think elsewhere? What do you mean? What does it signify that being with Xiao Xian leaves me with only 2 fingers? Where are the other 3? LV26. Mascot. Just a thought they might be in the exhaust port. LV6. Xian. I think I might be beginning to understand. LV18. Jaden. Blank's sister possesses extraordinary powers. If Xiao Xian were to fall in her hands, he would surely suffer greatly. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Could it not be a blessing? I am very gentle. If Xiao Xian were with me, I guarantee he would be happier than anyone else. LV20. Lin Ziki. I believe the 5.56 caliber barrel is merely that large. Even with thermal expansion, it cannot accommodate the 7.62 bullet. Thus, I contend that a 7.62 bullet cannot fit into a 5.56 firearm. LV15. Heartbroken blank. How would we know without trying? What if the firearm Xiao Xian possesses is one that can transform, capable of adapting for combat? In that case, I believe a 5.56 gun could potentially withstand a 7.62 bullet. LV18. Understanding. The crux is, Xiao Xian might not be equipped with a 5.56 firearm, but rather a 45. If a 7.62 bullet were inserted, it would surely explode. LV6. Xian. Why do I feel as if they have engaged in a cryptic conversation? I cannot comprehend what they are discussing. LV18. Understanding. Study diligently, and you shall understand when you grow up. LV6. Xian, no. If I do not clarify this tonight, I surely will not be able to sleep. LV20. Lin Ziki. Allow me to clarify. We are discussing the type of firearm Xiao Xian is equipped with and what caliber of bullet it can accommodate. I believe that the firearm equipped by Xiao Xian is categorized as a small weapon and should be paired with 45 caliber ammunition. However, the blank girl asserts that Xiao Xian possesses a unique physique, allowing her to accommodate 7.62 caliber bullets. Xian, bewildered, expresses her confusion. The blank girl then suggests that if we were to equate bullet calibers to fingers, with 45 representing one finger, it would become clearer. Xian seems to grasp the concept, exclaiming that entering the live stream feels akin to jumping into the Yellow River, impossible to cleanse away the confusion. After a musical interlude, Xuan has made considerable progress, demonstrating notable talent, much to the delight of Cat Master, who applauds her efforts. Xuan humbly attributes her progress to Cat Master's guidance, offering a respectful bow in gratitude. Following this, Cat Master bids farewell, disconnecting the live stream. As the broadcast returns to its regular state, Xuan, blushing, shyly implores the audience not to spread rumors about her not wearing a bra. The system falls silent, and even a newly entered Dong Su is momentarily taken aback. Dong Su, a childhood friend entrusted with company matters, finds himself frustrated by his brother's unreliability in handling significant issues. After finishing his tasks and hiring additional chefs and caretakers, he hoped to unwind by watching Xuan's livestream. However, upon entering, he is met with her innocent declaration, leaving him bewildered about the earlier events. The system's voice chimes in, expressing concern over Xuan's blunder, emphasizing that had it not been for the system's intervention, her statement might have led to the live stream's termination. Xuan, covering her mouth, displays a blend of panic and regret in her clear eyes. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupts with commentary regarding her perceived naivety. Some viewers suggest that her innocent demeanor adds to her charm, while others caution her to be more mindful of her words, urging her to think before speaking. LV15, Gender Transformation Reward for Roommate. Originally, everyone was tacitly aware, and this matter was supposed to pass. Yet Xian brought it up, truly a fool. After receiving a stern reprimand from the system, Xuan blushed, lowered his head, and apologized. I'm sorry. I will correct my behavior moving forward, and such situations will not occur again. LV42. Shizi. It's all right. No need to apologize. Everyone understands Xian's intentions. The live room is filled with familiar faces, and as long as we are aware, there is no need for gossip. Besides, spreading such matters is rather meaningless. Upon hearing Sister Shizi's words of reassurance, Xuan immediately cast a grateful glance. However, just as he opened his mouth to express his gratitude, his phone vibrated. Xuan, puzzled, took out his phone to read the message. The gentle one in the sky is not as tender as you. In the broadcast, come to my study. It's over. The broadcast cannot continue. Chapter 73. Is Lugu Pavilion equivalent to petting a puppy? Xuan was reluctant to end the broadcast prematurely. He still wished to prolong it a bit longer. Thus, he discreetly typed, I apologize. May I continue to stream for a little while longer? I'll count to 3. Don't wait for me to seek you out. Although it was not a voice message, Xuan could still perceive the palpable chill in Dong Su's tone. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. Yet after a brief moment of contemplation, Xuan reluctantly stated, I'm sorry, dear viewers, but I have a matter to attend to, so we must conclude the stream here. A flurry of question marks erupted in the chat. LV15, heartbroken blank. LV6, Xian, huh? What's going on? It's not even time yet. Why is it ending so soon? LV18, understanding. I suspect it's related to Gentle Master. As Xuan glanced at his phone before announcing the end of the stream. LV20, Lin Ziki, it's likely because of Gentle Master. Xuan quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining, it's not due to Gentle Gidge, it's just that I'm not feeling well. However, his explanation came across as feeble and unconvincing. His attempts at clarification only heightened the viewer's suspicions that Dong Su had coerced Xuan into ending the broadcast. After all, just moments before, Xuan had been playfully practicing his catwalk, and now he suddenly claimed to be unwell. Such a drastic change in demeanor was hard to believe. Gritting his teeth, Xuan uttered a simple apology before abruptly shutting off the stream. Yet, he now had to confront Dong Su. What was the reason for his abrupt interruption? On what grounds did he prevent Xuan from continuing? Hadn't he done anything wrong? Xuan puffed up his cheeks, harboring resentment within. The sound of footsteps approached, followed by the creak of the door as Xuan entered. Before he could steady himself, he blurted, Why did you make me in the stream so early? I hadn't done anything at all. Dong Su glanced up momentarily, his gaze landing on Xuan, and replied coolly, "Come here." Yet, Dong Su's nonchalant demeanor only stoked the flames of Xuan's indignation. Thus, he retorted with irritation, "Fine, I'm coming." With that, he obediently walked over to Dong Su's side. It was no joke. While Xuan may have appeared foolish, he was not without wit. The setting was secluded with excellent soundproofing, and they were the only two occupants in the building. If he provoked Dong Su too much, there was a risk of becoming a punching bag for his frustrations. Dong Su was quite tall. Even while seated, he could easily reach Xuan's head. He reached out, ruffling Xuan's hair, causing the neatly styled blue locks to become disheveled. Xuan made no attempt to evade the gesture. He bit his lip and inquired, "Did you summon me merely to tousle my hair? Like petting a puppy? Is it comfortable?" Dong Su asked suddenly. Xuan's lips twitched. What would happen if I said it was uncomfortable? It would turn into this. Dong Su narrowed his eyes, curling his fingers as if to mimic flicking Xuan's forehead. Xuan. Some individuals are truly insufferable, presenting two paths before him, yet obstructing one right in his face. What more could he possibly say? "It's comfortable, all right?" With a sense of helplessness, Xuan shook his head and retorted, "Do not divert the topic. You have yet to explain why you want me to end the live stream." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Su stood up, his towering figure casting a shadow over Xuan, obscuring him from the light. Xuan swallowed hard, feeling his confidence wane. What would he do? Dong Su stood at 185 centimeters, while Xuan was merely 158 centimeters, their physiques starkly contrasting. Dong Su's broad shoulders were in an entirely different league from Xuan's. Dong Su remained silent, lowering his gaze to scrutinize Xuan's attire, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he asked softly, "When did you put that on?" "What?" Xuan replied, perplexed, but followed Dong Su's line of sight and gasped, hastily covering his chest. "Pervert, don't you have anything better to do than stare at me? I'm very shy." His face flushed with embarrassment, he scolded indignantly. The earlier words of the system echoed in his mind. In truth, the gentle giant has always been able to see. Xuan's face reddened further as he chastised. "You are such a scoundrel. You could see it all along. Why didn't you tell me?" However, Dong Su shook his head, the smile on his lips growing more pronounced. "I thought perhaps you intended to enhance our relationship by revealing some skin. Besides, even if you were wearing it, I would still be able to see. With my height advantage, a mere glance downwards would suffice. Even if you wore it, the view would merely be less clear. This conversation cannot continue. If we keep this up, Xuan might faint right here. Let us cease the jesting and address the matter at hand." Dong Su cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Yet the words that followed left Xuan wide-eyed in astonishment. "I apologize." "What?" Xuan was taken aback, disbelief painting his features. Did Dong Su just apologize? Was this man, known for his commanding presence, truly capable of such humility? Was this merely another form of reprimanding him? Xuan's heart raced, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. But Dong Su continued, "I overlooked it. I have been preoccupied with work and neglected to remind you that you were not wearing a proper undergarment. Thus, your embarrassment is partly my responsibility. It is for this reason that I extend my apologies." Dong Su's expression conveyed sincerity. He regarded himself as somewhat rigid, believing in clear distinctions between right and wrong. Xuan's embarrassment reflected poorly on him, akin to donning a green hat, a mark of shame. However, upon reflection, he realized that his failure to adequately remind Xuan contributed to the situation. As for the earlier incident where he had grasped Xuan's neck, Dong Su could not fathom why he had lost control in that moment. Since then, he had contemplated ways to make amends, ultimately deciding to gift Xuan a diamond ring. Xuan fell silent, taken aback by Dong Su's explanation, perceiving it as an attempt to salvage his favorable impression of him. However, Xuan was reluctant to accept his goodwill. After all, Dong Su had never faced the tangible threat of death. Why should a mere, airy apology suffice to mend the tenuous bond between them? Thus, Xuan quietly spoke. "It is my own folly. I simply forgot to wear my undergarments." It is of no concern to you, and therefore, no need for apologies. Gu Xian was distancing himself from Dong Su. Their relationship had always been that of transient acquaintances, yet Dong Su's financial might had forcibly intertwined their fates. Dong Su furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment. After a moment of silence, Gu Xian inquired, "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave." Dong Su remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. Consequently, Gu Xian began to withdraw, but then wait. Dong Su's voice echoed behind him. Gu Xian halted his steps and turned to ask, "What is it? Is there more to discuss? At home, you may dress as you please, but whether for streaming or outings, be sure to wear your undergarments properly, whether in a dress or casual attire." Upon finishing, Dong Su wore a slight smirk and added, "Moreover, that little tank top is rather juvenile. How old are you to still be wearing such childish garments?" Gu Xian found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 74. Interactions with Sister Shizi. Now, this is what a normal romance looks like. In this chapter, cherish it while you can, cough cough. Farewell. Gu Xian has decided to leave. Remaining any longer might lead to unforeseen consequences. After a gentle moment with Xian Dan, it's nearly 10 o'clock. How can I possibly go live now? Ah, how exasperating. Gu Xian leapt onto the bed, using the pillow as a stand-in for Dong Su, delivering 2 punches to it. Yet the pillow was soft and squishy, leaving him feeling utterly powerless. Disheartened, Gu Xian collapsed onto the bed, clutching the blanket, and lamented, "Ah, after today, there are still 98 days left? Why does time seem to crawl? Being with him is pure torment. Furthermore, I only streamed for an hour today, accomplishing nothing before signing off. How infuriating." At that moment, the voice of the system's little girl echoed in his mind. "Host, do not panic. At least you have completed today's streaming task." Gu Xian, puzzled, replied, I can understand the gift requirements, since when Ro is generously offering support. But what about the fan requirements? Surely those were not fulfilled? I only streamed for an hour." The system clarified. Indeed, Mastercat has recently garnered immense viewership, reaching upwards of 100,000 in a single stream. Your collaboration with Mastercat has drawn considerable attention to you. Particularly during your joint broadcast, your viewer count peaked at over 5,000, resulting in an increase of over 2,000 followers, thus naturally fulfilling the streaming task. Gu Xian opened his mouth, about to speak, when the system continued, ding. The streaming task has been completed. Rewards are now being issued. Skill, Tong Technique, Heart-Stirring Capture. Tong Technique, Heart-Stirring Capture. This skill utilizes the host's extraordinary charm and mental strength to temporarily intimidate a target. If the target possesses lower mental fortitude, the intimidation duration will be extended, but will not exceed 1 minute. A helpful little reminder from the system. This skill has additional uses, and we look forward to the host development of it. Note: usage requires the host's mental energy and may only be employed once per day. Note: this skill can be upgraded. A flicker of joy crossed Gu Xian's brow. The reward was secured. If Dong Su dares to bully him again, he shall unleash the Tong Technique and show him a thing or two. If the intimidation lasts longer, he would retaliate in kind, seizing the moment to play with his yo-yo. If the intimidation duration is brief, he would simply continue with his yo-yo. As for the other uses, Gu Xian did not need to ponder deeply. What more could the mischievous system possibly concoct? It was likely intended for those moments to activate the Tong Technique, a classic time-stopping scenario, which could be quite delightful. Overall, Gu Xian was quite pleased with this skill. However, after a moment of reflection, he smacked his forehead. Oh, right. Wasn't it said that the 3rd talent slot was about to be unlocked? Having completed this streaming task, it should now be available. Indeed, host. The 3rd talent slot has been unlocked, and the talent, Fate Dice, Purple, has been equipped, the system explained. Gu Xian had begun to examine the introduction of the Fate Dice. The Fate Dice, Purple. Each day, one has the opportunity to roll the dice, which allows one to foresee the fortunes and misfortunes of the day. A result of 1 to 3 indicates misfortune, while 4 to 6 signifies good fortune. Gu Xian felt a bit bewildered. This talent, while seemingly useless, does possess a certain value. Its classification as a purple-level ability is quite fitting. However, the question remained, is it accurate? At that moment, The system spoke. Host. Fate is ephemeral and intangible. It exists for those who believe and remains elusive for those who do not. The course of events is determined by one's own actions. One must not overly concern themselves with the daily points. Yes, I understand, Xuan replied, but I still need to roll once to see the process. With that, he closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to gradually descend into the system interface. Within the interface, on the talent list, a dice icon became increasingly vivid in his mind. As Xuan observed, a die began to rise slowly in the dim recesses of his mind. Its exterior a lustrous bronze, etched with swirling cloud and thunder patterns, marred by dark red rust. He swallowed hard, a single word echoing in his mind: mysterious. The oppressive aura of this purple talent was far stronger than that of the two golden talents. The golden talents felt more like passive enhancements, whereas this purple talent resembled an active skill. Let me test this and see whether today brings fortune or misfortune, Xuan exclaimed with excitement, and he lightly tapped the die icon on the system interface. Instantly, the die began to spin rapidly, accompanied by the sound of wind and rain, as the mental landscape shifted dramatically. Finally, with a resounding thud, the die landed. The number on top gleamed with a golden light. Points: 4. Fortune: minor blessing. Description: suitable for going out, exercising, chatting, and romantic pursuits. Reward attribute: charm increased by 10 until dawn the following day. This multiplication is in the multiplicative zone. Note: trust in science and do not succumb to superstition. Xuan was momentarily stunned, but soon felt subtle changes within himself. He glanced in the mirror and sensed an enhancement in his allure. A gentle smile at his reflection transformed the image of the charming figure into an arrow that pierced directly into his heart. How adorably captivating! Yet, Xuan was puzzled. System, did you not say that belief brings existence while doubt leads to absence? Why then are the reward attributes of the fate dice tangible? Confidential, the system replied mysteriously. In truth, the system was also secretly apprehensive. The fate dice talent was immensely powerful, with vast potential for growth. This ability transformed the intangible essence of fate into attributes that could be bestowed upon oneself. If a minor blessing was indicated, it was manageable. However, if a major blessing was revealed, the attribute enhancements would be explosive and luck would soar. Conversely, should a major misfortune be indicated, the attribute decay could be severe, possibly leading to unfavorable outcomes. Thus, if fortune is revealed, one may enjoy the enhancements in peace. If misfortune is detected, it should be regarded with skepticism, as daily dice rolling could incite unnecessary anxiety. Upon hearing the system's words, Xuan, although curious, refrained from further inquiries. He understood the principle of moderation. Moreover, why ponder excessively? It is far more vital to live each day joyfully. However, alone in his room, Xuan inevitably felt a tinge of boredom. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, until he finally sighed, "I really wish to chat with Sister Shizi." With a slight movement of his legs, he wrapped himself in the blanket, imagining that what he held close was none other than Sister Shizi. Sister Shizi, the elder sister, fragrant, warm in embrace, so soft. He rubbed his cheek against the down comforter, chuckling softly, murmuring to himself. Yet, it still lacked a certain sensation. Xuan rose, tousled his unruly hair, and promptly initiated a video call to Shizi. The dice had declared today suitable for conversation, perfect for romance. So, let us chat with Sister Shizi and embark on this romantic journey. Beep, beep. Hello, Xuan. The video call connected, and Shizi's delicate, fair face filled the screen, while Xuan distinctly noticed the surprise in her eyes. Good evening, Sister Xuan greeted with a sweet smile. The night feels rather off without you, Xuan, Shizi said, her expression serious. Yet her words made Xuan blush. Sister, what are you saying? Xuan playfully pouted, and a smile broke across Shizi's charming face. Just teasing you. But, Xuan, when you don't call me, I can't help but think about you constantly. Shizi's voice carried a hint of sorrow, seemingly chiding Xuan for his lack of attention. Xuan straightened up, hastily explaining, I'm sorry, sister. Xiao Xian misses you dearly. You reside in my heart. I think of you during the day and at night. Yet after much contemplation, I find that nothing compares to a call with you. After his explanation, Gu Xian lowered his head, shyly adding, after all, you are so beautiful in my heart. You are like a fairy. No, you are a fairy. I adore Sister Shizi, the fairy. Upon finishing, the blush on Gu Xian's face deepened. Shizi, elated, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Oh my Xiao Xian, your words are truly sweet. Who taught you such flattery?" Gu Xian's smile faltered slightly. He had learned those words while serving as a restaurant mascot. Back then, the proprietress had taught him how to speak sweetly, believing that charming words, paired with his adorable and delicate appearance, would delight customers, prompting generous tips and encouraging them to return. However, now he felt unable to express himself in such a manner. Gu Xian took a discreet breath, allowing a sweet smile to return to his face. "Sister, I'm simply speaking the truth, not intentionally flattering you. Please don't overthink it." Gu Xian's secret technique. First skill, the art of subtlety. How potent is this sweet boy's subtlety against a beautiful girl from the Northeast? In any case, Shizi found it utterly irresistible. "Oh my, Xiao Xian, I truly cherish you. Such an adorable and charming presence, with a voice so melodious." Shizi's gaze was fervent, as if she wished to bore a hole through Gu Xian. It is no wonder that Shizi harbored such deep affection for Gu Xian, who was currently an extraordinary gem with a score of 97, coupled with an endearing demeanor that endeared him to all. The fortunate blessings of fate and Gu Xian's sweet talking only serve to elevate Shizi's already profound admiration to new heights. If the scale of affection were to total 100, Shizi's affection for Gu Xian undoubtedly surpassed 90. Gu Xian felt a tad bashful under her intense gaze, offering a shy smile as he softly remarked, "Sister, please don't stare at me like that. I'm quite shy." Shizi remained silent, continuing to gaze at Gu Xian for a moment before she softly inquired, "Little Xian, you are so gentle. It makes you susceptible to being bullied. Come, tell me, has Monroe been unkind to you these past few days?" Gu Xian paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Not at all." "Really?" Shizi asked, her tone tinged with skepticism. "Indeed, he even bought me a ring." Gu Xian cheerfully displayed his left hand, where a dazzling diamond ring sparkled. The ring was indeed beautiful. It was a token of compensation for an incident where Gu Xian had nearly suffocated. After a long silence, Shizi fixed her gaze on Gu Xian's eyes and asked, "Was this ring given to you by him?" "Yes." "What is the matter?" Gu Xian replied, puzzled. However, as the words left his lips, Gu Xian could see Shizi visibly relax. Then, Shizi continued, "Little Xian, you do not comprehend the significance of wearing a ring. A ring on the left ring finger signifies marriage. The middle finger indicates engagement, and the index finger denotes being single. You are currently unmarried, so it should be worn on the index finger. Yet, Monroe placed it on your ring finger, which suggests ulterior motives." Shizi's voice carried a hint of anger. Gu Xian, pure and innocent, had not yet wed Monroe, yet he had placed the diamond ring on Gu Xian's ring finger. What did he take Gu Xian for? At that moment, Gu Xian's expression grew increasingly rigid as the implications of ring-wearing dawned upon him. However, the diamond ring was on his ring finger, placed there by Dong Su. Did this mean that in Dong Su's eyes he was akin to a wife? Yet how could one treat their spouse so poorly? No, this must be a display of possession. Rather than a wife, he was more like a plaything to Dong Su, and the diamond ring was merely a mark of ownership. Despite holding on to the notion that Dong Su was a stranger, Gu Xian felt an ache within, a subtle heartache. Observing Gu Xian's somber demeanor, Shizi unleashed a torrent of curses upon Dong Su, employing every expletive imaginable, even invoking his ancestors. Gu Xian was taken aback, his gaze towards Shizi shifting. A woman from northeast China. Her fighting spirit was formidable. Shizi found relief in her tirade, while Gu Xian's face flushed crimson, ultimately joining her in the cursing of Dong Su. It was merely that Shizi's voice was loud, while Gu Xian's was soft. "Little Xian, that Monroe is a scoundrel. Indeed, a complete scoundrel," Gu Xian affirmed earnestly. "This tenderness is nothing short of foolishness." "Yes, indeed, foolishness." Gu Xian nodded. "Just a feeble man." "No, wait, that is not quite right. He doesn't seem feeble. Gu Xian retracted his neck, attempting to clarify. Little Xian, have you experienced this? Could it be that he has laid his hands on you? ZZ's expression suddenly took on a dangerous edge. Gu Xian waved his hand, hurriedly explaining. Not at all. He wouldn't dare to touch me. Besides, I'm a boy, and he is also a boy. He has no interest in me. It's just that he possesses an admirable physique with well-defined muscles, so logically speaking, he shouldn't be considered feeble. A spark of insight flickered in ZZ's beautiful eyes. Oh, by that reasoning, little Xian must be the feeble one then. Gu Xian wished to slap himself. What nonsense am I uttering? I've revealed my own feebleness. However, sister, if little Xian is indeed feeble, would you still like him? Gu Xian's delicate lips trembled, feeling a surge of nervousness. Yet, ZZ's response was unexpected. What's the big deal? With medical technology so advanced, any problem can be addressed. If worst comes to worst, we simply want to have children. After saying this, ZZ playfully winked. Gu Xuan, with his slightly pursed lips, felt a warm current flow through his heart. This is what it feels like to be in love. Gu Xian's room was adorned with flamboyant decor. He had never contemplated why Dong Su would grant him such an ostentatious room. Or perhaps he merely assumed Dong Su was attentive to his preferences. However, at the computer desk, beneath the mirror, in the bathroom mirror, and even within the bedside sockets, there were several inconspicuous objects emanating a faint red glow. Chapter 75. Hurling Straight Balls. It's you that I'm teasing. Sister, thank you for not despising me. Xiao Xian is at a loss for words. Gu Xian slightly parted her lips, her eyes filled with gratitude. However, the words that escaped Gu Xian's lips stirred a pang of sympathy in ZZ's heart. She wished to see Gu Xian smile, to lift the shadows that clouded her spirit. Thus, with a quivering voice, ZZ said, Xiao Xian, please refrain from speaking of disdain. Encountering you is my greatest fortune. Gu Xian momentarily froze, a bittersweet sensation flooding her heart. ZZ then urged, Xiao Xian, lift your head and be still. Good. Now smile for me. Gu Xian's lips curled upwards, obediently revealing a smile. ZZ, quick-witted and agile, captured that fleeting moment. In the image, a blue-haired cherub beamed with gentle joy, her lips graced with a delicate smile, sweet and endearing. ZZ's gaze was almost glued to the photograph, her voice filled with adoration. Xiao Xian, promise me that you will smile more each day, all right? Of course. But sister, if I smile and you don't, wouldn't that be a bit unfair? Gu Xian replied with a mischievous grin, exuding both charm and playfulness. Yet, in the next moment, her expression turned pitiful as she asked, Xiao Xian also want a picture of sister. Is that all right? Sister, the elongated tone dripped like melted honey, her eyes sparkling like stars, culminating in the brightest star of the moment. ZZ's heart skipped a beat, then raced uncontrollably. The blush on her cheeks was undeniable. After clearing her throat, she composed herself, a smile slowly forming at the corners of her mouth. Gu Xian mirrored ZZ, capturing this moment as well. In the frame, ZZ's willow-like brows curved gracefully, her rosy lips accentuated, especially her almond-shaped eyes, radiating an indescribable tenderness. Simply breathtaking. The gentle, intelligent older sister was utterly captivating to Gu Xian. Sister, you're so beautiful. Gu Xian gazed in awe, her words laced with admiration. Noticing Gu Xian's enchanted expression, a playful glint sparkled in ZZ's eyes. Then, with her lips slightly parted, she posed a question that has perplexed men throughout China for generations. Xiao Xian, if one day both your mother and I were to fall into a river, whom would you save first? Gu Xian has no mother. No, that is not entirely accurate. It would be more appropriate to say that Gu Xian's mother has passed away. Gu Xian fell silent, her head bowing slightly. The mere mention of parents brought forth a wave of sorrow. Having lost them at the tender age of 7, 13 years have since slipped away. Truth be told, the sound of their voices has faded from her memory, and their appearances have become mere shadows in her mind. Yet, the warmth of their love is indelibly etched in her heart. If only mother were still here. If both mother and sister ZZ were to fall into the river, whom would she save? Undoubtedly, she would save her mother first. Thus, Gu Xian spoke softly. If mother and sister were to fall into the river, I would save mother first. Then together we would fall into the river of love. Zizi's pupils dilated in shock. The century-old dilemma that has perplexed men in Huaxia has been resolved in such a manner. Xiao Xian's emotional intelligence is truly remarkable. Shizi covered her mouth, her heart racing, as Gu Xian gently spoke. Sister, I know what you wish to ask. I like you, and that is beyond question. However, I believe that if we were to have children in the future, when others inquire about our child, I hope you would unhesitatingly choose you. Unable to contain herself, Shizi's chest heaved with emotion as she exclaimed, Xiao Xian, I adore you. Hee. Xiao Xian loves his sister dearly as well. Gu Xian smiled and formed a little heart with his hands, his adorable demeanor once again tugging at Shizi's heartstrings. Covering her chest, Shizi took a couple of deep breaths to calm herself before saying, Xiao Xian, I really must refrain from calling you too often. Huh? Why not? Gu Xian inquired, puzzled, only to hear Shizi assertively reply, I genuinely fear that one day I might lose control and simply whisk you away. Gu Xian was taken aback, while Shizi continued emphatically, that gentleman is a born manipulator, a pervert. He insists on having you in a romantic relationship. Xiao Xian, tell me, do you like him? I do not like him. Rather, I should say I truly despise him. Who would like such a lunatic, a violent maniac? One can only loathe him. Yet, in her moment of ire, Gu Xian bit her lip and comforted her, Sister, do not be upset. My dealings with him are merely transactional. He requires my company for 100 days, and in return, I receive 10 million. Quite a bargain. Would you agree? Just wait for 98 days, and Xiao Xian will come seek you out, all right? Xiao Xian, I reiterate, if you are ever bullied, make sure to retain evidence and then inform me. Shizi spoke earnestly, and Gu Xian paused for a moment before nodding with a smile. However, after discussing Dong Su, a silence settled between them, spreading like an unwelcome fog. Gu Xian inwardly cursed. We were having such a delightful conversation until we mentioned that soft-hearted man. Now, sister, Shizi has gone silent. Truly a troublesome presence. Even from afar, he continues to vex me. Gu Xian felt a surge of frustration, but at that moment, Shizi quietly interjected, Xiao Xian, it's getting late. Huh? Gu Xian was taken aback, glancing at her phone. Unbeknownst to her, it had already struck 11. Oh no, time for bed. How could she continue talking to Sister Shizi now? It was all Dong Su's fault, the king of awkward silences. Had it not been for him, she surely could have chatted with Sister Shizi a while longer. Gu Xian felt even more irked, wishing she could berate Dong Su to his face. Sigh. Although she felt helpless, it was indeed late, and sleep was calling. Thus, Gu Xian softly said, Sister, are you tired? If you are, I shall hang up, and we can talk again tomorrow. To her surprise, Shizi shook her head, hinting, Xiao Xian. That is not what I mean. What I am suggesting is, should we perhaps engage in something else? Gu Xian. In her moment of confusion, Gu Xian appeared to be at a loss, seemingly unaware of her implications. Her delicate, fair cheeks blossomed with a flush of crimson. Yet, women from the northeast never retreat. With fierce determination, she boldly declared, Xiao Xian, shall we engage in a game? The game is called undressing. You take off a piece. I take off a piece. We can chat and make gestures in between. Whoever cannot hold on and runs away first loses. What do you say, Xiao Xian? Her eyes sparkled with fervent anticipation. Gu Xian responded with a bewildered expression. While one might euphemistically call it undressing, one could also unflinchingly assert that it is merely a flirtation, wouldn't it be? How does one respond to such enticing temptations? Well then, let us proceed. Chapter 76. The bold shall first indulge in Xiao Xian. Cough, cough. Shizi craved for Gu Xian's form. And how could Gu Xian not yearn for Shizi's physique? The mutual affection for each other's entirety is indeed a form of reciprocal pursuit. Gu Xian gazed at Shizi, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs, willow-like eyebrows, and cherry lips. Not to mention the ample bosom that Gu Xian lacked. Gu Xian swallowed hard, hastily agreeing. What ist? He is, after all, a boy. What harm could revealing a bit of skin bring? But Shizi being a girl, if she were to reveal, it is a sure win endeavor. Only a fool would refuse. Shizi's heart raced. She was aware that her actions might seem frivolous and could even foster prejudice from Gu Xian. Yet, she understood better that Gu Xian harbored feelings for her. As anticipated, Gu Xian consented. Moreover, the expression on Gu Xian's face conveyed an eagerness, a palpable impatience. Xizi smiled. She knew her gamble had paid off. The courageous shall savor the world first, and the audacious shall relish in Xiao Xian. Apologies, my dear. Though Xiao Xian is physically with you, his heart belongs to me. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Shizi's eyes. In this invisible contest for love, she was determined to emerge victorious, to embrace Xiao Xian and walk hand in hand into eternal bliss. Sister, are we ready to commence? Gu Xian's throat constricted with barely contained excitement. Not so fast. First, turn off the main light in your room. Just leave the bedside lamp on. Gu Xian complied, switching on the bedside lamp, extinguishing the main light before climbing back onto the bed. The room was devoid of harsh illumination, leaving only the soft, warm glow of the lamp illuminating parts of the bed. With the time and setting befitting, a wave of romantic ambience enveloped them. The enveloping darkness allowed them to shed the defenses of the day, encouraging bolder behavior. Simultaneously, there was an exhilarating thrill in the notion of engaging in a forbidden act. They exchanged silent glances, words unspoken, yet their eyes ignited sparks of unexpressed feelings. The phrase, exchanging glances laden with meaning, was perfectly apt at this moment. Gu Xian donned a delicate pink dress, exquisitely charming. The more Shizi beheld her, the more she yearned to draw near, to lift Gu Xian into her arms. Burying her face in the crook of Gu Xian's neck, inhaling deeply. What scent would it be? Surely, it would be the sweet essence of milk candies. Shizi wore a pristine white t-shirt atop, paired with denim jeans, her figure alluringly curvaceous, embodying both the charm of a mature woman and the innocence of youth. The intoxicating blend of purity and desire rendered Gu Xian utterly captivated. What thrilled Gu Xian even more was the imminent prospect of candidly engaging with this enchanting maiden. Cough, cough, sister, allow me to begin. Gu Xian softly cleared his throat, breaking the silence that enveloped them. Thereafter, under Shizi's gaze, Gu Xian's fingers traced the hem of the dress. Undressing. In the blink of an eye, it was done. The motion was swift, unencumbered. Furthermore, clad in a dress, Gu Xian wore only a bra above and beneath, merely a pair of delicate panties. Gu Xian was not in the habit of wearing safety shorts. And now, from Shizi's perspective, two fair and tender little legs were completely exposed. Shizi wanted to touch them. Looking further up, there was an adorably plain blue pair of boxers, though they seemed loose and on the verge of slipping down. Moreover, they lay flat against his form, with almost no discernible curves. The tips of Shizi's ears flushed slightly pink. She wanted to take action, to explore the true scenery beneath. And higher still, a flesh-toned camisole. Shizi frowned slightly. This little camisole was somewhat of an obstruction. It was like those infuriating commercial breaks during childhood television shows. Just when the most exciting part was about to unfold, the screen would cut to advertisements. It was blocking her view of the best part. And above that, there was Gu Xian's rosy, delicate face. His hands fidgeted awkwardly, unsure where to place them. Instinctively, he wanted to cover his private areas, but reason reminded him that, as a boy, he didn't need to. Thus, Gu Xian found himself trapped in an odd struggle, his face burning red, fingers curling nervously, eyes darting about in panic, yet his body remained openly displayed for Shizi to see. Shizi was utterly entranced, her gaze firmly glued to Gu Xian. The sensation of being thoroughly examined by someone he liked filled Gu Xian with an inexplicable mix of thrill and bashfulness. Silence stretched between them. The room filled only with the sound of their increasingly rapid heartbeats and Shizi's growingly ragged breaths. Finally, Gu Xian couldn't take it anymore. Struggling to speak, he murmured, "Sis, I've undressed. Now it's your turn, right?" Oh. Only after Gu Xian's reminder did Shizi snap out of her daze. Realizing how intently she had been staring, the blush on her face deepened. Then, her fingers reached for the hem of her t-shirt. Undressing, Gu Xian's eyes widened in an instant. This is bad. I'm at a huge disadvantage. Shizi was wearing a sports bra, completely concealing everything, leaving nothing to see. Meanwhile, he had already exposed so much skin. Sis. Gu Xian's eyes brimmed with resentment, as if silently accusing her. Shizi's heart skipped a beat, but her expression remained composed, her gaze still fixed unwaveringly on Gu Xian. Gu Xian couldn't bear it. This is beyond unfair. I saw nothing, yet she practically got a full view of my lower half. And the worst part? Now it was his turn to undress further. But at this point, he only had 2 pieces left, his camisole and his underwear. Meanwhile, Shizi still had 3, jeans, underwear, and a bra. This is just too unfair. Now he had to strip even more. Choosing between removing the top or the bottom was like deciding between losing a hand or a foot. Opting for the lesser of 2 evils, Gu Xian gritted his teeth and chose to take off the camisole. No way am I taking off the bottom. He didn't dare. He feared Shizi's strange gaze. Finally, Gu Xian removed it, but he immediately crossed his arms over his chest, shielding himself. Yet, sharp-eyed Shizi still caught a fleeting glimpse of snowy white skin. Shizi felt as though she had glimpsed paradise. But even if the main course was gone, there were still side dishes. Her attention shifted to Gu Xian's soft, round little belly, plush and delightfully bouncy. The mere sight of him evokes an overwhelming desire to embrace. However, a question arises in Shizi's mind, prompting her to inquire, Xiao Xian, are you truly a boy? Why do I perceive you as a girl? The various physical traits of Gu Xian seem to affirm that he does not embody the characteristics of a boy. Can boys possess such curves? Why is there no visible Adam's apple? Why is his hair so long? How is it that he appears even more adorable than a girl? Why does his voice possess a sweetness surpassing that of a girl? Shizi is perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of whether Gu Xian is male or female, she would choose to be with him. Of course, it would be preferable if Gu Xian were indeed a boy, for that would allow her to experience the essence of both genders. Chapter 77. The battle intensifies. Xiao Xian, are you truly a boy? I can't help but feel that you are a girl. The voice of Shizi echoed in his ears, prompting Gu Xian to pause momentarily before responding with a smile. Of course, dear sister, Xiao Xian is a boy. If you don't believe me, just look. Gu Xian's words faltered, and his starry eyes widened in realization. How could he substantiate his claim of being a boy? Should he rely on his charming appearance, flowing long hair, sweet voice, or his diminutive stature? Unless he were to reveal more intimate parts of himself, or present his identification card. However, with no identification on hand, Gu Xian decided to forego that line of thought. Thus, he chose to divert the conversation. Sister, I shall personally prove to you whether I am a boy or a girl in due time. But for now, it is your turn. Without further ado, Shizi swiftly shed her jeans, revealing her long, fair legs. As for what lay above, Ahem, Gu Xian felt his spirits lifted as he beheld this sight before him. His previously melancholic mood began to rejuvenate. Finally, Shizi was willing to reveal herself. He had to make up for lost time and witness every detail. Consequently, Gu Xian's gaze remained fixated on Shizi, and the intensity of his stare only accentuated the rosy hue on her cheeks. At that moment, Shizi understood the sensation of being scrutinized by Xiao Xian. It was rather peculiar. She did not resist, even allowing Gu Xian to gaze upon her freely, while her own attention shifted back to him. Gu Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised by her boldness, as she unabashedly returned his gaze. He could not possibly concede. Thus, their eyes locked in a fierce contest, where their gazes met. Sparks of electricity ignited. Each was eager to leave an imprint upon the other. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Now, it was a matter of who would yield first, revealing the most flesh. Yet the outcome was evident. Gu Xian was on the verge of defeat. His naturally thin skin made him shy under Shizi's unwavering gaze, while she seemed entirely unperturbed, staring at him without a hint of shyness. Furthermore, Gu Xian had revealed more. Currently, he was clad in nothing but a tiny pair of shorts, his upper body nearly bare, with only his delicate arms shielding his modesty. In contrast, Shizi's upper body remained mostly covered, and while she too wore only a small piece below, she felt no discomfort in comparison to Gu Xian. Instead, she found herself captivated by the sight of Gu Xian's face, flushed like a ripe apple, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. Gu Xian's attempts to shield himself were futile, akin to a feeble insect attempting to halt a mighty vehicle. Shizi was left pondering. Why was it that Gu Xian, with a child's physique, stirred such peculiar thoughts within her? Narrowing her eyes slightly, she noticed Gu Xian's growing discomfort and softly inquired, "Xiao Xian, shall we continue?" "Continue." Gu Xian clenched his teeth. To such an extent, he has suffered so much already. All he desires is to feast his eyes upon the luscious curves of Sister Shizi. What crime has he committed? None. Sister Shizi must pay a grievous price for this. Gu Xian gritted his teeth, one arm encircling his chest while the other descended, fingers brushing the edge of his undergarments. Then, a single tear squeezed from the corner of his eye. Shyly, the game was forcibly halted. Reason: Shizi had a nosebleed. For that fleeting moment, Shizi was utterly transfixed. But then a warm trickle slid down. She barely registered it until Gu Xian gasped in alarm. And only then did she realize the crimson streak. Shizi could only admit it was overwhelmingly thrilling. Yet what a pity. Only a glimpse was granted. Such a shame. Though the game seemed interrupted by accident, Gu Xian was the unequivocal loser. Not only was he left completely exposed in the end, with Shizi catching a full view for that instant, but what he had hoped to see. Shizi remained tightly wrapped from head to toe. A total loss, down to his last stitch. Dizzying. Once Shizi tended her nosebleed, Gu Xian, accepting defeat, murmured softly, "Sister, I lost. Name your punishment." "Punishment?" Shizi shook her head, but then a sly grin curled her lips. "Calling it a punishment isn't quite right. In 2 days, I'll mail you a maid outfit. Then, you'll kneel on the bed wearing it, and call me Sister 100 times." Gu Xian's lips twitched. Was this Sister Shizi's twisted taste? What kind of preference was this? Still, fine. Gu Xian and Shizi had redressed, though the lingering flush on their cheeks betrayed their earlier fervor. Gu Xian, especially, couldn't bring himself to meet Shizi's gaze. Too humiliating. But the night was long, and ending things so abruptly felt careless. Shizi moistened her lips, studying Gu Xian's crimson face before murmuring, "Xiao Xian, have you ever comforted your soul?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Gu Xian blinked in confusion. Shizi's rosebud lips parted, exhaling 2 hushed syllables. Gu Xian gasped, his face burning scarlet. He buried his head in his hands, yet a soft whimper escaped. He had. Shizi laughed. There was no denying it. Discussing such intimate topics with someone you adored in the dead of night was exhilarating. She rose to fetch something, and when she returned, an unfamiliar microphone rested in her palm. A microphone? Ah! Gu Xian peeked up, then recoiled, pointing a trembling finger. "Sister, you're a pervert. Get rid of it." "Shoo." Shizi's own cheeks were aflame. She was uncertain as to why she felt compelled to reveal that aspect of herself, or perhaps to witness the bashful expression on Gu Xian's face. Or was it a desire to allow Gu Xian to delve deeper into her true self? In truth, according to the natural physiological structure, women inherently possess a more fervent desire in that regard than men. It is often said that 9 out of 10 boys are pilots, with the last one stubbornly refusing to admit it. Conversely, there exists another perspective, that 8 or 9 out of 10 girls are minors, albeit with a tendency to shyly conceal their needs. Nonetheless, this reflects the natural instincts of the human body, devoid of any notions of shame. At this moment, Shizi was unveiling a deeper facet of herself to Gu Xian. "Xiao Xian." Her gaze was filled with an insatiable longing, fixed intently upon Gu Xian. Unable to withstand the intensity, he was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his gentle and intellectual older sister was merely a fade of Shizi. The Shizi before him was undeniably a perverse and ultimate seductress. He pondered the implications of being with her in the future. He would surely be drained of all vitality. Thus, Gu Xian implored, "Sister, could you please take that away?" Xiao Xian, Shizi swallowed hard before inquiring, "Do you like your sister?" "Of course then, your sister is in trouble and needs your assistance. Is that all right?" Gu Xian's lips twitched. "I can help you with your troubles, but I cannot assist you with that kind of trouble." Please keep your distance from our little Xian. Chapter 78. A heart that jumps relentlessly in the initial encounter. A vague sensation enveloped the atmosphere. Previously, Xian's figure was laid bare, his charming and delicate cheeks adorned with 2 blushes. He desperately attempted to conceal his embarrassment, yet his efforts proved futile, exuding an air of reluctant invitation. Shizi observed closely, a surge of unnamed fire igniting within her abdomen, causing her to squirm restlessly. Xian, I implore you, please assist your sister. Xian's lips quivered, having already turned down Shizi's request. However, given her current state, it was evident she was under the influence. Convincing her with mere words seemed an insurmountable task. If he chose not to help, what if Shizi held a grudge against him? Xian fell into silence, torn between conflicting thoughts. At that moment, Shizi spoke again. Xian, I truly need your help. Without you, I may not find peace tonight. In truth, Shizi had fabricated a lie. Even without Xian's assistance, she could complete the game alone. Yet, the absence of his support left her heart feeling desolate. With a deep sigh, Xian pondered his predicament. The girl he cherished was now seeking his aid, claiming she would be restless without it. Reluctantly, he conceded, Very well, sister, how may I assist you? Just call my name continuously, and when you do, make your voice sweet, she replied. Upon hearing Xian's acquiescence, Shizi's furrowed brow relaxed. She sensed that Xian possessed a gentle nature. Even when pressured to do things he disliked, he would merely endure in silence. Admittedly, she had been a bit demanding. However, she reassured herself that she could compensate Xian in other ways. With her crimson lips parting, Shizi urged Xian, Call my name. Gubuan slightly obligate. A wave of delight washed over Shizi. Xian was simply adorable. Continue calling. Jia Shizi Jia, the most beautiful and gracious Shizi Jia in the world. Could you like Xian a little more? Xian's starry eyes blinked, his soft whispers flowing like a gentle stream, gradually warming Shizi's heart. A surge of warmth enveloped her as she raised her swan-like neck. Do not stop. Shizi's voice trembled lightly, her tone elevated by 3 degrees. Xian, feeling helpless, responded, Jia, you shine like the sun above, illuminating Xian. He paused momentarily before continuing, I wish to be with you, Jia, to become a star in the night, accompanying you, the moon. Xian's sweet nothings flowed seamlessly, while a faint blush crept up Shizi's neck, a rosy hue gracing the corners of her eyes. Eventually, Xian found himself parched from speaking, and Shizi sensed the time approaching. Xian pressed his lips together, his heart racing wildly. Now, Shizi had completed her task. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the door, causing Xian to pale in panic. He hastily concluded his conversation with Shizi, contemplating how to manage the situation. However, time was running short. The door swung open. Dong Su, clad in his pajamas, stood at the entrance. The dim yellow light cast shadows across his face, his eyes shrouded in darkness, leaving Xian unable to discern the emotions lurking beneath. At that moment, Xian leaned against the headboard, the blush on his cheeks still lingering. He offered an awkward smile and greeted, What is the matter, gentle brother? It's nothing. Dong Su's voice was faint and somewhat stiff. I came to see if you were asleep. He spoke slowly. Oh, I'm just about to sleep. Look, I've turned off the lights and changed out of my clothes, Xian explained, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Yet, Dong Su paid him no heed and instead took 2 steps closer to the bedside. Xian's body instantly tensed. He could not allow Dong Su to come any nearer. Quickly, he sat up and, opening his arms, softly inquired, Are you unable to sleep? May I give you a hug? Dong Su remained silent, yet his body responded honestly, enveloping Xian in an embrace. In his arms, the figure was soft and endearing. However, Dong Su's gaze was distant, first glancing at the blanket, then at the faint glow emanating from the bedside. Chapter 79. The milk tea girl, Xian, makes her entrance still gentle and steady in performance. Get to bed early. Dong Su spoke little, merely offering a reminder before departing without a backward glance. His footsteps gradually faded until there were no more. Gu Xian knelt on his bed, pressed his lips together, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Although uncertain of Dong Su's purpose in seeking him, with his departure, Gu Xian was disinclined to dwell on it. After all, he had more pressing matters at hand. As the long night stretched before him, Gu Xian resolved to engage in something meaningful. The following is an excerpt. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, Gu Xian awoke groggily. Initially bewildered, it took a moment for the memories of the previous night to surge forth like a tide, leaving his head spinning. His mind raced to process the events of the night before, and once he had, he could only utter, "How outrageous! What on earth had transpired last night?" A faint blush crept across Gu Xian's cheeks just as footsteps echoed from outside the door. Dong Su had arrived. Their eyes met, and Gu Xian waved his hand cheerfully. "Hi, good morning." Gu Xian was quite obedient, prompting Dong Su to raise an eyebrow and say flatly, "Have you eaten? Hurry and get dressed." Dong Su arrived quickly and departed just as swiftly. Gu Xian glanced at the dress on the bed, pondered for a brief moment, and ultimately chose to don his pajamas. He had worn that dress for quite some time. Although it was still new and washed daily, he felt a sense of visual fatigue. In the dining room, "Is this what you're wearing?" Dong Su remarked, observing Gu Xian's cartoon pajamas, his lips twitching slightly. Gu Xian huffed softly, pulling out a chair to sit down. "I'm not going out, so why wear a dress? It's more comfortable to be in pajamas at home. Moreover," Gu Xian shifted his tone, adding helplessly, "I only have that one dress, and I have no other clothes to wear." Dong Su nodded in silence. Breakfast concluded swiftly. In the morning, Dong Su busied himself with work on his computer. Yet he insisted on having Gu Xian by his side to accompany him. Gu Xian was perplexed by the rationale behind this. Could it be that he was merely a decorative object, occasionally glanced at by Dong Su? Or perhaps he was treated like a pillow, called over during Dong Su's breaks for a pat on the head or a comforting embrace. At times, Dong Su would casually pick up a pastry from the table to offer him. Nevertheless, it left Gu Xian with an impression of being treated as a pet. Gu Xian lounged on the sofa, staring vacantly at the ceiling. How dreadfully boring. Dong Su was nearby, yet he felt utterly incapable of engaging in any activity and had no idea what to do. While Dong Su remained focused on his work, Gu Xian could only accompany him, feeling as though time and life were being wasted. In this tedium, Gu Xian resorted to communicating with the system in his mind. "System? I recall I have another chance to roll the dice today. Let me roll." The familiar dice-rolling process unfolded, complete with dazzling effects. The dice landed. Points, 3. Fortune, minor misfortune. Description, it is inadvisable to go out to engage in conversation. One should rest quietly and embrace love. Attributes, charm increases by 5. Fortune decreases by 10, lasting until the early hours of the following day. A mysterious aura enveloped Gu Xian, causing him to pause and check his reflection on his phone. Although he appeared somewhat more adorable than before, there lingered an almost imperceptible shadow between his brows. This might have been better left unacknowledged. Superstitions. They cannot be trusted. Gu Xian scoffed softly. Meanwhile, Dong Su had just completed a project and glanced at Gu Xian, frowning slightly. "What are you doing just lying around? Find something to do. But you asked me to stay by your side. What can I do?" Gu Xian elongated his voice, expressing his helplessness. "Don't you have any hobbies?" Sitting up straight, Gu Xian even smoothed the tuft of hair on his head, raising his tone a notch. "Does playing computer games count? Is that really all you can do? Just playing computer games, lacking ambition?" Dong Su remarked dryly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Gu Xian fell silent. What could he say? He had always been busy striving for a living, devoid of any leisure activities. It wasn't until this summer, when his little sister saved up to buy him a computer, that he even had the means to play games. Only someone like Dong Su, coming from wealth, could enjoy such a vibrant life filled with diverse interests. Gu Xian sighed inwardly. He had worked as a waiter, but in the end, he spent several years working as a bubble tea girl. If he had to claim a hobby, it would be concocting beverages. "I can shake milk tea," Gu Xian said, retracting his neck under Dong Su's intense gaze. "Oh, then make me a cup," Dong Su replied, raising an eyebrow, his opinion of Gu Xian slightly elevated. At least he possessed a skill. Dong Su took out his phone and transferred 5,200 to Gu Xian. Gu Xian was taken aback, hastily explaining, no, no, no. You don't need to give me this much. It's just a cup of milk tea. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up, Dong Su urged, his brow furrowing slightly, causing Gu Xian to recoil in surprise. In the kitchen, Gu Xian muttered under his breath while preparing the ingredients. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend, being so fierce. He scolded Dong Su for a while, and after venting his frustrations, he felt his mood lighten. Humph. It is only out of my great compassion that I begrudgingly agree to be your girlfriend, but after 100 days, I will vanish. A scoundrel like you will never find a partner. Gu Xian hummed lightly, the tuft of hair on his head swaying. Since Dong Su wanted milk tea and had transferred 5,200, he thought to himself that he should make a cup worthy of that amount. Thus, Gu Xian stealthily entered Dong Su's room, rummaging through his belongings until he discovered the exquisite tea leaves Dong Su had collected. However, upon seeing the beautifully packaged leaves, Gu Xian hesitated, pondering, do I really want to use this? If he finds out, will he hit me? Gu Xian felt a twinge of anxiety, but soon he dismissed the thought. It's not as if I drank it. It was all for him. I didn't take advantage of him. After all, with such a hefty sum, one must justify the price. He won't blame me. Clutching the tea leaves, Gu Xian scampered off to the kitchen. The black tea leaves were lightly roasted, rendering them even drier. He added sugar and heated it over medium flame until it caramelized. When it reached a light coffee color, he poured in 100 milliliters of hot water. Then, he added 400 milliliters of pure milk. He simmered it until it began to bubble, and afterward, strained out the tea leaves. The entire room was filled with the enchanting aroma of milk tea. Gu Xian took a small scoop, let it cool, and took a gentle sip, his eyes widening in delight. The fragrance of tea and the creaminess of milk melded together flawlessly, neither overshadowing the other. The sugar was just right, sweet yet not cloying. Gu Xian was thoroughly pleased. However, was it perhaps unfair to only make this for Dong Su? After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to prepare a cup for himself as well. He diced some watermelon, added ice, and coconut milk. Then he shook it up. A refreshing glass of icy coconut watermelon was ready. Here it comes. Gu Xian brought over the freshly made drinks and placed the milk tea in front of Dong Su. He settled beside him, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Dong Su glanced at Gu Xian before focusing on the cup of milk tea before him. Wisps of steam rose from the cup, and, as he inhaled, the rich aroma of tea and milk filled his nostrils. Dong Su's interest piqued. He lifted the milk tea, leaned in, and took a sip. Instantly, a burst of tea and milk flavor exploded in his mouth, eventually transforming into a uniquely delightful milk tea essence. Even after finishing, not only did a sweet aftertaste linger in his mouth, but a honeyed warmth also blossomed within his belly. Delicious. How had Dong Su not noticed that Gu Xian possessed a talent for concocting beverages? Gu Xian's eyes sparkled as he eagerly inquired, how is it? Is it good? Delicious, Dong Su nodded. Gu Xian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As long as it tasted good, it was worth the price. Only then did he accept the 5,200 payment, sitting down on the sofa to savor his own icy coconut watermelon. Just then, Dong Su unexpectedly asked, what did you use? Why does it taste like black tea? Gu Xian hadn't anticipated Dong Su's question, and a flicker of nervousness crossed his face as he awkwardly chuckled. I went to your room and found some tea leaves, so I took a bit. Just a little, probably only half a pound. It shouldn't be too expensive, right? Gu Xian shrank his neck, looking rather pitiful. Dong Su's breath hitched, his gaze sharpening in an instant, and he spat out each word through clenched teeth. Why did you enter my room without permission? Gu Xian was taken aback. Is it not allowed? Dong Su nodded sternly, then quietly commanded, extend your hand. Gu Xian dared not disobey and obediently extended his hand. However, as Gu Xian's small hand reached out, it was abruptly seized by Dong Su. Subsequently, a sharp sound echoed. Gu Xian cried out in pain, a tear escaping from the corner of his eye. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but remained firmly grasped by Dong Su. Then slap, slap. After 2 more strikes, Dong Su finally released Gu Xian's hand. Gu Xian's pupils constricted. The intense pain caused his entire body to tremble, yet he found himself rendered speechless as if his ability to articulate had vanished. His hand burned fiercely, only to be swiftly replaced by a numbing sensation. It felt as though the flesh on his hand was pulsating. The pain in his hand was excruciating, yet it paled in comparison to the ache in his heart. All he had done was enter the room, see nothing, and merely fetch some tea leaves to prepare milk tea for Dong Su. After all, without tea leaves, how could one make milk tea? Moreover, the milk tea he prepared was not for his own consumption. A chill swept through Gu Xian's heart. At that moment, Dong Su coldly remarked, "No rules. In the future, before entering my room, you must report to me. Otherwise, it won't be merely a matter of punishment." Upon hearing this, Gu Xian inhaled sharply. So the issue was merely that he had entered Dong Su's room without prior notice? He recalled that he was still Dong Su's boyfriend, wasn't he? Was it truly necessary to enforce such strictness? His hand throbbed painfully, while Dong Su continued to speak of rules and made condescending remarks. In a fit of anger, Gu Xian retorted, "I refuse to serve you any longer. Go find someone else." With that, Gu Xian turned to leave. Yet Dong Su commanded, "Stop." The icy tone of Dong Su's voice resonated from behind, but Gu Xian was resolute in his decision to depart. He no longer wished to remain beside this violent man, who showed no understanding of compassion. Thus, Gu Xian continued his stride towards the exit. But in the next moment, a surge of cold dread pierced his heart. An overwhelming instinct warned him not to move. Gu Xian hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind howled. A pen whizzed past his arm, its tip crashing violently into the wall. The pen clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. Gu Xian's gaze fell, and as he looked closely, his azure pupils constricted in horror. The pen's tip had been bent by the impact. Had that pen struck him instead of the wall? Gu Xian shuddered, immobilized by fear. "Come here." Dong Su's voice remained icy. Taking a deep breath, Gu Xian slowly replied, "All right." He then turned and walked step by step towards Dong Su. Dong Su remained seated, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the table. Though they fell upon the surface, it felt as if they were tapping upon Gu Xian's heart. After a prolonged silence, Dong Su finally spoke. "Without rules, there can be no order. I am telling you, you must gain the owner's consent before entering. Do you understand?" "I understand," Gu Xian murmured softly. Yet, internally, he muttered, "When you enter my room, you simply push the door open without my consent." However, Gu Xian dared not voice this thought to Dong Su, fearing that it would provoke him into a fit of anger, resulting in another round of reprimand. Observing the defiance in Gu Xian's demeanor, Dong Su furrowed his brow and remarked, "You ought to consider yourself fortunate. Fortunate that there are no particularly sensitive matters within my room. Otherwise, a mere slap would be the least of your concerns." Gu Xian was at a loss for words. His hands still throbbed with pain, and yet, according to Dong Su, this was merely a lenient lesson. What would a severe punishment entail? Death? A dangerous individual indeed. Gu Xian felt an overwhelming urge to resist, contemplating the use of his abilities to subdue Dong Su and procure a nearby object to strike him. Unfortunately, the only item on the table was a bent and dulled pen, devoid of any sharp edges. As for subduing Dong Su and then escaping like a yo-yo, that seemed impractical. Within less than a minute, he would likely be apprehended before he could even exit the villa compound. Gu Xian felt utterly helpless and couldn't help but reflect. Was this the captivating allure of chance? The ominous reading of the dice had turned out to be unexpectedly fierce. It was truly terrifying. Dong Su's heart raced uncontrollably. He could not fathom why he felt such anxiety upon learning that Gu Xian had entered his room. Was it the fear of Gu Xian uncovering his privacy? Or perhaps the anxiety of him seeing the photograph of Yi Lingxin displayed on the bedside table? Dong Su remained uncertain, but he held a strong aversion to Gu Xian's uninvited intrusion into his personal space. He had scolded Gu Xian, yet the latter's defiant demeanor was unmistakable. Dong Su realized he had overstepped, but as he observed Gu Xian preparing to leave and ignoring his words, a surge of unexplained anger welled up within him. He merely intended to intimidate Gu Xian. The pen, in his calculations, should not have reached Gu Xian at all. With a sigh, Dong Su softly said, "Come sit over here." Gu Xian focused intently, noticing Dong Su patting his thigh, signaling for him to perch upon it. Gu Xian could only respond with a bewildered expression, ultimately complying and settling onto Dong Su's lap. Dong Su's arm instinctively wrapped around Gu Xian's waist. Gu Xian struggled momentarily, but Dong Su's grip was relentless, forcing him to concede. However, the proximity of their positions felt excessively intimate. The unique fragrance of milk emanated from Gu Xian, wafting gently to Dong Su's nostrils. This charming allure, enhanced by 200 optimization of body scent and a 5 boost from the dice, elevated Gu Xian's appeal to an unprecedented zenith. Dong Su inhaled deeply, his heartbeat gradually calming. Gu Xian felt the warmth of Dong Su's breath against his back, creating an awkward sensation, prompting him to shift in search of a more comfortable position. Yet, given that he was seated on Dong Su's lap, this proved challenging. Dong Su leaned closer to Gu Xian's ear, his voice dropping to a hushed tone. "Stay still, it tickles." Gu Xian, taken aback, remained motionless, while Dong Su continued to embrace him quietly. After a brief silence, Gu Xian gently patted Dong Su's hand, asking softly, "Aren't you working? Why are you holding on to me?" "Because." Dong Su's words abruptly halted, prompting Gu Xian to furrow his brow. "Because of what?" Nothing. Dong Su replied nonchalantly. Strangely, he sensed an enchanting allure emanating from Gu Xian. When Gu Xian was absent, his mind was plagued with peculiar thoughts that left him feeling unsettled. Yet, with Gu Xian by his side, his heart inexplicably found tranquility. With Gu Xian present, he managed to accomplish nearly a day's worth of work within a single morning. After embracing Gu Xian for a moment longer, Dong Su finally released him and returned to his tasks. Gu Xian pressed his lips together, hesitant to leave, and settled back onto the sofa, subsequently picking up his iced coconut watermelon drink to savor slowly. Fortunately, it contained some ice, keeping it refreshingly cool. The initial taste was of the watermelon's crisp sweetness, complemented by the silky texture of coconut milk. Moreover, it was remarkably affordable. This drink likely cost less than 2 yuan. A high cost-performance ratio, truly a summer thirst quencher. As Gu Xian relished the drink, satisfaction shimmered in his eyes. However, it seemed someone was about to stir trouble again. "What are you drinking?" Dong Su suddenly inquired. Iced coconut watermelon," Gu Xian replied, licking his pink lips. "Let me have a taste." Gu Xian's lips twitched. "Don't you have your own? Why are you drinking mine?" Chapter 80. It hurts. The medicine bullies me. Is that all right? Gu Xian pressed his lips together, gently reminding, "I've already drunk it." His resistance was unmistakable. However, Dong Su merely clicked his tongue and said, "Stop the nonsense, I don't mind you." Gu Xian was rendered speechless, while Dong Su did not hold any disdain for Gu Xian. It was Gu Xian who found Dong Su intolerable. Dong Su had already indulged in it. Why would he need a drink from Gu Xian's cup? Ridiculous. Yet, Gu Xian obediently extended the cup to Dong Su. Dong Su took a small sip. The refreshing taste of watermelon, the fragrant richness of coconut milk combined with ice, elevated the experience. It was delightful. Dong Su returned the cup to Gu Xian. Gu Xian. There was still half a cup left, but he no longer wished to drink. Dong Su was such a mood dampener. Gu Xian had no desire to consume what someone else had left behind. Thus, he placed the cup on the table in front of the sofa and then reclined on the couch. However, Dong Su noticed Gu Xian's actions and scoffed. "What? Do you look down on me?" Gu Xian silently nodded and then shook his head, explaining, "I simply dislike drinking what's left by others. I haven't rejected you. Why do you disdain me?" A cold smirk graced Dong Su's lips as he replied, "Go ahead and drink. I brush my teeth 3 times a day and rinse regularly. My mouth is much cleaner than yours." Gu Xian was at a loss for words. That was not his point. He merely found Dong Su unbearable. If it were Sister Shizi, he would have eagerly taken a sip. At that moment, Gu Xian felt compelled to communicate with Dong Su. Summoning his courage, he said, "Gentle brother, I am your girlfriend now, correct?" "Yes, what of it?" Dong Su responded nonchalantly. Gu Xian took a deep breath and slowly continued. "I believe that in a relationship, shouldn't there be an equal standing between partners?" Fearing Dong Su's anger, he hurriedly added, "I was wrong to enter your room without your permission earlier. Please forgive me." Despite entering the room with the intention of making Dong Su milk tea, he ended up being scolded and hit, only to have to apologize in the end, although he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Gu Xian thought that if he could discuss these matters with Dong Su and temper his temper, perhaps he could avoid future confrontations. Dong Su fell silent for a moment before responding with a faint Although Gu Xian felt a pang of bitterness, he still breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Dong Su forgave him, they could continue their conversation. Gu Xian blinked his eyes, adopting a pitiful expression. Then let us establish an equal relationship from now on, shall we? For instance, when I enter your room, I will ask for your permission first. But when you come into my room, you must remember to knock, all right? Dong Su remained silent, merely gazing at Gu Xian. A chill ran through Gu Xian's heart, but he steeled himself and continued, well, if you choose not to knock, that's fine. But could you promise me that you won't hit me or scare me anymore? Dong Su remained silent, leaving Gu Xian feeling disheartened once more. However, with the situation at this juncture, there was no turning back. I find it hard to accept that I am your girlfriend, yet you treat me this way. I am truly frightened that one day I might not be able to endure it any longer. Gu Xian expressed helplessly. After finishing his words, he stood beside Dong Su, extending his arms. It hurts. Dong Su glanced at Gu Xian's hands, his pupils constricting. Gu Xian's hands were swollen abnormally. Dong Su gently touched Gu Xian's hand, causing Gu Xian to instinctively flinch, followed by a sharp intake of breath as he pitifully murmured, "It hurts." After a prolonged silence, Dong Su finally replied, "All right, I promise you." Gu Xian's downcast eyes were suddenly filled with joy, sparkling with a different light. "Really?" "Indeed," Dong Su confirmed. Gu Xian was overjoyed, secretly cheering in his heart. He would no longer be bullied. However, Gu Xian still could not comprehend that their disparity in status was immense. Even in terms of physical strength and intelligence, Dong Su overwhelmingly surpassed him. What could he possibly use to compete with Dong Su? He seemed destined to be bullied. Yet, naivety had its own advantages. At least Gu Xian felt happy. Even his hands seemed to hurt less, in truth. It was Dong Su who had suggested Gu Xian apply some ointment. Gu Xian reclined on the sofa, beginning to browse videos on his phone. He had also tested the waters and discovered that as long as he stayed by Dong Su's side, Dong Su did not overly concern himself with his activities. Thus, he indulged in playing on his phone. To be honest, Gu Xian felt no pressure in life. He could simply lie around and earn 100,000 yuan a day. If only Dong Su did not bully him, hit him, scold him, or intimidate him, Gu Xian would be quite willing to spend these 100 days this way. After all, it was a transaction. Dong Su desired Gu Xian's companionship, while Gu Xian sought Dong Su's financial support. Eventually, fatigue from playing on his phone overcame Gu Xian, and he unknowingly fell asleep. Upon awakening, it was already 2 p.m. A blanket lay across him, and Dong Su had not awakened him. Moreover, Dong Su's figure was no longer in the study. Gu Xian struggled to sit up, scratching his head, and checked his phone. For unread messages awaited him. "Wenru, order takeout for lunch. I have something to attend to this afternoon and will be out, probably returning in the evening. Transfer 10,000 yuan. Sister Xian. Good afternoon. Also, why did you suddenly hang up last night? Younger sister. Brother, have you eaten? The Qixi festival is in a couple of days. Do you and Winter have any plans? Qixi festival?" Gu Xian was taken aback and glanced at the date. Today was August 27th, and in 2 days, it would be August 29th, the Qixi festival. What plans could he and Dong Su possibly have? As long as they could maintain stability, that would suffice. Gu Xian first sent 2 voice messages to his younger sister, assuring her that he was well. Then he chatted with Sister Shi, who asked if they would still have a video call that evening. Gu Xian pondered for a moment and replied that they could. After exchanging a few words with Shizi, Gu Xian finally opened the chat interface with Dong Su. He casually acknowledged Dong Su while accepting the money. However, it soon dawned on Gu Xian that Dong Su had left, leaving him alone in the space. This meant he could do as he pleased and indulge in whatever he fancied. How delightful. Time to play some games. In Yangcheng, at an upscale women's clothing boutique, Dong Su instructed, "Please craft several dresses in this size, adorned as extravagantly as possible, using only the finest materials. Money is no object." His air of sophistication drew the attention of onlookers, and the sales associate quickly recognized that the handsome gentleman before her was a man of true wealth. Consequently, She enthusiastically introduced Dong Su to various styles. Without much ado, Dong Su accepted every aesthetically pleasing and high-quality piece. Any available items were promptly wrapped, while those requiring customization were to be made, with Dong Su returning in a few days for collection. Dong Su, possessing a notable penchant for perfectionism, found it rather distracting to see Gu Xian wandering about in cartoon pajamas. With such adorable features, he believed Gu Xian ought to don charming dresses instead. Thus, Dong Su paid particular attention to Gu Xian's wardrobe choices. Chapter 81. Special Mission 2. The Triumphant Return of Xiao Nanliang. At 8 p.m., Gu Xian indulged himself in his high-end computer, courtesy of Dong Su's wealth. The machine not only boasted an aesthetically pleasing design, but also excelled in performance and cooling capabilities. The peripherals were equally impressive, and Gu Xian held a deep affection for this computer. With its superior specifications and exceptional tactile feedback, the gaming experience was exhilarating, bringing him immense joy. Nevertheless, Gu Xian remained mindful of his primary responsibilities. He accessed the system to check the day's streaming tasks. Ding! Today's streaming mission: gain 200 new followers and raise 20,000 yuan. Task rewards: 1 10-fold draw exchange ticket and partial body optimization. Host, dear best, I have high hopes for you. After this encouraging remark, the system discreetly retreated to the background, silently observing Gu Xian's live stream. The mention of partial body optimization had surfaced previously. Gu Xian took a deep breath and subsequently began his broadcast. His fans eagerly awaited his appearance on his homepage, and upon receiving the notification that he was live, they flocked in. LV18, understand. Good evening, Xiao Xian. Good evening, good evening. Gu Xian greeted them with a smile. LV20, Lin Ziki. Why is Xiao Xian wearing cartoon pajamas? He looks just like a child. Indeed, Gu Xian thought that if he consistently wore a dress for his streams, it might lead to visual fatigue among the audience. Thus, he decided to don pajamas for the broadcast, as they exuded a cute charm. Gu Xian pouted and softly asked, "Isn't it nice?" LV20, Lin Ziki. How could it not be nice? You look adorably small, but it does make you appear rather childlike. If anyone were to do something mischievous to you, it would feel a bit inappropriate. LV15, Gender Bender Reward Roommate. If you're feeling down, just step aside and let me take over. Ahem, Xiao Xian. Which do you prefer, January 1st or January 31st? Gu Xian was puzzled. Which did he prefer, January 1st or January 31st? They were both winter months. If he had to choose, he would lean towards January 1st, as it marked New Year's Day and holiday. Just as Gu Xian was about to voice his preference, a sudden realization struck him. In an instant, his face flushed with two bright crimson hues. This date, it couldn't possibly refer to a noun, could it? In a moment of mental clarity, Gu Xian understood that he was being teased. Thus, he retorted, "Which do you prefer, January 1st or January 31st? LV15, Gender Bender Reward Roommate. The package is for January 31st. LV15, Heartbroken blank. By the time I realized what you were discussing, it was already too late. I can only say, keep your distance from our Xiao Xian." 666. Gu Xian marveled. Truly, he was deserving of his lineage from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, possessing remarkable resilience. However, some viewers in the stream were left baffled. LV6. Xian, why does it feel like you all are speaking in code again? I can't comprehend what you're saying. LV15. Gender Transformation Rewards for Roommates. A pure child. Focus on your studies. LV18. Understanding. It's difficult, let me guide you. When you see this day, just think in terms of verbs. LV6. Xian, understand now. LV26. Mascot. I'm here. Xiao Xian, let us meet on the playground tomorrow. Try reading it backward. Gu Xian nodded and then softly recited word by word, the next scene until dawn. By the time Gu Xian realized what he was reading, it was already too late. Under the system's protection, the risk of the live stream being shut down had been significantly reduced. However, the system still admonished, "Foolish host, could you not just recite it silently in your mind? Why did you have to say it aloud? I had no idea. They led me onto this path. I am merely an innocent child." Gu Xian's cheeks flushed, and he stubbornly retorted, "Nevertheless, The atmosphere in the live stream was enlivened by those two playful remarks. LV18. Understanding, Ahem, I'll join in. Actually, do you know? I envy the national soccer team. LV20. Lin Ziki. Understanding, what do you envy about the national team? Is it their high income? LV18. Understanding, no. I envy their ability to not score for 95 minutes. LV15. Heartbroken blank, 666. LV20. Lin Ziki, 666. LV15. Gender transformation rewards for roommates. 95 minutes? That's just a pure disadvantage. LV26. Mascot. Is this a challenge to suppress laughter? My apologies, I concede. LV18. Understanding. You've made me laugh to tears. He comes from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine. For him, 95 minutes is indeed a handicap. LV26. Mascot. Ahem, there was once a sincere love presented before me. Yet I failed to grasp it. Only after losing it did I regret it immensely. LV20. Lin Ziki. How did it end? LV26. Mascot. Ahem. She said it was for the friendship between China and Africa. LV20. Lin Ziki. That sounds quite despairing. LV34. Do not bully me. I happen to have researched this. Since we, the yellow race, possess the largest brain capacity, our brains consume more energy, resulting in less muscle mass, and consequently, we tend to be shorter. This is a matter of innate conditions. Thus, we should leverage our advantages, engage our minds, and conquer our interests with charm. LV26. Mascot. Alas. But I truly feel very self-conscious about that. What should I do? LV18. Understanding. Spend less time on calculus and more on fitness. LV34. Do not bully me. Well, I actually know about this. I must clarify that this is merely medical knowledge. Please do not silence me, dear note. LV26. Mascot. Master, please enlighten me. I believe this is undoubtedly a pain shared by every man. LV18. Jaden, please don't involve me. I'm an 18-year-old pure boy. LV18. Understanding, a prodigy. No doubt about it. LV34. Do not bully me. Ahem, let me share my thoughts. Firstly, everyone's attributes are predestined, and aside from surgical interventions, it is quite challenging to achieve any significant growth afterward. However, excessive weight can obscure certain aspects to a degree. Thus, it is essential to lose weight and avoid becoming overweight. LV34. Do not bully me. Of course, one must also engage in more physical fitness and exercise. A healthy body leads to abundant vitality. LV18. Understanding. Well, I must exert more effort to lose weight now. LV26. Mascot. I have learned from this. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was lively, and Xuan read through the barrage of comments, his cheeks growing increasingly flushed. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, Xuan slammed the table and playfully exclaimed, "Oh dear, please refrain from discussing such topics. This is a serious live broadcast." LV9. Selling nuclear bombs, Xiao and Nanliang. Xiao Xian. I'm back. Suddenly, the voice of the system's little girl echoed in his mind. A special viewer has been detected, and a unique task has been issued. Special viewer. Selling nuclear bombs, Xiao Nanliang. Special task. 2-3. Another worry of Xiao Nanliang. A love that is deeply entrenched. Task reward. Talent upgrade, card 1. Xuan was taken aback. He remembered that he still possessed a talent upgrade card. Completing this task would grant him a second one. LV18. Understanding. I remember you. You were the one who was fishing for your roommate's affection. LV20. Lin Ziki. I recall him too. He had a roommate who liked him. But because he kept fishing for attention, his roommate started avoiding him, which made him anxious enough to seek Xiao Xian's help. LV9. Selling nuclear bombs, Xiao Nanliang. Correct. That's me. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Didn't you intend to reconcile with your roommate? What progress has been made? LV9. Selling nuclear bombs. Xiao Nanliang. I came today to discuss this matter. Xiao Xian, let me join the mic. LV9. Selling nuclear bombs. Xiao Nanliang sends a request to join a mic. Xuan clicked to agree. Hey Xiao Xian, it's been a while. The soft and endearing voice of a young boy resonated. Yes, it has been a while. Xuan greeted him. then paused, inquiring curiously, "What troubles have you encountered this time?" Xiao Nanliang pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "Xiao Xian, I will share. Ever since that day we collaborated on the mic, I have gained insight into my own feelings. Although I do not particularly like my roommate, I cannot bear to see him treat me poorly. I dislike his cold demeanor." Xiao Nanliang's voice shifted. "Therefore, just a few days ago, we moved in together." LV18. Understanding. Wow, that was quick. LV20. Lin Ziki, wait, you moved in so fast? Did you rent a place? Xiao Nanliang confirmed, though his tone was somewhat peculiar. Yes. Just a couple of days ago. I selected an apartment, then invited him to tour my new place, and now we're living together. Gu Xian, with his characteristic perplexity, formed a question mark with his expression. Wait, hold on. You're speaking rather quickly. Let me process this, he said thoughtfully. After a brief moment of contemplation, he continued, I recall your roommate was not particularly enthusiastic towards you, correct? So after moving, you invited him over to see your new place, and he actually came? And now, you two are together? This progression seems rather swift, does it not? What transpired in between? Xiao Nanyang did not clarify. Yet, Gu Xian felt a sudden unease within him. He noticed the peculiar title of the task, Love in Terminal Decline. A sense of foreboding enveloped him. Could it be? Allow me to elaborate slowly. Xiao Nanyang's voice trembled, his tone rigid and somewhat unsettling. Gu Xian sensed an undercurrent of excitement in Xiao Nanyang's demeanor. Indeed, he has grown less enthusiastic towards me. I invited him to see my home, but he did not come. He no longer obeys like before, and it saddens me. A flicker of sorrow crossed Xiao Nanyang's eyes, though his bright gaze gradually became tinged with red. However, I am aware that his feelings for me have not vanished. Rather, they have been deliberately suppressed. I know he wishes to seek me out, yet he restrains himself. Xiao Nanyang paused momentarily, but then his soft, delicate voice began to tremble noticeably. Thus, I resorted to some rather unconventional methods. Gu Xian was taken aback. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream grew increasingly curious. LV18. Understand? Why do I sense a hint of danger? LV20. Lin Ziki. Something is off. I recall that last time Xiao Nanyang exited the stream, he seemed to have awakened some peculiar traits. LV15. Gender-bending rewards for roommates. Why does it feel like he has a Yandere vibe? Surely not. LV16. Tranquil dream. So, what methods did you employ? Under the inquisitive gazes of the audience, Xiao Nanyang gradually revealed, I mentioned that he still harbors feelings for me, so he would care about me. I lay in the bathtub. Before long, the water turned crimson. Xiao Nanyang let out a derisive laugh. I sent him a photograph, and as expected, he panicked. Shortly thereafter, he arrived. Gu Xian's pupils dilated in shock. So, Xiao Nanyang had resorted to such extremes with his own body to lure his roommate to his new home. Yet, something felt amiss. How did they end up together? Moreover, with so much bloodshed, shouldn't Xiao Nanyang be in a hospital right now? LV18. Understand. My goodness, he has truly become a Yandere. LV20. Lin Ziki. Unbelievable. There's a saying, loving a Yandere is a tale, being loved by one is a tragedy. My heart aches for his roommate. LV26. Mascot. This seems excessively extreme. I find it hard to comprehend. LV15. Heartbroken blank. Perhaps if I phrase it this way, you might understand. If Xiao Xian harbors feelings for you, yet your indifference incites her anger, compelling her to seek solace in the company of another man, would you allow her to slip away? Certainly not. This small Nanliang, unbeknownst to himself, is infatuated with his roommate, only to realize his affection too late, leading him to adopt some extreme measures. Are you all right now? You've lost so much blood, and yet you remain conscious? To this, Xiao Nanliang responded with an enigmatic smile. How could I be so foolish? Only a fool would resort to self-harm. If he hadn't come, would I not have perished? A wave of confusion swept through the live stream. What then? Is the crimson hue in the bathtub? Of course, it is merely red dye. Upon seeing the red in the tub and hearing my voice message, which conveyed a weak demeanor, he naturally assumed I had attempted to take my own life. Only then did the crowd come to a realization. Xiao Nanliang continued, however, Merely expressing these sentiments does not mean we are together. When he arrived, I stealthily emerged from the tub. As he beheld the sea of red, oblivious to my presence, I could see him shudder, for I stood right behind him. I gently tapped his shoulder, my entire being now stained with the red dye. He was so startled that he fainted. Xuan's lips parted slightly, feeling a pang of sympathy for his roommate.